My name is Mo Xuan. Originally, I was just a high school student who mysteriously arrived in the Naruto world and reincarnated into the Uchiha family, named Uchiha Izumi. Unfortunately, I saw a young Uchiha Sasuke, some of my age. Right now, I'm lying in wait, with the target being Uchiha Itachi, the genius Uchiha with severe little brother complex. As for why I'm lying in wait for him, it's all because of the cheat ability I obtained. Usually, when people reincarnate, they get various buffs, achieving great power quickly, at the very least gaining control over the nine-tailed chakra. As for poor me, although I brought along a system, this annoying system requires me to complete tasks before giving rewards. Not long ago, I received a particularly frustrating task. Dang, congratulations to the host for successfully extracting chakra. The main quest has been automatically accepted. Attack Uchiha Itachi. Reward will be distributed based on the completion status. Time limit, 3 days. Failure results in elimination. You've got to be kidding me with this system. That's Itachi we're talking about. Although he hasn't fully matured yet, he's still Itachi. Do you want to kill me? Can we negotiate and switch targets? Sure, I can switch your target to the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Brother, you're my real brother. I was wrong. He'll go back to assassinating Uchiha Itachi. Come on, attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen? No matter how slim the chances of success are. Even throwing a kunai from 800 miles away would definitely result in being killed by the ANBU. Even if not killed, getting invited for tea by Ibiki wouldn't be any better. The only thing I feel fortunate about right now is that as a member of the Uchiha clan, I can easily obtain ninja tools. Otherwise, I think I wouldn't even have a chance to see Itachi. Practice field number 7 is exclusively owned by the Uchiha clan and is one of the places where Uchiha Itachi regularly visits during his spare time. This place is full of trees, making it an ideal spot for ambushes. However, facing the famous Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi had absolutely no confidence at all. Trying my best to calm down the nervousness in my heart, Itachi had already appeared in Izumi's sight. Seeing Itachi appear, Izumi instantly activated the trap. Dozens of kunais simultaneously flew towards Uchiha Itachi in a surrounding manner. Although Itachi was only a genin at this point, his actual strength was already at the chunin level. Facing Izumi's trap, he simply jumped high into the air, effortlessly resolving all the dangers. But before Itachi could land, a wooden log flew out from one side, and Itachi, seemingly unable to find a foothold while in midair, was genuinely hit and knocked away. Have I succeeded? Seeing the legendary Itachi taken down by my trap, Izumi couldn't believe his eyes. Had he accidentally crossed over into another universe? Was this really the Naruto world? Or was this Itachi merely an imposter? Just as Izumi was doubting himself, he felt someone behind him. Before Izumi could react, a cold kunai was already placed against his neck. Any slight movement from Izumi would surely result in decapitation. Itakini-isn't. I mean no harm, it was just a joke, Izumi said desperately, knowing he had no courage to resist Uchiha Itachi. If he could escape from Itachi's grasp, Itachi's reputation would be completely ruined. Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Izumi's explanation, nor did he lower the kunai in his hand. All right, let me tell the truth. I heard from my parents that you're the prodigy of our generation in the clan, so I wanted to challenge you. But I also know you're already a ninja, so I set up this trap here. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Uchiha Itachi finally lowered his kunai. Whether or not he believed Izumi's story remained known only to himself. Seeing Itachi turn around and prepare to leave, Izumi took out the explosive tag he had prepared from his chest pocket, ready to throw it. However, unexpectedly, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned around and looked at Izumi. This was the first time Izumi had been stared at by the Sharingan. He immediately felt enveloped in death, as if he would die the next second. His entire body stiffened involuntarily, trembling without control. Normally, even being stared at by the Sharingan wouldn't be too problematic, but don't forget that Izumi was holding an explosive tag in his hand. Although explosive tags were just disposable items in the comics, for the 4-year-old Uchiha Izumi, this was already a deadly weapon. The explosive tag began to burn, about to explode. Izumi's face showed despair. Perhaps he was going to be the first person in history to kill himself as a transmigrator. Desperately closing his eyes, Izumi waited for death to arrive. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi hadn't expected such a situation either. Although he was unhappy about Izumi ambushing him, he still considered Izumi a part of the clan. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi instantly came to Izumi's side, throwing the explosive tag away while knocking Izumi to the ground. If Izumi had kept his eyes open at this moment, he would have immediately recognized that this was the body flicker technique, a jutsu that should only be mastered by Jonin-level shinobi, yet it appeared in the hands of Uchiha Itachi, a mere genin. Izumi didn't wait for death, but instead heard a bang. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a puff of white smoke. A shadow clone? This was Izumi's final memory before he fainted. However, after Izumi lost consciousness, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Main mission completed. Mission rating C. Reward: Shuriken Jutsu, 5 kunais. Deep within practice field number 7, Uchiha Itachi, who was discussing matters with Uchiha Shisui, suddenly looked outside. What's wrong, Itachi? Asked Shisui. There's a young one from the clan who tried to ambush my clone and ended up injuring himself. I need to go check on him, Itachi replied as he left toward Izumi's direction. An ambush? One interesting kid. When Izumi woke up, he found himself in his own room at home. Looking at the familiar surroundings, he recalled today's events of ambushing Itachi. The plan I spent so much time on resulted in ambushing just a clone, and I actually succeeded. Seems like even a younger Itachi is far superior to others. After briefly checking his body and confirming there were no major injuries, he opened the system interface. Uchiha Izumi transmigrated. Ninjutsu 5, Kaijutsu 3, Genjutsu 4, Wisdom 4, Strength 3, Speed 2, Chakra 5, Hand Seals 6. Looking at his pitiful stats, Izumi didn't know what to say anymore. In the 4 years since his rebirth, the only stats that had improved were Chakra and Hand Seals. The rest were significantly lacking. He habitually clicked on the list of missions, expecting the assassination mission for Uchiha Itachi to remain uncompleted. To his surprise, that mission was highlighted and marked as completed. He was unsure how he managed to fulfill the mission conditions. After all, from start to finish, he hadn't even touched Itachi, let alone injured him. How could this count as completing the task? Remember, the system required him to injure Uchiha Itachi to complete the mission. Destroying a clone shouldn't count as harming Itachi, right? System, how did I complete this mission? Even if Itachi's clone was destroyed by my explosive tag, it doesn't count as injuring him, does it? When a shadow clone technique is used, the experiences and fatigue of the clone are transferred back to the original. Destroying a clone means transferring that fatigue back to the original, which is defined as causing harm. System, I swear, why didn't you explain this when assigning the mission? Firstly, I don't have an elder brother. Secondly, you didn't ask. Although Quan felt that he had been deceived by the system, he had nonetheless completed the task, avoiding obliteration. Upon clicking to finish the task, he received a task reward package, only to find himself teetering on the brink of frustration once again. What on earth is this system doing to me? The task reward consisted of 5 kunai. Are you serious? I painstakingly saved up to purchase dozens of kunai for a surprise attack on Itachi. And now you tell me the reward is merely 5 kunai? You must be jesting with me. The task itself posed no challenge. It was his own folly that led to this predicament. Hearing the system's mechanical voice, Quan felt an overwhelming urge to explode with anger. You've won. You are undoubtedly sent by the heavens to thwart me. In truth, the reward extended beyond the 5 kunai. They were merely a supplemental gift. The genuine reward was the throwing technique associated with shuriken and kunai. Sensing Quan's despondency, the system ceased its torment. The throwing technique? The one esteemed by the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing the system's words, Quan felt a resurgence of energy. At this juncture, everything was urgently needed. In 3 years, the Uchiha massacre would unfold. And he must possess sufficient strength, lest he be rendered inconsequential. Indeed, suddenly, a plethora of knowledge flooded Quan's mind, and his body seemed to undergo a transformation. Yet upon checking his data, there appeared to be no changes. Is that all? What more could there be? Your current proficiency with kunai and shuriken is comparable to that of an average Uchiha Chunin. Upon hearing this, Quan felt a sense of satisfaction. The Uchiha clan's prowess with such weaponry far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and achieving the level of a Uchiha Chunin was a notable accomplishment. Just as Quan intended to exit the system to test his newly acquired abilities, he noticed a new task in the taskbar. Upon opening it, he found himself once again on the verge of exasperation. Ding! Main quest acquired. Become friends with Uchiha Itachi. Achieve 100 favorability points. Task reward? Time limit, 1 month. Failure results in obliteration. What on earth is this system doing to me? The previous task required me to ambush Uchiha Itachi. And now you want me to befriend him? Are you mocking me? Moreover, a month's time limit, with obliteration as the penalty. What else do you know besides obliteration? And why is the reward still a question mark? You wouldn't be giving me another few kunai, would you? Oh, you don't fancy kunai? Then I'll change it to military rations. The unscrupulous system spoke again. Quan resolutely decided to refrain from engaging with the system any further. Convinced that continuing the conversation would only lead to his demise from frustration. Initially intending to experiment with his newfound abilities, he now found himself devoid of any motivation, opting instead to lie down and rest peacefully. Unbeknownst to Izumi, since the moment he awakened, a pair of eyes had been silently observing him from a distance, keenly aware of his every move. Fortunately, his communication with the system remained confined to the realm of his thoughts. Otherwise, the fact that he possessed a system would have been revealed to Itachi Uchiha. Once Izumi succumbed to slumber, Itachi, who had been monitoring him, finally took his leave. Itachi found today's ambush perplexing, as he had no prior connection with Izumi, making the abrupt attack seem unfathomable, and the flimsy excuse offered was hardly convincing. The following morning, Izumi rose early, and after a modest breakfast, he hurried to training ground number 7. Being well-versed in the narrative, Izumi was aware that Itachi's presence at school was merely an illusion created by a shadow clone. The true Itachi remained in the company of Shisui. If he wished to cultivate a rapport with Itachi, he had no choice but to wait here, especially since Itachi had now attained the rank of a genin, making this the only place to encounter him. Though he could not traverse the trees with the grace of a ninja, Izumi was capable of climbing, and he settled upon a branch to quietly await Itachi's arrival. However, to his surprise, it was not Itachi who appeared, but Shisui. Who are you? Although Izumi recognized Shisui's appearance, he feigned ignorance, as he had never met Shisui before. I am Shisui Uchiha. You must be the little rascal who attempted to ambush Itachi. Am I right? Shisui regarded Izumi with curiosity, as it was unusual for anyone, even among the combative Uchiha clan, to challenge Itachi. Moreover, upon encountering Izumi, Shisui sensed no aggressive tendencies. I am Izumi Uchiha. It was indeed I who attempted to ambush Brother Itachi yesterday, but it appears he was merely a shadow clone. Had it not been for Brother Itachi's timely intervention, I might not be here now. At this confession, Izumi felt a flush of embarrassment. Failing to ambush someone only to be saved by them was undeniably humiliating, a secret he vowed to keep hidden. Brother Itachi? Huh. So he has become your elder brother now. Are you here waiting for him today as well? Yes. Yesterday I encountered only a shadow clone. I surmised that. Barring any missions, he should return here. I am unfamiliar with other locations, so I have no choice but to wait for him here. I see. So, what is your purpose in seeking Itachi? From your demeanor today, it seems you do not intend to ambush him again, but rather confront him directly? Not at all. I wish to learn from Brother Itachi. Currently, I cannot attend the Ninja Academy, so I can only seek him for guidance. Brother Shisui, are you also here to find Itachi? Despite knowing Shisui's intentions, Izumi continued to feign ignorance, aware that any hint of awareness could lead to complications. Izumi? Just as Shisui was about to elaborate on his relationship with Itachi, the latter appeared. Brother Itachi, I wish to learn from you. Upon seeing Itachi, Izumi abandoned Shisui and rushed toward Itachi. Well, Izumi has already addressed you as brother. Itachi, perhaps you could offer him some guidance? Understanding the essence of water stop, it is evident that Itachi would decline any request from Izumi, hence the direct approach. Izumi's proposal was one that Itachi could not refuse, leading him to nod in agreement. Anticipating that it would require considerable effort to secure his presence, Izumi was pleasantly surprised that a single statement from him resolved the most significant obstacle. In Izumi's perspective, as long as he could manage Itachi, the relationship between them would undoubtedly flourish. The trio ventured into the training ground, and just as Izumi was about to speak, he observed Itachi showcasing his shuriken skills. First, focus on mastering the basics. This is shuriken technique, practiced diligently. Understood, Big Brother Itachi. With Izumi commencing his practice, Itachi and Shisui proceeded deeper into the training area. Izumi paid little heed to their departure, recognizing that neither Itachi nor Shisui would remain to instruct him. Once the two had left, Izumi began his training, repeatedly throwing shurikens. With the aid of the system, he quickly achieved accuracy in hitting the target. Thanks to the system's assistance, Izumi swiftly became proficient in shuriken techniques, causing Itachi and Shisui, who were observing from a distance, to widen their eyes in astonishment at his rapid progress. Both Itachi and Shisui, renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan, found their own learning speed significantly lacking compared to Izumi's. Shisui, how long did it take you to master this? About a week. I believe you're not far off. This kid is quite the prodigy, managing such feats after just one observation. It seems our clan is destined to gain another formidable strength in the future. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Itachi and Shisui had taken note of his abilities, yet even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Both Itachi and Shisui were fundamentally good individuals, and as long as Izumi posed no threat to the safety of Konoha, he would remain unharmed. The entire morning was dedicated to familiarizing himself with shuriken techniques, as it was the only skill he possessed. As noon approached, Itachi and Shisui returned to Izumi's side. Well done, Izumi. Next, I shall teach you about chakra refinement. Chakra is an energy that results from the perfect fusion of various energy components controlled by the human body. It serves as the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or for creating thread-like bindings to ensnare opponents or sever chakra-formed materials. This energy comprises 1. The bodily energy absorbed from each of the 130 trillion cells within the human body. 2. The mental energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. Chakra can only be harnessed through hand seals after extraction. Itachi succinctly conveyed the fundamentals of chakra, acknowledging that such information was readily available within the Uchiha clan's archives. However, he presumed that Izumi, being merely a 4-year-old child, would not possess this knowledge. Do you comprehend what I have explained? I understand. I have read about chakra theory in books at home, but I am unclear on the specifics of chakra extraction. Itachi nodded, poised to elaborate further, when suddenly a figure approached. Itachi, I knew I would find you here. Huh? Who is this child? I don't recall your brother Sasuke looking like this. Izumi. He is Uchiha Izumi, a rival of Itachi, correct? It was he who ambushed Itachi yesterday, explained Shisui, who stood nearby. Izumi? Hello, Sister Izumi. The moment Izumi laid eyes on the enchanting little girl, he recognized her as Itachi's devoted admirer. Tragically, she perished at the hands of Itachi during the Uchiha clan massacre. For Izumi, perhaps dying within the realms of Tsukuyomi was a form of solace, as it spared her from confronting the heart-wrenching reality of dying at the hands of her beloved. Ding! A system notification emerged. A side quest has been detected. Assist Uchiha Izumi in fulfilling her wish. Successful completion will unlock a special system. Failure incurs no penalties. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Izumi found himself at a loss. Although the system did not specify what Izumi's wish entailed, he, well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, understood that her desire was to be with Itachi. Hello. You are remarkable, possessing such courage to challenge Itachi at such a tender age. However, if you wish to defeat him, you must exert considerable effort. To Izumi, Izumi felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, as if he were her younger brother, a sentiment perhaps influenced by the similarity of their names. Yes, I am aware. I am currently learning shuriken techniques from brother Itachi, who is explaining the intricacies of chakra to me. Is that so? Then you. The bond between Izumi and Izumi blossomed into a genuine friendship, leaving Itachi and Shisui momentarily overlooked. Ahem, Izumi, are you here to see Itachi today? Observing the engrossing conversation between Izumi and Izumi, Shisui could no longer contain himself and interrupted. Yes, I brought lunch for both of you. After you eat, you can continue your training. With that, he produced a bag from behind him. Oh, brother Shisui, I've suddenly remembered something I need your assistance with. Could you accompany me? As he spoke, Izumi subtly gestured to Shisui, though his slight actions were all too evident to others, while Shisui and Itachi appeared somewhat oblivious to Izumi's intentions. Izumi realized that Izumi was attempting to create an opportunity for her and Itachi to be alone. Izumi was both surprised by Izumi's maturity and embarrassed at having her feelings exposed. Even as a ninja, she couldn't escape the blush that crept to her cheeks. Shisui, half pushed by Izumi, was led away, leaving only Itachi and Izumi in the 7th training ground. Izumi held no interest in the unfolding dynamics between the two. Izumi, do you have something to discuss? Once Shisui was drawn away, he and Izumi wandered around the Uchiha clan's compound. Brother Shisui, didn't you notice? Sister Izumi has feelings for brother Itachi. Why else would she come all this way to bring food while she was supposed to be in class? Izumi remarked disdainfully, secretly feeling a twinge of sympathy for Izumi. as she consistently had to contend with Shisui's presence. Is that so? Yet, you, little one, seem to understand everything. Itachi just explained to you the origins of chakra. Now let me tell you about its attributes. The fundamental chakra elements are earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning, each of which counters another in succession. Earth counters water, water counters fire, and so forth. Ah, I see. Although these matters were well understood, one still had to feign ignorance as if hearing them for the first time. Generally speaking, ninjas possess a single elemental affinity, while higher-ranked ninjas cultivate an additional affinity through rigorous training. These intricacies will be elaborated upon during your time at the Leaf Village Ninja Academy. For now, I shall assess your chakra affinity. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan are aligned with the fire element, though there are exceptions. With that, Shisui produced a piece of chakra testing paper. This paper is designed to reveal your chakra affinity. Simply infuse your chakra into it, and it will display your elemental nature. Fire corresponds to burning, wind to cutting, lightning to wrinkling, earth to shattering, and water to moistening. As Izumi placed her chakra onto the paper, unbeknownst to her, Shisui deliberately concealed the knowledge regarding chakra refinement. Despite her efforts to mask her prior understanding of chakra, Shisui discerned some clues and sought to probe her through this test. Little did he know she would indeed fall into his trap. Since Izumi was capable of chakra refinement, yet chose to hide it, Shisui began to harbor suspicions about her. However, the next moment, he dismissed this concern. As Izumi infused her chakra into the testing paper, it instantly split in two. One half ignited in flames, while the other wrinkled. 3 elemental affinities? Shisui was taken aback, simultaneously quelling his suspicions of Izumi being a spy. It is known that ninjas with innate dual affinities are exceedingly rare. Even Shisui himself possesses only fire and lightning affinities, although he was currently developing other affinities. His innate elements were indeed limited to 2. Among those Shisui knew, only the third Hokage, Inoki, possessed 3 elemental affinities, with his dust release being a combination of wind, earth, and fire. Shisui's astonishment grew as he dismissed the notion of Izumi being a spy, for 3 elemental affinities in a ninja are exceptionally uncommon. Simultaneously, Izumi herself was equally astonished. While she had suspected her affinity might extend beyond mere fire, she had not anticipated the existence of 3. Shisui and I. It seems I possess chakra of 3 affinities, Izumi whispered. Fortunately, their secluded location ensured that they would not attract the attention of the Uchiha higher-ups. I never expected you to possess such talent, but this matter must remain confidential. Apart from myself and Itachi, you must not disclose this to anyone, not even your parents. Shisui cautioned. He understood that if the clan's leadership were to learn of this event, Izumi would likely be taken away for intensive training, a prospect that might not bode well for her. I understand, Shisui and I will not tell anyone, Izumi replied. In truth, even without Shisui's urging, she had no intention of revealing this information. She was well aware of the Uchiha clan's extremism. If Fugaku were to discover her talent, it might spell misfortune for her. Ding. A side quest has been issued. Learn the fire release, great fireball technique within 3 days. Failure to complete this continuous task will result in the inability to accept subsequent missions. The system's voice echoed once more, leaving Izumi at a loss for words. Although 3 days may seem ample, one must not forget that Izumi is merely 4 years old. Mastering a C-rank ninjutsu at such a tender age is no simple feat. Brother Shisui, now that the testing is complete, can you teach me a jutsu? It would be best if it were an S-rank technique capable of defeating many opponents in one fell swoop. Izumi's request stemmed from a desire to retain the innocence of a child. Appearing too mature would raise suspicions. You really have the audacity to wish for that. Even I cannot perform S-rank jutsu. To unleash ninjutsu, one requires a supply of chakra, and the amount needed for an S-rank technique is astronomical. If you were to master it, you would be drained in an instant. I see. Then perhaps you could impart a more formidable technique? Izumi feigned a dejected expression, which, combined with his chubby cheeks, rendered him quite endearing. Very well, I shall teach you a technique created by the Uchiha clan. Pay close attention. Shisui began to form hand seals, deliberately slowing his pace to allow Izumi to observe, completing a seal approximately every 2 seconds. Si, Wei Shin, Hai, Wu In. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized and soared into the distance. This is the great fireball technique, created by our Uchiha clan. This scroll contains the seals and the chakra usage. You must practice diligently. I will be on a mission in the coming days, and Itachi will likely be occupied as well. The 7th training ground is our exclusive practice area, so you will not be disturbed. You are to train there, and I shall return in 3 days to assess your progress. Should I find you slacking off? I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, Brother Shisui, I will work hard and succeed, Izumi declared. Slacking off was out of the question. Who knew what dreadful punishment awaited from this infuriating system if he failed to learn in 3 days? With the scroll in hand, Izumi hurried to the 7th training ground. Disregarding Itachi and Izumi's ongoing practice, he found a quiet spot by the lakeside and began to meticulously study the scroll. Ninjutsu is not merely a matter of hand seals. It also involves the flow of chakra. In essence, each technique possesses a unique chakra pathway, and only by coordinating the seals can one truly execute the ninjutsu. Following the instructions within the scroll, Izumi began to channel his chakra, synchronizing it with the seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A small fireball appeared before him, but its size was disappointingly minuscule, barely exceeding a centimeter in diameter. It was hardly sufficient for combat. It might struggle to even light a cigarette. Though only a single miniature great fireball was conjured, the accomplishment was nonetheless significant, marking the beginning of a journey towards mastery. Thus, Izumi repeatedly executed the great fireball technique. And when his chakra was depleted, he would sit in meditation to replenish it, resuming his practice once he regained his strength. Unbeknownst to him, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and by the time he became aware, the earth was cloaked in a silvery shroud. Observing the twilight, Izumi felt no urgency to return home. Having spent 4 years in the world of Hokage, he had yet to truly explore the Hidden Leaf Village, previously confining himself to the Uchiha clan's territory. As he ventured towards the village's central area, he traversed a thicket when suddenly, a cacophony of voices pierced the air. Curiosity piqued, he followed the sound, only to be confronted with a disheartening scene. Hey, if you're from the Hyuga clan, show us your Byakugan. If you're unwilling, then don't look over here. Your eyes are quite nauseating. You're a monster, aren't you? A Byakugan monster. 3 slightly older boys were bullying a small girl, who was reduced to tears by their taunts, with no sign of mercy from her tormentors. Hey, enough. What kind of courage is it to gang up on a single girl? Izumi shouted, his voice firm. Who are you? One of the boys retorted. Uchiha Izumi. I suggest you cease this immediately, or I shall report your actions, he declared, knowing full well that he might not stand a chance against 3 older boys. Thus, he invoked the name of his clan as a protective shield. Uchiha, even if you are one, you can't dictate our actions. Do you really think you can take us on? As the 3 boys advanced on him, the bullied girl looked up, revealing her identity to Izumi. Hinata Hyuga? Recognizing the gentle and resilient spirit of the girl, Izumi felt an even greater urge to defend her. While I may not have authority over you, you just targeted a member of the Hyuga clan, and you mentioned the Byakugan. If I were to inform the elders that someone intended to seize her Byakugan, do you think they would believe you or me? I suspect you might find yourselves in the Uchiha interrogation room for a few days, he warned. The 3 boys, taken aback by Izumi's words, understood the gravity of the Uchiha's role in the village's security. They knew that being labeled a threat to Konoha could lead to serious repercussions, and few emerged unscathed from the Uchiha interrogation room. Then let's take you down first. We'll see how you report it, the leader of the boys declared as he charged towards Izumi. Surprised that the opponent dared to attack, Izumi, despite her astonishment, did not falter in her actions. With swift precision, she launched 2 shurikens, compelling the adversary to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Izumi leapt high, landing before her opponent, and immediately began forming hand seals. Fire release, grand fireball technique. After an afternoon of diligent practice, the once diminutive fireball had now swelled to the size of a fist. Given the proximity to her foe, it ignited their hair in an instant. Witnessing their leader's predicament, the 2 remaining boys rushed forward. Faced with a 2-pronged assault, Izumi considered retaliating with her shurikens. But in that fleeting moment, the 2 boys lunged and forcefully pinned her down. At merely 4 years of age, Izumi was no match for these 7- or 8-year-old bullies, and thus she found herself pitiably subdued and beaten. However, seizing an opportune moment, she grasped a shuriken, and with a weapon in hand, her assailants hesitated. At that moment, the leader's gaze drifted toward Hinata Hyuga, who stood off to the side, lost in thought, realizing their intent to use Hinata as a hostage. Izumi hurled 2 shurikens to deter their advance, and swiftly dashed toward Hinata. Shielding her behind her, Izumi gripped her last shuriken tightly, fixing her gaze on the aggressors. Do not entertain any wicked thoughts. Should you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse. Izumi's eyes shimmered with an unusual light, exuding an aura that suggested she was a predator poised to strike, with a hint of crimson barely perceptible. At this juncture, the three boys began to retreat. After all, the Uchiha clan was not known for their temperance. Should they be discovered, they would surely face dire consequences. It was worth noting that they hailed from ordinary families, and their bullying of Hinata stemmed from her timid demeanor. They believed that the heiress of the Hyuga clan would never report them. Suddenly confronted by the fierce Uchiha Izumi, they recognized she was not one to be trifled with. Under Izumi's unwavering gaze, the trio finally retreated, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Thank you, Hinata murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Ding. System notification. You have made a connection with Hinata Hyuga. Hearing the system's voice, Izumi chose to disregard it. I am Uchiha Izumi. No need to thank me. It is a boy's duty to protect a girl. We are all from the same village, and helping one another is only natural. As she spoke, Izumi flashed a self-proclaimed sunny smile, though it appeared somewhat comical given the swelling on one side of her face. Thank you, Hinata replied, unsure of what else to say, and thus offered her gratitude once more. Just then, a rather discordant rumble echoed. It turned out Izumi had not eaten since noon, and her breakfast had been meager. Her stomach was voicing its discontent. If you would like, I can treat you to something to eat, Hinata mustered the courage to suggest. Upon hearing Hinata's invitation, Izumi was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of Naruto, Hinata's shy disposition made it difficult for her to engage even with others, let alone approach Naruto. The fact that she was now taking the initiative to invite him to dine was indeed a rare occurrence. Allow me to treat you. It would be inappropriate for a young lady to spend her own money, he insisted. I've heard that Ichiraku ramen is exceptionally delicious. It would be the perfect opportunity to try it. Without waiting for Hinata's response, Izumi gently took her hand and led her toward the bustling district of Konoha. Hinata was utterly surprised by Izumi's sudden gesture. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson. Thankfully, the cold snow was still falling, allowing others to attribute her rosy complexion to the chill in the air. Upon reaching the marketplace, Izumi soon found himself in an awkward predicament. He was utterly lost. Since arriving in this world, he had never ventured beyond the Uchiha clan's residence, and now, while in Konoha, he had unwittingly lost his way. I seem to be unfamiliar with the area. Do you know where Ichiraku ramen is? He asked Hinata, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment for losing face at such a moment. I know, Hinata replied softly, keeping her gaze lowered as she began to walk toward Ichiraku ramen. Neither of them noticed that their small hands remained tightly intertwined. Under Hinata's guidance, they finally arrived at Ichiraku ramen. 2 bowls of miso ramen, please, Izumi said upon taking a seat, while Hinata quietly sat across from him. Her head bowed and her thoughts seemingly adrift. Certainly, the elderly man behind the counter responded, slightly surprised to see members of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans together. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were prepared. Izumi, feeling genuinely hungry, could no longer ignore the protests of his stomach. Hinata, may I call you that? He inquired. Of course, she replied, still shyly averting her eyes. If one looked closely, they could see her fingers fidgeting nervously in front of her. Let us eat quickly, or the noodles will cool, Izumi urged, intending to say something more, but the words escaped him. In no time, he polished off his bowl of ramen. And he had to admit that Ichiraku's offerings were indeed delightful. It was no wonder Naruto held them in such high regard. Turning to Hinata, he noticed that her bowl was already empty, even cleaner than his own. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 more bowls, please, Izumi ordered again, recalling that Hinata was reputed to have quite the appetite, even at her young age. Soon, they each had another bowl before them. This time, however, Izumi found himself unable to finish even half of his, as the previous bowl had been quite sufficient. He had only ordered again to spare Hinata any embarrassment. Before long, Hinata had successfully devoured her second bowl of ramen. Without waiting for Izumi to speak, she hurriedly declared, I am already full. Having paid the fee, Izumi naturally clasped Hinata's hand and stepped outside. The snow was falling increasingly heavier, and Izumi felt a twinge of concern that Hinata might catch a cold. Her petite frame made him anxious that a mere gust of wind could topple her. Thus, he spoke up, the weather is dreadful, shall I escort you home? Came a faint, almost inaudible reply. With Hinata's small hand in his, Izumi led her towards the Hyuga residence, having previously inquired about the route. As they walked, the surrounding noise faded away, and the tranquil night seemed to envelop only Izumi and Hinata. She walked a step behind, her gaze lowered, yet she showed no inclination to withdraw her hand from his. At last, they arrived near the entrance of the Hyuga home. Aware that his presence was not suited for such a place, Izumi said, "Hinata, we've arrived at your home. I shall take my leave now. I usually practice at Training Ground 7. If anyone bothers you, feel free to seek me out," he added unexpectedly, a thoughtless remark slipping from his lips. As Izumi turned to depart, a soft voice suddenly broke the silence. "Be careful on your way." Startled by the sound, Izumi turned back to wave at Hinata, who was now standing at the threshold of her home. "It's nothing," he reassured her. He then left, while Hinata entered the Hyuga residence. Returning to his own room, Izumi chose to selectively forget about Hinata's matters. Lying on his bed, he contemplated the events of the day. He had memorized the flow of chakra for the fireball jutsu. Yet he consistently struggled to meet the requisite standard for its execution, which left him quite vexed. What Izumi remained unaware of was that all of his recent actions had been closely observed by an elderly man with a penchant for voyeurism. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, peered into a crystal ball, initially intending to monitor Hinata Hyuga, who had recently escaped from her home. Given that Hinata had previously been kidnapped, leading to the demise of Hisashi Hyuga, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely should a similar incident occur. However, Hiruzen did not anticipate the appearance of Izumi. The following morning, Izumi arrived at Training Ground number 7 to continue his practice. Although he was capable of executing the Great Fireball technique, its power fell short of the required standards, compelling him to exert himself even further. This training extended until midday. "Izumi, Itachi, and Shisui?" Uchiha Izumi asked, once again bringing lunch to the training ground. "Sister Izumi, Itachi is off on a mission, and Shisui seems to have his own matters to attend to. They should return the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Izumi felt a twinge of confusion. After all, this was common knowledge, and it seemed unlikely that Izumi would be unaware of it. "Oh," Izumi replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "It appears you harbor feelings for Itachi, don't you?" You. If it weren't for your feelings for Itachi, why would you come here every day?" Izumi probed. "You must have met Itachi at the Ninja Academy. If you like him, why not express it?" Itachi, much like Shisui, is rather oblivious. If you don't say anything, he won't know. Caught off guard by the astute observations of a child, Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. "Who else have you confided in regarding this?" "No one really. I only mentioned it to Shisui. Otherwise, when you come to find Itachi, he might still be here, lingering as an unnecessary presence," she replied. "By the way, Itachi doesn't enjoy grilled meat. He prefers dango and natto." As a fervent admirer of Itachi, Izumi was well acquainted with his preferences. Observing Izumi's youthful exuberance, Izumi felt at a loss for words and decided to sit down with her food instead. "Since Itachi isn't here, I suppose I can indulge you. What brings you here, anyway?" "I'm practicing ninjutsu. Shisui has entrusted me with the Great Fireball technique, and he will assess my progress in 3 days. However, while I can conjure a fireball, it is still too small. Look." Demonstrating, Izumi executed the Great Fireball technique, managing to produce a fireball that, while improved from previous attempts, was still only about the size of Shisui's head. Izumi was taken aback. It was noteworthy that even at the Ninja Academy, students were generally only taught the body replacement technique. Mastering a C-rank technique like the Great Fireball was no small feat, especially for a genin. While Izumi's current attempt was merely a rudimentary form, it was still quite remarkable. After all, mastering a C-rank technique at the tender age of 4 was nothing short of extraordinary. "Izumi, your situation likely stems from an insufficient amount of chakra or the inadequate flow of chakra while performing the ninjutsu," Izumi began, intending to commend her for her accomplishments at such a young age. "The lack of chakra is what causes the fireball to be incomplete." However, before Izumi could finish her sentence, upon hearing that it was due to chakra, she immediately increased her chakra output. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. As Izumi amplified her chakra, a complete Great Fireball finally materialized. "Yay, I did it. Thank you, Sister Izumi." Seeing Izumi's jubilant expression, Izumi felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, even she had not mastered the Great Fireball technique. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that being close to Itachi fostered genius? Otherwise, how could this little one possess such remarkable talent? Ding. Side quest completed. Learn the ninjutsu Great Fireball technique. The ninjutsu exchange system is activated, allowing for the exchange of all ninjutsu within the host's physical capacity. The ninjutsu achievement system and the ninjutsu mastery system are also initiated. A series of system notifications left Izumi somewhat bewildered. She had previously perused the system, but everything within it was grayed out and unavailable for exchange. To her astonishment, learning the Great Fireball would yield such benefits. Ding. Side quest completed. Subsequent tasks initiated. Learned Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Time limit of 3 days. Having mastered the Great Fireball technique, the first consecutive task has also emerged, creating a sense of urgency. As for the Phoenix Fire Technique, Izumi felt somewhat helpless. She appeared to lack any materials on this ninjutsu and wondered how to learn it. Izumi, you are truly amazing. You learned the Great Fireball in less than a day. It's nothing much. Brother Itachi could use it after just one glance. I'm far behind. Izumi and Izumi engaged in conversation, perhaps due to the similarity of their names. Their rapport was quite harmonious. Under Izumi's encouragement, Izumi resolved to confess her feelings to Itachi. This piqued Izumi's curiosity. Would Itachi accept Izumi's feelings? As they had classes in the afternoon, Izumi eventually departed from Training Ground 7. Who goes there? Sensing someone nearby, Izumi prepared for an attack, but upon seeing the figure, she felt as if she had made a grave mistake. Hinata Hyuga emerged from behind a large tree, appearing quite flustered, seemingly startled by Izumi. Her eyes brimming with tears as if she might cry at any moment. Those eyes. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Are you lost? The Uchiha clan's residence is located on the outskirts of Konoha village. Typically, one would not venture here, especially not someone from the village like Hinata. I'm not. Hinata's voice was barely audible, a mere whisper. Izumi caught only the initial words, unable to discern the rest. However, she noticed that despite Hinata's apparent disorientation, her gaze occasionally drifted toward Training Ground 7. Are you looking for Izumi? The 7th training ground was essentially reserved for Shisui and Itachi. Izumi doubted that the young girl from the Hyuga clan had any connection to them, leaving only the possibility that she was searching for the mischievous Izumi. Upon hearing Izumi's name, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and in her haste to flee, she turned and collided with the tree behind her, knocking herself unconscious. Izumi could hardly fathom how events had unfolded. She hurried to Hinata's side to confirm her well-being, only feeling at ease once she was assured of no harm. Before long, Hinata awoke. Eager to depart, Hinata was stopped by Izumi, and a conversation ensued between the two. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Izumi not only mastered the Great Fireball technique, but also made considerable progress in her shuriken skills. Little did Izumi know that throughout those mornings, a small figure watched her from a distance. Itachi, Shisui, you've arrived. I have successfully mastered the Great Fireball technique. Upon seeing Shisui and Itachi, Izumi rushed forward, eager to share her achievement. Their astonishment was palpable. Even they had not mastered the technique at the tender age of 4. Although they had not yet been introduced to it back then, this only underscored Izumi's remarkable talent. Izumi, have you truly mastered it? Shisui questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. After all, he had only been teaching her for 3 days. To learn a C-rank ninjutsu in such a short span at her age was indeed prodigious. Yet, if Shisui were to learn that Izumi had achieved mastery in just 1 day, one could only wonder how he would react. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Izumi proclaimed, successfully unleashing the technique before Itachi and Shisui. They exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the mutual surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Although her execution was not flawless, it was undeniably a genuine success. Shisui, a man who cherished talent, felt a surge of joy for Izumi's accomplishment, realizing that he had made the right choice in teaching her the technique. Izumi, do you plan to enter the Ninja Academy early? Shisui inquired, having acknowledged her talent and hoping she would not squander it. No, I prefer to continue learning alongside you and Itachi. I remember that Itachi's younger brother is the same age as me. I want to attend school with him and protect him well, Izumi replied. The notion of entering the Ninja Academy early would only expose her to Danzo and the Third Hokage, while the latter was somewhat manageable. Being targeted by Danzo would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Even formidable individuals like Shisui had found no favor in Danzo's eyes. Shisui nodded in agreement. It was not wartime, and typically, students did not graduate early from the academy. He understood that the academy's curriculum might not suffice for an exceptional talent like Izumi. After all, having already mastered the Great Fireball technique, it was likely that no other student could rival her. Very well, train with us. I noticed you practicing your shuriken technique. Today, I want you to attack me with all your might, so I can gauge your strength, Shisui said. Izumi was thrilled. Battling the swift Shisui was an honor. However, her excitement was short-lived as she soon heard the mechanical voice of the system. Ding! A side quest has emerged. Challenge Uchiha Shisui. Endure for 15 minutes in Shisui's hands while successfully inflicting damage upon him. Failure will result in a deduction of 3 main quest rewards. Success will yield 30 points of affection from Uchiha Itachi, currently at 2100. System, you scoundrel. That is Shisui, the master of body flicker. Even in his unrefined state, he is beyond my capabilities. Enduring for 15 minutes may be feasible, but how on earth am I to harm him? Itachi has already activated his Sharingan. Shisui must possess at least a 2-tomo Sharingan by now. As of now, Uchiha Shisui wields a 3-tomo Sharingan. By the way, if you continue to insult this system, I will escalate the difficulty of the task, perhaps to defeating or even eliminating Uchiha Shisui. The unscrupulous system, upon hearing the curses from Izumi, promptly expressed its discontent and began to threaten her. Faced with the system's intimidation, Izumi had no choice but to remain silent. Harming Shisui is impossible. To kill him? With mere glances? Perhaps that could be feasible. Chapter 9. Victory. The trio ventured deep into the training ground, where Izumi and Shisui readied themselves for battle. With Itachi signaling the start of the match, Izumi immediately unleashed a barrage of shuriken, 3 shuriken flying from different angles to encircle Shisui. Observing this, Shisui nodded in appreciation, then gracefully leapt to evade the incoming shuriken. Witnessing Shisui's movement, Izumi wore a triumphant expression. Suddenly, a fine steel wire appeared in her hand. With all her strength, she yanked it, altering the trajectory of the shuriken. What was once an evasion for Shisui had now ensnared him in Izumi's trap. Shisui, with a flick of his wrist, sent forth a shuriken that ricocheted between Izumi's 3 shuriken, effortlessly dismantling her trap while simultaneously launching a counterattack towards her. Shisui is indeed formidable, not only neutralizing Izumi's offense, but also initiating a counterstrike. However, is Izumi truly so easily dealt with? Fire style, fireball jutsu. In a mere second, 2 hand seals were executed. Within 3 seconds, a colossal fireball erupted forth, swiftly engulfing Shisui's shuriken while maintaining its momentum towards him. In response, Shisui too unleashed the fireball jutsu. Compared to Izumi's 1 second and 2 seals, Shisui was twice as fast, completing 4 seals in a single second. In under 2 seconds, a massive fireball emerged, significantly larger and hotter than Izumi's. The 2 ninjutsu collided, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Izumi's figure had vanished. Observing Izumi's concealment, Shisui refrained from activating his Sharingan, knowing that if he did, she would likely be eliminated in an instant. As time passed, Izumi remained hidden, while Shisui patiently awaited her reappearance. As the time approached the 15-minute mark, a shuriken was suddenly hurled forth. Although Shisui had not activated his Sharingan, he noticed that a detonating tag was affixed to the shuriken. Observing this, Shisui couldn't help but wonder if Izumi, this young rascal, was some sort of explosion enthusiast. What a peculiar possession for one so young. Shisui deftly evaded the shuriken and extinguished the detonating tag, mindful of minimizing damage even in a training field. Just as Shisui completed his actions, Izumi suddenly charged forward, launching 2 shurikens, both attached to detonating tags. After releasing the tags, Izumi still held 2 shurikens in hand. However, as he prepared to shoot them, he unexpectedly slipped and fell to the ground, causing the shurikens to tumble just a short distance away. The detonating tags ignited, threatening imminent explosion. Witnessing this, Shisui swiftly employed the body flicker technique to appear before Izumi and extinguish the tags. Izumi, are you all right? Shisui inquired, attempting to help Izumi up. Yet, just as he did, a sudden burst of flames erupted, nearly catching Shisui off guard. Though he evaded Izumi's fiery attack, a flicker of flame grazed his shoulder. You little rascal, Shisui exclaimed, sitting down in disbelief at Izumi's surprising tactics. Hee, Izumi replied, looking rather sheepish as he sat on the ground. He believed that in a proper confrontation, even without the Sharingan, Shisui would never be harmed by him. It was only through such an unconventional means that he could accomplish his objective. As it turned out, he had succeeded. Are you not afraid that I might react too slowly and inadvertently cause your own demise? Shisui questioned. Not at all, Shisui and Izumi reassured him. The last 2 detonating tags were drawn by me, so they won't explode. The fire was ignited by me beforehand. The fact that he managed to injure Shisui was entirely due to Shisui's underestimation of him and his reluctance to harm a mere 4-year-old. Although Shisui was not one to underestimate his opponents, confronting someone as young as Izumi made it difficult for anyone to take the situation seriously. Quite an impressive strategy. Itachi suddenly spoke, catching Izumi by surprise. Itachi was not one to engage in idle chatter, so receiving his commendation was a rare honor. Ding. Side quest completed. Gained 30 points of affection from Uchiha Itachi. Current affection level, 5100. The system notification chimed, and Izumi breathed a sigh of relief. He was at a loss for words regarding this system. While others possessed golden fingers that aided protagonists, his seemed akin to a second-hand item, seemingly leading him into pitfalls. Itachi and I, since Shisui and I has imparted a jutsu to me, might you also share one? I've already mastered the great fireball technique, so I am ready to learn another. Itachi nodded in response to Izumi's request, then proceeded to demonstrate the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Upon encountering the ninjutsu fountain, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he meticulously studied the scroll handed to him by Itachi. Time was of the essence for Izumi. She had but a day to master the art of the F-Senka, lest she fail her mission. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance with Izumi before continuing on their way, their steps leading them deeper into the training grounds. As they departed, both cast a glance toward a grand tree, behind which a slight figure concealed herself, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Izumi, engrossed in her pursuit of new techniques. Time slipped away until noon approached, and, as anticipated, Izumi may return to the scene. Unlike her previous visits, this time she brought a feast composed entirely of Itachi's favorite dishes, which momentarily startled the typically stoic Itachi. Realizing Izumi Mei's intentions, Shisui seized the opportunity to excuse himself upon her arrival, while Izumi discreetly observed from the sidelines, oblivious to the unspoken affection behind Izumi Mei's gestures. The somewhat oblivious Itachi and Izumi Mei shared their meal, perhaps due to Itachi's nature, which might render him unaware of her sentiments, even if she expressed them throughout her life. Eventually, after their lunch concluded, Izumi Mei produced a letter from seemingly nowhere. Lowering her head as she declared, "Itachi, I have deep feelings for you." Before Itachi could respond, she vanished in a flash, her speed rivaling even that of Guy when he opened the 8 gates. Witnessing this unfold, Izumi felt a mix of resignation and amusement. While it was typical for young women to be shy, Izumi Mei's reaction seemed rather exaggerated. "Brother Itachi," Izumi began, fully aware that with Itachi's prowess, he could not have failed to notice her presence. Once Izumi Mei had departed, she stepped forward, addressing Itachi, "Sister Izumi Mei harbors great affection for you. Knowing your favorite foods, she has been practicing diligently these past few days. She even skipped class today to cue for your beloved Sanjaka Dango." Itachi, lost in thought, scrutinized the letter Izumi Mei had given him while Izumi quietly slipped away, recognizing that the matters of Itachi and Izumi Mei could not be resolved in a single day. Were it so simple, this vexatious system would undoubtedly impose a time constraint. After a morning spent immersed in the intricacies of ninjutsu, fatigue began to weigh on Izumi, compounded by an empty stomach, prompting her to venture towards Ichiraku Ramen. Familiarity with the route ensured she would not lose her way this time. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, she spotted a familiar figure, Naruto Uzumaki. Despite recognizing Naruto, Izumi had no intention of engaging him in conversation. Their acquaintance was tenuous at best, and she was acutely aware that several Umbu were likely monitoring Naruto's vicinity. To approach him carelessly could draw unwanted attention. After enjoying her ramen, Izumi meandered aimlessly until, for reasons unknown, she found herself near the Hyuga clan's residence. Reflecting on the time she had escorted Hinata here, she felt a pang of nostalgia for the shy girl who often blushed. It was worth noting that Hinata was among Izumi's most cherished female characters. As Izumi, it was utterly impossible to infiltrate the Hyuga household or seek out Hinata. Thus, she turned away and made her way towards the training ground. After a short while, a petite figure materialized in the very spot where Izumi had just stood. Watching Izumi from afar, the small individual suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Upon returning to the training ground, Izumi was perplexed to find it devoid of any presence. Shisui and Itachi had vanished without a trace. However, she did not dwell on it, as it was clear they could not remain there indefinitely. Just as she was about to delve into her study of the F-Senka flower, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Side quest complete. Assist Uchiha Izumi in fulfilling her wish. Point system activated. Character system activated. Izumi comprehended the point system, recognizing that everything within the system required points. Previously, her points had been non-existent, but now they were displayed. However, she was baffled by the character system. System, what on earth is this character system? Special rewards are granted by altering the original outcomes of characters. Special rewards? What might those be? I see no rewards here, and how am I to earn these points? The rewards are in your inventory. In the future, remember to bring your eyes before asking questions, and do not forget to engage your brain. As for earning points, you can gain them by completing tasks once the points system is activated, and undertaking real-world missions will also yield points. E-rank tasks grant 1 point, D-rank grants 5 points. C-rank grants 10 points, B-rank grants 100 points, and A-rank and above grant 200 points. Are you trying to deceive me, system? A great fireball jutsu costs 100 points to exchange for, and that is merely a C-rank ninjutsu. A-rank and S-rank tasks are evidently worlds apart. How can their points be the same? This is not how one should treat me. In that moment, Izumi felt utterly despondent. One C-rank ninjutsu demanded 100 points, and the minimum for a B-rank jutsu was 1,000 points, with subsequent tasks racking up tens of thousands. It seemed she would have to toil endlessly in missions just to exchange for a single ninjutsu. I am not deceiving you. The ninjutsu obtained through my system comes with comprehensive instruction, disregarding personal attributes. In simple terms, if you lack water-style chakra, you cannot perform water release. Even if you force it, the power will be significantly diminished. However, the ninjutsu you learn here has no such limitations. You may use it freely without any reduction in potency. Despite the system's explanation, Izumi remained unsatisfied. But what could she do, even in her discontent? Unbeknownst to Izumi, the unique characteristics of the system would later lead to a fortunate event. As for the character system, its explanation is quite straightforward. Upon activation, various characters emerge, and upon completing their assigned tasks, they pledge unwavering loyalty, never betraying their allies. Upon hearing these words, Izumi was momentarily taken aback. The essence of human nature is inherently elusive. One can never truly grasp the thoughts harbored within the hearts of those standing before them, particularly in this world of ninjas, where trust in one's comrades is never guaranteed. The character system undoubtedly addresses this concern, serving as Izumi's greatest asset. The efforts of recent days had not been in vain, and curiosity began to stir within him regarding Itachi's true feelings. He had anticipated needing to exert considerable effort to fulfill his desires, yet it seemed remarkably effortless. Could it be that Itachi harbored affections for him? Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Izumi redirected his focus to studying the F-Senka. Throughout the afternoon, Izumi remained at the training grounds, only to notice, peculiarly, that neither Itachi nor Shisui had arrived to continue their training. As evening descended, he returned home, where he found his parents rarely present due to their long absences, prompting Izumi to wonder if he was merely a pawn in a larger scheme. At dawn the following day, Izumi returned to the training grounds. After another morning of diligent practice, he finally succeeded in fully mastering the F-Senka. With its completion came a third task, a continuous mission to learn the fire release technique, specifically the dragon fire technique, with no time limit. Noting the absence of a deadline, Izumi decided against rushing his learning. Although the dragon fire technique was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, its power approached that of B-rank techniques, and he suspected that Shisui and Itachi would not impart this knowledge so soon. Lacking the need to learn new techniques, Izumi found himself becoming somewhat complacent. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared before him. "Uchiha Izumi, please accompany me," a silver-haired man wearing a mask commanded, standing before him. In Konoha, such masks typically indicated the Umbu. Yet Izumi was baffled as to why he had drawn their attention, and to whom this individual belonged. Was it the third Hokage or Danzo? If it were the former, there would be little to fear, as the third would likely not impose any harm. However, if it were Danzo, the thought caused Izumi to break into a cold sweat. May I inquire who has summoned me? At that moment, he wished fervently for Shisui and Itachi's presence. With them by his side, he would certainly feel more secure, and at the very least, they could alert others. Now, however, he was being taken away without anyone being the wiser. "You will know in due time," came the reply. With a resigned nod, he was swiftly hoisted by the man and carried towards the heart of Konoha. At this juncture, Izumi could only hope that he was being summoned by the third Hokage, a notorious voyeur. Otherwise, should he encounter Danzo, his life would likely take a turn for the tragic, perhaps by sheer luck or the efficacy of his silent prayers. Izumi found himself brought to the Hokage Tower. Following the Umbu into the Hokage's office, he was greeted by the sight of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, diligently reviewing documents. "Third Hokage-sama?" wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered as to why he had become the focus of attention. "Uchiha Izumi, fear not. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm." I have summoned you merely to inquire if you possess any interest in attending the Ninja Academy. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hand and regarded Izumi with a warm smile. Joking aside from that troublesome system, the greatest asset he had in this world was the unfolding narrative. If events proceeded in a conventional manner, he would find himself on par with Naruto and Sasuke, ensuring his safety as long as he could evade the Uchiha clan massacre. Just as Izumi was preparing to decline the offer, the infuriating system once again revealed its deceptive nature. Ding. Main quest. Become a member of the Umbu and successfully execute an Umbu mission. Failure will result in obliteration. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi realized he had fallen into yet another trap. Not only would he be unable to enter the Ninja Academy on schedule, but he was also being thrust directly into the life of a ninja. This was utterly ridiculous. Even geniuses like Itachi and Shisui had spent at least a year in the Ninja Academy. Lord Third Hokage, I wish to decline early entry into the Ninja Academy. Given my current situation, I have already mastered what is taught there. However, I aspire to become an Umbu ninja and serve you, Lord Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. While he could understand if Izumi had rejected his proposal, it was astonishing that Izumi was actively requesting to become an Umbu ninja. Uchiha Izumi, you must understand that being a ninja is no trifling matter. Although you have already mastered 2 jutsu at such a young age, outpacing your peers and even some lower-ranked ninjas, there are aspects that cannot be determined solely by skill in ninjutsu. I comprehend the Third Hokage's concerns. However, I believe that practical experience offers invaluable insights. Thus, I hope you will grant your approval, or alternatively, allow me to undertake a mission as a test. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Izumi in silence for a long moment before finally responding with a smile. Very well, Uchiha Izumi. You shall temporarily join the Umbu under my command. Silver, take Izumi to procure the necessary equipment. During the mission, you will serve as an evaluator and refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Izumi followed the Umbu member known as Silver out of the Hokage's office. He felt a strange sense of familiarity with Silver, as if he had encountered him before, yet none of the individuals he knew seemed to match this person. After receiving his equipment, Izumi departed Konoha alongside Silver. This first departure from Konoha did not fill Izumi with excitement. Rather, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as his inaugural mission was to eliminate a band of thieves. Recently, a group of robbers in the eastern region of the Land of Fire had been wreaking havoc, and Izumi's task was to eradicate all of their members. Gazing at the mission in his hands, Izumi felt a sense of helplessness. Wasn't this supposed to be merely a test? Why was he thrust into a killing mission right from the start? Though these were thieves, he had never taken a life before. Captain Silver, do you have any advice for me as I embark on my first mission? Despite being your subordinate, it would be rather embarrassing for you if I were to perish on my inaugural mission, wouldn't it? Once again, Quan spoke, hoping to glean some information from the senior. Yet he was met with silence. Quan and Ian arrived near the bandits' hideout, and according to the intelligence gathered, this band of thieves consisted of merely ordinary men, numbering around 30. Thus, Quan resolved to wait until nightfall to stage a surprise attack, believing that doing so would enhance his chances of success. As he prepared the necessary items for the evening, he also contemplated the plan for the night. Time swiftly passed, and soon night descended. The moon had ascended into the branches, yet Quan rested against the trunk of a tree, while even Ian appeared somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't they have already initiated their assault? Why was Quan still resting here? Although Lord Sandame had not set a time limit, if you continue to procrastinate, I shall consider your mission a failure. Fear not. We shall return by tomorrow. Although night is indeed the most opportune time for a stealthy strike, the adversary is undoubtedly on guard. The ideal moment would be in the latter part of the night. Of course, the early hours around 4 or 5 would be even better, though time may become a constraint. Noticing that Quan had devised a plan, Ian ceased to speak and quietly leaned against the tree, observing Quan. As moments ticked away, midnight finally arrived, and Quan opened his eyes, charging toward the bandit stronghold. With Quan's movement, Ian vanished from sight. His role was to assess Quan's actions, and under the guidance of the Third Hokage, he would only intervene if Quan faced a life-threatening crisis. Draped in the cloak of night, Quan approached the entrance of the stronghold with utmost caution. The 2 guards were exceedingly lethargic, with one even dozing off. Seizing the opportunity, Quan swiftly launched a shuriken and, like an arrow released from a bow, charged toward the foe. Given Quan's diminutive stature, he naturally drew little attention, and the guards, unprepared for an ambush, failed to react before meeting their demise. The sound of a lifeless body hitting the ground startled the remaining guard. Upon witnessing his comrade's fall, he froze momentarily, only to utter a single word, "There." Yet, he never completed his sentence, as Quan's kunai had already pierced his throat, confirming the two guards' deaths. Quan hastily disguised the corpses to make it appear as though they were merely resting against the entrance. He stealthily infiltrated the stronghold and soon arrived at a building. Peeking through a gap in the window, Quan was overcome with fury. This room appeared to be a kitchen, yet the ingredients within were human. Corpses lay scattered, severed into numerous pieces, some even stripped of their bones and left on the cutting board. Witnessing such a gruesome sight caused Quan's stomach to churn. While he was aware of the thieves' malevolence, he had never anticipated that these scoundrels would resort to cannibalism. Fury ignited within him, and Quan resolved to eliminate every last bandit. He cautiously pressed forward and, not far ahead, arrived at another room. Carefully approaching the window, Quan was soon met with the sound of a woman weeping within. As he gently pried open a small gap, he beheld a room filled with women, their bodies shamefully exposed. It became clear to Quan that this band of thieves, after pillaging the surrounding villages, had slaughtered the men for sustenance and taken the women back for their own amusement. Understanding this grim reality, Quan made a gesture, and Dean, appearing from seemingly nowhere, materialized beside him. "Senior Ian, could you ensure the safety of these individuals?" Quan implored. Ian remained silent, casting a glance through the gap and nodding in affirmation. With Ian's agreement, Quan promptly made his way toward the heart of the bandit hideout. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball manifested out of thin air, aimed directly at the thieves' wooden abode, which ignited instantly. The startled bandits rushed out, initially believing they were facing a ninja, only to discover it was merely a child. Though Quan wore a mask, his diminutive stature at merely 4 years old made it evident to the bandit leader that he was just a young boy. "Whether I am a child or not is of no concern to you, but you will soon become a ghost for your heinous deeds. Go to hell and repent." At that moment, the leader was seen clutching a child's leg, igniting a fierce rage within Quan. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged forward, launching 15 shurikens, all aimed at the leader. The burly leader, seeing the shurikens flying toward him, leaped aside. However, as he landed, Quan swiftly yanked the shurikens back, redirecting them toward him. At the same time, Quan unleashed his second assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Once more, a massive fireball erupted, surrounding the leader in flames. Before he could react, Quan manipulated the wires in his hands to ensnare him tightly, engulfing him completely in fire, which elicited a chilling scream from the leader. "Die, you bastards!" Quan shouted, unleashing his second ninjutsu, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. As the flames surged toward the remaining thieves, they charged at Quan, who drew his ninja blade in readiness to confront them. Although Quan had never trained in swordsmanship, his agility combined with shuriken techniques rendered him more than a match for the ordinary thieves. Meanwhile, as Quan engaged in battle, Ian began rescuing the captured women. Upon seeing Ian, the women, who had lost their spark, regained a glimmer of hope. However, memories of their harrowing experiences overwhelmed many, and they broke down in tears. The battle waged on for a full half hour, and when Quan finally appeared before Ian, he was drenched in blood, as if he had been pulled from a river of crimson, with numerous wounds adorning his body. "He saved you. If you must express gratitude, let it be directed toward him," Ian said. Silver felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing Quan return. Although he had discreetly protected Quan with a clone, he could not help but worry for his safety. Upon hearing Silver's words, the women approached Quan one by one to express their gratitude. "What are your plans?" Quan inquired. "There are no other captives left in the stronghold. They have likely all been killed." He refrained from voicing the grim thought that those individuals might have become mere sustenance for others. The women shook their heads in response to Quan's words and began to walk towards the exit. Quan paid little heed to their departure, but when everyone had left, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to rush outside. He followed the direction the women had taken, which led to a cliff. By the time he arrived, only a young girl of about 15 remained at the edge. "No," Quan shouted, hoping to stop her. "Little brother, thank you for saving us. But our families are all deceased. We know they were consumed by those demons, who even forced us to partake in the flesh and blood of our kin. The horrors we have endured are unforgettable. For us, death is the only solace." After uttering these words, the girl leapt off the cliff. Quan reached out to catch her, but all that remained was a tattered piece of fabric. He had intended to rescue them, yet the outcome was tragically different. In despair, Quan sat at the cliff's edge, feeling utterly lost. The previous battle had taken a toll on him, leaving him with numerous wounds and barely any chakra remaining. Coupled with the psychological blow, he finally succumbed and fainted. After a considerable time, Quan awoke from his unconscious state to find Silver leaning against a tree nearby. Upon seeing Quan regain consciousness, Silver spoke. "You did well. You truly saved them. However, sometimes living is not the best choice. Given their experiences, perhaps death is a form of liberation." But Quan wanted to argue. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Those women hailed from nearby villages, and according to reports, those villages were now desolate. Even if they had survived, where would they go? The world of ninjas is thus. There exists not only a sunlit side but also a shadowy one. Do not allow fleeting emotions to cloud your judgment, for that would be a calamity for you. Quan nodded in understanding, rising to walk towards the valley. "What are you going to do?" Silver asked. "Since they chose death and I could not save them, at the very least, I must ensure they rest in peace. I cannot allow their bodies to be left as carrion for beasts." Silver remained silent, quietly following at a distance. Upon reaching the valley floor, Quan beheld the lifeless bodies strewn about, some even mutilated. A wave of sorrow surged within him. Quietly, without uttering a word, Spring dug a deep pit in the ground to bury a corpse, repeating the act methodically until he had interred several. After dedicating an entire day and night to this somber task, he laid the last individual to rest and, with a heavy heart, removed his mask, bowing deeply in respect to them. When he straightened, his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Indeed, the mere age of 4 had not hindered Spring from awakening his Sharingan. "Silver, let us depart." "You have activated the Sharingan," Silver remarked, taken aback. He was well aware of Spring's background. Yet the awakening of the eyes at such a tender age was beyond his expectations. "Are you surprised?" "The Sharingan. If I had a choice, I would rather not possess it. How wonderful it would be if they could live peacefully in the village." As they traversed the path back to Konoha, silence enveloped them, persisting until they reached the Hokage's office to meet the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Sir, I have a request." "Speak," the Third Hokage replied. The mission was executed with commendable efficiency. Although it is regrettable, it was ultimately their choice. Do not dwell too much on it. I believe that in the underworld, they would not hold you accountable. Having grasped the entire situation, the Third Hokage felt concerned for Spring's state, even regretting allowing such a young child to undertake such a perilous task. "I wish to formally join the Anbu, but I hope to remain unregistered as a ninja. In 3 years, when I come of age, I would like to enroll in the Ninja Academy alongside my peers. Additionally, I ask that you help me conceal the awakening of my Sharingan." The somber mission had rendered Spring more reticent, enveloping him in a palpable atmosphere of sorrow. "Very well. I can grant your request. From this point forward, you shall assist Silver." "Thank you, sir," Spring said, bowing before taking his leave from the Hokage's building. Yearning only for rest. "What do you think of this child?" At the Third Hokage's question, Silver, the ANBU operative, removed his mask. If Spring had been present, he would have been astounded, for Silver was none other than Konoha's foremost technician, the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. "Sir, I believe he is a promising talent. However, this hurdle may prove difficult, perhaps due to his tender age." Kakashi observed the direction Spring had departed, his signature deadpan gaze betraying a hint of concern. Though Spring sought solace, he unwittingly found himself at Training Ground 7, where Itachi was present, while Shisui was away on a mission. "Spring?" Itachi exclaimed, taken aback by Spring's unsettling demeanor. "Big brother Itachi, I don't know why," Spring burst forth, all his pent-up emotions erupting as he collapsed into Itachi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Mei also approached, her expression filled with confusion. Had she not known Itachi's character, she might have mistaken him for the source of Spring's distress, was unaware that was present, and freely divulged all the details of the tasks he had undertaken. Upon hearing S words, both and were taken aback, astonished by the events that had transpired in the 2 days of his absence. Observing S' heart-wrenching sobs, both and felt a surge of compassion. Even contemplated informing to seek justice for, as it was rather excessive to assign such responsibilities to a mere 4-year-old. Fortunately, intervened, averting a potentially chaotic turn of events. Exhausted from his tears, collapsed into S' embrace, whom he regarded as an older sister despite the 5-year age difference. Unbeknownst to the slumbering, the mission concerning had reached its conclusion, and he had received a new assignment. Upon reviewing this new task, felt an overwhelming urge to confront the system. The following day, awakened in his familiar surroundings, attempting to recollect the previous day's events. The memory of crying in the arms of and caused his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Although his physical body was merely 4 years old, his soul bore the weight of nearly 20 years, compounded by the nostalgia for his life in the world of, rendering him more than 20 in spirit. It was indeed rather awkward for a person in their 20s to weep while cradling 2 9-year-olds. And he was grateful that no one had witnessed this incident. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. Arrived at the training ground number 7, waiting for a considerable time without sight of, and perhaps they were preoccupied with their own missions. However, he soon sensed the approach of others. Before long, appeared before him, and upon seeing her, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Are you all right? You didn't see anything yesterday, did you? Pondered whether he could deceive himself into believing so. Yes, I saw nothing at all. Understanding S thoughts, played along. This scroll was given to you by. It contains various ninjutsu. Don't worry about what others in the clan might say. Focus on improving your skills and ensure your safety. I do not wish to see you injured as before. Gazing at, found himself at a loss for words. In this new world, he constantly felt out of place. Wandering alone and isolated, compounded by the rare presence of parental figures, amplifying his sense of solitude. Feeling the weight of his gaze, grew slightly bashful. Sensing something was amiss. May I be your little brother? Not in the familial sense, but as true siblings. Spoke suddenly. Even he was unsure of the motivation behind his words. Very well, in light of your assistance in bringing me in together, I shall agree to your request. However, you must promise to take care of yourself and avoid the kind of injuries you sustained yesterday. Absolutely. With a simple utterance. Quan finally found himself fully immersed in the world of Naruto. He was Uchiha Quan, no longer a mere inhabitant of another realm. As Quan's companion, Hinata, departed to attend her classes, he leaned against a tree, succumbing to ennui. Opening the system interface, he was met with a disheartening sight, if given the chance. He would have relished the opportunity to unleash his frustrations upon the system. The primary quest of garnering Itachi Uchiha's favor had concluded. Yet the reward was rather disappointing, a mere shadow clone technique, something that could easily be learned upon entering the Ninja Academy. Quan had grown weary of berating the system. He was certain that if he continued to spar with it, he would surely become the first traveler in history to perish from sheer vexation. Following the completion of the favor quest with Itachi, Quan's latest assignment was to defeat Silver. Although he was unaware that Silver was, in fact, Kakashi, he understood that entering the Umbu was reserved for the formidable. In the manga, the Umbu merely tossing shuriken was a device to highlight the protagonists. Quan did not believe he possessed any protagonist's halo. Such a privilege belonged solely to Naruto. Aside from the primary quest, he had also completed a side quest, which awarded him 100 points and a mysterious gift pack. Upon opening it, he found an assortment of ninja tools devoid of any true value. Closing the system, Quan opened his eyes, revealing his Crimson Sharingan. The moment he activated it, he keenly sensed the presence of others nearby. Who was there? Show yourself. He was acutely aware that the existence of his Sharingan must remain a secret. Exposing it could lead to dire consequences, particularly with Obito Uchiha potentially setting his sights on him. To Quan's surprise, a small figure emerged, revealing itself to be Hinata Hyuga. Hinata? What brings you here? Quan was taken aback by her presence, and his initial thoughts of silencing her vanished instantly. Hinata, Itachi, and Quan Mei were perhaps the only individuals in the Naruto universe he would never harm. As he gazed at her, Hinata's cheeks flushed with color. Understanding her timid nature, he opted not to press further. Hinata, you must keep the matter of my eyes a secret, all right? If anyone discovers it, I could find myself in serious trouble, perhaps even facing death. I won't say anything. I promise to keep it confidential. Thank you, Hinata. May I treat you to lunch as a token of my gratitude? Although Quan was not lacking in funds, he was hesitant to offer anything extravagant to win Hinata over. Why yes, that would be nice. With her head bowed, her small hands fidgeted in front of her, a sight that struck Quan as irresistibly adorable. If not for the fear of being perceived as a dubious figure, he would have cherished the opportunity to embrace her. The two little souls made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. Ever since he savored the flavors of the ramen, Quan had developed a fondness for the place, marveling at why Naruto was so enamored with it. Along the route, Hinata quietly trailed behind him, her gaze cast downwards, piquing Quan's curiosity as to whether she might collide with something along the way. Once again, one might ponder whether Hinata possesses the ability to gaze downwards with her Byakugan. After their midday meal, Izumi and Hinata strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, her heart filled with a sense of gratitude. In a world fraught with peril, she mused that had she been transported elsewhere, she might have met an untimely end. Even with the presence of a system, Its inefficacy was a constant source of frustration. Suddenly, Hinata seemed resolute as she lifted her gaze and called out to Izumi. "What is it, Hinata?" he inquired, halting his steps at the sound of her voice. "Would it be possible for me to train with you in the future?" Hinata's request took Izumi by surprise. Was this truly the shy Hinata, boldly expressing such a desire? Had he not been certain that the person before him was indeed Hinata and not a prankster utilizing transformation jutsu, he might have questioned her identity. "Is that not acceptable?" "I'm sorry," she stammered, misinterpreting Izumi's silence as reluctance to comply with her request. "Of course, it is acceptable. However, you may come to find me tomorrow. I shall be preoccupied the day after, but Itachi will return then. You need not worry. Despite his reserved demeanor, he possesses a warmth that belies his icy exterior." "I understand. Tomorrow, I'll come to find you," she replied, her words trailing off as she hurriedly departed, a flurry of shyness propelling her away. Watching Hinata retreat, Izumi shook his head in bemusement. He had assumed her bashful nature was exclusively directed at Naruto, never anticipating he would also be a recipient of her affections. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata reserved such openness only for those she cherished, and he had undeniably found a place in her heart. Hinata's newfound boldness in voicing her thoughts was inspired by Izumi's encouragement to his sister, Izumi, to express her feelings candidly, which in turn had reached Hinata. Though still shy, Hinata had articulated her wish to stand alongside Izumi, resolving to no longer hide behind trees to catch glimpses of him. While Izumi initially intended to return to the training grounds, he recalled that he would need to seek out the Third Hokage for a mission the following day, who knew what challenges awaited him. It would be prudent to maintain peak condition, especially as his injuries had yet to fully heal. Thus, he decided to indulge in a day of rest. The following morning, upon arriving at the training grounds, Izumi spotted a petite figure from a distance. Though Hinata had assured him she would return today, he had not anticipated her arrival at such an early hour. The winter chill in Konoha lingered, and seeing Hinata's cheeks flushed from the cold, he removed his outer coat and draped it over her shoulders. "I apologize for making you wait," he said. "It is indeed impolite for a gentleman to keep a lady waiting." "And no, I just arrived as well," Hinata replied, flustered by his gesture, her words tumbling over one another in her nervousness. "In the future, should you wish to find me, do not come so early. Itachi will not be arriving too soon tomorrow either." "Hinata, have you managed to refine your chakra?" The fighting style of the Hyuga clan is primarily rooted in taijutsu, utilizing the gentle fist and the byakugan for precise strikes and chakra points, which are areas where I cannot assist you. Therefore, the only skills I can impart to you are those concerning chakra refinement and control. "I have already succeeded in refining my chakra," Hinata replied. "Very well. Now let us practice climbing trees. Focus your chakra in your feet and adhere to the trunk. This exercise is intended to enhance your control over chakra. Unfortunately, I cannot provide further assistance regarding the Hyuga clan's combat techniques. This is the extent of my teachings. If you are interested, I can also instruct you in shuriken techniques. However, despite my words, I do not believe shuriken techniques are particularly suited for the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan's formidable prowess in shuriken techniques is closely tied to their Sharingan, which is renowned for its perceptive capabilities, allowing them to detect subtle changes and thus excel in shuriken mastery." "I understand. I will do my best," Hinata said, carefully gathering her chakra to begin her tree climbing practice. The Hyuga clan is inherently skilled in chakra manipulation. Otherwise, they could not execute techniques such as the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Nevertheless, even with such proficiency, Hinata is merely 4 years old, and her ability to refine chakra is commendable, yet mastering its control remains exceedingly challenging. Following Izumi's instructions, Hinata attempted to climb the tree. Regrettably, even for a clan adept in chakra control, her initial attempt only allowed her to ascend half a meter. However, this achievement surpassed Izumi's first attempt, which barely covered a step. "Ding, system notification. You are outperformed by a girl. Truly pathetic. Curse this system. Do not mock me at this moment," Izumi lamented, feeling a mix of misfortune and gratitude for having such a system. Not far from Hinata, Izumi found a large tree to practice climbing as well. While a masked figure with silver hair, Kakashi, observed the two youngsters from a distance. "The young lady of the Hyuga clan, is it? It seems this Uchiha Izumi possesses some intriguing qualities," Kakashi mused, his signature deadpan gaze fixed upon them, pulling out his favorite book, Ika Paradise. Although he had promised the Third Hokage to look after Izumi, taking the opportunity to slack off was also characteristic of Kakashi. After a morning of diligent effort, Izumi had successfully reached the treetop, completing the first phase of chakra control, while Hinata continued to strive earnestly. At this moment, she was panting heavily from the considerable chakra expenditure, yet she remained undeterred in her pursuit. Witnessing this scene, Izumi felt a twinge of confusion. Is this truly the timid Hinata I know? In his recollection, while Hinata was not one to shy away from effort, he had never seen her exert herself with such determination. In times past, Hinata might not have behaved this way. However, ever since her conversation with Izumi Uchiha on that fateful day, she has undergone a significant transformation, all owing to the words spoken by Izumi to her. As Izumi perused the list of side quests, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Upon encountering Hinata that morning, he had been assigned a task to ensure she mastered the art of tree climbing before noon. Faced with such a quest, had it not been for the unfortunate requirement that all tasks from this vexatious system be accepted, he would have refrained from undertaking it. Izumi could not bear to be harsh with Hinata. It would be a grave injustice to chastise such an endearing young girl. Hinata, why not take a break? You can resume your training after lunch. Overexerting yourself could jeopardize your health, leaving lasting effects. Observing her determination to continue, he finally spoke up. Though he was well aware of Hinata's industrious nature, he did not anticipate her unwavering dedication. I can still go on, Hinata stammered, her cheeks flushing anew, her small hands fidgeting nervously before her. With that, she dashed towards the imposing tree once more, perhaps eager to prove herself to Izumi. This time, each step she took was remarkably fluid. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until at last she reached the 10-meter-high branch. Hinata had performed admirably, achieving success in merely half a day's time. Izumi felt a genuine sense of joy for her accomplishment. However, he momentarily overlooked Hinata's shy disposition. His words inevitably caused her to blush even deeper. Perhaps it's due to my chakra being nearly depleted, Hinata murmured, and in that instant, she lost her balance, tumbling headfirst from the tree trunk. At such a height, the fall would be perilous for anyone, let alone a mere 4-year-old child. Witnessing this, Izumi sprang into action, catching her just in time. As Hinata regained consciousness, she realized with a jolt that she had fallen into Izumi's arms. The thrill of the moment had caused her to faint, and upon noticing their proximity, her face transformed into a ripe tomato, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Hinata. Seeing her state, Izumi understood the reason behind her reaction and gently laid her down, draping his outer garment over her. After ensuring her comfort, he assumed a defensive stance and declared, "Come out. There is no need to hide any longer." "Well, your vigilance is commendable. Silver? What brings you here?" Izumi queried, bewildered by Kakashi's sudden appearance. I merely took a vacation and inadvertently lost my way along the journey of life." Upon hearing this explanation, Izumi was taken aback. This was a trademark phrase of Kakashi, the notorious latecomer. It dawned on him that this member of the Umbu bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. "You are Kakashi? Hitaki Kakashi?" Now it was Kakashi's turn to be astonished, perplexed as to how his true identity had been unveiled, especially by a mere child. Kakashi was utterly astonished that his true identity had been uncovered. As a member of the Umbu, maintaining the secrecy of one's identity was of paramount importance. It was one thing for Izumi to discover his identity, but if it were to fall into the hands of an adversary, the consequences could be dire. "How did you come to know who I am?" Although Kakashi had no intention of taking Izumi away, if she could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be compelled to bring her before the Third Hokage for further deliberation. "Well, it's not that complicated. I recall your catchphrase, and besides, there is only one silver-haired individual in the Hidden Leaf, belonging to the Hitaki clan. Then there's Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who, by all accounts, is quite the loquacious old man. Given that he has been absent from the village for many years, I surmised you must be Kakashi." Unbeknownst to her, Izumi had narrowly avoided an invitation to the Umbu for a rather serious conversation. Upon hearing Izumi's explanation, Kakashi casually removed his mask, revealing the visage concealed beneath. He had always sensed that this young girl was exceptionally unique. During a previous mission, he had noted her, after all. A 4-year-old possessing chakra levels on par with a Nin was indeed unusual. "Could you first take Hinata to the hospital?" While Izumi was aware that Hinata had merely fainted from shyness, the recent depletion of chakra left her feeling concerned. "Go on your own. I have other matters to attend to. We have a mission tomorrow, and I'll be heading to the Hokage Tower shortly to receive the details. Don't forget," Kakashi stated before vanishing in a flash of movement. Without Kakashi's assistance, Izumi had no choice but to carry Hinata to the hospital herself. Fortunately, she still had some funds remaining. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing to face a payment issue. Thanks to the medical ninjutsu, Hinata soon regained consciousness. There is nothing wrong with striving for improvement, but one must not overexert themselves. Otherwise, it may lead to irreversible harm. Although Izumi was unsure why Hinata was so eager to grow stronger, she felt compelled to offer her a word of caution. I understand. I'm fine now. Let us go, Hinata replied. While she cherished the time spent with Izumi, being alone in a room with her made Hinata exceedingly uncomfortable. Had Izumi not been seated at a considerable distance, she might have fainted again. Together, Izumi and Hinata departed the hospital. Hinata returned to the Hyuga household, while Izumi made her way directly to the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving at the entrance, she found Kakashi waiting for her, prepared for the task ahead. Izumi followed closely behind him. Izumi, Kakashi, here is your mission, the third Hokage announced as they entered. Izumi was not surprised that the third referred to Kakashi by name. It was likely that Kakashi had already divulged the details of his identity. As Kakashi accepted the mission scroll, he momentarily appeared taken aback. On the other side, Izumi received a notification from her system. The assassination mission required the elimination of 10 rogue ninjas from the Land of Fire, with each additional kill yielding extra rewards. With no upper limit, it appeared to be a promising assignment. However, the targets were all Nin, and even had Nin leading them. Was the system truly intent on putting itself in jeopardy? Quan wore a face of helplessness, while Kakashi, upon seeing the task of eliminating rogue ninjas, was equally perplexed. Although such a mission was not particularly challenging for him, having a liability like Quan undoubtedly heightened the difficulty. Despite his reservations, Kakashi accepted the mission and led Quan outside the village. As they made their way out, Kakashi recounted the details of the assignment, while Quan, already informed by the system, feigned surprise in a remarkably cooperative manner. Thus, Kakashi and Quan embarked on their first official mission together. Throughout the journey, Quan pondered how to fulfill his main task. Although the goal of defeating Kakashi had no time limit, he understood that completing it sooner would allow him to undertake subsequent missions. While the system was indeed rather troublesome, Quan felt compelled to rely on it to grow stronger. Though he could become formidable through his own efforts, the impending Uchiha massacre loomed on the horizon. Without sufficient strength, he did not believe he could escape unscathed. Sasuke's survival was entirely due to Itachi's protection. While Quan felt he had a decent rapport with Itachi, he did not presume he could survive in a similar manner. More critically, Danzo and Orochimaru were both eyeing the Sharingan, lacking adequate power, even if he survived the massacre. Facing such adversaries would be tantamount to a death sentence. Kakashi, I wish to discuss something with you. Quan suddenly spoke as they continued on their path. During our mission, you should refer to me by my code name. Furthermore, since you have now become a member of the Umbu, you should also have your own code name. Umbu missions cannot be conducted under one's real name. Very well, Silver. From now on, you may call me Reiku. Using my chakra affinity as a code name seems appropriate. Were it not for Kakashi's reminder, Quan might have overlooked his Umbu identity. Suit yourself. After all, you haven't officially joined the Umbu yet. Then how about we have a little contest? A contest? Kakashi was quite taken aback by Quan's suggestion. Although Quan had demonstrated commendable combat skills previously, he doubted that even a match with a Nin was within Quan's reach, let alone against himself. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of fighting you right now. Since it's rather dull on the road, why not compete in something else? While contemplating the burdensome tasks assigned by the system, Quan suddenly realized something. The system stated that the task was to defeat Kakashi, but it did not specify the method. The previous competitions between Kakashi and his close friend had not solely been about combat. Even games of chance were included. Thus, if he were to best Kakashi in some other aspect, would that not still count as defeating him? It was precisely this thought that prompted Izumi to challenge Kakashi to a contest. Speak up. What shall we compete in? As long as it does not hinder our mission. I have no objections. In truth, Kakashi was somewhat intrigued by the peculiar notion that Izumi was concocting. Since you suggested it, Kakashi, let us proceed with the competition. Izumi articulated the nature of the contest she had in mind, causing Kakashi to nearly lose his footing and tumble from the tree. This competition will not impede our mission's progress, or are you too timid to compete with me? Izumi cast a scornful glance at Kakashi. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, the expression of a 4-year-old child mimicking a brash adult would have been quite odd. The outcome of the contest between Izumi and Kakashi resulted in Izumi's victory, and she successfully completed her task. However, following this competition, Kakashi was shrouded in an inescapable shadow of despair. Come now, you shouldn't be this way. It's merely a loss in a contest. Is it truly worth such dismay? Besides, you didn't lose anything substantial to me, just a meal of Ichiraka ramen. Is this reaction truly warranted? Observing Kakashi's forlorn expression, Izumi suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for her insensitivity. You don't understand. I never anticipated losing to a mere child. If it were a battle, I could accept defeat. But, never mind, I don't wish to engage with you any longer. With that, Kakashi quickened his pace, maintaining a deliberate distance from her. After all, was it truly necessary to be so despondent over a contest of who could release water further? Could it be that Kakashi was unable to handle defeat? This seemed improbable to Izumi, who muttered quietly behind him. Fortunately, her voice was barely audible, otherwise, Kakashi might have resorted to a more aggressive response. While some matters are indeed trivial, losing in certain contexts can be quite humiliating, especially when defeated by a 4-year-old. Throughout their journey, Kakashi remained silent, which left Izumi feeling somewhat helpless, regretting her decision to challenge him. Yet, her initial intention had merely been to experiment. She never anticipated that such a contest could also serve a purpose. Thankfully, she had her troublesome system to keep her company, preventing her from becoming too bored. Hey, system. Can't you assign me a different task? What do you even call this main quest? Are you certain it isn't just a ploy to make me look foolish? Moreover, are you sure that my actions won't lead the Hyuga clan to inflict severe consequences upon me? This was not the first time Izumi had voiced her grievances to the system, which unwaveringly maintained its stance. No substitutions would be made. I've made my decision. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the rogue troublemaker system. Izumi felt exasperated. The task of defeating Kakashi promised a C-rank lightning release technique, lightning release, lightning walk, which was a commendable reward. However, if it required a genuine confrontation with Kakashi to attain such a prize, it seemed rather burdensome. Say what you will. But if you continue to slander this system, do you believe I won't change your task to a time-sensitive one? System, I concede my error. If you truly change it to a time-limited task, how could I possibly fulfill it? While I indeed have affection for Hinata, she is merely 4 years old. If you expect me to kiss her, I fear I might be perceived as a monster deserving of condemnation. The latest task assigned by the system was to kiss Hinata in the presence of witnesses. This might be acceptable for 2 4-year-olds, but Izumi's spirit, having matured over the years, now resided in a body of over 20 years. Such an act felt exceedingly challenging. Consider yourself fortunate. Although the main quest had no time constraints, Izumi remained deep in thought, pondering matters known only to herself. Soon, Izumi and Kakashi arrived at their destination, and upon arrival, Izumi was astonished, for this place was known as Danzai Street, the very location where Naruto and Jiraiya had discovered Tsunade. It was Izumi's first visit here, and he was eager to explore. However, given his status as a member of the Umbu with a mission at hand, he could not afford to appear openly in public. This is our objective. Your task is to ensure your own safety. The opponent possesses formidable strength, with one among them likely being a Jonin. Under such circumstances, I cannot guarantee your protection. Your abilities need not be concealed. This time, we must eliminate all adversaries. Kakashi, despite viewing Izumi as a burden, still showed concern for him. Although they had previously experienced some discord, Kakashi was not one to seek revenge. Do not worry. While my strength may not rival that of a Chunin, I can certainly hold my own. Moreover, I hope to hone my skills through this battle, Izumi whispered. Hearing his words, Kakashi hesitated briefly but chose not to voice his thoughts. Together, they swiftly approached their target, where a total of 20 individuals were resting by the riverside. Silently, Izumi and Kakashi dismantled the traps in the vicinity and positioned themselves close to the group. I will use fire release, and you should employ wind release for a direct attack. A surprise assault should yield some casualties among them, Izumi suggested quietly. Kakashi nodded in agreement, evidently approving of Izumi's strategy. Thus, the battle commenced. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized and soared towards the rogue ninjas, while Kakashi promptly initiated his attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind amplified the flames, and the combined strength of Izumi and Kakashi's ninjutsu surged tremendously, transforming the original great fireball into an expansive area technique. The flames surged forth like a wall of fire. Several Chunin, unaccustomed to such a sight, were taken aback. Although they had seen combat before, they had never encountered a spectacle of this magnitude. Their defection from Konohagakure stemmed from a lack of hope for advancement, indicating that their abilities were not particularly strong. Earth release, earth flow wall. The sole Jonin among them reacted swiftly, casting an earth release technique to create a barrier. However, facing a combined ninjutsu, a solitary earth technique proved insufficient. The Earth Flow Wall's defense crumbled in less than 3 seconds, but that was ample time. Earth Release, multiple Earth Flow Walls. This time, the Earth technique successfully obstructed the combined assault, albeit at the cost of separating the Jonin from the others. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Izumi took the initiative, demonstrating the lightning release technique he had just mastered. The unsuspecting Chunin were struck by the Earth Walk before they could react to the combined ninjutsu. Wind Release, Breakthrough. A few Chunin regained their composure and launched a counterattack. However, with his Sharingan activated, Izumi not only evaded their assault but also successfully copied their ninjutsu. As he used the Sharingan for the first time to replicate a technique, Izumi could not help but feel that the Sharingan was indeed an exceptional ocular ability. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The second fire release ninjutsu emerged, unleashing a vast array of flames and a scattered assault. Infuriatingly, it was from the Uchiha clan. Do not look into his eyes. One of the Nin recognized Izumi's identity, and the Uchiha name resonated powerfully throughout the ninja world. Consequently, the Nin who had initially intended to surround Kakashi redirected their focus towards Izumi. Cursed fate. Faced with 10 Nin, Izumi felt no confidence and swiftly turned to flee. He harbored no delusions of honor that would prevent his escape. He darted away at the utmost speed in one direction, while Kakashi, with a look akin to that of a dead fish, observed Izumi's retreat. Your comrade seems to be in dire straits. Will you not assist him? A Nin stood opposite Kakashi, instinctively sensing the complexity of the ambu before him. Although he was a Nin, he had been temporarily elevated on the battlefield. His prowess surpassed that of ordinary Nin, yet he fell short of true Nin strength. Confronted by Konoha Sanbu, he felt a tangible lack of assurance. That young boy is far from ordinary. Perhaps he will resolve the battle before I do. As Kakashi mused, he launched his attack. Meanwhile, Izumi was fleeing at maximum velocity, pursued closely by relentless foes. Despite his utmost efforts, the limitations of his 4-year-old body became evident. Ultimately, a multitude of Nin caught up with him and encircled him. Very impressive, but regrettably, your vision leaves much to be desired. As he spoke, Izumi transformed into a puff of white smoke, leaving the encircling Nin bewildered. What? Shadow clone? Where is his true body? However, before the Nin could react, it was already too late. Explosion. A single word unleashed a torrent of explosive tags, compelling the pursuing Nin to converge towards the center. At that moment, a figure emerged. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Torrential flames surged towards the Nin at the center. Despite their vigorous attempts at defense, how could they possibly withstand a B-rank ninjutsu? The rest is up to you. A mere lightning clone cannot eliminate that Nin. As Kakashi spoke, he sprinted back towards his previous direction. Indeed, it was Kakashi Hatake who had unleashed the B-rank ninjutsu. Earlier, Izumi had executed the Great Fireball technique as a trap, while Kakashi had utilized a transformation technique to assume Izumi's likeness. It was Kakashi's lightning clone that confronted the Nin. With Kakashi's departure, Izumi clutched a kunai tightly and began to assess the still-breathing Nin around him. One by one, lives slipped away under his hand, and curiously, Izumi felt no discomfort. 6 Nin perished at his hands, and combined with the 5 who had fallen to the Great Fireball, his mission to eliminate 10 had been completed. However, a sudden thought struck Izumi. What would be the reward if he were to slay that Nin as well? Having resolved the situation at hand, Izumi collected the severed heads of the Nin and sealed them within a scroll before hastening to support Kakashi. When Izumi returned to the previous location, Kakashi was leisurely seated, engrossed in his reading of Paradise of Affection. As for the Nin, he had already been pierced through the chest by some unseen force. Upon witnessing this scene, Izumi recognized that it was Kakashi's signature jutsu, Raikiri. How did you finish so quickly? I was hoping to witness the battle between Nin. I am quite disappointed that it ended like this. His strength was hardly that of a true Nin, merely slightly stronger than a Nin. Did you take care of those individuals? Of course. Your jutsu essentially annihilated them. I merely delivered the finishing blow. All their heads are right here. With that, he handed Kakashi the scroll containing the severed heads. Kakashi stowed away Paradise of Affection and placed the scroll back into his ninja tool pouch. Turning to head towards the direction of Konoha, Izumi obediently followed behind Kakashi, initially expecting a fierce battle, only to find that it was merely a matter of collecting trophies. Indeed, it was a grim harvest of heads. It is often said that Kakashi is evenly matched with the elite of the elite, yet the reality is far from this. Upon reflection, in the manga, the opponent's Kakashi encounters are either exceedingly formidable or serve merely to provide experience for the protagonist. If Kakashi resolved all battles single-handedly, what would be left for the protagonist to do? Ding. Side quest completed. You have earned 100 points and acquired a fragment of a special jutsu scroll. The system's voice chimed, marking the completion of this side quest. On the return journey, Izumi had successfully executed the task, having dispatched 11 nin, thereby securing her reward of 100 points along with a fragment of a special jutsu scroll. Upon seeing such rewards, Izumi found herself at a loss for words regarding the system. Dear system, could you at least provide me with something of value? I am in dire need of life-saving tools, and what you offer is quite meager. Meager? The reward this time is rather commendable, while the points may be fewer. The other items are quite valuable. Are you referring to the fragment of the special jutsu scroll? What use is that? Does it contain an S-rank jutsu? Even if it does, I cannot learn it at this moment, and given my current condition, I am hardly capable of wielding an S-rank jutsu. You have a rather rosy view of S-rank jutsu. This fragment contains the true Flying Thunder God technique. I recall that when you arrived in this world, you were incessantly lamenting your desire for that jutsu. The true Flying Thunder God technique? Are you suggesting that the Flying Thunder God employed by the 2nd and 4th Hokage was false? The power of the Flying Thunder God is well acknowledged. If both Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato wielded a counterfeit version, what then could be the true terror of this jutsu? It is not entirely false. Their versions are merely prototypes. The authentic Flying Thunder God does not require physical contact with the target to set a mark for teleportation. However, you are still far from reaching such a level. For now, you should diligently complete your tasks, and perhaps when I am in a generous mood, I might bestow upon you another fragment. As for such a response, Izumi finds herself at a loss for words. While the Flying Thunder God technique is undeniably enticing, being burdened with such a system leaves her feeling rather despondent about her future. The issuance of rewards seems to depend solely on one's mood. How absurd. Is this truly a system? It is indeed a most unfortunate predicament. Do not be disheartened. If you complete this main quest, I shall grant you a fragment as a reward. The troublesome system seems to sense Izumi's thoughts and offers a semblance of comfort. The main quest? You dare speak of that? Kissing Hinata counts as a main quest? Are you trying to have me hunted by the Hyuga clan? Izumi retorts. By the way, since you decide the rewards, does that mean you also control the tasks? Indeed, should you continue to berate me, I could assign you to face off against Uchiha Madara. Or even challenge Kagaya Otsutsuki directly. Or perhaps make you perform a dance in the streets of Konoha for 3 minutes, completely unclothed. Great one, you are my esteemed superior. I apologize, I should not speak ill of you. Faced with such a system, what recourse does one have? Besides enduring, what else is there to do? Well, that is more agreeable. Serve me well, and I shall grant you some simpler tasks to complete. Kakashi escorted Izumi back to the Hokage building to submit their mission. This task had spanned 4 days, but following its completion, Izumi was granted a few days of leave, an allowance made by the Third Hokage, considering her mental and physical well-being. After submitting the mission, Izumi hurried to Training Ground 7. It was nearly noon, and on the field, a small figure was diligently practicing gentle fist techniques. Hinata, take a break. Balance between work and rest is essential for effective training. As Izumi stepped forward, she felt a twinge of disappointment upon not seeing Itachi or Shisui. Yet her heart fluttered slightly at the sight of Hinata. Izumi, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Hinata, unaware that Izumi had become a member of the Umbu and was on a mission, assumed Izumi was merely attending to personal matters. Yes, relatively smoothly. What has Brother Itachi been teaching you these past few days? He has been instructing me on chakra control. And now I can easily climb to the top of a tree. Today, I will start practicing walking on water. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi nodded. When it comes to the training of the Hyuga clan, outsiders can hardly provide assistance. Perhaps the only aid they can offer is in teaching other aspects of training. Chakra control is paramount, whether in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or even taijutsu. All require the utilization of chakra. Hinata, let us take a short break and go have lunch together. Without waiting for Hinata to object, Izumi took her hand and led her toward a Chiraka ramen. As they walked side by side, Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, little did they know, this outing would lead them to encounter some rather bothersome individuals. As Izumi and Hinata emerged from the Uchiha clan stronghold, they unexpectedly encountered 2 Uchiha ninjas. Although this was not unusual given that they were in the Uchiha's territory, The sight of Hinata beside Izumi incited a palpable disdain in the two ninjas, who launched an attack on Hinata without uttering a word. "What are you doing?" Izumi exclaimed, deflecting a shuriken with her kunai while shielding Hinata behind her. "What business does a Hyuga brat have here? She must be here to spy on our Uchiha secrets. If you have any sense, you'd better scram, or I'll take you down as well," one of the Uchiha, Peikai, declared. Upon hearing such a flimsy excuse, Izumi could not help but wonder if this individual had lost his wits. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan were both established families of Konoha. What was so peculiar about her presence? This was not only the Uchiha's residence but also part of the village. "Peikai, is your failure on a mission making you lash out at others? Be careful, or you might find yourself confined by the clan leader," Izumi retorted. Peikai was 9 years her senior and already a genin, yet his skills were far from impressive. In Izumi's eyes, he was utterly lacking in every aspect save for his Uchiha surname. Yet, this arrogant individual looked down on everyone else, resulting in the highest failure rate for missions among his peers. "Izumi Uchiha, you're courting death," Peikai shouted as he charged at her. Seeing this, Izumi swiftly countered, launching 3 shurikens simultaneously at a perplexing angle toward Peikai. Caught off guard by Izumi's unexpected retaliation and her skillful technique, Peikai began to doubt his own senses. He managed to block 2 of the shuriken with his kunai, but the third sliced through his right leg, causing him to stumble precariously. Observing Peikai's injury, Uchiha Ame joined the fray, now outnumbering Izumi. Protecting Hinata while facing 2 adversaries posed a significant challenge, but Izumi's prowess had grown considerably. Using wires to manipulate the shuriken knocked away by Peikai, she launched another assault. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Peikai resorted to the substitution technique to evade her attack. However, he underestimated Izumi, who anticipated his move. As he executed the substitution, Izumi appeared directly in front of him, and, without allowing him a moment to react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. At that moment, Ame hurled her kunai at Izumi. Utilizing the substitution technique, Izumi narrowly avoided the attack and reappeared behind Ame, a kunai poised threateningly at her throat. "Can this farce come to an end? I have a meal to attend to and lack the inclination to engage in your antics," Izumi remarked. Regarding Peijiao and Yume, Quan holds little affection for them. Indeed, they are a case of birds of a feather flocking together. Despite their evident lack of capability, they possess an unwarranted arrogance, believing themselves to be prodigies at the tender age of 12 or 13. One cannot help but wonder if their talents are merely concentrated in their audacity. "Quan, mark my words, for colluding with the Hyuga clan to harm our kin, I shall seek justice." As she uttered this fierce proclamation, Yume stowed away her ninja tools, and Quan released her grip, completely disregarding the threat. Upon concluding the skirmish, Quan clasped Hinata's hand and departed. After walking a considerable distance, Hinata timidly spoke up, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "Hinata, you mustn't blame yourself for this. They are notorious for seeking trouble and have always bullied the ordinary. They likely failed their mission and sought to assert their existence here. Now, let us dine. Do not dwell on them any longer." Hinata nodded and continued to follow closely behind Quan, her gaze lingering on her companion. After their lunch, Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan. As her time outside was limited to the morning, she had to return home in the afternoon. Quan, on the other hand, returned to the training grounds but did not rush into her practice. "System, why is it that no one in the Hyuga clan can utilize ninjutsu? Is it that none of them possess any of the 5 elemental chakra types?" Quan was perplexed about the Hyuga clan. The reason they cannot employ other forms of ninjutsu is due to their rigorous training in gentle fist, which necessitates more delicate chakra pathways than those of others. While this results in greater precision in chakra control and the ability to execute techniques like pressure point strikes, it inhibits the use of ninjutsu, though basic techniques like body replacement jutsu remain accessible. System, is there truly no way for Hinata to learn other ninjutsu? Although the Hyuga clan possesses commendable combat skills, Quan felt they were stagnating. "I can indeed help, provided you are willing to spend points. I can enable Hinata to utilize ninjutsu like any other ninja. How many points would it require?" "Not much, merely 1,000 points." Upon hearing the system's unscrupulous offer, Quan reluctantly abandoned this somewhat impractical notion. After all, 1,000 points equate to 5 A-rank missions, and with her current strength, even a B-rank mission could prove fatal. At present, the jutsu Quan had mastered included lightning release, body flicker, fire release, great fireball, fire release, phoenix fire technique, and body replacement jutsu. While sufficient for a genin, Quan aspired to more than just the basics, thus seeking greater challenges. System, are there any tasks suitable for me to undertake at this moment? I must insist on having a choice. Do not present me with those dreadful tasks. Oh, you seek tasks? That is easily arranged. Instinctively sensing mischief, Quan nearly protested, but was interrupted by the familiar sound of the system's notification. Ding! A side quest has emerged. Challenge the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and earn his recognition. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, 8 gates technique. Failure results in a deduction of 100 points. Be warned, negative points will lead to annihilation. Upon reviewing the side quest, Izumi found herself at a loss for words. She merely desired to undertake a task to hone her skills, yet the difficulty level of this challenge seemed exceedingly daunting. While the reward was indeed substantial, the completion difficulty likely approached the S rank. System, I concede, I should not have engaged with you. Izumi remarked as she dashed towards the Hokage building, knowing that a surprise attack on the Hokage was utterly implausible. Hence, she resolved to formally request a challenge. Once composed, Izumi recognized that, despite its apparent difficulty, the task was not insurmountable. The ultimate goal was to gain the acknowledgement of the Third Hokage. Enter. Came the voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi from behind the door before Izumi could even knock. Third Hokage, she greeted. I have come to challenge you. You wish to challenge me? He inquired. Indeed, I seek to gauge the disparity between my strength and that of the strongest in the ninja world. Moreover, I yearn to grow stronger. For only then can I protect myself and safeguard my village. Upon hearing her words, Hiruzen set aside the documents he had been reviewing and rose to his feet. Izumi, having voiced her intentions, fell silent, awaiting his response. If he declined, she would have to devise another plan. Very well. It has been some time since I last engaged in a bout. Follow me. Relieved by the Third Hokage's acquiescence, Izumi exhaled deeply and trailed behind him as they departed the Hokage building. They soon arrived at a secluded underground training ground, an expansive space devoid of any observers. This is my private training arena, where no one can monitor your efforts. You may unleash your full potential, Hiruzen declared. Fully aware that Izumi wished to conceal her true capabilities, having been privy to her secret agreement with Hinata. Forgive me, Izumi said, and without further ado, she launched 12 shurikens simultaneously, activating her Sharingan. The enhanced perception granted by her eyes allowed her to manipulate the shurikens with remarkable precision. In response to Izumi's assault, Hiruzen effortlessly countered with a kunai, deflecting the shurikens with remarkable ease. Observing this, Izumi deftly used wires to control the shurikens for a second attack on the Third Hokage. Hiruzen, already anticipating such a maneuver, continued to parry her strikes with his kunai. However, at that moment, Izumi unleashed her second wave of offense. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards Hiruzen, who regarded her jutsu with a glimmer of admiration. Earth style, Earth Wall. Despite activating her Sharingan, Izumi could not discern the hand seals Hiruzen performed, nor could she replicate them. However, Izumi had no intention of replicating an Earth Release ninjutsu, even if he could. He would be incapable of wielding it. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. The formidable lightning surged directly toward the Third Hokage. Although the Third Hokage's strength far surpassed Izumi's, it is well known that Earth Release is countered by Lightning Release, and the Third Hokage was not utilizing his full power. Thus, the Earthen Wall was successfully obliterated by Earth Walk. The Lightning Release technique succeeded, and the Third Hokage anticipated that Izumi would press the advantage. Yet, to his astonishment, Izumi vanished from his line of sight, a scenario that left him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, the Third Hokage seemed to perceive something. He hurled a kunai toward the nearby debris. However, before the kunai could reach its target, a puff of white smoke erupted. It turned out that while the Third Hokage's attention was diverted by the Great Fireball and Earth Walk, Izumi had cleverly utilized the transformation technique to conceal himself amidst the shattered earthen wall, hoping to deceive the Third Hokage. Reality proved that Izumi's notions were overly simplistic, as he was immediately discovered. Fire Release, Hibiscus Flower. The extensive hibiscus flower technique aimed not only to harm the enemy but also to obscure the Third Hokage's vision. Simultaneously, leveraging the formidable insight of the Sharingan, Izumi swiftly approached the Third Hokage through the gaps in the hibiscus flower. The Third Hokage easily evaded Izumi's feigned assault. When Izumi drew near, the Third Hokage remained calm, effortlessly defending against Izumi's strikes, even with the Sharingan's exceptional perceptive abilities. Breaching the Third Hokage's defenses to inflict harm was an impossible feat for Izumi, given his current strength. Nevertheless, Izumi pressed on with unwavering resolve, relentlessly attacking the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage, curious to ascertain the true extent of Izumi's capabilities, refrained from launching a counterattack and opted for passive defense. Just as the Third Hokage blocked Izumi's punch once more, he suddenly noticed a shuriken being thrown, but the target was not him. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald danger, prompting the Third Hokage to heighten his vigilance. It would be quite embarrassing to suffer injury in front of a younger opponent. The shuriken was indeed not aimed at the Third Hokage, but was intended to complete a trap. As the shuriken soared through the air, Izumi swiftly yanked the wire in his hand, causing the wires on the ground to spring up, ensnaring the Third Hokage within their grasp. Izumi understood that such an attack was insufficient to harm the Third Hokage. Thus, he hastily formed hand seals, summoning the Great Fireball technique once more. Flames surged along the wire directly toward the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by this unexpected assault, regarded Izumi with newfound respect, forming hand seals to conjure an earth flow wall to thwart all the flames. Observing this scene, Izumi did not dwell on it. He suddenly vanished. When Izumi reappeared, he was already behind the Third Hokage. Sensing Izumi's abrupt emergence, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with curiosity about Izumi's intentions. Explode. A sudden explosion erupted behind the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, catching him completely off guard and forcing him to retreat. For Izumi, managing to push back such a seasoned warrior was undeniably a source of pride. I concede. Lord Third, he declared. Although he possessed hidden cards, Izumi understood that even if he revealed them, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. The recent explosion stemmed solely from the Third Hokage's underestimation. If the battle were to continue, Izumi believed he would stand no chance whatsoever. Impressive, the Third Hokage remarked. At your age, such strength is commendable. I hope you will diligently protect Konoha in the future. Remember, where the leaves dance, the fire shall eternally blaze. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. This is the will of the first Hokage and the essence of the fire. Upon hearing the Third Hokage's words, Izumi nodded. He could not deny the charismatic nature of the Third Hokage. Had he not been well versed in the intricacies of the shinobi world, Izumi might have been swayed by his sentiments. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will strive to protect Konoha, he affirmed, intentionally glossing over the Uchiha clan. Although the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha had not yet reached their zenith, significant discord remained, and the impending conflict was merely a matter of time. Thus, Izumi knew he had to choose his allegiances wisely. The Uchiha clan was evidently not the ideal faction. 3 years hence, the only formidable members of the Uchiha clan would be Fugaku and Itachi. Even with the butterfly effect ensuring Shisui's survival, it would not alter the tide of battle. Excluding the various clans within Konoha, formidable figures such as Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Danzo stood resolutely, their strength far surpassing that of the Uchiha. Only the arrogant Uchiha clan believed they could succeed in a coup. Remember, Konoha will always be your home. The explosion you orchestrated was executed using explosive tags on your shadow clone, correct? Such a tactic is indeed effective, but do not overuse it. The key lies in striking unexpectedly, the Third Hokage advised. I understand, Lord Third, Izumi replied, recognizing that such a surprise attack could only be employed once. Otherwise, the opponent would surely catch on. More importantly, he acknowledged that success was never guaranteed with such maneuvers. Ding. Side quest completed. Challenge successful. Reward, 8 gates of opening. Due to surpassing the base completion criteria, a random ninjutsu scroll has been awarded. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi paused momentarily, prompting a curious glance from the Third Hokage. Izumi, what troubles you? Is there an issue? No, I was merely taken aback by your strength. It is indeed a stroke of luck for Konoha to have you as its leader, he responded, concealing the truth regarding the system. The Third Hokage remained oblivious to Izumi's unusual demeanor, and no matter how astute he was, he could never fathom the existence of such a system. The system. While I am familiar with the 8 gates of Duinjia, I find myself perplexed by the random ninjutsu scroll. Could it truly unlock every ninjutsu? Indeed. The random ninjutsu scroll has the potential to reveal any ninjutsu that you are currently capable of mastering. If it happens to yield a ninjutsu you have already learned, you will be granted an additional chance for a new random selection. However, this scroll is not without its limitations. It will not produce S-rank, forbidden techniques, or sealing jutsu. This time, the rather frustrating system provided a thorough explanation of the rewards for the task at hand. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Izumi could not help but marvel at the fact that the system had finally spared him from misfortune. Were it not for the presence of the Third Hokage by his side, he might have been moved to tears. Since the inception of the system, Izumi had faced misfortune in nearly every task. Ding. System notification. Main quest. Complete the Umbu mission alone. Task reward. Physical enhancement. Before he could revel in this news, the system chimed in again, nearly startling him to death, for his greatest fear was being assigned a particularly troublesome task. Izumi, you performed admirably on your previous mission. You should continue to strive alongside Kakashi. However, do ensure you rest early tonight, while maintaining diligence in your training. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was quite pleased with Izumi's performance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Izumi bid farewell to the third Hokage and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence, only to find himself on the receiving end of some unfriendly gazes. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he encountered Shisui, who had just returned from a mission. Shisui, brother, Izumi, come with me. With a look of surprise, Izumi followed Shisui, and those around him ceased their scrutiny upon seeing him being led away. You injured Peijiao? What exactly transpired? He claims you colluded with outsiders to harm him, yet Lord Fugaku did not believe his words, which is why you have not been apprehended. Izumi never imagined that Peijiao would resort to slandering him first. Nevertheless, this incident had altered Izumi's perception of deceitful individuals. With a soft sigh, he recounted the events as they had unfolded, convinced that Shisui would come to his aid, for he did not believe he had acted excessively in this matter. Is that so? Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer unjustly. We will speak with Lord Fugaku. Before Izumi could voice his sentiments, Shisui had already taken him towards the heart of the Uchiha clan. Izumi had not anticipated meeting Fugaku in such a manner, and more importantly, he was unprepared for what Fugaku might say. Shisui, let us drop this matter. You already know the truth. Just clarifying the situation will suffice. As for how it is handled, with you by my side, I am certain I will not come to harm. If I accompany you to see Lord Fugaku, it will appear as though I am reporting him, and since we are all of the same clan, there is no need to escalate this issue. Shisui was taken aback by Izumi's perspective. In truth, his intention in bringing Izumi along was to reassure him that the clan did not harbor any ill will towards him. The negative remarks from others stemmed solely from Peijiao's manipulation. Is that truly how you feel? Certainly. However, dear Shisui, if you could grant me the opportunity to learn ninjutsu as compensation, I would be most obliged. For Izumi, the most pressing deficiency at present is indeed ninjutsu. Currently, aside from the body flicker technique, his repertoire consists solely of the Great Fireball technique, the Phoenix Fire technique, and the Earth Walking technique. While this may suffice for a typical genin, what ninja would ever find in excess of ninjutsu to be a burden? As for you, rest assured that I shall provide you with ninjutsu when the right opportunity arises. Regarding the matter of the duel, we shall proceed as you suggested. But rest assured there will be some form of punishment involved. Izumi readily accepted this outcome. However, the arrogant Uchiha Peijiao harbored a different sentiment. He attributed all faults to Shisui, believing that it was Shisui's presence that led to his punishment. Thus, not long after, he attempted to ambush Shisui, the consequences of which were all too predictable. In the following 2 days, Izumi spent his time at the training ground, accompanied by Shisui, who was resting, and Hinata Hyuga. Neither Shisui nor Itachi bore any ill will towards this outsider, and Shisui offered Hinata some guidance. Though merely 4 years old, Hinata was still considerably stronger than her peers, even if she did not match Izumi's prodigious talent. The 3-day leave passed swiftly, and soon Izumi found himself once again embarking on a mission with Kakashi. Kakashi, Izumi. Your task this time is to escort the daimyo of the Land of Evening back to his homeland. Ostensibly, I shall dispatch others to protect the daimyo, while the two of you will operate discreetly to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Should a rebellion arise upon the daimyo's return, you two will assist in quelling it. As Kakashi and Izumi entered, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, outlined the mission. Originally, Izumi was not meant to partake in such an operation, but due to the unusual tensions between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, most of the Umbu had been dispatched, leaving Izumi merely as a filler. Kakashi led Izumi on their journey, and outside the village, they encountered the ninjas assigned to escort the daimyo, all of whom were familiar faces: Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma Sarutobi. Izumi felt a deep familiarity with these three, yet he found himself puzzled. Was this mission truly so formidable? Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Izumi understood that Kakashi, given his nature, would not divulge any answers. Thus, he resolved to complete the task at hand with diligence. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the journey was remarkably tranquil as they departed from the borders of the Land of Fire, heading towards the Land of Evening. Silver, There are individuals approaching. It had been half a day since leaving the borders of the Land of Fire when Izumi sensed that someone was rapidly closing in. Do not engage just yet. Leave everything to them. We are only responsible for handling emergencies. If Izumi could detect the presence of foes, Kakashi was certainly not oblivious. Izumi nodded. In truth, he was aware that he would not be able to partake in this battle. The three approaching ninjas were all Jonin level. Should Izumi intervene, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. Who are you? Upon the emergence of their adversaries, Guy positioned himself resolutely at the forefront, while Asuma and Kurenai shielded the daimyo's side. The three Jonin remained silent, yet simultaneously charged towards Guy. Confronted by the oncoming foes, Guy was not one to remain passive. He deftly evaded their attacks with a subtle shift backward. The third gate, the open gate, is now unleashed. Konoha's strong whirlwind. Aware that his opponents were all Jonin, Guy intended to show no mercy, promptly activating the third gate of the 8 gates formation. Empowered by the 8 gates, Guy's speed transcended the ordinary, and thus, the Jonin on his left was caught off guard and sent soaring with a powerful kick. Witnessing this spectacle, Izumi could not help but admire Guy's taijutsu. However, her admiration was short-lived as she then observed the Jonin he had kicked transforming into a puddle of water. A water clone? Realizing he had misidentified his target, Guy swiftly maneuvered to appear behind another Jonin, just as that Jonin prepared to counterattack. Water style, water curtain jutsu. A curtain of water manifested before Guy, and his attack landed upon it. Expecting his strike to shatter the fragile water barrier, Guy was taken aback when his blow failed to penetrate even slightly, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. In that instant, the Jonin unleashed another ninjutsu. Water style, water explosion wave. In response to the incoming assault, Guy utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from his original position, reappearing before Asuma and Kurenai. Guy, do not charge in recklessly alone. Although aware of Guy's impulsive nature, Asuma felt compelled to intervene, wishing to restrain the spirited youth of Konoha. Asuma, while speaking, initiated his own ninjutsu. Fire style, ash pile burning. A substantial volume of ash-like substance erupted from Asuma's mouth. The Jonin who had previously battled Guy instinctively sensed danger as he approached, yet upon being enveloped by the ash, nothing appeared to happen, leaving him perplexed. Noticing his opponent's bewilderment, Asuma revealed a sly smile of triumph. He then ignited the kindling concealed within his molars, causing the area shrouded in ash to erupt in a tremendous explosion. The unfortunate Jonin, caught unawares by such a technique, found himself enveloped by Asuma's jutsu before he could even contemplate escape or defense, ultimately reduced to charred remains. With one Jonin lost and another vanished, the remaining Jonin finally completed his hand seals. Water style, grand waterfall technique. A torrential deluge surged forth, akin to a breach dam, hurtling towards the daimyo of the Land of Evening, as well as Guy and Asuma. Observing this scene, Izumi hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Aware that her mission was to escort and ensure the safety of the daimyo, a mere mortal struck by such a waterfall would likely meet their demise. However, Izumi suddenly noticed Kakashi beside her, intently focused on his book, Ika Paradise. Hey, Silver, are you certain you want to step in? The three of them may not be able to withstand the waterfall. Just watch closely, he replied. As Kakashi began to speak, Asuma finally made his move. Fire release, dragon flame dance. A colossal fire dragon materialized out of thin air, charging directly toward the oncoming waterfall. While it is commonly known that water extinguishes fire, there comes a point when flames, powerful enough, can indeed overpower water. Ninja technique, mist shadow technique. The combination of fire and water produced a dense steam that obscured vision entirely. Coupled with the mist shadow technique, visibility was utterly compromised. Even the usually nonchalant Kakashi sheathed his Nintendo device, ready to lend aid at any moment. It was not only Kai and his companions who were engulfed in the mist. Kakashi and Izumi were also affected. Izumi, realizing her status as a mere burden against a seasoned Jonin, activated her Sharingan, knowing that any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. Silver, what should we do? In this situation, we cannot ascertain the circumstances. And even if we wish to provide assistance, it may be too late. Despite activating her Sharingan, Izumi found herself unable to see anything, which only heightened her anxiety. For a ninja, the unknown represents the most formidable adversary. Do not panic. Those three are far from easy prey, Kakashi remarked, his back turned. Although he reassured Izumi, it was evident that he shared her concern for Kai and the others' safety. In the midst of the fog, Kai, Asuma, and Kurenai shielded the Lord of the Land of the Rising Sun, finding their current predicament quite unfavorable. Were it not for the Lord's presence, they could have easily concealed themselves. However, that was an impossibility now. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempest raged as Asuma attempted to disperse the surrounding mist, only to discover his efforts were in vain. While the great breakthrough temporarily cleared some fog, it quickly thickened again once the wind subsided. The trio understood that the mist would not dissipate easily. Water release. Water dragon bullet. As the potent water technique emerged, Asuma instinctively sought to counter with a fire technique. However, a flurry of shurikens interrupted his hand seals. With his formation disrupted, he was unable to unleash his jutsu, and the water dragon bullet surged toward him. In this critical moment, Kai stepped forward. Dynamic. Leaf Hurricane. As an enhanced version of the Leaf Hurricane, this technique's power vastly surpassed its predecessor. Empowered by the blue chakra emanating from his feet, Kai shattered the enormous water dragon with a powerful kick. The two jonin cloaked in the mist beheld this spectacle with astonishment. They, along with the previously fallen jonin, were the elite of the mist village. Typically, the use of the mist shadow technique signaled the onset of their slaughter, and they had never encountered anyone capable of dismantling a B-rank technique like the water dragon bullet purely through their own jutsu. Is this fellow a monster? To dismantle a B-rank technique solely with ninjutsu? One robust mist ninja exclaimed. Do you recall the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Inquired a slender figure from the mist. Of course, how could I forget? What brings this up? Are you suggesting that the ninja clad in green is a descendant of that individual? The 7 ninja swordsmen were nearly annihilated by a mere Nin, who wielded the 8 gates technique. The existence of the 8 gates has established an unspoken rule within the Blood Mist Village. Any ninja radiating a crimson aura must be avoided at all costs, regardless of the task at hand. Those returning from such encounters would face no repercussions for mission failure, illustrating the dread that the 8 gates instills in the Mist Ninjas. The slender Mist Ninja recognized the 8 gates, and although the energy surrounding Guy was not red, he was already gripped by a sense of trepidation. How could this be? Yet, I refuse to concede. Even the 8 gates cannot be invincible. I simply need to eliminate him before he can unleash its power. A robust Mist Ninja also displayed fear, yet he was resolute in his decision not to retreat. Water style, water blade. A blade formed of water surged toward Guy, while simultaneously the sturdy Mist Ninja charged forth. Guy deftly evaded the water blade, directly confronting the Mist Ninja, who, aware that engaging in a physical confrontation would lead to his own downfall, swiftly unleashed a jutsu. Water style, water swallow. A multitude of water-based swallows surged toward Guy, compelling him to defend against their assault. At that moment, the robust Mist Ninja unveiled his ultimate technique. Water style, water prison jutsu. The swirling water swallows around Guy instantly dissipated into mere water, serving as the foundation for the water prison technique. Caught off guard, Guy found himself ensnared within the watery confines. As the robust Mist Ninja beheld Guy as his captive, a cruel smile crept across his face. Slaying a ninja utilizing the 8 gates would surely earn him accolades upon his return, perhaps even securing a position among the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, while his aspirations were lofty, reality was harsh. Though confined, one must not forget that Guy had comrades. Finally, the previously inactive Kurenai Yui sprang into action. Genjutsu, Nightmare of the Abyss. The robust Mist Ninja was taken aback by Kurenai's sudden attack. In the Blood Mist, it was rare for anyone to assist a trapped ally. Merely avoiding confrontation was already a significant feat, as the village prioritized missions over comradeship. Kurenai's Genjutsu plunged the sturdy Mist Ninja into a state of terror. As the Nightmare of the Abyss invoked fears buried deep within, ninjas with weaker mental fortitude were utterly defenseless against such an assault, and thus, the Mist Ninja, ensnared by fear, could no longer maintain the water prison technique, allowing Guy to escape. In that instant of liberation, Guy launched his counterattack. Leaf Hurricane. The unfortunate Mist Ninja, having just emerged from the grips of fear, was met with a leg imbued with turbulent wind, striking him before he could react, sending him hurtling backward. The force of Guy's kick reshaped the robust ninja's head, leaving no chance of survival. With the demise of the robust Mist Ninja, the techniques of the mist gradually dissipated, and soon all the fog vanished, leaving only the surviving Mist Ninja to flee. Red, upon discovering the last missing person, immediately spoke up. Understood. In response, Kurenai Yui promptly released her sensing technique, but she found no trace of the Mist Ninja within her perception. Thus, she declared, I cannot sense his presence. He must have escaped. Asuma nodded silently and approached the lifeless body of the jonin, who had been slain by Guy's kick, scrutinizing it carefully. To his disappointment, He found no identifying marks on the deceased ninja, not even a headband. Nothing at all. However, judging by their techniques, they must be from the village hidden in the mist. It's unexpected that the mist ninja would involve themselves in the affairs of the land of the evening. Although lacking definitive identification, it was not difficult to ascertain the identity of the foe, yet such judgments could not serve as evidence. This is unavoidable. Our land of the evening maintains a cordial relationship with your Konoha, yet the village hidden in the mist has always regarded us with disdain. The reason I sought your escort back home is due to concerns about potential actions from the mist. The daimyo of the land of the evening, Yu Yuin, spoke. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we shall ensure your safe return to the land of the evening. Asuma replied with a serious expression. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards the fleeing mist ninja. In response to the sudden onslaught from the Jonin of Konoha, the mist ninja reacted swiftly, unleashing his own ninjutsu at the first sign of danger. Water style, water barrier. The torrent of water successfully intercepted the great fireball, while the mist ninja, named Izumi, gazed solemnly at the fleeing foe. Konoha's Umbu? The diminutive mist ninja expressed disbelief at Izumi's transformation. He was astonished both by the fact that Konoha had dispatched Umbu operatives and by Izumi's youthful appearance. Despite wearing a mask, Izumi's stature betrayed his age. And coupled with his juvenile voice, it was nearly impossible not to perceive him as a mere child. Fire style, great fireball technique. In the span of mere seconds, a massive fireball materialized before the mist ninja, prompting him to evade immediately. Meanwhile, a flurry of shurikens flew forth from various angles, encircling the mist ninja. Damn it! The mist ninja was taken aback by the strength of such a young opponent and promptly halted to unleash his jutsu. Water style, water barrier. The wall of water not only thwarted the flames of the great fireball but also kept all the shurikens at bay. Had the mist ninja been able to observe Izumi's expression at that moment, he might have sensed deception. However, such a realization was, of course, impossible. Earth style, heart's beheading technique. While maintaining the water barrier, the mist ninja was swiftly ensnared by the heart's beheading technique, rendering him immobile as Kakashi emerged nonchalantly from the side, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Well done. You certainly captured his attention. The encounter between Izumi and the mist shinobi was brief, yet Izumi exhibited commendable combat prowess, prompting Kakashi to offer a perfunctory compliment. The diminutive mist shinobi was taken aback by the presence of another Umbu from Konoha. Upon seeing Kakashi, he realized that escape was futile. Without waiting for Kakashi to inquire, he promptly crushed the poison capsule in his mouth, committing suicide. How could he take his own life? I had hoped to extract some information. Had I known this would happen, I would have sought to capture him alive, Izumi lamented. Kakashi, are you aware that mist shinobi have a tendency to commit suicide upon capture? Do I? Kakashi responded, averting his gaze to the sky, feigning indifference. You, Izumi exclaimed, feeling exasperated. She had merely triumphed over him once, in a somewhat jesting manner, yet Kakashi seemed to harbor a grudge. Was he truly so petty, or prone to holding on to grudges? Let us continue our journey. Without allowing Izumi to speak further, Kakashi turned and sprinted towards the direction of the land of the evening's daimyo. Faced with this, Izumi reluctantly relinquished her impulse to strike Kakashi down. As Kakashi forged ahead, his usual vacant expression was replaced by one of smug satisfaction. It was evident that the earlier incident had been his form of retribution against Izumi, stemming from the embarrassment of being bested by a mere 4-year-old child in a floodgate competition. Seemingly, the loss of 3 Jonin had made the hidden mist village recognize that Konoha was not to be trifled with, as they encountered no further mist shinobi on their journey. Occasionally, when confronted by petty thieves, any ninja present would hastily retreat. As they traveled in peace, Izumi found herself perplexed. At this juncture, the mist was under the rule of Yagura. Although she was uncertain if he was still under Obito's influence, the mist shinobi were known for their ferocity. Even with the loss of 3 Jonin, she doubted they would easily relent. Silver, has this journey been unusually quiet? Aside from the assault by the 3 Jonin from the mist, nothing else has transpired. If this were the case, there would be no necessity for you, an Umbu, to be involved. Even the presence of 2 Jonin and a Chunin seems rather extravagant, she remarked as they continued on their path. It is indeed quite tranquil, however. The mist shinobi should not be underestimated. They are likely biding their time, planning to strike once the daimyo of the land of the evening returns, thereby not only eliminating a significant threat but also bringing shame to Konoha. This is precisely why you and I are here, Kakashi elucidated, fully aware of the implications of this temporary calm. In that case, why did Lord Third not allow Guy and the others to stay and assist us? To be honest, I do not believe that just the two of us can adequately defend the Land of the Evening. Although the Land of Fire is the most prosperous of the 5 great nations, against the Mist Shinobi, we might not be able to withstand them. From the very beginning, Izumi harbored doubts regarding this mission. If it were merely to escort the prominent figure of a small nation, there would be no need to mobilize such a lavish entourage. Conversely, if the intention was to prevent the impending demise of the Land of Twilight, then why were only Kakashi and herself left behind? Everything felt exceedingly peculiar. While my knowledge is limited, I believe the Third Hokage must have had other considerations. Kakashi, maintaining his characteristic deadpan expression, appeared completely unfazed by the task at hand. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Izumi chose to remain silent. Finally, their party arrived at the Land of Twilight. Upon arrival, Izumi felt a sense of resignation. Although it was termed a nation, its size was comparable to that of Konoha, if not smaller. After escorting the lord to his residence, Asuma and his team completed their mission and departed from the Land of Twilight. Witnessing their genuine departure only deepened Izumi's confusion. She had initially thought that Asuma and his team were merely feigning their exit to mislead the intelligence from the Mist Village, but it appeared they had truly left. Just as Izumi pondered the nature of this mission, Kakashi finally spoke. Reihyuo, you have a special task this time. You need not accompany me in handling the affairs of the Land of Twilight. This is the directive from the Third Hokage. With that, Kakashi handed a scroll to Izumi. After accepting the scroll, Kakashi vanished from sight. Izumi, now even more perplexed, activated the scroll and was greeted by the system's notification sound. Ding. System notification, main quest. Complete the covert mission alone. Covert mission accepted. Investigate the abandoned base of Orochimaru. Task reward, physical enhancement. The scroll Kakashi provided merely mentioned investigating an abandoned cave. Yet the system indicated it was Orochimaru's base. Who was Orochimaru? The initial boss responsible for the death of the Third Hokage and a villain who managed to survive until the end. He is a pivotal figure in the realm of ninja science. System, why do I feel as though you are setting me up for failure? You want me to confront Orochimaru directly? Are you sending me to my demise? I haven't wronged you lately. This isn't a fair game. Izumi wore a face of despair, her heart filled with a desire to strangle the wretched system. Not necessarily. Orochimaru might not even be present. The task states, investigate the abandoned base of Orochimaru. Since it is an abandoned base, how could he possibly be there? The system's voice echoed. Yet Izumi found such reasoning difficult to accept. Brother, you are my own flesh and blood. This is far too dangerous. Could you not assign me a task with lower risk? If I were to encounter Orochimaru, I fear I would be sliced to pieces. And your existence might be uncovered as well. Given Orochimaru's nature, he would undoubtedly torment you mercilessly. Izumi hoped the system would consider its own safety and refrain from compelling her to undertake this mission. Based on my calculations, the likelihood of Orochimaru discovering me is 0. Even if he were to reveal my existence, he would have no means to detect me, so do not overthink it. Upon hearing this, Quan realized that the system could no longer assist him. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead towards his destination. Following the scroll's guidance, he soon discovered the so-called cave. It must be said that an ordinary person would never suspect that a research facility lay hidden within this natural cavern. Taking a deep breath as he gazed into the inky darkness, Quan leaped into the abyss. Since it was a mission that must be completed, retreat was not an option. However, unbeknownst to Quan, his entrance had already been detected. To his surprise, a small mouse had found its way here. In the shadows, a pair of serpent-like eyes suddenly turned towards the cave's entrance. Cautiously, Quan navigated through the cave. Although it was an abandoned base, it was supposed to be safe. Yet, to Quan's astonishment, it seemed utterly devoid of any threats, not even a single trap. Eventually, he arrived at an artificially excavated area, and there, he encountered what he dreaded most, a vast array of enormous tanks filled with various mutated organs, all of which were functioning. System, is this what you call an abandoned base? This place is clearly operational. Can you guarantee that Orochimaru is not here? Quan continued to tread carefully. At this juncture, even if he chose to flee, safety was not assured, compelling him to press on. In response to Quan's inquiries, the system remained silent. Just then, Quan felt a chilling presence and instinctively dodged. However, when he turned to see what it was, he was met with a face he least wanted to see, Orochimaru. Upon laying eyes on him, Quan silently cursed the system's entire lineage. Wasn't it stated that this was an abandoned base? Wasn't it assured that Orochimaru was absent? What stood before him now was indeed the infamous Sannin. Oh, you recognize me? I never expected such a little brat to know who I am. Nonetheless, It is quite normal for someone investigating my base to be aware of me. I wonder what your purpose is here." Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze bore down on Quan, who, under the weight of Orochimaru's murderous intent, found himself unable to flee or even move. "I am unaware that this is your base. My mission is to investigate the abandoned cave. My knowledge of you stems solely from the fact that you are one of the legendary Sannin," Quan managed to respond, his heart racing with the feeling that death loomed just seconds away. "What do you think of the situation here, little one?" Orochimaru did not dwell on the truthfulness of Quan's words. Instead, he inquired about Quan's perspective, simultaneously easing the pressure of his gaze. Freed from Orochimaru's scrutiny, Quan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Orochimaru patiently awaited his response, appearing quite pleased. "It is somewhat cruel, yet still somewhat acceptable. I have heard whispers of you in Konoha. It is said that you delved into forbidden techniques in pursuit of immortality. While one might argue that it stems from selfish desires, it is also understandable. After all, everyone acts in their own interest. However, I find it unseemly for a ninja of Konoha to engage in such practices." "Oh, is that truly your perspective? So, according to you, if I were to employ ninjas from other villages, it would be deemed acceptable?" Upon hearing Izumi's words, Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone could rationalize his actions. "At least I can understand the rationale. Using small creatures for experimentation, is that not also a form of cruelty? From a certain standpoint, mice and humans are both lives. Sacrificing one for the benefit of another is indeed a cruel act. To me, utilizing ninjas from other villages as test subjects bears no difference from experimenting on mice. Furthermore, in the event of conflict between two ninja villages, even if you do not regard them as mere subjects, can they truly survive? An intriguing notion. Please, continue." "As far as I know, capturing prisoners during battles between ninja villages is a rarity. Even when prisoners are taken, they are typically sent to interrogation departments, and the likelihood of emerging alive from such places is almost non-existent. Those fortunate enough to survive often find themselves subjected to forced labor or treated as cannon fodder. Is this not also a case of killing for the sake of profit?" Orochimaru had initially spared Izumi's life on a whim, but upon hearing her words, he found himself unexpectedly fond of this young Umbu operative, an amusing little creature. "Very well, you may leave. Your presence is not welcomed here." "Leave? You would allow me to depart? Begone." Izumi was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Orochimaru's intent. However, since he had spoken, it would be foolish not to comply. So she fled with unprecedented speed. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, she leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, only then realizing that she was drenched in sweat. So this is the power of a shadow-level warrior? It is truly terrifying. A wave of dread washed over Izumi. She had not even had a chance to resist against Orochimaru. Ding, system notification, main quest completed. Gained Orochimaru's favor 10-100, received body enhancement. Would the host like to enhance? Enhance. Without hesitation, Izumi accepted the enhancement. The opportunity earned at the brink of death was too precious to waste. Ding, enhancement initiated. Ding, enhancement complete. Current enhancement level is 1, alleviating the side effects of the first gate of the 8 gates. Ding. System notification. Due to the quest's difficulty exceeding expectations, received additional rewards. Special Ninjutsu Scroll Fragment X1. Gained 100 points. Received Random Ninjutsu Scroll X1. A series of system notifications echoed in Izumi's mind. Normally, she would have debated with the system about the difficulty of this task and the meager rewards. But at that moment, she had yet to emerge from the shadow cast by Orochimaru. For an entire half-day, Quan leaned against the tree, gradually regaining composure as he watched the sun descend beyond the western mountains. It dawned on him that he had squandered a considerable amount of time. Consequently, he promptly relocated to a relatively secure area. Upon reaching safety, Quan began to examine the system. Upon discovering the rewards from this perilous mission, he let out a sigh. "System, given the dangers of this task, could you not offer more substantial rewards? I came perilously close to my demise. Orochimaru is a most formidable adversary. There was a genuine risk of being dismembered. I have already bestowed upon you quite commendable rewards," the system replied. "A fragment of a ninjutsu scroll and a random ninjutsu scroll. How could these be deemed insufficient? Are you not aware of Orochimaru's favorability rating?" The system continued, "In truth, this reward is cumulative. There will be a series of subsequent tasks related to Orochimaru, and in due course, you shall receive ample rewards. Rest assured, I have not led you astray this time." Hearing the system's response, Quan could not help but display a wry smile. Claiming not to deceive was akin to Naruto asserting his lack of aptitude for lecturing. However, Quan was disinclined to argue with the system. The reconnaissance mission had concluded with more trepidation than peril, and according to the scroll's instructions, he need not seek out Kakashi to return to Konoha alone. Thus, he prepared for his journey back. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Learn 10 ninjutsu of C rank or above. The rewards will be determined based on task completion. Upon hearing this prompt, Quan calculated his known ninjutsu. Naturally, C rank did not include rudimentary techniques like the body flicker technique. Currently, he possessed only 3 ninjutsu, 2 fire release techniques, and 1 lightning release technique. Contemplating his limited repertoire, Quan resolved to request additional jutsu from the Third Hokage upon his return, while also planning to commence training in the Rasengan. Although the Rasengan is classified as an A-rank technique, it is, after all, an incomplete ninjutsu. Quan was confident in his innate talent to master it. As for the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, he had no intention of developing it, without sage techniques to support him. It would be a double-edged sword, inflicting harm on both the enemy and himself. Initially, Quan intended to check on Kakashi's condition, but with a new task at hand. He was more eager to return and learn ninjutsu. He journeyed day and night back to Konoha and arrived at the Hokage's office. Third Hokage. I have returned from the Raikage mission. Here are the details of my undertaking. Quan presented the scroll detailing his observations to the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru? The mention of this name on the scroll left the Third Hokage astounded. The mission had ostensibly been a commission from the Land of Evening, classified as a mere C-rank task. However, nearby villagers had reported a series of mysterious disappearances, attributing them to wild beasts. The Third Hokage's intention was for Quan to hone his skills, yet unexpectedly, he had encountered Orochimaru. Indeed, I came face to face with Orochimaru. However, I did not engage him. In his presence, I was rendered incapable of action. Strangely, he chose not to attack me and allowed me to leave. The words exchanged between myself and Orochimaru will undoubtedly remain a secret from the Third Hokage. Should he become aware, it is likely that I would face dire consequences. You may go now. I shall handle this matter. Take the next few days to rest. This mission consumed an entire week, and with Kakashi yet to return, I cannot help but feel anxious about his safety. Although I do not truly believe Kakashi is in peril, the ripple effect of my presence will surely alter certain outcomes. However, worrying is futile. At present, my capabilities are insufficient to influence events. It is precisely due to my encounter with Orochimaru that I have developed a yearning for greater strength. Leaving the Hokage building, I made my way directly to Training Ground 7, uncertain whether I sought to find Itachi and Shisui or the petite figure of Hinata. Hello, Hinata. I greeted as I approached her while she rested. Hello, Izumi, Hinata replied, her address of me having shifted to Izumi-kun at some point, which I found somewhat disconcerting. Yet I did not dwell on it. How is your training on water walking progressing? I inquired, as I was unaware of her current status. I've managed to stand on the water's surface, but I still struggle to maintain my balance when the current flows, she confessed, a glimmer of disappointment evident in her eyes. Having observed my ease upon the water, she felt disheartened by her own perceived shortcomings. Noticing Hinata's despondency, I sought to uplift her spirits. Hinata, you are truly remarkable. In just a week since my departure, you have already learned to stand on the water's surface. In comparison, I feel rather inadequate. How can that be? Izumi-kun, you are incredibly talented, she replied, her sadness dissipating at my words. In truth, Hinata, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Both tree climbing and water walking are skills taught during the early stages of becoming a genin. We have yet to even enter the ninja academy. So it is commendable that we have achieved this much. Given your current abilities, even students from the academy may not be your match. Encouraged by my words, Hinata regained her confidence, and together we ran to the waterfall at the training ground. The swift current here was ideal for further practice. We took turns practicing on the water's surface. Although I had begun this training before Hinata, my control over chakra was not as adept as hers, leading to my performance being less impressive. Perhaps due to my encouragement, Hinata's chakra control improved significantly, and in less than half a day, she could move freely on the turbulent water. Meanwhile, although I could stand on the surface, I appeared somewhat unsteady amidst the swift current. Ding. System notification. You were even less capable than a girl. You were truly a failure. Hearing the system's voice filled Izumi with immense frustration. Struggling to master the manipulation of chakra had already left him in a state of discontent, and now he felt belittled by the system. In a fit of annoyance, he wished to engage in a debate with it. However, He momentarily forgot that he was standing atop a raging current. His distraction led to an unfortunate misstep, causing him to plunge into the water below. Coincidentally, beneath his feet lay a hidden undertow that swiftly ensnared him, propelling him towards the waterfall downstream. As the current swept him away, Izumi's head collided with a protruding rock, rendering him unconscious. Hinata, witnessing Izumi being swept away, hurriedly pursued him. Yet, the relentless torrent carried him swiftly beneath the waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata leapt into the cascading waters. Fortunately, the waterfall was not particularly high. Otherwise, both Izumi and Hinata might have met a dire fate. As they fell into the water, the unconscious Izumi sank towards the lake's depths, while Hinata, with great urgency, swam beneath him, using her small frame to hoist him back to the surface. With all her strength, Hinata managed to drag Izumi to the shore. Thankfully, being just 4 years old, their sizes were comparable, allowing her to pull the unconscious Izumi with relative ease, though she was still left quite exhausted. On the shore, Izumi remained in a stupor. Seeing him unresponsive filled Hinata with anxiety. Torn between seeking help and the fear of delaying his recovery, she ultimately resolved to take a bold step. Blushing deeply, Hinata knelt beside Izumi and began administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Leaning down, she pressed her lips to his to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Coughing and gasping, Izumi finally regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to find Hinata blushing profusely, kneeling before him. Her face alarmingly close, as if she had just raised her head. Hinata, the warmth of her lips lingered on his. Combined with the bewildering scene and the crimson hue of her cheeks, made Izumi instantly aware of what had transpired, leaving him utterly astonished. As an ardent admirer of Hinata, he couldn't quite believe his own eyes. I stammering in confusion. Hinata soon succumbed to her overwhelming shyness and fainted. Izumi quickly caught her to prevent her from hitting her head. Both drenched, Izumi grew increasingly concerned for Hinata's well-being, especially with the winter chill still lingering in the air. Fearing she might catch a cold, he swiftly lifted her into his arms and dashed towards the Hyuga residence. Navigating through the terrain with remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the Hyuga home, coincidentally encountering Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, at the entrance. Lord Hayashi. Hinata fell into the water while attempting to save me. Please take her to change her clothes at once. Izumi appeared before Hayashi, her heart filled solely with concern for Hinata, leaving no room for other thoughts. Upon seeing his daughter's state, Hayashi remained silent, taking Hinata from Izumi's arms and turning to enter the Hyuga residence. Izumi contemplated following him, yet she refrained. Aware that this was the territory of the Hyuga clan, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, her intrusion could easily incite unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, her worry for Hinata prevailed, and with a resolute determination, she trailed behind Hayashi. Hayashi was aware of the presence following him, but chose not to address it. In truth, he had been informed by the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that Hinata had been visiting the Uchiha compound every morning for training. Initially, upon learning from the Third Hokage about Hinata's daily excursions, Hayashi felt considerable dissatisfaction. However, he was astonished to discover that Hinata's abilities were advancing rapidly. Previously, she had shown little remarkable talent in controlling chakra or utilizing gentle fist techniques, yet since she had begun sneaking out in the mornings, her proficiency in both areas had noticeably improved. Later, the Third Hokage had approached Hayashi, advising him not to overly interfere with the two children. Consequently, Hayashi adopted a taciturn stance regarding Hinata's clandestine outings. How did Hinata come to fall into the water? After entrusting Hinata to a servant and confirming through a medical ninja that she had not sustained any injuries, Hayashi finally inquired. It was to save me that Hinata fell into the water. While we were practicing near the waterfall, I momentarily lost focus and fell into the river, striking a rock and losing consciousness. Hinata, seeing me fall, rushed down to rescue me. I had barely regained consciousness when she suddenly fainted. Izumi refrained from disclosing the incident of Hinata performing artificial respiration on her, fearing that Hayashi would be furious if he found out. Have you been training with Hinata during this time? Yes, aside from myself, there are also Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who are a few years older than I. I merely assisted Hinata with chakra control training. The Hyuga clan excels in combat with the Byakugan, and I could not assist her in that regard. But we have indeed engaged in some sparring. Upon hearing Hayashi mention training, Izumi felt a flicker of confusion. However, she quickly realized that the absence of the Hyuga clan's little princess from her family home each morning could not have escaped Hayashi's notice, since Hinata was allowed to leave. It indicated Hayashi's tacit approval of her activities, So Izumi did not conceal the training sessions. Well done. You may leave now. Izumi found herself perplexed by Hayashi's demeanor. Was he displeased with her actions, or did he genuinely believe she had performed admirably? Just as she pondered this, a servant rushed in. Lord, the young lady has a fever. Upon hearing the servant's words, Quan instinctively rushed out, sprinting towards the previous room. This action momentarily startled Ri, who, however, chose to remain silent and leisurely made his way to Hinata's room. Is there a method to heal Hinata? Although a cold and fever are not particularly grave ailments, they are certainly not ideal for a 4-year-old child. Moreover, in Quan's heart, Hinata's delicate and fragile demeanor had long since imprinted itself, instilling a deep-seated fear that the wind might topple her, let alone a fever. You can cure her directly using points. But are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? It's merely a cold. There is no need to be overly concerned. Are you not rather fond of your points? Do I possess sufficient points for treatment? Ignoring the system's trivial remarks, Quan directly inquired about the adequacy of her points. Upon hearing the hint of anger in Quan's voice, the system was taken aback. It was the first time it sensed Quan's ire, though she had often expressed her grievances. She had never truly been angry before. To treat a basic ailment requires 100 points? Are you certain that to use it? You merely need to place your hands on her chest, and the rest will be entrusted to me. Rushed into Hinata's room, momentarily startling the servant who was using a towel to wipe Hinata's body. Before she could react, was already at Hinata's side. Her hands placed gently on Hinata's chest over the covers. System, heal Hinata Hyuga. Seeing's determination. The system ceased its idle chatter and unleashed its healing powers to begin treating Hinata. Although feverish, Hinata was not unconscious. S entrance had startled her awake. As she opened her eyes, she found right before her, and just as she was about to speak, S hands rested on her chest. Before Hinata could utter a word, a wave of warm chakra flowed into her body, and she felt her condition gradually improving. The heaviness in her fevered mind began to lift. Ding, the system chimed, indicating the treatment was complete. At the sound, noticed that Hinata had regained consciousness. Their gazes met, creating an awkward silence between them. Suddenly, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, who had entered the room earlier during the treatment, cleared his throat, reminding them that there were others present. Cough. Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson at the sound, and she quickly pulled the covers over herself, while instinctively jumped back as if shocked. I actually, faced with Hayashi, found herself at a loss for words. Babbling incoherently, Hinata needs to rest. Hayashi did not elaborate further and simply issued a dismissal. Upon receiving the order, bowed deeply and hurriedly exited Hinata's room, swiftly making her way out of the Hyuga compound. Once outside, decided against continuing her training, realizing that her clothes were damp and in the chill of winter. She was at risk of catching a cold. Thus, she dashed home, shedding her wet garments before taking a bath. After bathing and lying on her bed, finally opened the system. Ding, the system announced, main task, Kiss Hinata completed. Task reward, Special Ninjutsu Scroll Fragment X1. Wind Release Ninjutsu Breakthrough. Due to exceeding task expectations, an additional physical enhancement has been granted, along with 500 points. Upon seeing the task completion, was at a loss for words. This task had been the most challenging for her, yet by a twist of fate, she had achieved it. Unsure of how to feel, she checked her points and was astonished to find she had accumulated 700 points. System, why do I have 700 points? I just earned 500. And although I had 200 before, didn't I just use 100 for treating Hinata? Asked, her expression one of confusion. Oh, that 100 points? Today, I felt generous and didn't deduct it. What? Are you unhappy? Would you like me to reset your points to 0? No, 700 is quite satisfactory. Replied, laughing. After all, how could she afford to lose the hard-earned points? Ding, main task, eliminate the rogue ninja Sato Toshikazu. Task reward, major breakthrough in wind release. Upon witnessing the latest main quest, Izumi felt a sense of relief. If he were to take any action against Hinata, he would certainly confront her with utmost determination. However, what puzzled Izumi was how he could eliminate this rogue ninja. Without a mission, he could not leave the village, and even if he did manage to depart, he had no idea where Sato Tashi was located. The only clear realization for Izumi is that this main quest is devoid of any time constraints. Thus he does not feel rushed to complete it. However, just as he prepares to take a rest, an unexpected system notification interrupts him. Ding. Challenge mission, confront the one-tail Shikaku Jinchuriki form. Rewards will be determined based on the mission's success. Upon seeing this task, Izumi instantly comprehends that he is to challenge Gaara. and the conditions of the challenge will directly influence the rewards. Nevertheless, he pays little heed to this aspect. What concerns him more is how to position himself near Gaara. As a Jinchuriki of the village, Izumi does not presume that Gaara is unprotected. To illustrate, in the anime, isn't Yashimaru the one safeguarding Gaara? Both the main quest and the challenge appear to be formidable undertakings, which prompts Izumi to abandon the matter entirely and drift into a deep slumber. The following morning, Izumi arrives at training ground number 7, feeling an inexplicable anticipation for Hinata's appearance. However, after a prolonged wait without sight of her, disappointment begins to creep in. It dawns on him that Hinata had recently fallen ill. Even though he had healed her, her family would undoubtedly be concerned and would not allow her to venture out. Yet, he misjudges the situation. Hayashi Hyuga has not prohibited his daughter from leaving. Rather, it is Hinata herself who struggles to confront Izumi. The previous day, when Izumi fell into the water, it was Hinata who, in a moment of urgency, disregarded her shyness and administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Now, reflecting on that moment, Hinata finds herself at a loss on how to face Izumi. Aside from this incident, when Izumi escorted Hinata back to the Hyuga residence, unbeknownst to him, there was merely a blanket separating them in her room. Her clothes, dampened from the ordeal, had been removed by a servant, allowing her to lie directly on the bed. And Izumi's sudden appearance was entirely unforeseen. While Izumi remains oblivious to Hinata's predicament, she is acutely aware that these two events have left her devoid of the courage to face him. At training ground number 7, Izumi is surrounded by a multitude of water balloons. Indeed, he is preparing to practice the Rasengan. For this A-rank ninjutsu, he has pondered for quite some time, as the Rasengan possesses immense potential for growth. Drawing inspiration from Naruto Uzumaki, who developed the wind release, Rasengan, Izumi is confident that his own talent will prove equal to the task, holding a water balloon in his right hand. Izumi begins to attempt to rotate his chakra within it. Although this task sounds simple, in practice, it proves to be exceedingly challenging. After numerous attempts and repeated failures, just as the water balloons dwindle, Izumi finally manages to burst one. As the saying goes, the first step is often the hardest. Once the initial success is achieved, the subsequent ones come more easily. One by one, the water balloons shatter in Izumi's grasp, until, at last, his chakra reserves are depleted. Indeed, you are here, Izumi. While it is essential to possess the desire to grow stronger, one must also find a balance between work and rest. Izumi Mei appears before him, holding a basket. Izumi Mei, what brings you here? Brother Itachi has gone on a mission, hasn't he? Upon seeing Izumi, she appeared perplexed. Currently, Itachi and Izumi are a couple. It is inconceivable that Itachi would embark on a mission without informing Izumi. If Izumi is aware of Itachi's absence, what brings her here? What? Just because Itachi is not present, am I not allowed to come and see you? Before leaving, Shisui advised me to ensure that you, young one, balance work and rest. Just look at yourself. You're nearly resembling a little beggar. Upon hearing Izumi's words, it dawned upon Izumi that she was drenched from the water balloon, and her clothes bore slight damage due to the explosion of the water balloon, and, strangely, her face was smeared with considerable dust. I understand now, Sister Izumi. All right, clean your face and hands. I have brought you something to eat. With that, she presented the basket she had been holding in front of Izumi. Looking at the steaming dishes, Izumi felt a warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated such concern for her well-being in this foreign world. Thus, she silently vowed that she would do everything in her power to ensure Izumi's survival. After lunch, Izumi advised Izumi not to overexert herself before taking her leave. Just as Izumi was about to continue her training, a petite figure caught her eye. Hinata? Has your cold improved? I apologize for the trouble I caused. If I hadn't let my mind wander, I wouldn't have fallen into the water, and none of this would have transpired. I am fine now. Upon hearing Izumi's voice, Hinata's face flushed instantly. She had not originally intended to seek out Izumi, yet somehow found herself here after leaving her home. That's great. If you were to fall ill again, it would sadden me greatly. As she spoke, Izumi approached Hinata. Hinata, have you had lunch yet? No, not yet. That's simply one tea do. You've just recovered from your cold. How can you go hungry? Allow me to treat you to some ramen. I haven't had lunch either. Without waiting for Hinata to respond, she took Hinata's hand and dashed towards the streets of Konoha. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Hinata had arrived earlier, almost simultaneously with Izumi, but had remained out of sight. She was well aware that Izumi had already eaten. Hinata wanted to refuse, yet upon glancing at Izumi's back, she found herself unable to voice her objections. They arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. While Izumi genuinely enjoyed the ramen here, that was not the sole reason she frequently brought Hinata along. The true reason was her financial constraints. Although she was not an orphan, her parents were often away, leaving her with limited funds. Although she had recently begun accepting missions, her earnings were not substantial. Having already had lunch, Izumi only consumed a small portion of a large bowl of ramen, whereas Hinata devoured her bowl entirely. Just as Izumi was about to order another bowl for Hinata, she insisted that she was already full. As they left Ichiraka Ramen, Izumi was about to speak when Hinata suddenly pulled her to a more secluded area. Yesterday, when you fell into the water, you. Hinata wanted to say, did you see me administering artificial respiration? However, it proved exceedingly difficult for Hinata to articulate her thoughts, leading her to remain silent despite her efforts. Just as Izumi attempted to explain herself, a figure abruptly appeared before them. Kakashi? Is something the matter? Upon seeing Kakashi, Izumi quickly realized that they were likely being summoned for a mission, and thus the explanation to Hinata had to be postponed. Hinata, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. Please head home by yourself. With that, Izumi departed alongside Kakashi. On their way to the Hokage building, Izumi, filled with curiosity, inquired, what is happening? I just returned yesterday and was promised some time to rest. Why am I being tasked with a mission now? You just came back too, didn't you? There is an urgent mission. Sato Ju has defected, and he possesses crucial intelligence that must be retrieved before he delivers it to the Cloud Ninja. Our Umbu personnel are insufficient, and even during a vacation, we must mobilize. Upon hearing Sato Ju's name, a flicker of joy crossed Izumi's face. This meant her main quest had a lead. However, she was puzzled. If she were ordered to eliminate Sato Ju, would her main quest still be deemed complete? Ding. System notification. Target Sato Ju has been killed by another. Post-reward diminished. Izumi found herself at a loss for words. It felt as though she were racing against time. Yet, what could she do? Kakashi, what is Sato Ju's strength? To know oneself and one's enemy is paramount. Only through understanding can one triumph. Sato Ju is merely a nin, yet his mother hails from the Kurama clan, renowned for their exceptional genjutsu abilities. In a battle of illusions, even the Uchiha clan would find it challenging to contend. Kakashi elaborated on Sato Ju's background. Upon hearing about the Kurama clan, Izumi immediately thought of the unfortunate child, Kurama Yagumo. She had not yet encountered Yagumo, but now found herself facing another member of the Kurama clan. How could such genjutsu exist? Transforming the illusory into the tangible, can this truly be classified as mere illusion? Though reluctant to admit it, the reality remained. The Kurama clan had once been a prominent family in Konoha, their reputation rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. However, as the number of those awakening their bloodline diminished, the clan had fallen into decline. Given the formidable nature of their opponent's genjutsu, the only viable strategy was to eliminate him before he could cast his illusions. Indeed, we must strike decisively, otherwise we may soon find ourselves ensnared in his genjutsu. Izumi and Kakashi departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on their pursuit towards the Hidden Cloud Village. In truth, there were numerous routes leading to the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud, and Izumi and Kakashi were merely following one of those paths. Uncertain whether it be fortune or misfortune, Izumi and Kakashi, who set out last, unexpectedly encountered Sato Tashi. Upon seeing Sato, Izumi immediately unleashed her ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized out of thin air, hurtling directly towards Sato Tashi. Taken aback by the formidable strength of the young assailant, Sato had no choice but to flee in disarray. Although a nin, Sato's prowess lay primarily in genjutsu. His taijutsu and ninjutsu skills were nearly non-existent. As Izumi attacked Sato, Kakashi rushed to provide support, yet he was obstructed by two masked ninjas who suddenly surged towards him. Lightning release, Earth Walk. The ninja with a fox mask unleashed a lightning-based ninjutsu, prompting Izumi and Kakashi to deduce that these two were likely Umbu dispatched from the Land of Lightning. Kakashi countered the attack with the same technique. While Izumi swiftly approached Sato Tashi, her kunai aimed at his neck. The genjutsu of the Kurama clan was indeed formidable. However, their method of execution relied on artistry, and Izumi was determined to deny Sato that opportunity. Continuous assault was her strategy to achieve her objective. Observing Sato evade her attack effortlessly, Izumi activated her Sharingan. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Although untrained in genjutsu, the Sharingan possessed innate minor illusions. Sato was momentarily disrupted in his escape by Izumi's genjutsu, prompting her to launch another ninjutsu attack. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized once more, this time even closer to Sato. Just as Izumi believed her assault had succeeded, a voice echoed in her ears. Earth release, earth flow wall. A robust earthen barrier thwarted the flames, as yet another masked ninja emerged, the creator of the formidable wall. Realizing reinforcements had arrived, Izumi sensed the precariousness of her situation. The Kurama clan's Jinjutsu was exceedingly powerful, and despite possessing the Sharingan, she could not be overly confident in her defense. Fire release, Phoenix Flower. A torrent of flames surged towards her opponent as Izumi began forming hand seals. Upon seeing the flames, the ninja quickly shielded Sato behind him. Earth release, earth return. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release inherently counteracts earth release. An earth return was merely a basic technique, easily dismantled by earth walk. Before the enemy could react, a volley of shuriken was launched simultaneously from various angles. The earth ninja, undeterred, deftly wielded his kunai to deflect Izumi's shuriken. In the meantime, Izumi retrieved a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, extracting a wind demon shuriken. The enormous wind demon shuriken unfurled, towering over Izumi, yet she effortlessly hurled it forth. The wind shuriken whizzed through the air, prompting the earth-style ninja to leap to evade it. However, to his astonishment, the shuriken that passed beneath him detonated with a resounding bang, transforming into a fountain. Before the earth-style ninja could react, the fountain unleashed its ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized, hurtling towards the earth-style ninja. Simultaneously, the shuriken that had fallen to the ground stood upright under complete manipulation, launching an assault upon him. Caught in a pincer attack from Mo Xuan, the earth-style ninja furrowed his brow, incredulous that a mere child from the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such formidable strength. He promptly executed earth release, multiple earth wall technique, erecting a series of earthen barriers to block both the great fireball and the shuriken. Nevertheless, this separation also isolated him from Sato Tashi, who was fervently sketching away, believing that his artistic prowess rendered him invulnerable to the pursuing threats. However, the disparity between his lofty ideals and harsh reality soon became evident. While the earth-style ninja was ensnared by his own ninjutsu, the fountain had already materialized before Sato Tashi. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball appeared before him. In this time, no one could intervene. It engulfed Sato Tashi almost instantaneously. Witnessing Tashi consumed by the flames, the fountain exhaled in relief, as the objective was to eliminate him, believing that once he was dealt with, everything would fall into place. Unbeknownst to the fountain, his primary mission remained unfulfilled. In other words, he had not achieved the death of Sato Tashi. Assuming victory, the fountain dashed towards the earth-style ninja, intent on finishing him off as well. At that moment, however, he heard Sato Tashi's voice behind him. What a pity. You were so close to killing me, yet here I stand, alive and well. Staring in disbelief at Sato Tashi, who stood unscathed, the fountain could hardly fathom how someone could emerge unscathed from being engulfed in a great fireball. Isn't it strange? I won't hesitate to reveal that my Jinjutsu can be cast not only on foes, but also upon myself. By using Jinjutsu to render myself immune to flames, I naturally remain unharmed. Indeed, a troublesome ability, the fountain mused, realizing that this battle would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. Troublesome indeed. Allow me to introduce you to my own Jinjutsu. With a flourish of his brush, Sato Tashi prepared to unleash his illusionary arts, but a shocking turn of events unfolded. As he cast his Jinjutsu, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, lifeless. Ding! System notification. Malicious attack detected. Obliteration initiated. Perplexed by the system's announcement, the fountain found himself in a quandary, unable to comprehend when Sato Tashi had attacked the system. System, what is the meaning of this? Was it not stated clearly that if he attacked me, I would erase him? He remains oblivious to your existence, does he not? How did he attempt to assail you? Ah, I dwell within the essence of your soul. He intended to launch a direct assault on your spirit, which would have inevitably endangered me as well. Thus, I obliterated him. Therefore, am I now immune to all forms of illusions? Illusions target the mind, the very essence of the soul. An assault on the soul equates to an attack on you. Thus, they would all face your annihilation, allowing me to be unafraid of illusions. Not quite. I shall only eradicate those who attack me. Ordinary illusions pose no threat to my being. Despite this assertion, Izumi felt an immense joy. Even if immune to only high-level illusions, immunity to such is still a commendable advantage. Ding! System notification. Sato Tashi has been forcibly eradicated, fulfilling special task conditions. Main quest completed. Reward. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. suppression technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Izumi was taken aback. Previously, he had worried that Sarutobi would be eliminated by the system, leaving him without rewards. Unexpectedly, not only had the task been completed, but he also received additional rewards. System, does this mean that any target you eliminate will grant me extra rewards in the future? It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, and a mischievous smile adorned his face. Indeed, if you can devise a way for me to eradicate the target, I wouldn't mind granting you additional rewards. Although he received an affirmative response from the system, Izumi did not feel overly elated. After all, orchestrating the system to eliminate a target was exceedingly challenging, as the system only retaliated when provoked, and typical attacks rarely affected it. Nonetheless, the successful completion of the task involving the eradication of Sarutobi, along with acquiring 2 wind release techniques, was a significant boon. Meanwhile, Kakashi had also dealt with the enemy. The remaining ninja, proficient in earth release techniques, had managed to escape. Initially believing the mission to be a resounding success, Izumi furrowed his brow upon hearing the system's voice again. Ding. System notification. Main quest. Retrieve the leaked intelligence. Task completed. Reward. 300 points. A-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning clone. Hearing the system's proclamation, Izumi's brow tightened. The reward for the new main quest was undeniably enticing, as it included an A-rank ninjutsu. However, this also indirectly indicated the formidable nature of the task at hand. Lightning fire, Kakashi remarked. We have not located the scroll containing the intelligence. It seems the enemy has indeed absconded with it. He examined Sarutoshi's corpse but found no trace of the scroll. It appears you were correct. I found it peculiar that they encountered Sarutobi so fortuitously. If the intelligence had truly been with him, their best strategy would have been to allow him to escape while obstructing us. However, their intent was to eliminate us. Rather than a chance encounter, it was more akin to an ambush. They simply underestimated our strength. Since you concur, let us seek assistance. We must pursue in this direction. My chakra reserves are dwindling. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Izumi recalled that ever since he acquired the Sharingan, he had been in a state of chakra deficiency. In previous battles, Kakashi had not experienced significant pressure, hence his lack of chakra had gone unnoticed. Unexpectedly, it was now that his reserves had been depleted. You stay here. I shall continue the pursuit and leave markers along the way. Despite the supplement of military rations, the insufficiency of chakra could not be restored to optimal levels. And the military rations were not akin to instant recovery potions found in games. Consuming them required a considerable amount of time for recuperation. This is untenable. The enemy's strength is unknown. The individual you just fought was merely a CH Nin, while the one who absconded with the intelligence must certainly be a J Nin. You lack the power to contend with them. Do not act impulsively. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi promptly dismissed her plan. Rest assured, I harbor no inclination towards self-destruction. I merely intend to pursue ahead and leave you markers. As a reconnaissance ninja, I shall not engage in direct confrontation with them. However, upon my return, you must honor the wager from our previous encounter. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Izumi swiftly resumed her pursuit towards the hidden cloud village. Kakashi gazed at Izumi's retreating figure, inexplicably struck by how reminiscent it was of Obito. What would you do if it were you? Obito and Rin represented an eternal sorrow for Kakashi. Obito taught him the meaning of companionship, while Rin imparted the essence of sacrifice. Watching Izumi vanish into the distance, Kakashi released his ninja hawk and devoted himself to recovering his strength with utmost determination. Swiftly dashed forward. Yet it was not long before he heard the voice of the system. Ding! System notification. The main quest has been altered. Rewards will be enhanced upon completion. Ding! System notification. XS task mode activated. Additional rewards will be granted for surpassing the task requirements. Taken aback by the system's announcement, realized that the previous task's difficulty was set alongside Kakashi and the elite Umbu, but now he was pursuing alone. While this saved time, it also heightened the risk, causing to waver momentarily. Presently, if assessed solely on strength, was already a lower-ranked ninja, mere steps away from becoming a middle-ranked one. However, he was still far from the prowess of a true upper-ranked ninja. Resolving to take the plunge, he thought, fortune favors the bold. I refuse to believe that my luck is utterly bleak. With newfound determination, accelerated his pursuit, eager to test the extent of his capabilities against an upper-ranked ninja. He casually retrieved a military ration pill and consumed it. Although his chakra reserves were still substantial, the nature of the impending battle was uncertain. and it was perilous to enter without being in peak condition. After approximately half an hour of relentless pursuit, finally spotted the enemy, the very earth-manipulating ninja who had previously fled. The adversary was taken aback upon seeing alone, but in the blink of an eye, he charged at Earth Style, Earth Spike. A multitude of sharp stones erupted from the ground, launching an assault on. Unfazed by the onslaught, executed the body replacement technique, evading the attack with ease. Touching down on solid ground, immediately counterattacked. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The opponent scoffed, such juvenile tactics are ineffective against me. Earth Style, Earth Return. A massive stone slab emerged, blocking all flames. Unperturbed by the Earth Ninja's taunts, continued his offensive, casting Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Once again, the Earth Return effortlessly shielded against assault. Yet the broader range of the Phoenix Fire ignited the surrounding trees, an outcome the Earth Ninja seemed to disregard. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Following the Phoenix Fire Technique, unleashed another fireball, which finally shattered the Earth Return defense. Earth Style, Earth Shield. In the instant the Earth Return crumbled, the Earth Ninja conjured the Earth Shield for protection. Though he was perplexed, previously had wielded both lightning and fire techniques, yet now he relied solely on one elemental attack. More importantly, he could not fathom why refrained from using lightning techniques, which would undoubtedly surpass the fireball and Phoenix Fire in potency. Earth Style, Rock Spike. As the attack subsided, the Earth Ninja retaliated, but he was once again met with fire. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. While executing the fire attack, simultaneously opened the first gate of the 8 gates. As the door swung open, the speed of Izumi significantly increased, and with her body now free from the aftereffects of opening the door, she had no more worries. In her rapid movement, Izumi deftly avoided the rock spikes, while the hibiscus fell amidst the earth-using ninja. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graced the masked visage of Izumi. Wind Release, Breakthrough. Although Wind Release, Breakthrough is a rather rudimentary ninjutsu, even if it strikes the enemy, it does not inflict substantial damage. However, Izumi's intent was not to attack her opponent with the breakthrough. Rather, its purpose was to ignite the surrounding flames further. Surrounded by a dense forest, abundant with trees that served as excellent fuel, Izumi's previous fire techniques aimed to kindle the forest, and the breakthrough was meant to amplify the inferno. Initially, the earth-using ninja failed to comprehend Izumi's intentions, but as he found himself engulfed in flames, he began to grasp her true objective. Before the opponent could unleash their ninjutsu, Izumi's technique manifested first. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The emergence of this B-rank ninjutsu carried a terrifying might, its potency further enhanced by the flames consuming the entire forest, resulting in a formidable combination of wind and fire. The pressure damage directed at the earth-using ninja was no mere wind technique. It was a fusion of wind and fire ninjutsu. The previously high-temperature flames became even more terrifying under the influence of the pressure damage. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. Faced with the overwhelming force of the pressure damage, the earth-using ninja immediately initiated his defenses. However, against such a near-combined ninjutsu assault, a single earth technique was utterly insufficient for defense. The earthen walls could merely delay the advance of the pressure damage slightly. Stopping it altogether was an impossibility. As the multiple earth flow walls failed, the earth-using ninja attempted to resist, but regrettably, his hand seals were too slow, and before he could cast his ninjutsu, he was consumed by the pressure damage. With wind and high temperatures combined, the earth-using ninja left nothing behind, turning to ash and vanishing. Having successfully dealt with the earth-using ninja, Izumi collapsed to the ground, having exhausted all her chakra after using a B-rank ninjutsu for the first time. Though she understood that higher-level ninjutsu consumed more chakra, the disparity between B-rank and C-rank was staggering. Under normal circumstances, using the Great Fireball technique a dozen times was no trouble, yet that recent pressure damage had completely depleted her chakra reserves in one fell swoop. System. Could the difference in levels lead to such a vast disparity? This was nearly a tenfold consumption. Indeed, the distinction between B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu marks a watershed moment. You still have much to learn about ninjutsu, so while you rest, allow me to enlighten you. The chakra consumption for D-rank and C-rank techniques is minimal, and the power difference between them is not significant. In fact, some D-rank techniques surpass certain C-rank ones in potency. However, the vast majority of C-rank techniques remain superior. When the level of ninjutsu reaches B-rank, its most notable characteristic is the significantly increased demand for chakra, ranging from a minimum of 5 times to a maximum of 25 times. It can be said that B-rank ninjutsu truly embodies the essence of ninjutsu. As for a rank ninjutsu, it is essentially an enhanced evolution of B rank, with little increase in chakra consumption, yet the difficulty rises considerably. Meanwhile, S rank ninjutsu and those beyond are even more exceptional. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi realized that she still had a long journey ahead. Initially, she thought that using C rank ninjutsu was effortless, and that B rank would be just as manageable. However, it has become evident that this is far from the case. Now that she has learned the great breakthrough, Izumi hesitates to employ it casually, as using it once depletes a staggering 70% of her chakra, a truly exorbitant cost. Chakra was nearly depleted, yet driven by a sense of duty, Izumi resolved not to yield. He consumed a military ration pill and continued his pursuit. Along the way, he encountered numerous traps, all of which he detected and neutralized, marking his path. However, no reinforcements arrived. At last, Izumi located his target, the three ninjas. Upon seeing only a mere child in pursuit, found it quite peculiar. Nevertheless, upon noting Izumi's attire belonging to the Umbu of Konohagakure, they dared not underestimate him. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, lightning slash. Lightning release, lightning thousand books. The three jonin acted in unison, intent on escaping swiftly. As they were still within the borders of the land of fire, where pursuers could emerge at any moment, should they be ensnared by Konoha's hunters? Their fate would be sealed. Wind release, great breakthrough. From the moment he laid eyes on his adversaries, Izumi prepared for combat, activating his Sharingan without delay. Wind release possesses a formidable counter to lightning release. Thus Izumi's great breakthrough successfully thwarted the lightning slash and lightning thousand books. However, earth walk confronted him directly. With incredible speed, he evaded the onslaught of his foes. Just as Izumi dodged the earth walk, the three jonin utilized body flicker technique to appear before him. Faced with their combined assault, Izumi promptly opened the first gate of the 8 gates. With enhanced speed and strength, he charged toward the ninja employing earth walk. Designated as C. Seeing Izumi take the initiative, the ninja attempted to evade. However, bolstered by the 8 gates, Izumi's velocity was astonishing. As his opponent tried to escape, Izumi swiftly maneuvered to his rear and executed the body flicker lotus. Lacking bandages like Guy or Lee, Izumi resorted to iron chains, yet he successfully performed the technique nonetheless. Descending from a height, head first, even a ninja would find it perilous. Just as Izumi anticipated the demise of one adversary, the ninja on the ground suddenly transformed into white smoke. What? A shadow clone? Izumi exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. That was close. I didn't expect such a trick from a mere child. Truly, Konoha deserves its reputation as the foremost ninja village, remarked Ninja A, who had utilized lightning thousand books. Earth release, heart-severing technique. Upon witnessing the enemy's jutsu, Izumi sprang into action, leaping high to evade Ninja A, who lay hidden underground. Lightning release, lightning thousand books. He expelled a torrent of lightning thousand books, successfully replicating his opponent's technique for the first time using his Sharingan. Earth release, earth return. A stone slab obstructed Izumi's assault, yet it also hindered Ninja A's vision. Seizing this opportunity, Izumi unleashed his second jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Accompanying the great fireball were 2 wind shuriken, which flanked Ninja A from either side, forcing him to confront the great fireball head-on. Lightning release, thunderstrike flow. Lightning release, thunderstrike flow. The Sharingan re-emerges with fervor as Izumi successfully replicates and employs the opponent's ninjutsu. Do not use ninjutsu. The enemy possesses the Sharingan. Cautions a teammate. Meanwhile, the ninja C, who relies on physical techniques, makes a sudden return, immediately warning his comrades. Others remind the remaining 2 ninjas to cease their use of ninjutsu and instead engage Izumi with taijutsu. Observing this turn of events, Izumi reveals a slight smile. Indeed, while he possesses the Sharingan, he realizes that a single Tomo Sharingan can only replicate C-ranked and D-ranked techniques, proving impotent against superior jutsus. The 3 ninjas charge towards Izumi simultaneously. Sensing the urgency, Izumi swiftly begins to form hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The flames shoot forth, aimed directly at the trio, while Izumi seizes the moment to unleash a barrage of shuriken against his adversaries. Under the onslaught of the Phoenix fire and shuriken, Ninja A is compelled to evade, while Ninja B boldly advances toward Izumi. As the enemy closes in, before Ninja B can initiate an attack, Izumi abruptly raises his head. Genjutsu, hell viewing technique. Having previously mastered this illusion while escorting the daimyo of the land of the setting sun, Izumi's sudden deployment ensnares Ninja B within its grasp. In battles between formidable foes, the outcome can often hinge on a fleeting moment. Though Izumi is not yet a true powerhouse, the proximity to Ninja B makes even the briefest pause capable of determining victory or defeat. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. The massive fireball is unleashed nearly in contact with Ninja B's body. Caught within the illusion and with no time to react, Ninja B is engulfed by the flames, leaving only a charred corpse in their wake. Damn it. Ninja C, witnessing his comrade's demise, is consumed by rage and employs the body flicker technique to appear behind Izumi. Reacting swiftly, Izumi turns to defend himself, but the furious strike from Ninja C sends him hurtling away. Izumi crashes into a tree trunk before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Clutching his injured left arm, he gasps for breath, the excruciating pain signaling a likely fracture. In this moment of vulnerability, the inability to utilize his left arm poses a dire threat to his survival. Without the capacity to form seals, Izumi cannot unleash ninjutsu, and even his taijutsu suffers significantly. Though reluctant to retreat, Izumi realizes that persisting could cost him his life. He promptly throws a smoke bomb to facilitate his escape. However, Ninja A and B, unwilling to allow the slayer of their comrade to escape, close in on him. Wind Style, Thousand Faces of Wind. The smoke dissipates instantly in the fierce gusts, exposing Izumi to the enemy's gaze. With no chance of fleeing, Izumi steels himself for combat. He hurls shuriken with all his might, attempting to maneuver them against the two ninjas. Yet, to seasoned Nin, the threat posed by shuriken is minimal, especially as Izumi can only wield them with one hand, diminishing their effectiveness. Consequently, the two ninjas approach Izumi with little obstruction. Kanoha whirling hurricane. In a moment of crisis, Izumi could only resort to the martial technique she had managed to imperfectly replicate, though the Sharingan could not entirely mimic physical skills as it did ninjutsu. It was still capable of recording attacks. At this juncture, Izumi was employing a pirated version of the powerful Gale Palm, despite her valiant resistance. Facing a Jonin with merely the Gale Palm proved insufficient. She managed to repel Ninja C, yet Ninja A's assault came crashing down upon her, a heavy fist striking her abdomen directly. Once again, she was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Do not kill him. The Sharingan is a prized possession. Bringing him back to the village will undoubtedly earn us a significant reward. The allure of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was undeniable for any ninja village. Even Orochimaru had long coveted it. Hearing these words while collapsed against a tree, Izumi could not help but smile bitterly. Her overconfidence had led her astray. She had believed that her strength would allow her to either defeat her foes or escape unscathed. Reality, however, had proven otherwise. Though she recognized she was outmatched, Izumi was not one to surrender easily. Struggling to her feet, she gripped a kunai tightly and charged toward her adversaries. Second gate, Rest Gate, open. Third gate, Life Gate, open. Determined to fight to the bitter end, Izumi opened 2 gates in succession. As the third gate unlocked, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her body, as if every fiber was wailing in agony, threatening to tear her apart at any moment. Ding. System warning. Host's body is on the brink of collapse. System warning. Host's body is on the brink of collapse. Hearing the system's alarm for the first time, Izumi understood she was operating beyond her limits. Yet, without such measures, her chances of survival were non-existent. Resolving to press on, she propelled herself forward with the force of a released arrow. Both Ninja A and Ninja C were taken aback, astonished at the unexpected display of skill. Earth release, Earth returning. As Izumi materialized before him, Ninja A swiftly enacted Earth returning for defense. Under normal circumstances, such ninjutsu would suffice to thwart her assault. However, in her current state of having opened the third gate, Izumi's strength surged dramatically. With a single punch, she shattered the Earth returning technique, her momentum unyielding as it struck Ninja A directly. Hit by her attack, Ninja A was sent careening through the air, while Izumi, propelled by terrifying speed, pursued him relentlessly. 8 gates, Inner Lotus. Elevating her speed to its zenith, Izumi unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Ninja A, who, suspended in midair, experienced the sheer terror of the 8 gates firsthand. 8 gates, Outer Lotus. Culminating with the Outer Lotus, Ninja A was forcefully slammed into the ground, while Izumi stood atop a nearby branch, gasping for breath. The recent onslaught had drained her of considerable energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. Even the 8 gates were sustained solely by sheer willpower. What an astonishing martial prowess! Not to mention your age, even among Jonin, few possess such mastery over physical techniques. The seemingly deceased Ninja A unexpectedly spoke, leaving Izumi astonished. Following the voice, she beheld Ninja A standing there, unscathed. Suddenly, a realization struck her as she glanced down at the Ninja A she had driven into the ground. Indeed, that Ninja A was transforming into mere soil. A mere Earth clone? Discovering that her relentless attacks had merely targeted a shadow of her foe left Izumi deeply disheartened. Initially, she had intended to utilize the 8 gates to eliminate one adversary, hoping to intimidate the remaining ninjas into retreat. However, the revelation that she had been battling a mere clone thwarted her plans entirely. No, it was a more sophisticated rock clone. While an Earth clone dissipates upon sustaining an attack, a rock clone endures until it receives a fatal blow. You possess considerable strength, yet alas, you remain too inexperienced. At this moment, you are incapable of unleashing the fierce attacks you previously executed. Ninja A remarked with an expression of calmness. Is that so? Struggling to disguise her own frailty, Izumi feigned the ability to still engage in combat. In truth, she was utterly depleted. Her only option would be to open the 4th gate, the injury gate. Yet, given her current physical condition, doing so would undoubtedly lead to her demise. System. Is there anything that can alleviate the crisis before me? I cannot say. I merely provide you with items. How you utilize them is your prerogative. I shall not concern myself with such convoluted matters, the system replied, leaving Izumi at a loss for words to express her frustration with this insufferable entity. Acknowledging that the system could offer no assistance, Izumi realized she had to rely solely on her own capabilities. While Ninja A understood that Izumi could no longer employ the 8 gates, he remained exceedingly cautious, aware of the ferocity she had displayed moments before. Very well. Since death is inevitable, I shall at least take a few with me, she resolved. 8 gates, 4th. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Just as despair threatened to engulf her and she prepared for a final, desperate stand, a voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing a sound reminiscent of a chorus of birds, Izumi, slumped against a tree trunk, felt a flicker of relief graze her features. The lightning cutter was a signature jutsu of Kakashi, known only to him within the entire ninja world. With Kakashi's arrival, her safety seemed assured. As she relaxed, the 8 gates she had maintained solely through sheer willpower dissipated entirely, and the ensuing fatigue, compounded by her body's instinct for self-preservation, caused Izumi to lose consciousness. In her fading awareness, she glimpsed Kakashi wielding his lightning cutter as he charged towards the enemy. Ninja A and Ninja C were caught off guard by the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. In a swift move, Ninja C charged at Kakashi, aiming to intercept him. While Ninja A rushed towards the unconscious Izumi, kunai in hand, intent on eliminating her. Having been astonished by Izumi's strength during their skirmish, Ninja A recognized that allowing her to grow would pose a significant threat to his village, and thus he sought to eliminate that threat forthwith. Would pillar wall. Another member of the Umbu appeared beside Izumi, casting his jutsu to shield her while she lay in a state of unconsciousness. Had she been awake, she would have recognized this user of would release as Yamato, or rather, he should now be referred to as Tenzo. Ninja A was taken aback by the unexpected use of would release, a technique synonymous with the legendary First Hokage, known as the God of Shinobi, among the Senju clan. Apart from Hashirama Senju, no one else could wield such power. Would release, Great Forest technique? After safeguarding Izumi, Tenzo immediately commenced his assault. Earth release, Earth flow wall. He employed Earth release for defense, yet Ninja A began to contemplate retreat. Little did he realize the formidable strength of the Umbu from Konohagakure. Earth release, Hell Swamp. Being proficient in would release, Tenzo was equally adept in earth and water releases. Thus, the earlier Great Forest technique was merely a diversion to capture Ninja A's attention. While the true lethal move was the Hell Swamp. The ground transformed into a treacherous swamp, ensnaring Ninja A, who found himself sinking into it. Not only Ninja A but also Ninja C was affected. Before he could extricate himself, Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through his heart. With his heart impaled, Ninja C met his demise. The only survivor, Ninja A, witnessing his comrade's slaughter and feeling himself gradually submerge into the swamp, realized he had no chance of survival. In a desperate act, he utilized his kunai to end his own life. Thus, the betrayal of the rogue ninja Sadatashi and the information leak came to a close. Kakashi discovered the stolen intelligence on Ninja C's corpse. Kakashi and Tenzo approached Izumi, and after a brief examination, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Izumi had a fractured left arm and 2 broken ribs, but the most severe issue was the after-effects of the 8 gates technique. Izumi's body was on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the earlier physical enhancement from the system, he would have surely perished. Even with Kakashi and Tensu's timely arrival, Kakashi carefully lifted Izumi and, along with Tenso, hurried towards Konohagakure, neglecting to retrieve the bodies of the 3 deceased ninjas. On their return journey, Kakashi encountered the arriving Umbu reinforcements, among whom a medical ninja began urgent treatment for Izumi. "How's the situation, Kakashi?" After delivering Izumi to the hospital, Kakashi proceeded to report to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi has been eliminated, and the leaked information has been retrieved. However, Izumi has sustained grave injuries. Izumi is severely injured? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressed confusion upon hearing Kakashi's words. The intention behind assigning Izumi to this mission was to broaden his experience, not to position him as a primary force. Indeed, during the confrontation with Sarutobi, I expended all my chakra. Izumi pursued alone and encountered 3 elite shinobi at the border of the Land of Fire, managing to hold one of them off long enough to slay him. By the time Tenso and I arrived, Izumi was gravely wounded. On the way back, the Umbu medical ninja provided emergency care, yet it remains uncertain whether he can be saved. In Kakashi's view, the grave injury and unconsciousness of Izumi were largely his responsibility. Had he not chosen to remain in place awaiting reinforcements, perhaps Izumi would not have suffered. Although he eventually decided to seek out the nearest Tenzin to rescue Izumi, a profound sense of guilt still lingered within him. Kakashi could not help but recall his own past transgressions when Rin Noara was captured. Had he immediately resolved to save her alongside Obito, perhaps both Obito and Rin would still be alive. The current situation with Izumi bore an uncanny resemblance to that bygone ordeal. "Come with me to take a look," said the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as he set aside his documents and rose to his feet, making his way toward the door. Together, the third Hokage and Kakashi arrived at the Konoha hospital, where Izumi was still undergoing emergency treatment. "What is Izumi's condition?" the third Hokage inquired. "Lord Third, the patient's condition is dire. His left arm is fractured, ribs are broken, and there are cracks in his right arm and both legs. Although these injuries are severe, we still have methods to treat him. However, his body has sustained damage due to the forced use of the 8 Gates technique. If it were not for his extraordinary physical constitution, he would have perished long ago. All we can do now is rely on medical ninjutsu to revitalize his body, but whether he will regain consciousness remains uncertain. It all depends on his own willpower. Do everything possible to save him," the third Hokage commanded, leaving those words behind as he turned to depart. He was not a medical ninja, and his involvement in the treatment was limited. "Hirashi, I have heard that someone from the Umbu has been severely injured due to the use of the 8 Gates technique. As far as I know, the 8 Gates is considered a forbidden technique, and unauthorized learning of such techniques is absolutely unacceptable." The voice of Danzo Shimura interrupted the third Hokage's exit. "Danzo, this matter does not concern you. Reiku is part of my Umbu, not your root," the third Hokage replied, his expression darkening upon seeing Danzo. He was well aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. Regardless of who it is, unauthorized learning of forbidden techniques is strictly prohibited. "I believe it is necessary to interrogate him," Danzo insisted. "Danzo, who informed you that Reiku was learning the 8 Gates unlawfully? He performed admirably on a previous mission, which is why I chose to teach him the 8 Gates technique. As the third Hokage of Konoha, am I not allowed to impart the 8 Gates to him? You, Danzo, you would do well to tread carefully. I hope there is no trace of your involvement in Sadotoshi's defection. From today onwards, you shall remain here. No one is to enter except for me," Danzo commanded. "Danzo, your root is not that idle, is it?" Having intended to undermine the third Hokage, Danzo was taken aback when Hiruzen openly claimed the 8 Gates as his own teaching. Thus, the accusation of illicit learning fell apart. However, Danzo had no intention of letting Izumi off the hook. There would always be opportunities in the future. As the third Hokage and Danzo departed, Kakashi remained in the hospital. Soon, Izumi was transferred to a recovery room. While his other injuries had been adequately addressed, the damage inflicted by the 8 Gates would depend solely on Izumi's own resilience. The incident involving Izumi's injury was not concealed by the third Hokage, and thus, both Izumi and Itachi soon came to visit. Upon seeing the usually vibrant and energetic little one, who often clamored to learn ninjutsu, lying pale upon the hospital bed, both were filled with deep concern. After Itachi and Izumi departed, Hinata Hyuga came to visit Izumi. Hearing of Izumi's injury, Hinata, who had been training with her clan, rushed to the hospital, accompanied by members of the Hyuga clan who worried for her safety and closely followed her. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Hinata immediately approached Izumi's bedside, while the members of the Hyuga clan were halted at the door by Kakashi. Although they were anxious for Hinata's safety, they dared not confront the Umbu, and thus could only wait outside. Gazing at the unconscious Izumi, tears brimmed in Hinata's eyes. Due to her gentle disposition, Hinata was not favored in her family, and she had once fled her home after being bullied. Since meeting Izumi, however, she had felt genuine affection, and thus Izumi had carved a place in her heart. Izumi. You must be safe, Hinata whispered softly by Izumi's ear. Curiously, at that moment, Izumi's finger twitched slightly, though Hinata did not notice. Ultimately, Hinata had to leave the hospital. She had training to complete, and thus departed, though her mind remained elsewhere throughout that day's training. Izumi remained in a deep coma for a full half-month. During this time, each morning, Hinata quietly sat by Izumi's bedside, faithfully keeping vigil and praying for her swift recovery. After a fortnight of unconsciousness, Izumi finally awakened, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, clearly bewildered by her surroundings. Izumi, you're awake, Hinata exclaimed with a radiant smile. Hinata? Where am I? This is the hospital in Konoha. You were injured on a mission and fell unconscious. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi began to recall the events leading up to her injury. Remembering those moments, she felt a surge of gratitude mixed with fear. Had Kakashi not arrived in time, she might have perished. How long have I been unconscious? Today is the 15th day. Have you been here the whole time? And no, I just arrived this morning. I had training in the afternoon with my clan. As Hinata stammered in response to Izumi's question, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Thank you, Hinata. Even if Izumi were somewhat naive, she could discern that Hinata had visited her each morning before returning to her clan's training in the afternoon. It was truly remarkable for Hinata to care for her in such a manner. And no, it's nothing. I didn't do anything. Observing Hinata's rosy cheeks, Izumi instinctively reached out to pinch her cheek, an action that left Hinata momentarily speechless. Overcome by shyness from her past, she nearly fainted, prompting Izumi to reach out to steady her. However, Izumi had forgotten that her body remained weak from the prolonged coma. Although Izumi successfully supported Hinata, he unfortunately lacked sufficient strength due to his frailty, resulting in both of them tumbling from the hospital bed. Kakashi, who was idly watching outside the ward, heard the commotion and assumed something was amiss. He rushed inside only to find Izumi sprawled on the floor with Hinata draped over him. Hey, you can't be so restless right after waking up, Izumi exclaimed. Come on, Kakashi, stop just standing there and help us up. Displeased that Kakashi was merely observing, Izumi felt it was inappropriate for him, as an injured party, to be left to fend for himself. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi ceased his idle watching, lifted Hinata and placed her back onto the nearby bed, then assisted Izumi to sit up. Thank you, Kakashi. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been in serious trouble. Not at all. By the way, how did you learn the 8 gates? When the 8 gates were mentioned, Izumi found himself at a loss for words. After all, no one had ever taught him the technique. It was indeed suspicious that he could utilize it. Never mind if you don't want to share. When you return to Konoha, Danzo took notice and wants to investigate how you learned the 8 gates. However, Lord Third said he taught you, so if anyone asks, just say it was him. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Izumi's expression darkened. Danzo was not a benevolent figure, and being under his scrutiny was far from favorable. Izumi hadn't anticipated attracting attention so swiftly, yet he felt grateful that the Third Hokage had safeguarded him. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. 3 days had passed since Izumi's awakening, and his remarkable recovery astonished the hospital staff. Izumi, how is your recovery progressing? Inquired the Third Hokage. Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. I am fully recovered. That's wonderful to hear. The previous mission was indeed somewhat demanding for you, yet you executed it admirably. Do you desire any reward? Lord Third, it was merely my duty. I accepted the mission to prevent the leakage of information. I simply fulfilled my responsibilities and do not believe I deserve any accolades. The Third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Izumi's perspective. Very well. Izumi, according to Kakashi, it seemed you were prepared to perish alongside the enemy, and even when Kakashi could not continue the pursuit, you intended to press on. What motivated that? Because it was my mission, and I did not wish for others to perish due to my failure. Although I am unaware of the nature of the leaked information, the scale of the pursuit indicates its utmost significance. I feared that the leakage could lead to the loss of lives among my comrades in Konoha. Understanding the Third Hokage's character, Izumi framed his actions in relation to Konoha and his companions. The Third Hokage, upon hearing Izumi's words, said nothing further, simply nodded and allowed him to take his leave. Although the Third Hokage did not say much, Izumi understood that she had successfully aligned herself. At least the Third would not easily abandon her. After leaving the Hokage building, Izumi returned to her home. Realizing that being targeted by Danzo meant she should refrain from wandering aimlessly outside, aside from her missions. Upon returning home, she finally had the leisure to check the system. Ding. System notification. Main quest. Reclaim the leaked information. Completed. Reward. 1,000 points. Special Ninjutsu Scroll Fragments X5. A rank Ninjutsu. Lightning Clone. Body Enhancement X1. Shadow Clone Technique. A rank task marker. The series of rewards filled Izumi with joy, particularly the special ninjutsu scroll fragments, which excited her immensely. With the 5 she received this time, she now possessed 8 fragments, only 2 short of the 10 required, and her points had reached 1,000. System, what is the A-rank task marker? What is its purpose? The A-rank task marker is an essential item for exchanging S-rank ninjutsu. Completing an A-rank task in the Hokage world grants 1 A-rank task marker. Exchanging for S-rank ninjutsu? What else is needed aside from the A-rank task marker? To exchange for S-rank or higher ninjutsu, one requires a lower rank task marker and 100,000 points. For forbidden level ninjutsu, 10 SSS level task completion markers are required, without the need for points. Upon hearing the system S words, Izumi selectively disregarded the S rank and above ninjutsu, as 100,000 points were no trifling amount. Currently, she had only 700 points, sufficient for exchanging a B-rank ninjutsu. Though even that would be of little use due to the immense chakra consumption. Ding. System notification. Selectable main quests available. Task 1. The Last Glory. Assist the Uchiha clan in their rebellion. Task 2. Hope in the Darkness. Assist the Third Hokage in stopping the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Note. Only one of the 2 tasks can be selected. Choosing one will automatically forfeit the other. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Izumi was taken aback. This main quest was clearly related to the Uchiha clan's rebellion, yet the Uchiha clan massacre incident was still 2 years away. Could it be that her arrival had precipitated the events? System, could it be that the Uchiha massacre incident has been brought forward? How could such a task exist? No. The Uchiha rebellion is not a matter of a day or 2. It merely requires you to choose a side for now, and does not imply the immediate onset of the Uchiha massacre incident. Hearing the system's explanation, Izumi finally felt at ease. This time, she directly chose Task 2. Although the Uchiha clan was nearby, she understood that it would be extremely difficult for the Uchiha rebellion to succeed, even with Itachi and Shisui's assistance. Thus, she could only follow the will of fate. After selecting the main quest, she did not receive any further tasks, but Izumi paid it no mind. What she needed most now was to grow stronger. Currently, her strength was merely that of a Chunin. Although she had previously managed to defeat a Jounin, it was only due to her opponent's lack of awareness. The following morning, Izumi arrived at training ground number 7, where a petite figure was already waiting. Hinata. Why are you here so early? Upon seeing Hinata at such an early hour, Izumi found herself at a loss for words. Although spring had just begun, the morning air remained quite chilly, and she couldn't help but worry about Hinata's fragile frame, fearing she might fall ill. I'm not that early. I just woke up and came. Even though she was quite familiar with Izumi, Hinata's inherent shyness showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. Still, you shouldn't come so early. It's really cold outside. What if you catch a cold? Izumi's concern inadvertently stirred memories within Hinata. The mention of catching a cold reminded her of the time Izumi had treated her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep shade of crimson once more. As they began their training, Izumi had just learned the shadow clone technique from the system. This jutsu was also within the grasp of the Hyuga clan, so Izumi directly taught it to Hinata. While Hinata embarked on mastering the shadow clone technique, Izumi focused on practicing the Rasengan. Having already succeeded in bursting a water balloon, she was now set to practice with a rubber ball. Concentrating her chakra, Izumi rotated it within her palm, attempting to shape the rubber ball into various forms. Yet, she struggled to break through the confines of the ball itself. The entire morning was dedicated to this endeavor, but to her disappointment, she had yet to achieve success. Meanwhile, Hinata encountered a minor hurdle while practicing the shadow clone technique. Following the scroll Izumi had provided, she exerted herself throughout the morning. Yet she still couldn't successfully complete the jutsu. It wasn't that Hinata lacked the ability to learn the technique. Rather, her chakra reserves were insufficient, resulting in clones devoid of combat effectiveness. Hinata, don't be too disheartened. Chakra is tied to one's physical condition, so it's entirely normal to have low reserves at this stage. You've already grasped the technique. You simply need more chakra, which is an achievement surpassing most genin. I understand, she replied quietly. Izumi-kun, What jutsu are you practicing? Hinata inquired. Having observed Izumi playing with a rubber ball for the entire morning, intrigued by her apparent lack of boredom. This is the Rasengan, a technique from the Fourth Hokage. I can teach it to you, but you must keep it a secret. If anyone discovers that I'm secretly practicing the Fourth Hokage's jutsu, I could be in serious trouble. After a moment's hesitation, Izumi decided to speak the truth, unwilling to deceive Hinata. I won't tell anyone. The small girl exhibited a resolute demeanor, and Izumi felt an urge to pinch her cheeks, yet he ultimately restrained himself, not wishing to see her faint again. Very well, I shall teach you the Rasengan. With that, Izumi began to explain the technique. The Rasengan essentially involves concentrating chakra in the palm of your hand, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it, thus forming a densely rotating sphere of chakra. The practice of the spiral sphere was conducted precisely as depicted in the animation, with these techniques imparted to Hinata. Following her successful filling of a water balloon, a remarkable event transpired. Hinata, are you certain you have not engaged in any training of this sort? All eyes were glued to the shattered balloon in Hinata's grasp. Disbelief etched across their faces. It is noteworthy that the individual in question had toiled for an extended period to achieve success, while Hinata, in her inaugural attempt, had triumphed effortlessly. Well, I have not trained in this manner before, Hinata murmured, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Observing her demeanor, Izumi felt unable to voice any criticism. Indeed, he found himself at a loss for words. Ding. System notification. You are outperformed by a girl. Once again, the system's jibe struck Izumi, igniting a fierce desire within him to duel the system. Hinata had directly completed the first stage of training, prompting Izumi to procure a rubber ball. As Hinata accepted the ball, she began to prepare to destroy it in accordance with Izumi's instruction. Watching her earnest efforts filled Izumi with both anticipation and trepidation. The anticipation stemmed from a hope that Hinata would succeed once more, indicating her extraordinary talent. Conversely, his trepidation arose from the fear that she might complete the second stage, particularly since he had labored long without success. Should Hinata achieve it on her first attempt, Izumi could only contemplate a metaphorical demise. Fortuitously or unfortunately, Hinata did not conquer the second stage immediately. She expressed her inability to find any lead. By now, it was midday and further practice was not feasible. Thus, Izumi escorted Hinata to lunch before returning her to the Hyuga residence. Notably, this time he accompanied her directly to the entrance of the Hyuga home, departing only upon encountering a servant, at which point he turned to leave. As he departed, he chanced upon someone he found mildly irksome, Hyuga Niji. Niji's father had perished due to Hinata's abduction. Despite Hyuga Hizashi's voluntary sacrifice to save his brother, Niji erroneously believed it was a result of familial coercion. Consequently, harboring resentment toward his clan, Niji inexplicably directed his ire toward Hinata. This incited in Izumi a strong impulse to deliver a resounding reprimand to Niji. For despite his misunderstanding regarding his father, any hatred should rightfully be directed at the family, not at Hinata, who bore no culpability. Moreover, the true perpetrator of his father's demise was the Cloud Ninja. Niji ought to seek retribution against them rather than bully someone younger and weaker, all while deluding himself into a sense of superiority. Unbeknownst to Niji, he had unwittingly incurred Izumi's disdain, which would later result in his misfortune at Izumi's hands. Nonetheless, such unfortunate circumstances were unavoidable, given his treatment of Hinata. Izumi returned alone to training ground number 7, where he encountered Shisui, who had just returned from a mission. Izumi, I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Shisui inquired. Having been away from the Hidden Leaf Village for approximately a month, he had heard of Izumi's injury but had not visited to ascertain the specifics. I'm fine. It was merely a side effect from using the 8 Gates technique. I spent some time in the hospital, but I have recovered now. It is a relief to hear that you are well. I have also joined the dark side, and I fear I may not visit this place often in the future. Speaking of which, you have been part of the dark side for quite some time. And yet you are merely a child of 4. It truly baffles me how you have grown so proficient. Although Izumi displays a talent that surpasses that of Shisui, Shisui shows no signs of jealousy. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Shisui, it seems you shall not be able to guide me as often from now on. Should you not teach me a ninjutsu? Izumi still has one continuous task pending, so she sets her sights on Shisui, hoping he might impart some techniques to her. Very well, young one. Despite your tender age, you possess a remarkable affinity for ninjutsu. Since you have asked, I shall teach you. Pay close attention. With that, Shisui begins the hand seals. Serpent, dragon, hare, tiger, fire style, dragon fire technique. Izumi successfully replicates the dragon fire technique using her Sharingan. Yet she is astonished to discover that she cannot wield it directly. After all, the dragon fire technique is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, and logically, a single Tomo Sharingan should suffice for both replication and personal use. System, what is happening? Why can I not utilize the dragon fire technique? Izumi inquires, her face a mask of confusion. The ninjutsu you need to learn cannot be replicated through the Sharingan. You must learn it gradually on your own. Of course, direct exchange is also not an option. Additionally, I must remind you that while the Sharingan can replicate ninjutsu and allow you to use it, the techniques reproduced do not truly belong to you. To acquire genuine mastery of a ninjutsu, you must engage in diligent study. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi is not overly surprised. After all, the Sharingan's ability to replicate ninjutsu is rather overpowered and thus comes with its own drawbacks. Since replication is not an option, she resolves to learn earnestly. However, when Izumi turns to ask Shisui for further details, she discovers he has departed, leaving behind the scroll for the dragon fire technique. Though both are classified as C-rank ninjutsu, the dragon fire technique is considerably more challenging to master than the great fireball technique. Izumi dedicates 3 days to fully grasping the dragon fire technique. During these 3 days, she practices the Rasengan with Hinata in the mornings and devotes her afternoons to mastering the dragon fire technique. On the 4th day, early in the morning, Izumi arrives at training ground number 7. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The terrifying flames surge forward, annihilating the trees before her. Witnessing such formidable power, Izumi beams with joy. She has finally acquired a potent ninjutsu. Although she had previously learned wind style, pressure damage, the chakra consumption was truly overwhelming. Ding. System notification. Continuous task completed. A new continuous task has been automatically accepted. Learn fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Izumi felt a twinge of frustration. She had not anticipated that this continuous task would have further developments, and what lay ahead was the necessity to master the B-rank ninjutsu, fire dragon flame bullet. It is worth noting that this technique ranks among the most formidable offensive ninjutsu within the vast repertoire of the Third Hokage, capable of unleashing 3 fire dragons that strike the enemy from the left, center, and right, an advanced technique within the realm of fire release. Its sheer power can evaporate the water of a pond in an instant. Izumi sighed softly. Mastering the fire dragon flame bullet was unlikely to be an immediate accomplishment. Setting aside the other challenges, her chakra remained a significant obstacle. While the precise consumption of the technique was unknown, it certainly would not be negligible. Good morning, Izumi. Hinata greeted as she entered the training ground, her eyes widening at the signs of destruction before Izumi. Although she was aware of Izumi's strength, she did not expect her to have grown so formidable. Good morning, Hinata. With the completion of her task and the sight of Hinata, Izumi's spirits lifted considerably. Just then, 2 figures arrived at the training ground. Good morning, Hinata and Izumi. Izumi called out from a distance, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi. Izumi Mane. Both Izumi and Hinata exclaimed in unison, their words leading to a moment of shared awkwardness. Fortunately, Izumi did not dwell on their discomfort. Is this destruction the result of your ninjutsu? Itachi inquired, visibly astonished by the state of the training ground. Indeed, Brother Itachi. This is the dragon fire technique that Brother Shisui taught me, which I just completed this morning. Itachi nodded upon hearing Izumi's words, though he was internally astonished. Although categorized as a C-rank ninjutsu like the Great Fireball technique, the Dragon Fire technique demands a high level of chakra control and consumption. Not to mention, Izumi, at merely 4 years of age, possessed a chakra reservoir that even many lower-ranked ninjas might not have. Understanding that Izumi's chakra capacity was extraordinary, Itachi felt a tinge of envy. While the amount of chakra does not directly equate to strength, those with greater chakra can wield a broader array of ninjutsu. Presently, Itachi had reached the level of a chunin and could even contend with some jonin. Yet his inability to ascend to the rank of a full jonin was primarily due to his chakra limitations. Despite possessing more chakra than many of his peers, it still fell short of jonin standards. Ding, system prompt. Side quest, explore the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi felt a flicker of curiosity. The Uzumaki clan held an air of mystery within the Naruto universe, with scant information available beyond a few surviving members, and their extinction was equally enigmatic. It is widely acknowledged that the Uzumaki clan was an ally of Konoha. Given this, how could the foremost ninja village fail to protect them? Although the Uzumaki were not known for their combat prowess, their formidable sealing techniques were not easily countered. For instance, the dead demon-consuming seal could seal half of the Nine-Tails' power, and both the Four-Symbol seal and the 8-Trigram seal possessed similar capabilities to contain the Nine-Tails. Such a formidable, nay, terrifying sealing technique could not prevent the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, which is indeed rather perplexing. Izumi harbored suspicions that the demise of the Uzumaki clan was far from straightforward. Otherwise, they would not have been left nearly extinct. Although the original text mentioned that Uzumaki Kushina had witnessed the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, many questions remain. Why was she the sole survivor? And what are the other members of the Uzumaki clan? If there were others like Karen, why did the Third Hokage not gather them together? It is worth noting that the Third Hokage has always espoused the values of benevolence and morality. As Izumi pondered these mysteries, the masked Kakashi suddenly appeared at Training Ground 7. Upon seeing Kakashi and recalling the recent side mission, Izumi surmised the purpose of Kakashi's visit. "Brother Itachi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," she said, following Kakashi as they prepared to depart. "Take care, Izumi-kun," Hinata called out, summoning her courage to speak loudly as Izumi was about to leave. "Rest assured, I shall be fine," Izumi reassured her. This time, Kakashi did not accompany Izumi into the Hokage's office. Instead, they parted ways at the entrance of the Hokage building. "Lord Third, you summoned me," Izumi began. "Indeed. There is a task that requires your attention. Strange occurrences have been reported at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Whirlpools. I need you to investigate. Remember, if you encounter any danger, return immediately. Your mission is merely to ascertain whether there are any abnormalities. Do not take unnecessary risks." "I understand, Lord Third." Accepting the mission scroll, Izumi turned and exited the Hokage building. This marked her first solo mission, although she had previously participated in an investigation of Orochimaru's lair. She had not been alone at that time. Upon returning home, Izumi began to prepare her supplies for the mission, meticulously checking her various ninja tools and provisions. This time, she was to complete the task on her own, and it would be unfortunate if she encountered danger due to inadequate preparation. Once everything was in order, she donned her mask and departed from Konohagakure. Heading towards the Land of Whirlpools, Izumi casually activated her system. Currently, there were no new main missions, and the only side mission she had recently accepted was the one she had just taken on. The only lingering task was the challenge quest. Challenge the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, a task that Izumi was quite eager to undertake, yet had never found an opportunity to engage in. System, is there no restriction on the challenge mission? And is it necessary to defeat the opponent? That is indeed the case. However, if you manage to defeat the challenge target, the rewards will be quite substantial. To be frank, your current strength is insufficient to overcome the One-Tail. Defeat the One-Tail? Did you not assign me to challenge the Jinchuriki? Izumi inquired, somewhat perplexed by the system's response. The task is to challenge Shikaku, specifically in its Jinchuriki form. But do not forget the existence of the technique, feigning sleep, which is also considered a capability within the Jinchuriki form. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Quan felt an overwhelming desire to confront this wretched system. Fortunately, he refrained from rushing to provoke my Aero. Otherwise, if Aero had unleashed the technique of feigned slumber, it would have been the end of him. Quan was truly exasperated by the system's deceit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Quan finally arrived at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Once a flourishing realm, all that remained were crumbling walls and desolation. Strangely, there were no signs of other nations occupying this land. Logically, after the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, someone should have claimed this territory. Yet it lay barren, seemingly frozen in time since the day the Uzumaki clan perished. Alone, Quan ventured into the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, which were as dilapidated as the Land of Whirlpools itself, devoid of any evidence of human existence. Suddenly, a sense of being watched gripped him, prompting Quan to swiftly turn and prepare for battle. However, to his bewilderment, there was no one present, and the feeling of being observed vanished the instant he turned. After remaining on high alert for a considerable time, Quan ultimately found nothing. Just as he was about to resume his search for the anomalies mentioned in his task, he noticed movement in the grass from afar. In response to this sight, Quan instinctively prepared to throw his kunai, only to be surprised when a small girl emerged from the underbrush. Before Quan could utter a word, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing her blood-red hair, Quan surmised that she must be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. He approached her cautiously to assess her condition. After a brief examination, he concluded that the girl had merely fainted from hunger. He retrieved a scroll from his backpack and produced the water and food sealed within. After administering some water, the girl gradually regained consciousness, her eyes filled with fear as she regarded Quan, clearly perceiving him as a threat. I see you have fainted from hunger. Here. This is water and food. Please, eat something, Quan offered, placing the provisions before her. The girl remained incredibly wary, yet her hunger proved overwhelming. Unable to resist the allure of sustenance, she hastily began to stuff food into her mouth, neglecting to chew. Watching her ravenous consumption, Quan couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since she had last eaten. Her manner of eating was less about nourishment and more akin to hastily shoving food into her belly without a moment's pause. Slow down. All of this is for you. Once you're full, I have a few questions to ask. You have come for me, haven't you? Hearing his words, the girl abruptly paused. Her eyes filled with sorrow. For you? Isn't that the case? Given my red hair, you must recognize me as one of the Uzumaki clan. Surely, you intend to capture me for a reward? That doesn't seem to be the case, Quan replied. I am a ninja from Konoha, here to investigate the strange occurrences at the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Do you truly have no intention of capturing me? The girl asked, her expression one of disbelief. Why would I want to capture you? Quan responded. Before encountering you, I was unaware of the existence of the Vortex clan in this place. Is it true? You truly do not intend to capture me. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? What purpose would I have to deceive you? Besides, if my intention were to capture you, I could have easily bound you while you were unconscious just moments ago. Moreover, even now, if I wished to seize you, do you believe you could escape? Upon hearing Quan's words, the little girl pouted, her expression one of frustration. She gazed at Quan, who was still shorter than herself, reluctant to accept that Quan might be superior to her. Yet, she recognized that despite being of the Vortex clan, she was merely an ordinary person. While Quan was a ninja, the outcome was evident when an ordinary individual faced a ninja. Realizing she was temporarily safe, the little girl ceased to question Quan's honesty and continued to satisfy her hunger. Observing her demeanor, Quan refrained from further comment, simply sitting quietly across from her. Before long, Quan's provisions had been entirely consumed by the little girl, which piqued Quan's curiosity. Was her stomach somehow dimensionally transcendent? How could she possibly ingest so much food? Moreover, the most perplexing aspect was that, despite her substantial intake, her stomach showed no discernible change. You have finished your meal. It is time to answer my questions. What is the cause of the peculiar phenomena here? Do you have any companions? If I answer, might you provide me with more food? The little girl timidly inquired. Ah, you cannot possibly still be hungry? Quan responded with astonishment, for that had been his entire day's ration, consumed without a trace of waste by this small creature before him. Indeed, the little girl blushed at Quan's remark. It is only natural for any girl to feel embarrassed when someone comments on her appetite. Go ahead and eat. Quan produced more food before asking, what is your name? I am called Vortex Aoi. The phenomenon you mentioned refers to the light emanating from the shrine. However, I am uncertain as to its nature. It seems that only those of the Vortex clan experience hallucinations upon approaching that light, which is why I have taken refuge there each night to avoid disaster. As she spoke while eating, Vortex Aoi recounted her tale. Though the nature of that light remains a mystery, it appears to pose no immediate danger. After all, based on Aoi's account, many have witnessed this light, and thus far, Konoha has not reported any fatalities as a result. Aoi, where are your family members? Although I had my suspicions, Quan felt compelled to inquire. I have never met my father. My mother was taken away 6 months ago, and since then, I have been hiding nearby. I was simply too hungry earlier. Hearing voices from this direction, I thought that even if I were captured, it would be better than starving to death, so I followed the sound. Will you? Could you take me away from here? Perhaps due to the food Quan had provided, Aoi's animosity toward him had lessened considerably. Are you not afraid I might capture you and sell you for profit? By the way, how long have you been hungry? Since the day my mother was taken away. I have not experienced the luxury of a full meal. It has been an entire week since I last consumed anything. I have exhausted all available edible resources around me. Yet food remains elusive. How old are you? I am 5 years old, and in a few days, I shall turn 6. Very well, for now, you may accompany me. Lead me to the shrine, please. With that, Quan rose to her feet. Upon hearing Quan's words, Kuei also stood up, clutching all the food she had gathered in her arms. Observing Kuei's state, Quan found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that this child had truly been terrified by hunger. Together, Quan and Kuei arrived at the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Although it was referred to as a shrine, it had fallen into a state of severe disrepair, with many areas having collapsed. Quan followed Kuei as they navigated through the ruins, and soon they found themselves underground. The subterranean area revealed a flat platform, where Quan noticed a patch of grass that had been arranged to create a makeshift resting place for Kuei at night. A pang of sympathy welled up within Quan for this unfortunate girl, who at such a tender age had to endure such hardships. This place radiated a mysterious light. Yet during the day, it appeared unremarkable, accessible to anyone. However, at night, outsiders could not enter. Approaching too closely would result in seeing illusions. Pointing to a nearby wall, Kuei spoke up. Quan looked in the direction of her finger and beheld a multitude of masks, which evoked memories of the masks Orochimaru had used to unravel the Reaper death seal, though those had been found near the shrine in Konoha, certainly not here. Ding. System notification. Reaper mask detected. Would you like to collect it? Surprised by the system's announcement, Quan had not anticipated the presence of a Reaper mask in this place. Could it be that there was more than one such mask? Collect. It would be foolish not to seize something valuable. Upon her selection to collect, one of the many masks on the wall suddenly illuminated, floating towards Quan. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch the mask, but before she could react, a wave of deathly energy surged into her body through her palm, causing her to drop the mask in fright. Are you all right? Is the mask truly that frightening? Seeing Quan toss the mask onto the ground, Kuei stepped forward to retrieve it. You don't feel anything unusual? Observing Kuei's nonchalant demeanor filled Quan with confusion. The sensation she had just experienced was certainly not an illusion. That palpable aura of death was indelibly etched in her memory. No, I feel fine here. I usually play with these masks. Before Quan could respond, Kuei placed the mask against her face. No, it is known that when Orochimaru donned the Reaper mask, he summoned the Reaper itself. Although this mask may not be the same, how could a Reaper mask lack any other effects? However, what puzzled Izumi was that Aoi, wearing a mask, displayed no signs of abnormality. When Izumi called out in protest, Aoi effortlessly removed the mask. What is the matter? I don't even know your name. Izumi suddenly recalled that he had not inquired about the ninja's identity, prompting him to ask. I am Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. As he spoke, Izumi reached out to reclaim the mask, but an unexpected occurrence transpired at that moment. Ding. System alert. New system mode triggered. The slaughter system is now activated. Current slaughter value, 0-100. Upon reaching full slaughter value, one can acquire special ninjutsu, gaining 1 slaughter value for each individual slain. Ding. Character system task initiated. Assist Uzumaki Aoi in activating her bloodline to successfully earn the loyalty of the Uzumaki clan. Current bloodline activation level, 5100. Ding. Acquired the Death God's Mask fragment. Ding. Received a side quest. Death God's Mask. Collect all 3 Death God's masks. A barrage of system notifications left Izumi momentarily speechless. The sudden influx of information bewildered him. System, what is the purpose of this Death Goddess mask? Ding. Death Goddess mask fragment, one of the 3 major masks of the Death God. When used alone, it increases ninjutsu power by 10% and enhances sealing techniques by 100%. Utilizing the corpse ghost sealing technique no longer requires a sacrifice of one's own soul. Note, this mask has a cooldown period of 720 hours, with duration determined by the host's chakra limit. Current usable duration, 10 minutes. A 10% increase in ninjutsu power is undeniably a commendable attribute. While this percentage may appear negligible now, it will undoubtedly amplify significantly as Izumi grows stronger. Although a month-long cooldown seems rather lengthy, the Death Goddess mask is still a valuable asset. Moreover, Izumi realized that his exploration of the Uzumaki clan's ruins was incomplete, suggesting that there remained more to uncover. Are you all right? Aoi inquired, noticing Izumi's prolonged silence. Filled with curiosity. It's nothing. Is the light you mentioned emanating from this mask? Since the task was unfinished, Izumi felt compelled to continue his exploration. No. These masks have never emitted light before. Today is the first time. Previously, the only illumination came from the entire wall, Aoi replied candidly. Upon hearing Aoi's words, Izumi stepped forward to inspect the wall, and indeed, he discovered that the wall was hollow, indicating that there was another room behind it. Izumi instinctively sensed that this concealed space held the key to his exploration. Aoi, this wall is empty. Do you know what lies beyond it? Although not harboring much hope, Izumi still posed the question. I don't know. My mother said this place existed long before the Uzumaki clan arrived, and no one knows what is inside. Even a legendary figure from Konoha could not open it, Aoi replied. Upon hearing Aoi's words, Izumi's immediate thought was of Shinja Hashirama. If even he could not access this place, what conditions would be necessary for entry? System, how does one gain access to this area? Moreover, is my task this time to explore within? After a prolonged examination, I still found no clues, and ultimately, I had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. I am uncertain how to enter, yet I am confident that you will certainly find a way in, and it must be a method conceived by your own ingenuity. Upon hearing the system's words, I was filled with confusion. Surely I could gain entry. Could there be some form of facial recognition or fingerprint identification in place? With the system proving unhelpful, I resolved to devise a solution on my own, for nightfall was imminent, and perhaps the appearance of that mysterious light would herald some progress. With nothing else to occupy my mind, I began to scrutinize each mask closely, while Akai continued to consume the food I provided her. For an ordinary person, suddenly indulging after 3 days of fasting could be perilous, yet it seemed that Akai, endowed with the formidable genes of the Uzumaki clan, exhibited no adverse effects. As dusk approached, I had completed my examination of all the masks, which offered no leads. In my estimation, these masks were likely crafted by the Uzumaki clan themselves. Perhaps they were merely ceremonial items, with the exception of that singular death mask, which appeared to be unique. Finally, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, I found myself pondering why the light had yet to manifest when the entire wall housing the masks began to emanate a glow. Instantly, I discerned that the source of the light lay beyond the wall. Bathed in this radiance, I felt a comforting warmth enveloping me, reminiscent of the sun's gentle embrace on a winter's day. Simultaneously, I sensed a call from whatever lay on the other side of the wall. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Without hesitation, I unleashed my ninjutsu, but to my astonishment, the ostensibly formidable flames left no mark upon the wall. Fool, this wall is exceedingly special. Even an SSS-ranked ninjutsu cannot force its way through. Otherwise, do you think Otsutsuki Kagaya would have been unable to enter? What? Are you saying that the Sage of Six Paths also attempted to gain entry and failed? The system's words filled me with astonishment. What could possibly compel the Sage of Six Paths to desire access? Indeed, otherwise, do you think Otsutsuki Kagaya would have left behind any traces after entering? This door can only be opened in a conventional manner. Forcing it open is utterly impossible. With forceful entry deemed unfeasible, I decided to alter my approach. I withdrew a kunai and made a small incision on my hand, letting my blood drip onto the wall. As my blood fell upon the surface, the wall remained unchanged. However, the light suddenly intensified, as if the essence within was beckoning me, and the scent of my blood stirred excitement within it. The method of bloodletting proved ineffective for unlocking the door, and for a moment, I was at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, I felt an inexplicable intuition that if I could not open the door this time, even if I were to gain the ability in the future, it would ultimately be futile. Suddenly, Quan recalled the words of the system, which had assured, "I know you can definitely enter." Since it was certain that he could enter, it did not necessarily imply that he needed to open the grand door to gain access. In the grand tapestry of this world, Quan was exceptionally unique. And this uniqueness stemmed from two fundamental aspects. First, he did not belong to this realm but had been reborn from the reality beyond. Second, there was the existence of the system. Now, with the system rendered powerless, all that remained was Quan himself. Undoubtedly, his most distinctive trait was his soul. While his corporeal form and blood belonged to this world, his soul did not. Upon grasping this truth, Quan immediately contemplated a means to enter. With the activation of his Crimson Sharingan, Quan projected his mental energy onto the wall. As anticipated, the once impenetrable wall reverberated with a thunderous roar, and the entire shrine seemed to tremble violently. "Save me." A faint voice penetrated Quan's mind. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Save me. How can I save you?" "Use your blood to sign a contract with me." Taken aback, Quan pondered whether the entity within the wall was a spirit beast. The thought exhilarated him. What manner of being could attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths? After a moment of hesitation, Quan realized he was uncertain about how to forge the contract. "System, I can handle it for 100 points. Before Quan could respond, the system directly presented its terms. With a sigh, Quan lamented the loss of 100 hard-earned points. Nevertheless, essential expenditures must be made, and thus he chose to pay the price. Upon the expenditure of 100 points, a scroll materialized before him, accompanied by the system's voice. "Sign your current name, press your blood seal, and then toss the scroll inside." Heeding these instructions, Quan began the process. Lacking ink, he resorted to inscribing Uchiha Quan with his own blood, then pressed his handprint down. Having completed these actions, he cast the scroll into the opening. Ding, the system notified. "The exploration of the Uzumaki clan's ruins is complete, and you have gained the acknowledgement of the Dragon Clan." As the system's voice echoed, Quan was abruptly thrust back by a tremendous force, and the wall that had opened now sealed shut. Ding! The system alerted again. You have acquired a side quest, behind the wall. Struggling to his feet, Quan was suddenly addressed by a voice beside him. Thank you for saving me. Who are you? He turned to see a slender dragon, as fine as a thread, perched upon his shoulder. A sense of doubt washed over him. I am Rui Long. Thank you for rescuing me. Had it not been for you, I would have likely perished in there from exhaustion in a few years. As a token of gratitude, my kin and I are willing to assist you in battle. Rui Long? Why were you trapped in there? And why can't that wall be opened again? Quan was eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding this situation, prompting him to inquire further. Our dragon clan originated from an alternate realm, arriving in this world at the dawn of life itself. Initially, we envisioned transforming this place into a paradise for our kind. However, to our astonishment, a formidable being appeared, decimating our strongest warriors, leaving only a remnant sealed within a small space, its walls serving as a prison. This being foretold that one day, a human would come to liberate us. Upon hearing the words of Rui Long, Quan found her perplexity deepening. Who, she pondered, could this enigmatic powerhouse be? Could it be that someone had foreseen my arrival long ago and would rescue you? Quan inquired with a hint of bewilderment. I cannot say, Rui Long replied. My knowledge of that era is limited to tales recounted by the elders of our clan. Rui Long spoke candidly, believing that Quan was their salvation. How many of your kin remain? And may I commune with the powerful among your clan? Quan asked eagerly. If we consider our entire lineage, there are approximately 300 of us. As for the strength of the entity you might summon, it entirely depends on your chakra. The greater your chakra, the mightier the spirit you can invoke. Conversely, if it is insufficient, the summoned will be weaker. Given your current prowess, you can only summon an average member of our clan. This is not within our control but dictated by the summoning contract. Nodding in understanding, Quan reflected that summoning a divine dragon might be beyond her capabilities. After returning Rui Long, she noticed that Aoi had fallen asleep amidst a pile of grass. Aoi, wake up, she urged. Ah, you finally moved. I've been stuck here, seemingly trapped by something, unable to escape. If you hadn't awakened, I might have starved to death. Do you have any food left? I am truly famished. As if in agreement, Aoi's stomach grumbled in protest. Responding to her plight, Quan produced some food, witnessing once more what it meant to eat ravenously. As she observed Aoi devouring the provisions, Quan began to eat as well. What was intended to last a week was nearly depleted in less than a day, most of it consumed by Aoi. It was a mystery how she managed to eat so much. You just said I hadn't moved at all, Quan remarked. Indeed, the wall suddenly opened. And then you became immobile, Aoi lamented. Quan found herself unable to move, trapped, as if the entire shrine were enveloped by some force. Aoi had attempted several times to escape, but found it futile, resigned to remain in this place. Fortunately, after the shrine's collapse, an underground lake formed, sparing Aoi from the tragedy of thirst. How long have I been standing here? Quan inquired. I cannot say for certain, but it has been at least a week. At first, I was unaware of your prolonged stillness, consuming food casually. As time passed, I realized the gravity of the situation and began rationing. Unable to leave or bask in sunlight, I could only estimate the passage of time by my hunger. The outside world had passed a week, yet for Izumi, it felt merely like a few fleeting minutes, leaving her in a state of profound bewilderment. However, upon reflection, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. The journey she undertook had already consumed 3 days, and now, with another 7 spent here, it was likely that Konoha had assumed her missing or faced with some misfortune. Let us proceed to Konoha village. There, at least you will not have to endure hunger. Of course, if you wish to remain here, I shall not impede you. With that, she turned and began to descend towards the ground. Wait for me. I will follow you, Aoi exclaimed, chasing after Izumi. For Aoi, staying behind meant not only facing daily starvation but also, more critically, evading those malicious individuals intent on capturing her. Now that the light from the shrine had vanished, Aoi found herself without refuge at night. Remaining here would likely lead to her capture in no time. In Aoi's eyes, Izumi was a good person. Otherwise, she would not have provided her with such an abundance of food. Thus, it stood to reason that Izumi's dwelling would be of a decent standard. Even if it were not, Aoi thought, she could always find a way to escape if necessary. And so, Izumi led Aoi in the direction of Konoha. Although Izumi wished to quicken her pace, the presence of an ordinary person like Aoi made acceleration impossible. Ultimately, Izumi found herself carrying Aoi to prevent her from becoming a hindrance. After 3 days, Izumi finally returned to Konoha, accompanied by Aoi, and went directly to the Hokage Tower. Izumi? You are alive? The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing her. It turned out that Izumi had been missing for a month, during which the third Hokage had dispatched Kakashi to investigate, yet they had yielded no results. In utter frustration, Kakashi had returned to Konoha 5 days prior. Having received news from Kakashi, the third Hokage refrained from declaring Izumi deceased due to her mission, yet a month of uncertainty was disquieting. Lord Third, the situation is as follows. Izumi recounted her experiences in their entirety, omitting only the details regarding the system, for she understood that any attempt to conceal the truth would be discerned by the third Hokage, and fabricating falsehoods would undoubtedly lead to exposure. Lord Third, this is how matters stand. How do you wish to proceed with Aoi? Izumi inquired. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, she knew she could not take Aoi back to the Uchiha clan's residence. The previous incident with Hinata had already caused friction with her clan, and Izumi was not keen on courting further trouble. Moreover, considering Aoi's voracious appetite, Izumi did not believe she could sustain her. Aoi could consume a meal equivalent to Izumi's daily intake. She truly was a little glutton. Please return to rest for now. I shall handle the matter of Uzumaki Aoi. Your companions have been quite worried about you during your absence. Do remember to greet them. Come back in 3 days, as I have a new mission for you. Yes. Lord Third. Izumi turned and exited the third Hokage's office, her mind swirling with uncertainty as she made her way back. Logically speaking, after disappearing for a month, one would expect to grant oneself a period of respite. Yet, astonishingly, mere 3 days later, there is a task awaiting completion. Observing the third Hokage's demeanor, it appears this assignment had been meticulously prepared in advance. Unbeknownst to her, Izumi had wandered to the threshold of the Hyuga clan's estate. Lifting her gaze to the grand residence, she paused momentarily, yet gently rapped upon the door. Who goes there? Upon opening the door, a member of the Hyuga clan emerged. Greetings, I am Uchiha Izumi. I wish to speak with Hinata Hyuga. Please relay my request. You are Uchiha Izumi? Please, come inside. The clan member, taken aback upon recognizing Izumi, exhibited a hint of surprise that did not escape her keen observation, rendering the situation somewhat peculiar. Izumi followed the clan member into the estate, soon arriving at a room which happened to be the former quarters of Hayashi Hyuga. This revelation further deepened her confusion. Could it be that Hayashi had anticipated her arrival? Head of the family, I have brought Uchiha Izumi. Enter, please. Yes, Lord Hayashi. Upon seeing Hayashi, Izumi was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of trepidation, not due to his prowess, but rather an unidentifiable fear stemming from some other matter. You vanished for a month. What were you engaged in? Ah, my apologies. Lord Hayashi, I was on a mission for the Umbu. The specifics of the task, however, I cannot disclose. Izumi had not anticipated that Hayashi would inquire about such matters, filling her with further perplexity. Umbu missions were shrouded in secrecy, and it was inconceivable that Hayashi was unaware. Why, then, the inquiry? Very well. If you choose not to divulge that, I shall pose another question. Did you teach Hinata the Rasengan? Although she had not explicitly attributed the technique to you. Aside from the Hyuga clan, you are her sole mentor in other disciplines. As he spoke, Hayashi finally set down his brush. Izumi was taken aback by Hayashi's words. Despite the passage of a month, the fact that Hinata had mastered the Rasengan astonished her. Moreover, how had Hayashi come to know of Hinata's newfound skill? Concern for Hinata's safety gnawed at her. Lord Hayashi, it is true that I taught Hinata the Rasengan. I implore you not to place her in a difficult position. Difficult position? Why would I impose hardship upon my own daughter? Uchiha Izumi, I am intrigued. The Rasengan is a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Even within Konoha, only a handful possess the ability to wield it. How did you come to know its method of training? Faced with Hayashi's probing inquiry, Izumi initially considered revealing that she had discovered it in Orochimaru's laboratory, yet such a confession would imply a grave transgression for failing to report it. However, a moment of inspiration struck, and she conceived a new explanation. As I pursued the traitorous ninja Satotashi, I happened upon an adversary and casually remarked how advantageous it would be to possess an unmarked ninjutsu. To my surprise, the opponent mentioned the Rasengan, which led me to speculate based on their description. In truth, I have yet to master this technique myself. However, it appears that Hinata has indeed succeeded, confirming the validity of my conjecture. Regarding Izumi's explanation, Hyuga Hizashi remained silent. Though few within Konohagakure can perform the Rasengan, many understand its underlying principles yet struggle to execute it. Given that Satotashi had participated in the Ninja World War, it is hardly astonishing that he comprehended the technique's mechanics. Well, Hinata is in her room, and I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing Hyuga Hizashi's dismissal, Izumi rose and made her way towards Hinata's chamber. As she approached, she fortuitously encountered Hinata exiting her room, resulting in an unexpected collision. Noticing Hinata nearly lose her balance, Izumi instinctively reached out to assist her, only to find herself inadvertently toppled by Hinata's momentum. Fortunately, Izumi managed to react quickly, averting an awkward situation where she might have landed atop Hinata. "Izumi-kun, is that truly you?" Hinata exclaimed, rising to her feet with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "It is I. I apologize for causing you concern. This mission proved somewhat convoluted, which delayed my return. Were you injured? I was worried, I thought." Hinata hesitated, fearful that voicing her thoughts might render them a reality. "Not at all. I merely faced some delays due to unforeseen circumstances. I encountered no battles during this mission, so there was no danger to be had. But tell me, Hizashi mentioned you have mastered the Rasengan. Is it true?" Although Izumi had no reason to doubt Hyuga Hizashi's words, she had not witnessed the feat herself. "Indeed," Hinata nodded, conjuring a sphere of chakra in her right hand. Izumi gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Rasengan in Hinata's grasp. To learn an A-rank ninjutsu in less than a month is indeed remarkable, especially considering Hinata is just over 4 years old. While Naruto managed to learn it in 3 days within the original narrative, his version of the Rasengan was not fully realized. The Rasengan is an unmarked ninjutsu, and whether it be Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, or Jiraiya, all can execute it with one hand. Yet even in later stages, Naruto still required a series of hand seals to perform it. "Hinata, you are truly incredible. I have yet to complete the second stage myself, and you have already mastered the technique." As she spoke, Izumi noticed something unusual. The conventional Rasengan possesses a color akin to chakra, whereas the one in Hinata's hand exhibited a faint red hue, leaving Izumi perplexed. "That is due to the fact that you have not practiced enough, Izumi-kun." Hinata, pleased with Izumi's praise, felt joy yet maintained the belief that Izumi surpassed her in skill. In the serene confines of Hinata's room, the two conversed until dusk, at which point Izumi reluctantly departed from the Hyuga household, with Hinata accompanying her to the entrance, bidding her farewell with a lingering sense of attachment. Both Izumi and Hinata had come to occupy significant places in each other's hearts, yet neither fully grasped the implications of such a unique connection. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's residence, Izumi sought out Shisui, only to learn that he was away on a mission. Undeterred, she turned to Itachi, who fortuitously was at home, returning alongside Izumi-Mei. "Itachi, Izumi-Mei, your relationship seems to be progressing quite swiftly," Izumi remarked, observing the pair hand in hand. She couldn't help but marvel at the precocity of youth in their world. After all, Itachi was merely 9 years old, and Izumi-Mei was just 8. Yet they were already entangled in a romantic connection, something that would be inconceivable in modern times. However, considering the average lifespan in the Naruto universe was only in the 30s, one could argue that being 8 or 9 years old was akin to being in their 20s in contemporary society. "Izumi, are you all right? The missions of the Umbu are perilous. Perhaps you should take this opportunity to refrain from undertaking any tasks," Izumi-Mei expressed with genuine concern upon seeing Izumi. "I'm fine, Izumi-Mei. This mission was just a bit cumbersome. I wasn't harmed," Izumi reassured her. Just as she was about to continue, a youthful voice interrupted her. Turning around, she found Sasuke, a boy her age. Unable to resist, Izumi playfully pinched his cheek. "Itachi, is this your brother? He is quite adorable." "Who are you?" Sasuke replied, his expression marked by dissatisfaction at witnessing the closeness between Izumi and his brother. Izumi, intrigued, pondered how such a charming boy could evolve into the brooding figure known as Sasuke the Avenger. He seemed to be in the throes of a late-stage Shinibyo, flaunting an inflated ego, having just acquired the Manjiki Sharingan and audaciously provoking the Eight Tails, nearly meeting his demise, only to recklessly attend a Kage summit, where divine intervention saved him from certain death. "Sasuke, this is Izumi. You should get along well with her," Itachi said, his eyes filled with affection for his younger brother. Leaving Izumi somewhat exasperated, Itachi's brotherly affection was undoubtedly of an S-tier level. "Hello, Izumi. I am Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke," he introduced himself, immediately embracing Itachi. "Well, one is a brother complex and the other is sister complex. It is no wonder they are siblings," Izumi thought. "Hello, Sasuke." Although she was not fond of the older Sasuke, she found this version of him quite agreeable. At least he wasn't overly dramatic. "Izumi, did you come to see me for something?" Itachi inquired. "No, I just returned from completing a mission. It took longer than expected, so I wanted to greet you both. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Izumi replied, preparing to depart. The closeness between the two brothers made her feel somewhat out of place. Wait a moment, Izumi called out not Itachi, but Izumi-me, who had been hesitating to speak since earlier. What is it, Sister Izumi? Upon hearing her call, Izumi halted her steps and turned around. Did you inform Hinata about your return? She has been quite worried about you during your absence. Izumi had previously conversed at length with Hinata and was aware that, despite her tender age, Hinata had developed feelings for Izumi. Although Izumi and Hinata shared a good relationship, Izumi remained oblivious to Hinata's true feelings, which prompted her to quietly scoff. After all, Izumi had recognized her own affection for Itachi at first glance. Why then? Was she unable to see Hinata's sentiments directed towards her? Little did Izumi understand that matters of the heart often elude the grasp of those involved, as they are clouded by their own emotions. Moreover, as an outsider, Izumi instinctively believed that Hinata's affections lay with Naruto. Unbeknownst to her, the butterfly effect instigated by her presence had rendered Hinata's heart firmly set on Izumi. At present, Hinata had yet to even meet Naruto. Even if she were to cross paths with him in the future, Hinata's feelings would remain unchanged. Yes, I have already visited the Hyuga household and met with Hinata. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Izumi. Unaware of the implications behind Izumi's words, Izumi merely stated that she had indeed seen Hinata. Hearing this, Izumi could only shake her head in resignation, while Izumi naturally returned to her own home. Meanwhile, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, was reviewing documents before him. And the name he focused on was Uchiha Izumi. The records chronicled every detail of Izumi's life from birth to the present, even noting her clandestine excursions for training since the age of 3. This exemplified the formidable capabilities of Konoha's Umbu, who meticulously documented even the minutiae of a child's life. I wish you were not an Uchiha, Izumi, Hayashi remarked cryptically as he closed the file. He then stood and made his way to the Hokage Tower, where he engaged in a lengthy discussion with the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the nature of their conversation remained a mystery to all but the two involved. Upon returning home, Izumi felt a twinge of sadness as she surveyed the desolate surroundings. Despite having parents, she rarely saw them throughout the year. And during her nearly month-long absence, they had not returned home at all. Perhaps they were entirely unaware of her disappearance? After a hasty dinner, Izumi lay in bed, restless, and began to practice the Rasengan. Now that Hinata had mastered it, she felt compelled to strive for improvement herself. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Izumi practiced late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, she arrived at Training Ground 7 as usual. Izumi continued to practice the Rasengan using a rubber ball, yet no matter how diligently he tried, the ball remained unbroken. At that moment, Hinata arrived to train as well. Upon seeing her, Izumi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had been the one to introduce the Rasengan to Hinata, and now she had successfully mastered it while he had not. Hinata, I could use your help, he said, gathering his courage. You can help me? That would be wonderful. Hinata, I'm unsure how you intend to assist, but learning the Rasengan would greatly benefit me. Hinata, please follow the training method we discussed earlier. Taking her words to heart, Izumi immediately began to gather chakra. Soon, the rubber ball began to show signs of change, yet it still refused to burst. At that moment, Hinata gently grasped his right hand, the one releasing the Rasengan. Before he could speak, he noticed that Hinata was infusing her chakra into the rubber ball. As her chakra flowed in, Izumi felt her control guiding the chakra into erratic movements. Realizing this, he understood why he had been unsuccessful all along. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had been misled. The first stage of the Rasengan was not merely about practicing with a water balloon, but rather about concentrating chakra in his hand. The second stage built upon the first, requiring a stable and continuous release of chakra. For instance, one should hold a water-filled balloon in their hand and release chakra to create chaotic movements within until the balloon bursts. The water balloon's ability to shatter stemmed entirely from this erratic motion, yet Izumi had unwittingly chosen a contrary method of orderly expansion, which, while also causing the balloon to burst, was merely an outward force that stretched it beyond its limits. Such a flawed approach rendered him incapable of succeeding in the third stage. With clarity on his mistake, Izumi promptly began to adjust his technique, allowing his chakra to flow chaotically while also solidifying it. Within mere seconds, the rubber ball in his hand shattered. Having corrected his approach, Izumi bypassed the water balloon stage entirely and completed the rubber ball phase. Thank you, Hinata. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have strayed further down the wrong path. In his excitement, Izumi momentarily lost himself, lifting Hinata into an embrace and spinning around. Hinata, already flustered from holding his hand, found herself overwhelmed by the sudden affection. Consequently, she fainted from the shock. Realizing what had happened, Izumi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In his moment of joy, he had forgotten to consider her well-being. Gently placing Hinata against a large tree, he eagerly resumed refining the Rasengan. It was too long before Hinata regained consciousness, her cheeks still flushed. Watching Izumi diligently perfecting the Rasengan brought a smile to her face. The joy of having been able to assist him filled her heart with happiness. In the following 2 days, Izumi and Hinata dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Naturally, every afternoon, Hinata returned to the Hyuga residence for her lessons. On the morning of the 3rd day, Izumi arrived at the office of the 3rd Hokage as scheduled. "You have come." Izumi, the 3rd Hokage, acknowledged. "Yes, Lord 3rd, what is the mission this time?" "Izumi, take it easy. You are not here to execute a mission. I have reviewed your profile and understand your desire to grow stronger. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you would be interested in learning ninjutsu from me." The 3rd Hokage's words were nothing short of a revelation. Who is the 3rd Hokage? He is renowned as the doctor of ninjutsu, possessing chakra of 5 elemental affinities, and has delved into every conceivable form of ninjutsu. His 3 disciples are the legendary Sannin. "Lord 3rd, are you suggesting that I become your apprentice?" Izumi was astounded. If the 3rd Hokage were to teach her ninjutsu, her mastery would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. "Not entirely. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. If I were to take you as my disciple, it would likely breed resentment within your family. Therefore, if you wish, you may learn ninjutsu from me. But I will not be your formal teacher. Were you not planning to enter the Ninja Academy in a conventional manner?" Ding. A system notification chimed. Main quest. Hope in Darkness has been activated. Accept the proposal of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Success will earn the recognition of the 3rd Hokage, while failure may result in his hostility as well as that of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the system's voice, even a fool would comprehend that this was the ultimate choice bestowed upon her by the 3rd Hokage, to join his faction or to decline. "Lord 3rd, I am willing to accept. Thank you for your guidance." "Very well. Your chakra affinities are wind, fire, and lightning. These 3 scrolls contain the foundational ninjutsu for each affinity. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time. As for your Umbu identity, I will see to it that it is erased. From now on, your focus must be on diligent study." Seeing Izumi's determination, the 3rd Hokage presented her with a prepared gift. "Lord 3rd, I have a question I wish to ask you." "Oh, what is your question?" The 3rd Hokage was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Izumi had an inquiry. "I am curious as to why the Hyuga clan is unable to utilize ninjutsu. As far as I know, aside from the basic ninjutsu reliant on their Byakugan, such as the body flicker technique, they do not engage in other forms of ninjutsu." Though she had previously received an answer from the system, Izumi yearned to hear the insights of this esteemed scholar of the ninja world. The Hyuga clan possesses particularly unique chakra pathways. It is not that they cannot use ninjutsu. Rather, the ninjutsu they employ often falls short of its intended potency. Take your Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique, for instance. If executed by a member of the Hyuga clan, it would amount to little more than a fireball the size of a human head. What kind of lethality do you think such ninjutsu possesses? Are you asking this question due to Hinata Hyuga's father? Caught off guard by the 3rd Hokage's deduction, Izumi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Thankfully, her mask concealed her face. Otherwise, she would have been thoroughly mortified. Indeed, I believe that should she master some ninjutsu, her safety would be significantly enhanced. This matter is something you may wish to explore on your own. However, I implore you to refrain from reckless experimentation. After that, Izumi departed with the gifts from the 3rd Hokage, and shortly thereafter, a figure entered. The very person was Hyuga Hizashi. "You heard that, did you not?" "Yes, Lord 3rd. I heard everything." Although Izumi is a child of the Uchiha clan, he is indeed distinct from the others of his lineage. It is quite unexpected that 3 intriguing young individuals would emerge from the Uchiha clan all at once. As for Izumi, I shall not concern myself with his affairs. Izumi returned to training ground number 7 with 3 scrolls, finding only Hinata there as Itachi and Shisui were on a mission. Upon seeing Izumi, Hinata appeared puzzled. Aware that he intended to visit the 3rd Hokage that day. "Izumi-kun, why have you returned?" "This time, Lord 3rd granted me an extended leave, allowing me to enhance my abilities first. He has provided me with some ninjutsu to study." Izumi did not conceal anything from Hinata. Just as he was about to speak further, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching. Indeed, as he prepared for battle, an Umbu appeared before him and Hinata. Upon seeing the Umbu, an ominous feeling washed over Izumi. Having just left the Third Hokage, it was unlikely they would find him so swiftly. The only possibility was that this Umbu was affiliated with Root, a subordinate of Danzo. Realizing this, Izumi whispered to Hinata, "When I leave, you must immediately seek out Lord Third. Only he can save me." No sooner had Izumi spoken than the Umbu addressed him. "Uchiha Izumi, you are to come with me." Aware that the individual belonged to Danzo, Izumi had no intention of resisting. Those of Root were not known for their benevolence, and resisting would likely result in injury to himself. Who knew how many Root members lurked nearby? "Very well, I shall accompany you." Izumi followed the Umbu, while Hinata hurried toward the Hokage building. Izumi was taken to the underground base of Root, where he encountered Danzo for the first time. To his surprise, Danzo was covering his right eye with a bandage, leaving Izumi perplexed. Given that Shisui was still well, it was not possible for the eye to belong to him. Whose eye could it possibly be? "Who are you? Was I not summoned by Lord Third?" Although familiar with Danzo, Izumi feigned ignorance to avoid unnecessary complications. "I am Shimura Danzo, and this is the headquarters of Root. Uchiha Izumi, I invite you to join us." Danzo wasted no time in stating his intentions directly. "I'm sorry, but I do not know you. I serve under Lord Third as part of the Umbu and cannot join another organization." As he spoke, Izumi pretended to prepare for departure. The one who spoke was not Danzo, but rather one of his loyal hounds. A towering man, exceeding 2 meters in height, charged directly at Izumi, wielding a massive blade that matched his own stature, aimed straight at Izumi. Upon witnessing the imminent attack, Izumi did not dare to hesitate. He swiftly activated his Sharingan and simultaneously formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A clone appeared before the onlookers, and at the same moment, both Izumi and his clone hurled shurikens, sending a flurry of them flying toward the enemy at remarkably cunning angles. However, to Izumi's astonishment, the Root member did not evade. Instead, he charged forward. Realizing that relying solely on shurikens would not suffice to repel the foe, both Izumi's clones leaped to evade. From his earlier observations, Izumi noted that the opponent was not only robust but possessed great strength and decent speed, though he lacked agility. Consequently, Izumi utilized his nimble movements to create distance between them. Once a sufficient gap was established, both Izumi and his clone began to weave hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. With the winds bolstering the flames, the already colossal fireball grew even larger, its speed significantly enhanced. The combination of 2 C-rank ninjutsu had attained the potency of B-rank or even A-rank techniques. Observing this spectacle, even Danzo was taken aback. Although he had gathered some information on Izumi, due to the Third Hokage's protection, he was unaware of much, only knowing that Izumi was an exceptionally talented ninja. The massive fireball soared toward the Root ninja. The initially overconfident brute, caught off guard by Izumi's strength, hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure and prepared to counterattack. Earth release, earth flow wall. A formidable earthen barrier rose. Yet against the combined wind and fire ninjutsu, the earth flow wall, being of the same C-rank, could not withstand the assault. The solid wall crumbled in less than 2 seconds. Witnessing this, another Root ninja leaped forward. Earth release, earth flow castle wall. As an advanced technique of the earth flow wall, the earth flow castle wall proved to be significantly more powerful and finally managed to halt Izumi's onslaught. Realizing that his ninjutsu had been thwarted, Izumi contemplated his escape. Although he had instructed Hinata to notify the Third Hokage, he could not guarantee timely assistance. However, at that moment, the system suddenly interjected. "Hey, that old man is coming. Why not take this opportunity to leave Danzo a memorable gift? This time, I'll make an exception to assist you." Taken aback by the system's words, Izumi pondered its meaning. Nevertheless, if the system was willing to lend a hand, why not bestow Danzo with a grand surprise? Both Izumi and his clone began to form hand seals once more, but this time, it was not the lowest tier C-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. Izumi's body unleashed pressure damage, channeling all his chakra into the technique, while the clone, under the system's control, executed the B-rank fire release technique, head hardening. Through relentless effort and overwhelming pressure, this combination of ninjutsu emerged as a masterpiece of angles, nearly leading Kakashi and his team to utter annihilation. Had it not been for Naruto and Yamado's timely intervention, their fates would have been sealed. The malevolent wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Even Danzo, witnessing such formidable power, could not maintain his composure. He immediately took action to thwart the attack. This was his sanctuary, and should it be engulfed in flames by Izumi, he would be utterly humiliated. Not only Danzo, but also the members of the Root organization. Each displayed their prowess to block Izumi's onslaught. Meanwhile, Izumi had slumped in a corner, completely drained of chakra, devoid of any combat capability. Thankfully, the toll of the shadow clones was borne by the system, or he would have been incapable of executing such a combined attack. Under the relentless defense of the Root ninjas, Izumi's assault was ultimately neutralized. However, significant damage had undeniably occurred outside the base, and more importantly, Izumi's actions were a blatant slap in the face to Danzo. In a flash, Danzo appeared before Izumi, but at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Danzo, do you understand the implications of summoning lightning and fire to your vicinity? Just as Danzo prepared to unleash his wrath upon Izumi, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived at an opportune moment. Hiruzen, casting a glare filled with discontent at Danzo, remarked, Danzo, your reach has extended too far. He bypassed Danzo to confront Izumi, and upon seeing Izumi unconscious from chakra depletion, he expressed his dissatisfaction with Danzo's actions. Having just arrived, Hiruzen was unaware that the devastating jutsu had been unleashed by Izumi and mistakenly attributed it to Danzo. Poor Danzo, caught in a web of misunderstanding spun by Izumi, found himself unable to clarify the situation. How could he possibly explain that the formidable jutsu was executed by a mere 4-year-old? Such an explanation would likely only invite scorn from Hiruzen. Izumi found himself once again in the Konoha hospital. Fortunate that this time his condition was merely a result of overexertion, and he would awaken shortly. Nevertheless, Hinata remained profoundly concerned for Izumi's well-being. Although the afternoon had arrived, and she would typically return to the Hyuga compound for training, this time, Hinata chose to stay. About an hour after the departure of Hiruzen and the others, Izumi gradually regained consciousness. Noticing Hinata seated beside him, he spoke, I apologize for causing you worry. I assure you, I am fine. You must take care of yourself. These are the medications left by the third Hokage for you to take once you awaken, Hinata replied, producing a small vial. Accepting the vial, Izumi drank its contents in one go, the medicine proving somewhat difficult to swallow. However, as the potion settled within him, he felt a slight restoration of his strength. This incident made Izumi acutely aware that he had drawn Danzo's attention, a predicament that filled him with unease, for being in Danzo's sights rarely boded well. Although the third Hokage had intervened this time, what of the future? What if he were to be seized by Danzo when alone? Confronted with Danzo, Izumi felt a profound sense of uncertainty, relying solely on the third Hokage. However, it was impossible for her to remain by the third side indefinitely. Hinata, how did you manage to find the third Hokage? A sudden thought struck her. Not everyone could gain an audience with the third. Under normal circumstances, Hinata, who was not even a ninja, would never be able to meet him. I first sought out my father, who then approached the third Hokage on my behalf. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Izumi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Hayashi Hyuga to go out of his way for her sake. She wanted to express her gratitude. Yet the very thought of meeting Hayashi filled her with trepidation. Hinata, could you kindly extend my thanks to your father? After much contemplation, this was the only resolution that came to her mind. Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. Since Izumi had merely exhausted her chakra, there was no longer a need for her to remain in the hospital now that she had awakened. Thus, she returned home directly, while Hinata, filled with concern for Izumi, insisted on accompanying her. Hinata, why not come in for a while? As they reached the doorstep, the words slipped from Izumi's lips. Hinata did not respond verbally but merely nodded, and if Izumi had observed closely, she would have noticed that Hinata's cheeks had already flushed a rosy hue. As Izumi and Hinata entered the room, the spacious abode felt somewhat desolate, primarily because Izumi lived there alone, and it was also quite disordered. Upon observing the chaotic state of her home, Izumi felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's rather messy. No, it's nothing. I'll help you tidy up, Hinata replied, catching Izumi off guard. Without waiting for a response, Hinata began to organize the space, prompting Izumi to join her in the endeavor. The two worked in silence, absorbed in their task, until the room was finally neat and orderly. Blushing, Hinata took her leave from Izumi's home. Time flowed like the sun and moon, and 3 months had swiftly passed. Today, Izumi received devastating news. His parents had tragically passed away during a mission. Though he thought he had little emotional attachment to them, the moment he beheld their lifeless bodies, sorrow etched deeply upon his face. Izumi-kun, are you alright? About your parents. Hinata attempted to console him, but found herself at a loss for words. Merely sitting by Izumi's bedside, gazing at his weary visage. Just as she contemplated how to provide comfort, Izumi suddenly sat up and enveloped Hinata in a tight embrace. Weeping uncontrollably, Hinata had never witnessed Izumi in such a state. Although her cheeks flushed crimson from the unexpected embrace, she did not faint as before. Instead, she instinctively returned his embrace, sharing in his grief. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Izumi's tears subsided, leading him into a slumber. This, however, proved to be a trial for Hinata, as they remained locked in each other's arms. The kind-hearted Hinata, unwilling to disturb his sleep, chose to remain in that position. The long night wore on, and eventually, Hinata too succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Izumi awoke first. Upon seeing Hinata before him, he was momentarily taken aback. And as memories of the previous day flooded back, his face turned a deep shade of red. Here he was, a young man in his 20s, pouring out his emotions while embracing a 4-year-old child. How absurd. Just then, Hinata, still drowsy, opened her eyes. Upon spotting Izumi, her face flushed with embarrassment and overwhelmed by shyness. She playfully struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ah, Izumi-kun, are you all right?" Hinata exclaimed. Concern etched on her face as she noticed how far he had been knocked away. "I'm fine. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was overwhelmed with sorrow and needed someone to confide in. So Hinata, please don't hold it against me." "No, not at all." Once again, a silence enveloped them, both unsure of what to say next. After a moment, Izumi recalled that Hinata had not returned home the previous night and surmised that she had not informed the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, the events of last night would not have transpired. "Hinata, you didn't go home last night. Your father must be worried sick." "Ah, and so." Izumi and Hinata hurriedly made their way towards the Hyuga clan's residence. "What do you ask Izumi is doing?" Certainly, acknowledging one's mistakes and clarifying matters is preferable. Yet persuading Hinata to elucidate the situation appears to be exceedingly challenging. Upon arriving at the Hyuga residence, before even approaching, Izumi immediately spotted Hyuga Hisashi standing at the entrance. Despite an inexplicable fear of Hisashi, Izumi could not afford to retreat and thus steeled herself to advance. "Lord Hisashi." "Father." "Hinata, you should return home and complete yesterday's homework this morning." Without allowing either of them to respond, Hisashi spoke directly. Upon hearing her father's words, Hinata lowered her head and entered the Hyuga household, though her concern for Izumi compelled her to glance back occasionally. Hinata is not permitted to stay out overnight again. Izumi had anticipated a reprimand from Hisashi, but to her surprise, he simply uttered this single statement before turning away, leaving her momentarily bewildered. The reason Hisashi refrained from punishing Izumi was twofold. Firstly, it was improbable for the two children to engage in any misconduct, and secondly, Hisashi had quietly visited Izumi's residence the previous night, ensuring his daughter was unharmed before departing. Moreover, Izumi had recently lost her parents, and Hisashi's heart ached at the thought of chastising her further. The loss of her parents had profoundly impacted Izumi, leading her Sharingan to awaken, now manifesting two Tomo. In light of this development, Izumi found herself at a loss for words. The Sharingan, indeed a cursed eye, brought forth anguish with each awakening. Its initial manifestation had been triggered by a robbery, and now it was a consequence of her parents' demise. What, she wondered, would trigger its next awakening? System. Provide me with a side quest. Ding system notification, side quest. Defeat the Sand Ninja Trio. Upon hearing the system's voice, Izumi could not help but internally lament her misfortune. The so-called trio was undoubtedly referring to Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. While Temari and Kankuro posed manageable challenges, Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, would be exceedingly difficult to defeat. Despite receiving this frustratingly arduous task, Izumi resigned herself to the situation and swiftly made her way to the Hokage building. Third Hokage. "Izumi? I am truly sorry about your parents. It was the negligence of Konoha's forces that led to this tragedy. Please accept my condolences." Third Hokage. "I wish to undertake a mission that allows me to temporarily leave Konoha. I feel the need to explore the shinobi world. Remaining at home only stirs memories." Hesitating at Izumi's request, the third Hokage typically would never sanction such a plea. After all, ninjas perish daily in the shinobi realm. Should he grant permission for every grieving family member? However, upon witnessing the profound sorrow in Izumi's eyes, he could not bear to deny her. "Very well, I will assign you a task." The third Hokage then retrieved a scroll from beside him and handed it to Izumi. "Your mission is to eliminate bandits at the border of the Land of Fire. Go." Clear your mind, and return when you feel rejuvenated. Thank you. Holding the scroll, Izumi returned home to prepare the necessary items before promptly departing from Kanahagakure. Although the task was ostensibly to eradicate bandits, in reality, Izumi enjoyed an extensive degree of freedom. Unencumbered by time constraints or fixed objectives, this mission was merely a ruse devised by the Third Hokage to allow her some respite. Her first destination was naturally the village hidden in the sand, located in the Land of Wind. This side quest entailed defeating Gaara and his siblings. And Izumi had previously received a challenge that was now ripe for completion. Upon crossing the border between the two nations, she changed into appropriate attire and ventured into the arid expanse of the Land of Wind. One cannot help but lament the harshness of the weather. The relentless sandstorms obscured the sky, and her feet sank into the ever-present grains of sand. How unfortunate it was that such a desolate environment was tolerated without efforts for reforestation. Having spent 3 days in the Land of Wind, Izumi wrapped herself tightly against the elements, yet still found her garments filled with sand. Time passed, and another 3 days elapsed before Izumi finally arrived at Sunagakure. Perhaps due to her youthful appearance, the guards of the Sand Village did not subject her to rigorous scrutiny, allowing her entry with ease. This laxity and security made it unsurprising that Deidara had been able to abduct Gaara. Once inside the village, Izumi casually sought out an inn to rest, then began her investigation into the whereabouts of Gaara and his siblings. She soon learned of their location, but the next challenge would be how to engage them in combat. For this was Sunagakure, and any disturbance would likely attract formidable foes. Presently, Izumi had no means of escaping from the enemy's stronghold. After much contemplation, she devised a somewhat dubious plan to utilize Shikaku to divert the attention of the Sand Ninja. With her mind set, Izumi set her plan in motion, first locating Gaara. Her strategy was simple, to influence Shikaku directly with her Sharingan. While she knew that controlling the beast itself was beyond her capability, she could manipulate Gaara's will. Jinjutsu, Nirvana technique. As Gaara played, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. With Gaara incapacitated, Shikaku's control over his body weakened, allowing a colossal tanuki to materialize before Izumi. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, she departed the scene. Next, she encountered Kankuro and Temari. "Who are you?" Temari exclaimed, readying herself for a confrontation upon seeing Izumi clad in black. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. To maintain her anonymity, Izumi refrained from using the Great Fireball, opting instead for alternative ninjutsu. Wind release, Kemaitashi. Temari, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a technique she had recently learned. Fire-countered wind. And Izumi's mastery of ninjutsu far surpassed Temari's, allowing the fireball to surge unhindered through her defenses. Be cautious, puppet manipulation, Crow. At present, Kankuro could only control one puppet, yet Izumi did not underestimate him. The poison within the puppet was no trivial matter. Upon witnessing the crow darting towards him, Izumi abruptly turned and kicked aside the concealed weapon shot from the raven's beak, promptly beginning to weave hand seals once more. Realizing that Izumi intended to unleash a ninjutsu, Kankuro swiftly maneuvered the crow to intercept him. Fearing the poison of the puppet, Izumi was compelled to abandon his technique. Just as he evaded the puppet's assault, Shino's attack arrived. Observing Shino wielding a fan taller than herself, Izumi couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Wind release, Side Weasel. Once again, he unleashed the Side Weasel, this time without much concern. He refrained from employing ninjutsu for defense or counterattack. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing technique. Shino was completely unprepared for Izumi's use of illusionary arts and was caught off guard in an instant, while her released Side Weasel had already reached Izumi's vicinity. Kankuro, believing that his sister's attack would vanquish the enemy, was taken aback as a plume of white smoke enveloped the scene, revealing that the original Izumi had transformed into a ceramic jar. Body replacement technique? Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Faced with Izumi's assault, Kankuro opted to use the crow for defense, only for Izumi to materialize beside Shino, who, ensnared by Izumi's genjutsu, was rendered incapable of action or retaliation. Consequently, Izumi brandished a kunai and gently pressed it against Shino's neck. Ding. System notification. Defeating the Suna Ninja Trio has been completed to 1/3. With Shino subdued, only Kankuro remained. Observing the kunai poised against his sister's throat, Kankuro felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet he dared not act recklessly, fearing that any movement might spell disaster for Shino. Noticing Kankuro's anxious demeanor, Izumi said nothing but stood up and distanced himself from Shino, though puzzled by Izumi's actions. Kankuro felt a fleeting sense of relief that his sister was safe, albeit temporarily, if he could not overcome the adversary before him. Both he and Shino would inevitably lose their lives. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized once more, this time aimed not at Kankuro, but at the crow he commanded. As Kankuro realized the attack was directed at his puppet, he immediately maneuvered it to evade. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. He himself was exposed to Izumi's presence. At that moment, Kankuro struggled to control the puppet, and in doing so, he neglected to remain vigilant of Izumi's movements. While Kankuro skillfully dodged the fireball with the crow, he looked up to locate Izumi, only to find him utterly vanished. "Are you looking for me?" Izumi's voice resonated in Kankuro's ear. Upon hearing Izumi's voice, Kankuro instinctively sought to evade, but how could his reflexes match Izumi's speed? Thus, the unfortunate Kankuro was predictably ensnared by Izumi's kunai at his throat. "Do you concede?" Izumi's voice echoed once more. "You have won, but will you spare my sister? She poses no threat to you now." Believing himself to be on the brink of death, Kankuro resolved to exchange his own life for that of his sister. Should Izumi refuse his proposition, he would immediately detonate the explosive tags affixed to his body. "I never intended to take your lives, had I wished for that." She would have perished the moment she collapsed to the ground. "Now do you concede?" "Very well, I shall admit defeat, provided you do not harm my sister." Ding. System notification. Defeating the Sand Shinobi siblings is 2/3 complete. After vanquishing Kankuro, Izumi swiftly departed from the vicinity. Although the attention of the Sand Shinobi had been diverted by Shikaku, this was still the land of wind. And should any other ninja notice the plight of their shadow's child, Izumi was certain escape would be impossible. With 2/3 of the task accomplished, only Gaara remained. At that moment, a thought crossed Izumi's mind, prompting him to test a hypothesis. If successful, it would significantly simplify matters. However, if it failed, he would need to devise alternative strategies to defeat Gaara. Lightning release. Lightning clone jutsu. A clone composed of lightning chakra materialized before Izumi. Observing the significant depletion of his chakra, Izumi felt a tinge of frustration. His chakra reserves were still insufficient. Upon summoning the lightning clone, Izumi dashed towards the outskirts of the sand village, while the lightning clone employed transformation jutsu to assume the guise of a sand shinobi, heading towards Shikaku's battlefield. Although Shikaku had seized control of Gaara's body and entered a rampaging state, as a Jinchuriki, Gaara was still too frail to bear Shikaku's immense power, resulting in a mere fade of strength within the sand village. Under the relentless assault of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and the numerous sand shinobi, Shikaku was being steadily pushed back. At that moment, Izumi's lightning clone arrived on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Izumi went unnoticed by others, as his current disguise was that of a sand shinobi, making his presence unremarkable. "Everyone hold firm. Shikaku has little strength left." While exerting greater control over Shikaku with abundant sand and gold, Raza rallied the spirits of his comrades. Although Shikaku's rampage had not resulted in casualties, it had inflicted severe damage upon the internal structure of the sand village. The sand village had long been impoverished, and in recent years, it had only just begun to improve. Shikaku's recent rampage had thrust the village back into its former state of despair. Seeing Shikaku on the verge of defeat, Izumi seized the moment and utilized body flicker technique to appear directly before Shikaku. Raza, upon spotting the sudden sand shinobi, quickly discerned that Izumi had employed transformation jutsu. Realizing that Shikaku's rampage was not a mere coincidence but a deliberate act. Understanding this, Raza immediately launched an attack against Izumi, though uncertain of his intentions. He knew it could not bode well. Magnet release, glass shard. Lightning release, thunderclap. Izumi and Raza unleashed their jutsu almost simultaneously, however. Raza targeted Izumi, while Izumi aimed at Shikaku. Already at the end of its wits, Shikaku was struck directly by Izumi's assault and could no longer maintain its transformed state, its colossal form dissipating into a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Meanwhile, Rasha's assault successfully struck Izumi, however. The Izumi that had arrived to join the fray was merely a lightning clone. Even with its loss, there was no significant consequence. Unbeknownst to Rasha, who was unaware of the true circumstances, he merely trapped Izumi without delivering a fatal blow. Rasha's objective was straightforward. He sought to extract the truth from Izumi's lips, to discern who orchestrated this attack. Yet, Rasha's intentions were doomed to fail, as the lightning clone of Izumi would certainly not divulge any information. Seizing the moment of Rasha's negligence, Izumi deftly utilized the substitution technique to evade the shattering attack, instantly appearing beside the young Gaara. Upon witnessing Izumi at Gaara's side, Rasha instinctively presumed Izumi's intent was to eliminate Gaara. Regardless of the circumstances, Gaara was Rasha's son, whom he cherished deeply. Thus, he immediately launched a counteroffensive. Sand binding. Sand shower. In an instant, he unleashed two jutsu, one to restrain Izumi, and the other aimed directly at his life. However, to Rasha's astonishment, his attack landed on Izumi, whose face bore a smile of triumphant scheming. The sand shower successfully dispatched Izumi, and the critically wounded lightning clone dissipated into a crackle of electricity. Per Gaara, situated too closely, unwittingly endured a shocking experience. Ding. System notification. Side quest to eliminate the Sand Ninja triplets completed. Reward. Water release. Great waterfall technique scroll. One-time use. Does not consume user's chakra. And 100 points. Ding. System notification. Challenge against Shikaku. Jinchuriki form. Successful. Attribute system activated. Conversion commencing. 10, 20, 90, 100. Conversion complete. Upon completing the task, Izumi felt no surprise. However, he was puzzled by this attribute system. What could it possibly be? Upon accessing the system, he discovered an additional attribute listed at the top. Opening the attribute interface revealed his current statistics. Name: Uchiha Izumi, Commoner. Strength: Chunin Taijutsu, 70 Energy, 200 Ninjutsu, 150 Strength, 50 Agility, 120 Resistance, 200 Defense, 50 Recovery. 100. Gazing at this array of figures, Izumi felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he could allocate points akin to an online game in the future? System: what is the meaning of this? According to your talents and abilities, a transformation has been performed. Taijutsu reflects your martial prowess, energy denotes the quantity of chakra, while ninjutsu indicates your expertise in ninjutsu techniques. Strength represents your physical power, agility pertains to your speed, including attack, movement, and hand seals. Resistance signifies your defense against genjutsu. Defense pertains to your resilience against ninjutsu and taijutsu, and recovery refers to your body's healing capacity. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Izumi finally grasped the concept. Yet, another question arose in his mind. Was there a method to enhance these attributes? System: how can these attributes be increased? The first cultivation naturally increases through daily practice, while the second involves obtaining special rewards for completing tasks. For instance, the body enhancement you received previously is one such reward. Is there no direct way to allocate points? No. Do you think this is a game? Where would you allocate points? Why not recharge your IQ instead? Once again, the system's sarcastic remarks left Izumi yearning to confront it, yet upon reflection, she realized she was no match for it, and thus refrained from acting. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Escape from Rasha's pursuit. Completion reward. Special ninjutsu scroll fragment X1. Upon hearing of a new task, Izumi recalled that she was still within the borders of the Wind Country. Although she had departed from Sunagakure, the proximity to the village was not far. After discovering that the attack on Gaara was merely a clone, Rasha would undoubtedly seek out the true assailant. With this thought in mind, Izumi disregarded everything else and immediately rose to flee. It soon became evident that Izumi's instincts were spot on. After confirming that Gaara was not dead, Rasha left a portion of the sand ninjas in the village and personally led the pursuit. At this moment, Rasha was seething with rage. The recent rampage of Shikaku had obliterated years of his efforts. Countless homes lay in ruins, necessitating costly repairs, an expense that was a heavy burden for the impoverished sand ninjas. Had this been an ordinary rampage, Rasha would have merely accepted his misfortune, but knowing that this incident was orchestrated, all his fury was directed at Izumi. He vowed to capture her and find a way to compensate for the losses incurred. The fact that the Kazekage, one of the 5 great shinobi countries, personally led the pursuit of a single individual spoke volumes about Izumi's significance. However, she lacked the leisure to relish this honor. The traps she had previously set were now triggered, indicating that someone was closing in on her. Damn, that was too quick. Is Rasha not concerned that there might still be enemies in Sunagakure? Had she known he would pursue her so relentlessly, she would have remained in the village. This course of action was unsustainable. System, lend me a hand. You cannot stand by and watch me perish. Indeed, I cannot allow you to die. Exactly, so please assist me. Upon hearing the system's response, Izumi felt a glimmer of hope. With its aid, she was certain she could escape unscathed. Thus, she chose to close her eyes and not look. At that moment, while hastily fleeing, Izumi stumbled and fell into the sand. Damn it, you treacherous system. Clambering out of the sand pile, Izumi wore a frustrated expression. This system was truly infuriating. Just as she prepared to continue her complaints, a sudden explosion rang out, jolting her back to the reality of being pursued. There was no time to waste on the troublesome system, so she swiftly regained her footing. Shadow Clone Technique. As the remaining chakra was dwindling, Izumi opted not to expend more on the larger lightning clone technique. Two shadow clones emerged, dashing towards different directions, while Izumi sprinted directly towards the land of fire. She began to accelerate, and moments later, Raza, accompanied by his team, arrived at the location Izumi had just vacated. Noticing the additional footprints on the ground, Raza quickly deduced that the enemy had employed the clone technique, prompting him to divide his ninjas into 3 squads. Whether to deem Izumi fortunate or unfortunate is debatable. The path chosen by Raza's team led directly toward the land of fire. Among Ch-Nin, Izumi's speed was undoubtedly commendable, yet it remained inadequate against the elite J-Nin and Kaga-level foes. Frustration welled within her upon realizing that pursuers were closing in, especially upon spotting Raza at the forefront. Faced with a cadre of J-Nin, Izumi might have had a fighting chance, but against a Kaga-level opponent, her confidence waned. Wind release, great breakthrough, she exclaimed, executing a jutsu in reverse. Her objective was not to confront Raza, but to escape. Once she entered the land of fire, her safety would be assured. As the wind shadow, Raza's incursion into another nation could potentially incite war, and with so many ninjas trailing him, it was clear that the Sand Shinobi would not dare breach the borders of the land of fire. Magnet release, Sand Shuriken. A barrage of sand shurikens surged toward Izumi. Faced with this onslaught, she had no choice but to evade at full speed. However, without utilizing her Sharingan, it was impossible to completely dodge the concentrated attacks, resulting in several superficial wounds. Fortunately, these injuries were not life-threatening, but they did reveal her true identity, distinguishing her from a mere shadow clone. Lightning release, Earth Walk. She spun around once more to unleash a jutsu, buying herself precious time. The Sand Shinobi began their counterattack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great scythe. The successive wind techniques obliterated Izumi's lightning release, relentlessly advancing toward her. Confronted with B-rank jutsu, Izumi found herself in a dire predicament, compelled to halt and defend. Otherwise, she was certain the B-rank techniques would spell her demise. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone materialized, and together they began weaving hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon fire technique. With the fire bolstered by the wind, a torrent of flames surged toward Raza and his team. Magnet release, sand tsunami. A wave of sand, akin to a tsunami, surged forth to extinguish the flames. Witnessing such a spectacle left Izumi at a loss. This scale of ninjutsu surely qualified as A rank. How was she to respond? Now was not the time for hesitation. Without a moment's pause, she resolved to flee at the utmost speed. 8 gates. First gate, open. Releasing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Quan swiftly made his escape. Although the golden sand tidal wave covered a vast area, its speed was relatively sluggish, especially after Quan activated the 8 gates. Magnet release, Sandbind. Quan did not anticipate that as soon as his foot touched the ground, Losha's attack would reach him, with the sand seizing one of his feet tightly. Lightning release, Body Flicker. With no other choice, Quan had to utilize lightning release to shatter the sand binding his foot, though he was left tingling from the electric shock. Surrender, you cannot match me. Reveal who sent you, and I can assure you that I will spare your life. Facing Quan, who had employed a transformation technique, Losha failed to discern his true age, mistaking him for a member of a certain hidden village Umbu. Losha, do you truly believe that capturing me guarantees your victory? With so many Jonin in tow, do you even know how many more ninjas your sand village has left? Quan taunted, deliberately exaggerating his bravado. Upon hearing Quan's words, Losha suddenly realized the precarious state of the sand village. In his moment of rage, he had brought most of its ninjas to pursue Quan. If the sand village were to be attacked now, it would likely face a catastrophic blow. It seems our Kazekage has come to some realization, but how long will it take to return to the sand village from here? Losha pondered who could have instigated this incident, and he already harbored certain suspicions. Although the sand village was on the brink of destruction, he had no desire to inform the Kazekage. Water release, great waterfall technique. Despite being in a desert devoid of water, A-rank ninjutsu is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this time, Quan unleashed it directly through a reward scroll from the system, disregarding terrain, attributes, and chakra, manifesting in the most powerful form of A-rank ninjutsu. Witnessing Quan demonstrate such a formidable water release technique in the arid desert, Losha instantly attributed the instigator of this event to the Mist Village, renowned for their mastery of water techniques, while other villages also possessed ninjas skilled in water release. Only the formidable warriors of the Mist Village could perform such high-caliber ninjutsu in a waterless environment. Magnet release, golden sand tidal wave. Losha immediately countered with his own ninjutsu to resist the great waterfall technique, knowing that if his sand ninjas were caught within, they would likely suffer casualties. Seizing the opportunity while Losha was occupied with the great waterfall technique, Quan hastened his escape. Having exhausted his last resort, there was no time to waste. Remaining would be folly. Although the water release did not deplete Quan's chakra, the previous exertions coupled with the consecutive wind, fire, and lightning techniques had already diminished his chakra reserves significantly. After a prolonged struggle, Losha finally managed to repel the water release, and upon noticing that Quan had vanished without a trace, he gritted his teeth and led the sand ninjas back. While Losha understood that continuing the pursuit would likely lead to his demise, he was far more concerned about the safety of the sand village than eliminating Quan. As the ominous presence of Rasha faded into the distance, Quan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he dared not relent should Rasha make a sudden return. Misfortune would surely follow. Maintaining his full speed, Quan finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire after half a day's arduous journey. Upon entering the territory, he at last came to a halt. Ding! A system notification chimed, indicating the completion of a side quest, Escape from the Fourth Hokage. The reward was a fragment of a special ninjutsu scroll. The sound of the notification allowed Quan to fully relax. The pressure exerted by a shadow-level powerhouse was no trifling matter. This time, he had truly escaped from the jaws of death. Were it not for the timely use of the water release, great waterfall technique, he might have been captured or killed by the Fourth Hokage. Regardless of the outcome, neither was what Quan wished to face. This escape not only succeeded but also shifted all blame onto the Mist Ninja Village. As for what would transpire next, Quan had no interest in knowing. The side quest was completed, yet after all that effort, his only reward seemed to be the activation of a new system and the remnants of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ding! Another system notification announced a new side quest: join the Bounty Association and become a bounty hunter. Initially alarmed, Quan thought Rasha had returned. But upon hearing the nature of the task, he felt at ease. The quest appeared straightforward. However, Quan's primary dilemma was his ignorance of the Bounty Association's location. Surely, he could not simply accost a passerby for directions. System, if you're going to issue me a task, at least provide some guidance on how to proceed. You know my predicament. Outside of Konoha, my only means of finding north is by following the sun. Surely you could lend a hand, he implored. What a fool. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I am in a good mood and shall provide you with a free map, the system retorted. With that, a map materialized in Quan's hand, detailing the nearest Bounty Association's location and the steps required to join. The conditions for joining were remarkably simple. Strength. Anyone possessing sufficient power could become a member. Proving one's strength was equally uncomplicated. One must eliminate the guardian. Each Bounty Association outpost had a guardian, ostensibly a mere doorkeeper, yet in reality, a measure of one's capability. Only by vanquishing this individual could one accept tasks from the Bounty Association. Following the map's directions, Quan soon arrived at the nearest outpost, only to find it housed within a restroom. The memory of handing over the body of the Earthland's deceased to the Bounty Association in a similar setting resurfaced. Could this organization have some peculiar predilection? Hey kid, what brings you to this place alone? Be careful not to fall into the cesspit. The Guardian, upon seeing Quan, did not recognize him as a ninja, given his unassuming stature and the absence of a forehead protector. An unmistakable symbol of a ninja, even a rogue one would carry one. Are you the Guardian? Quan inquired, disregarding the taunts with dispassionate calm. Upon hearing the words of Izumi, the Guardian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the diminutive figure before him possessed knowledge of his affairs. The intent behind this knowledge was unmistakable. Recognizing the identity of the towering man before her, Izumi swiftly launched 3 shurikens, effectively sealing off the Guardian's escape routes. At that moment, she formed hand seals and invoked Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball surged forth towards her adversary. In response, the Guardian hastily initiated his defense, calling forth Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose to intercept both the fireball and the shurikens. Just as he began to relax, he felt an unexpected chill at his neck. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that his head had detached from his body. It was only then that he comprehended he had met his demise at the hands of the seemingly innocuous child, yet even in death, The manner of his end eluded him. Having claimed the guardian's life, a shadowy figure promptly materialized before Izumi. She was not surprised. It would have been peculiar if there had only been a single guardian present. Indeed, I believe I have proven myself competent. Please, follow me, the mysterious ninja instructed, pressing against the wall to reveal a concealed door. Izumi followed the figure through the dark passage, descending deeper underground. Based on her estimations, they were now perhaps 100 meters below the surface. At such depths, even a fierce battle would go unnoticed above. Before long, Izumi arrived at the registration area. Though labeled as such, the process merely involved receiving a token signifying one's identity and recording a name, any name of the registrant's choosing. In this clandestine environment, few would wish to disclose their true identities. After completing the registration, Izumi proceeded towards the task reception area, with the ninja who had guided her closely in tow. This was a privilege afforded to newcomers entering the Bounty Association. The attendant was tasked with clarifying any uncertainties and ensuring the safety of the novice. Ding. System notification. Side quest completed. Join the Bounty Association, earning 100 points. Ding. System notification. Side quest available. Accept and complete bounty tasks to receive rewards based on the difficulty of the assigned tasks. The emergence of new tasks was fortuitous for Izumi, allowing her to earn money through bounty missions while simultaneously fulfilling system requirements. Truly a win-win scenario. Haha. Look over there. A little imp has joined too. I wonder if he is still on his mother's milk, a bald man remarked upon seeing Izumi pass by. Are battles prohibited here? She inquired, disregarding the bald man's comment and addressing the guiding ninja. Not at all. Combat is permitted here. However, there are designated safety zones where fighting is strictly forbidden. Should a conflict arise in such areas, both parties will face penalties. As a newcomer, I can provide you with protection, but should you choose to engage, I will cease to safeguard your well-being. Hey, little brat, do you wish to spar with me? Come on, let's see if you have any strength. Hearing the other party's words, Quan could only shake his head in resignation, utterly perplexed by the sheer absurdity of the bald giant's arrogance. It was evident that only those who had slain the guards could enter this place, and yet, in such circumstances, he dared to underestimate an individual. The crowd, indeed, displayed an astonishing level of foolishness. As the bald man rose, Quan executed a swift body flicker technique and appeared behind him. The giant was taken aback by Quan's sudden maneuver, momentarily caught off guard. However, his reflexes kicked in quickly as he ducked and lunged forward, thus evading Quan's attack. Though the bald man had successfully dodged the strike, it did not mean that Quan would relent. Stepping forward, Quan raised his leg and delivered a direct kick towards the giant. Water release. Water barrier. The bald man instantly employed his ninjutsu to defend against the incoming assault. Faced with the water barrier, Quan hesitated to engage with his leg, opting instead to sidestep the technique's reach. Without waiting for the barrier to dissipate, he began to form seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Water may extinguish fire, but underground, where no water source existed, the effectiveness of a water-based ninja's techniques would undeniably diminish. Although both the water barrier and the dragon fire technique were classified as C-rank ninjutsu, the latter was nearly on par with B-rank techniques, while the former remained a standard C-rank skill. Consequently, the dragon fire technique successfully breached the water barrier's defenses. The bald giant, caught off guard by the failure of his defense, had no time to react, and thus, he was engulfed by Quan's flames. When the fire subsided, the giant lay lifeless. His charred remains a testament to his demise. Does this fellow carry a bounty? Quan casually severed the giant's head and turned to the leader. Yes, but it's only a mere 1,000 Rio. The leader displayed no reaction to Quan's act of killing the bald giant, as if he had seen nothing at all. Quan took the head of the corpulent man to the task exchange point, where he redeemed it for 1,000 Rio. Though the sum was modest, even the smallest morsel holds value. After collecting his bounty, Quan meticulously examined the tasks posted. Here, tasks bore no rank. Any individual with the courage could accept them. However, if a task went uncompleted within a specified time frame, it would reappear. As he perused the list, Quan found himself at a loss for words. With tasks ranging from eliminating bandits at the lowest tier to assassinating shadow-level powerhouses. Even the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was listed among the targets. Although somewhat taken aback by this revelation, Quan managed to accept the situation. Just as he was engrossed in reviewing the tasks, a figure unexpectedly strode past him. This figure was unfamiliar to Quan, yet the attire he bore was unmistakably recognizable, an Akatsuki cloak. This garment signified his affiliation with the notorious organization. However, Quan did not recognize this individual. He likely belonged to the earlier ranks of lesser-known members. The appearance of an Akatsuki member was but a minor surprise, prompting Quan to accept 3 tasks in quick succession, the first of which was to eliminate the rogue ninja, Yukinari Kawakawa, from the Land of Wind. Yuki Shimachuan, once a ninja of the Wind Country, proficient in wind release, was branded a rogue ninja after the tragic incident of killing a teammate during a mission. Now, he has become a member of the Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Water. The mission that lies before Izumi is not particularly arduous, however. The current situation in the Land of Water, especially the Blood Mist, poses a formidable challenge, with the likelihood of a Beto lurking within. Despite the inherent risks, Izumi chose to accept the task. Upon departing from the Bounty Association, he set forth towards the Land of Water, traversing nearly the entirety of the Fire Country. Yet, for Izumi, this distance was insignificant, as he possessed ample time. After half a month, Izumi finally arrived in the Land of Water. Naturally, he was not naive enough to storm the Mist Ninja Village, especially since his target, Yuki Shimachuan, was stationed at the border for security duties rather than within the village. It is understandable that a ninja who once betrayed his village would find no trust anywhere. Had it not been for the valuable intelligence he provided, even Yagura would have been reluctant to accept him. In this foreign land, Shimachuan found himself regretting his departure from the Sand Ninja Village. Despite its poverty, the Sand Village lacked the oppressive atmosphere that now surrounded him. Moreover, as an outsider, Shimachuan faced considerable hostility from the Mist Ninjas, further relegating him to the border duty due to his lack of utilization. From a distance, Izumi observed Shimachuan, who had been stationed there for an entire day. Throughout this time, Izumi meticulously studied the distribution of personnel. Typically, guards were paired. But due to Shimachuan's status as an outsider, no one was willing to partner with him, leaving him alone and thus creating an opportune moment for Izumi. As the shift change concluded, Shimachuan commenced his patrol once more, and it was at that moment that Izumi made his move. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. He unleashed a broad-scale ninjutsu, compelling Shimachuan to defend himself rather than evade. As anticipated, with no escape in sight, Shimachuan immediately countered with his own ninjutsu. Wind Release, Thousand Faces of Wind. Although fire is typically disadvantageous against wind, the Phoenix Fire's scattered attacks were too widespread, allowing Shimachuan's wind to disperse Izumi's flames effortlessly. Viewing this with disdain, Shimachuan mistakenly deemed Izumi weak, and thus refrained from signaling for assistance. Unfazed by the thwarted attack, Izumi maintained a stoic demeanor, forming hand seals once more, this time for a different technique. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. The moment this technique manifested, it surged towards Shimachuan with overwhelming ferocity. Observing this, Shimachuan instinctively attempted to evade. However, as he leapt, he was taken aback to discover an opponent behind him. Before he could react, Izumi launched his assault. Flowering Lotus. In an instant, Izumi activated the first gate of the 8 gates, employing iron chains to restrain Shimachuan, sending him crashing to the ground with the force of the Flowering Lotus technique. Not far off, Izumi stood poised, quietly observing his adversary. At the last moment, Yukisawa Yuki utilized an unknown ninjutsu, which seemingly diminished a portion of his strength. Although the initial attack, Hyarinka, was successfully executed, it was nonetheless weaker than expected. You just employed the 8 gates, didn't you? I never anticipated that a ninja from Konoha would assist the Suna in pursuing me. We are in the Land of Water. Are you not concerned about inciting war? Yukisawa Yuki struggled to rise from the ground. Though Hyarinka had not claimed his life, it had delivered a significant blow. I suppose a conflict between the Mist Village and Konoha would be quite advantageous for me, as it would allow for greater financial gain, Izumi remarked. Although he doubted Yukisawa Yuki could escape his grasp, prudence was always wise, and he wished to avoid drawing trouble from Konoha. A bounty hunter? I never imagined my head would still be of interest to someone. Yet, if I were to eliminate you, perhaps I could claim a bounty? Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Upon witnessing Yukisawa Yuki's assault, a smile graced Izumi's lips. Just as Yukisawa Yuki pondered the reason for Mo Feiyu's grin, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted beneath Yukisawa Yuki's feet, violently tearing him in two. His upper half landed beside Izumi, while the remnants lay scattered across the ground. When did you plant the explosive tags? Realizing his demise was inevitable, Yukisawa Yuki sought to comprehend the unfolding events, wishing at least to die with clarity. It was when you attempted to intercept Hyarinka. Although I could not counter your peculiar ninjutsu, I was able to set other deadly traps, never anticipating you would remain utterly oblivious. As Mo Feiyu's words reached him, Yukisawa Yuki coughed forth blood, succumbing to his injuries. Observing this, Izumi hastily severed Yukisawa Yuki's head and sealed it within a scroll. The first bounty task was deemed complete. All that remained was the delivery of Yukisawa Yuki's head. Due to the lack of submission, the system indicated that the task had not been fully accomplished. Aware that the previous explosion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Mist Village ninjas, Izumi took the head and swiftly departed from the tumultuous scene. Shortly after Izumi's departure, a team of Mist ninjas arrived, inspecting the situation and discovering only the deceased Yukisawa Yuki, whose head had been taken. They quickly deduced that a bounty hunter was responsible. Yet they uttered no words, merely cleaning the battlefield and enhancing patrols in the vicinity. Thus, it could be said that Yukisawa Yuki had died in vain. With the first mission successfully executed, attention turned to the second. The target this time was the merchant Fukuji Mayu from the Land of Water. Fukuji Mayu possessed no remarkable abilities, being an ordinary person, yet he was accompanied by 3 elite genin, a formidable escort that would deter most. Izumi stealthily approached the outskirts of Fukuji Mayu's city. Although the Mist Village was somewhat insular, unfamiliar faces were not entirely absent, allowing Izumi's presence to go unnoticed. Selecting an inn at random, he prepared to carry out the assassination of Fukuji Mayu. In the event of a direct confrontation, Izumi believed that this mission would inevitably end in failure. 3 elite shinobi were no mere trifles. He did not harbor any illusions of possessing a protagonist's aura that could easily vanquish a genin with a mere technique. Thus, he resolved to resort to assassination, seeking an opportunity when Fukuji Mayu was alone. 3 days swiftly passed, and the 3 genin proved to be ever vigilant, shadowing Fukuji Mayu so closely that even during a trip to the restroom, they remained nearby. Observing Fukuji Mayu's palpable fear of death, Izumi found himself pondering whether such a life was not exhausting. In those 3 days, Izumi had not only failed to assassinate Fukuji Mayu but had not even garnered the chance to draw near. He had initially planned to disguise himself as a beggar and launch a surprise attack while Fukuji Mayu was out in the streets. Yet the genin's vigilance was insurmountable. As soon as Izumi approached, he was swiftly repelled, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. As the 4th day dawned, Izumi, who had been covertly tailing Fukuji Mayu, finally encountered a fortuitous opportunity, albeit one that left him feeling somewhat awkward. On the morning of the 4th day, Fukuji Mayu, accompanied by his 3 genin bodyguards, headed directly to a brothel. Witnessing Fukuji Mayu enter such an establishment, Izumi could not suppress a smirk. I refuse to believe that you would venture into such a place alongside those genin. Surely, you do not intend to indulge in debauchery? Silently, Izumi infiltrated the brothel, preparing to strike and eliminate Fukuji Mayu. His judgment proved astute, no matter how cautious Fukuji Mayu might be. It was impossible for him to have his genin escort him into such a venue, as certain activities are not typically enjoyed under the gaze of others. Izumi stealthily entered the brothel. Although the 3 genin did not enter the room, they remained stationed at the entrance. While it was true that a ninja could access the establishment through other means, Izumi was certain that any sign of trouble would prompt those 3 to burst in. Despite having previously encountered genin and even having killed one, those victories had been achieved through ambush and the enemy's underestimation. In this scenario, Izumi was not inclined to assume that they would be careless. If they fought with full intent, he believed he would be fortunate to escape with his life intact. Cautiously, he made his way to the ceiling of the room, observing Fukuji Mayu frolicking with a courtesan, completely oblivious to Izumi's presence above, concealed in his vantage point. Izumi awaited the opportune moment. Soon, Fukuji Mayu and the courtesan transitioned into more intimate activities, and it was then that Izumi decided to act. Seizing the moment while Fukuji Mayu was preoccupied, Izumi suddenly descended from the ceiling. At that instant, Fukuji Mayu remained unaware of the impending danger, though the courtesan did notice Izumi's arrival. Realizing the peril, she was rendered mute, her mouth sealed by Fukuji Mayu. Approaching from behind, Izumi firmly grasped Fukuji Mayu's head, and before he could react, swiftly severed it from his body. Blood gushed forth, staining the tatami mat beneath, while the courtesan, drenched in the sanguine spray, stared at Izumi in sheer terror, momentarily forgetting to scream. With a swift strike, Izumi rendered the courtesan unconscious. Although he was not known for his benevolence, he held no desire for indiscriminate slaughter. However, he remained indifferent to the fate of the courtesan. After sealing Mayu Fukuchi's head within a scroll, Izumi retraced his steps, having successfully completed his second task with relative ease. Now, only the 3rd task remained, which was not an assassination but a rare escort mission from the Bounty Association. Following the mission's instructions, Izumi soon arrived at his destination, the coastal city of Suan in the Land of Water. According to the scroll, he quickly met with his employer. To his surprise, it was a mere child. Matsushita Chihiro regarded him with disdain, muttering under his breath. Upon hearing Chihiro's words, Izumi smiled faintly and, utilizing a body flicker technique, appeared directly behind him, his kunai poised against Chihiro's neck. "I hope you do not question my abilities," Izumi stated coldly. "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to exchange your head for some coin. Although 1,000 ryo seems rather meager compared to the task you issued, it would certainly be far less arduous. In the world of ninjas, weakness often brings misfortune. The stronger one is, the less likely others are to provoke them." Chihiro, drenched in cold sweat, understood that many ninjas had volatile tempers, but he never anticipated encountering one who would resort to lethal force over a mere disagreement. At that moment, he resolved to seek out a ninja village for future assignments, rather than the bounty association. Though ninja villages charged higher fees, at least one's life would not be at stake. "My apologies, esteemed ninja. I assure you it will not happen again. Please, lower your weapon." Upon hearing this, Izumi withdrew his kunai and, with a swift movement, returned to his original position. Chihiro let out a sigh of relief once Izumi was back at a distance. "Esteemed ninja, I hope you can escort me and my daughter to the Land of Fire. I have made enemies, and there is a significant chance we may be ambushed along the way. Though they are ninjas, they do not belong to the 5 great nations. Engaging in tasks involving ninjas often proves troublesome, as killing a ninja from one of the 5 great nations is no trivial matter. Thus, the identity of the enemy becomes crucial, and most ninjas inquire thoroughly before embarking on a mission, particularly those from smaller villages. This task is worth 20,000 ryo. Yet the scroll states it is for your protection, which does not align with the task I accepted," Izumi remarked. Matsushita Chihiro, according to the rules of the ninja world. If the mission issued by the employer differs from the actual task, I reserve the right to refuse it. In fact, I could even consider your actions a betrayal and eliminate you without consequence. The recently alleviated atmosphere once again turned ominous. Matsushita Chihiro never anticipated that the individual he had summoned would be such a harbinger of death. He hastily spoke, "Ninja-sama, I did not intend to conceal anything. It is merely concerning my daughter." Yet, as he continued to explain, he noticed Izumi rising to her feet, causing him to abruptly change his tone. "I am willing to increase the payment by an additional 20,000 ryo, pleading for your protection over my daughter and myself." A fee of 40,000 ryo for the escort was already quite substantial, and Izumi nodded in agreement. "Very well, when shall we depart?" "If possible, I would prefer to leave immediately. I fear unforeseen complications may arise." "Let us depart," Izumi replied, stepping out of the room. Matsushita Chihiro quickly turned back to gather his belongings and took his daughter with him. Thus, the trio set off towards the Land of Fire. Given that the Land of Water was surrounded by sea, the only means of returning to the Land of Fire was by boat. So they rented a small vessel to commence their journey. Matsushita Ritsuko, Chihiro's daughter, appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Perhaps due to it being her first long journey, she seemed quite frightened, clinging tightly to her father's embrace. Nevertheless, her curious eyes darted about, particularly intrigued by the ninja Izumi, who bore a similar stature. In Ritsuko's mind, ninjas were typically robust and fearsome, yet Izumi, despite her mask, did not embody such characteristics. She appeared rather unthreatening. However, Ritsuko sensed her father's palpable fear of the ninja seated nearby. Izumi noticed Ritsuko's gaze, but chose to remain silent. It was entirely natural for a child of that age to express curiosity. Ritsuko was not from a ninja village, but rather an ordinary civilian, and her inquisitiveness was perfectly understandable. Matsushita Chihiro, relieved that Izumi paid no heed to his daughter's scrutiny, exhaled a sigh of relief. In his eyes, Izumi was a madman, one who could kill without provocation. Time passed swiftly, and 2 tranquil days unfolded. It seemed as though the storm had passed, with no threats looming over Matsushita Chihiro. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, Izumi sensed something amiss. A thick fog enveloped the morning sea, growing denser by the moment. Under normal circumstances, such fog would not have warranted concern, but this mist was infused with chakra, indicating that it had been conjured by human means, specifically, the techniques of the Mist Ninja Village. The approaching danger was from the Mist Ninja of the Land of Water, and Matsushita Chihiro had evidently misjudged his adversary's resolve. Izumi stood, casting a glance towards Chihiro. At this moment, she did not intend to engage with the Mist Ninja. Izumi harbored no fear of them, for she was on a mission, albeit one sanctioned by the Bounty Association. The Mist Ninja could not use this as an excuse to harm her. However, she was wary of being targeted by Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Bido. Given that the Agura regime was still in power, Izumi could not ascertain whether the real Madara was alive. Thus, it was prudent to avoid any dealings with the Mist Ninja. Ninja-sama, as long as you are willing to ensure the safety of my daughter and me, I am prepared to offer 100,000 ryo. As Izumi contemplated leaving, Matsushita Chihiro hastily interjected. Recognizing that the only ally he could rely on in this moment of peril was Izumi, the lone ninja at hand. Thus, it was imperative to persuade Izumi to remain, regardless of the circumstances. Upon hearing Matsushita's words, Izumi was momentarily taken aback. Under usual circumstances, a task with a reward of 10,000 ryo would be readily accepted by most ninjas, for even the great nations would refrain from creating overt conflict during missions. Therefore, when Matsushita proposed a sum of 100,000 ryo, Izumi readily acquiesced, though reluctant to enter the line of sight of Abido and Madara. Izumi did not believe these two formidable figures would concern themselves with such trivial matters. Drawing forth a kunai, the Sharingan beneath his mask manifested, its two tomos swirling into view. Although unable to capture the enemy, his field of vision expanded significantly. Water style, water chaos wave. The Mist Ninja launched an assault, prompting Izumi to respond instantaneously. Wind style, great breakthrough. Both techniques classified as C rank, Izumi's mastery of ninjutsu far surpassed that of his adversary. The water chaos wave was effortlessly dispersed by the great breakthrough, which continued its unrelenting trajectory toward the Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja, astonished by the apparent youth of his opponent, was nonetheless undeterred. Water style, water ball. A massive sphere of water materialized, swiftly engulfing the great breakthrough as it surged toward Izumi. Lightning style, lightning ball. A barrage of electrified orbs hurtled toward the Mist Ninja, revealing his position through the succession of techniques. The earlier great breakthrough had significantly diminished the effect of the Mist Shadow technique, allowing Izumi to faintly pinpoint the enemy's location. The Mist Ninja was caught off guard, realizing that instead of intercepting his attack, Izumi had chosen to launch an offensive. Faced with the prospect of mutual destruction, he found himself in quite a predicament. This task, initially perceived as a straightforward C-rank mission, had unexpectedly escalated due to the presence of such a potent ninja. Typically, low-ranking and intermediate ninjas utilize single-attribute ninjutsu, which are not particularly powerful. Yet, Izumi's deployment of two-element techniques compelled the approaching Mist Ninja to question whether Izumi might be a Genin, a realization that filled him with dread. As a mere Chunin like himself would stand no chance against such an opponent. As the lightning ball sped toward the Mist Ninja and the water ball surged toward Izumi, he remained composed, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind style, thousand-faced wind. The wind technique effortlessly dissipated the water ball, and in that instant, Izumi executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. The Mist Ninja, witnessing this maneuver, swiftly concluded that Izumi must indeed be a Genin. Water style, Mist Shadow technique. Realizing he was outmatched, the Mist Ninja once again employed the Mist Shadow technique, enveloping the surroundings in a dense fog. Even with the Sharingan, Izumi struggled to see far through the haze. Concerned for Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter's safety, he opted to abandon the pursuit and return to the ship. Upon his return, Izumi remained vigilant. After all, the enemy may not have truly departed, and the possibility of additional ninja reinforcements loomed ominously. The vessel continued its journey towards the Land of Fire. Following the recent skirmish, Matsushita Chihiro regarded Izumi with greater reverence, not only because their safety on the forthcoming expedition depended on him, but also due to the formidable prowess Izumi had displayed. In every corner of the world, the strong command respect. The Mist Ninja who had attacked Izumi returned to the hidden Mist Village, effectively abandoning the mission. Although the Land of Blood Mist revered slaughter, a Nin facing a Genin was akin to courting death. Moreover, such circumstances would not incur penalties upon the ninjas who accepted missions in the mist. How infuriating! Matsushita Chihiro had managed to hire a Genin. When had they become so affordable? Sakuragawa Nozomi, Chihiro's rival, was enveloped in frustration. For securing a Genin's services from the mist required a staggering fee of 200,000 ryo, a sum that was certainly not negligible for him. After much deliberation, Sakuragawa Nozomi resolved to part with his wealth to employ a ninja to eliminate Matsushita Chihiro. His animosity towards Chihiro ran deep, and should Chihiro reach the Land of Fire, it would not be long before misfortune befell him. With a full 200,000 ryo surrendered, Sakuragawa Nozomi issued another task, which was quickly claimed by another. Meanwhile, Izumi and Matsushita Chihiro were nearing the borders of the Land of Fire by boat, with only half a day's journey remaining before they would enter. Although entering the Land of Fire would not guarantee immunity from assassination, the mist power diminished significantly once they left the sea. At this moment, Izumi remained vigilant. Yet he did not anticipate further threats, considering they were about to enter the Land of Fire. An assassination mission against Matsushita Chihiro would likely be rated at most a C rank, generally not warranting substantial remuneration. However, Izumi was taken aback to discover that the opposing party had indeed increased the bounty. Suddenly sensing danger, Izumi executed a swift maneuver, appearing beside Matsushita Chihiro and pushing him and his daughter to the ground just as a massive blade swept through the air. "Ah, a ninja from the Bounty Association? How intriguing." A voice resonated, and upon hearing it, coupled with the towering blade, Izumi quickly recognized that one of the famed 7 ninja swordsmen, Tenzo of the Great Blade, had arrived. It was astonishing that a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen would accept such a minor C-rank assignment. Had the Mist Village truly run out of missions? "Oh, you know me? Then would you kindly hand over the person behind you?" Tenzo expressed surprise at the ninja's recognition of him, yet he was not overly astonished, merely requesting Izumi to yield his target, for he preferred to avoid confrontation if possible. "I'm not certain whom you seek. This time, I am escorting 2 targets." Izumi maintained his combat stance, unwilling to exhibit any semblance of laxity. "My target is Matsushita Chihiro. As for his daughter, Matsushita Ritsuko, I have no interest in her." "Ah, I see. In that case, I can relinquish Matsushita Chihiro to you. However, it seems somewhat regrettable not to engage in battle with one of the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen. It appears you do not intend to surrender Matsushita Chihiro after all. The esteemed Pai Pa Shirzong has misunderstood my intentions. I merely sought to challenge you. As for him, I have little interest in offering protection now." With these words, Quan unexpectedly hurled Matsushita Chihiro towards Pai Pa Shirzong. Both Pai Pa Shirzong and Matsushita Chihiro were taken aback by this turn of events. While it is true that some ninjas may abandon their missions in the face of formidable foes, none would ever relinquish their charge to the enemy. Upon witnessing Matsushita Chihiro flying towards him, Pai Pa Shirzong swiftly kicked him onto a nearby rock. Matsushita Chihiro's daughter, Matsushita Rimi, was already paralyzed with fear. Seizing this opportunity, Quan dashed forward to confront Pai Pa Shirzong directly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Quan unleashed his most adept technique, simultaneously activating his Sharingan. Facing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he could not afford to hold back. His survival depended on it. "An intriguing little brat," Pai Pa Shirzong replied. "Water release, water chaos wave." Although the technique was the same, its potency far surpassed that of the Nin from the Mist Village. Realizing the imminent danger, Quan evaded with agility while simultaneously executing the Shadow Clone technique. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. The most refined combination of ninjutsu was unleashed. Pai Pa Shirzong felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of the overwhelming flames. What should have been merely a C-rank technique possessed an extraordinary level of power, far beyond the mere combination of techniques. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. The B-rank technique surged forth like a tsunami, crashing into the flames and extinguishing them, leaving nothing but a billowing cloud of steam in its wake. As the mist cleared, Pai Pa Shirzong discovered that Quan had vanished. A hint of amusement flickered across his face. Due to the mist shadow technique, most mist ninjas excelled in assassination. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pai Pa Shirzong was no exception. Yet, here was Quan, attempting an assassination in front of him. Almost akin to displaying one's skills in front of a master. 8 points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I strike? Quan's voice echoed from all directions. Hearing such terminology caused Pai Pa Shirzong's smile to broaden. It was rather amusing to hear the silent assassination techniques of the mist recited by an outsider. However, Pai Pa Shirzong's smile soon froze. 8 kunai appeared simultaneously, and he quickly realized they were aimed at the vital points he had just mentioned. While he admired the precision of Quan's kunai throwing, that admiration was fleeting. He raised his executioner's blade to block all the kunai, but soon detected something unusual. Each kunai was connected by a fine wire. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, Quan manipulated the kunai with the wire, ensnaring Pai Pa Shirzong, all while the flames reached their target. Believe that with this, would be unable to perform any hand seals, and the Dragon Fire technique would strike directly along the wire, ensuring certain death. However, while the notion was idyllic. Reality proved to be merciless. S' plan was indeed executed successfully, yet he found himself merely striking a water clone. Astonished to witness his attack transform into a puddle, S' Sharingan remained locked onto him, oblivious to the moment the hand seals were formed or when the water clone was utilized. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged from the ocean's surface. Upon sighting such a formidable creature, could not suppress his frustration. Is this truly the water dragon bullet? A dragon towering over 100 meters, and they dare to call it a bullet? Kakashi and Zabuza must have been using a counterfeit version of a water snake technique. With the immense water dragon approaching, dared not confront it, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was directly before, his kunai poised to pierce the latter's throat. So naive, water release. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Though only possessing two tomo, he was incapable of casting a jinjutsu of the level of Tsukuyomi, yet the simplest foundational jinjutsu was well within his reach. Unbeknownst to wielded the Sharingan, leaving him unprepared for jinjutsu, and he did not realize the danger of locking eyes with him. The jinjutsu successfully ensnared, causing the water dragon to revert back to seawater upon losing control. Nevertheless, the jinjutsu lasted merely 2 seconds before managed to dispel it, but that duration was sufficient. Fire release, great fireball technique. The immense fireball was unleashed almost at point-blank range, and was convinced this time he would injure. Yet, at that moment, S' voice resonated once more. Water release, water barrier. The water barrier appeared almost instantaneously, successfully nullifying the onslaught of the fireball. However, S' attack was not entirely in vain. Multiple burn marks marked his body. Though regrettably, these injuries did not hinder his capacity to fight. The Uchiha clan, intriguing. You appear quite youthful, yet possess such strength. Truly, Konoha and the Uchiha are remarkable. You are indeed formidable, young one, and I assure you that following your defeat today, I shall spare your life, and you may take that little girl with you. With that declaration, charged at wielding his executioner's sword, bringing it down with lethal intent. Witnessing this, S' mind raced with curses. Had he not just been promised mercy? If that blade struck true, he would be cleaved in two, rendering any notion of mercy moot. As the executioner's sword descended, intended to counter with ninjutsu, yet speed was astonishingly swift. Just as began forming hand seals, the blade was upon him. Should he continue, he would surely be split in half. In utter desperation, relinquished the ninjutsu and resorted to taijutsu. 8 gates, first gate, open. The 8 gates of Duinjia opened instantaneously, and Izumi, utilizing the perceptive prowess of her Sharingan, discerned the trajectory of the decapitating blade. She swiftly lowered her stature, followed by a kick aimed at the blade's body. Izumi's actions proved effective. Yet she overlooked a crucial factor: power. The response of Izumi was impeccable. However, she found herself unable to contend with the force accompanying the decapitating blade. The immense power sent her crashing into the water. Struggling to resurface, she soon discovered that Biwa Shikizo was already waiting. The decapitating blade descended directly upon her. And as Izumi emerged from the water, she transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Shadow clone? Upon witnessing the white smoke, Biwa Shikizo realized the gravity of the situation. Yet his reaction was still a beat too slow. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fusion of ninjutsu reappeared, this time unleashed underwater. Although the seawater diminished some of its potency, the proximity of the fusion attack compelled Biwa Shikizo to retreat, allowing Izumi to regain her position above the surface. The distance between them widened once more, and Izumi grew increasingly cautious. Although Biwa Shikizo was not a shadow-level powerhouse, he was a formidable quasi-shadow, a level of strength far beyond Izumi's reach. She understood that he was not fighting with full seriousness. Otherwise, she would have likely met a grim fate. At that moment, as Izumi and Biwa Shikizo faced each other, Matsushita Chihiro, trembling while clutching a charred body, suddenly spoke. "Ninja, please take my daughter and leave. In this situation, I cannot possibly survive." Upon hearing Matsushita Chihiro's words, Izumi merely glanced at him before returning her focus to Biwa Shikizo, clearly unwilling to heed his advice. Before Matsushita Chihiro could plead further, Izumi surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Empowered by the 8 gates, her speed approached that of AJ Nin. As she charged, Biwa Shikizo formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. The great waterfall technique, an A-rank ninjutsu, gained further potency due to the surrounding ocean. As Izumi beheld the tsunami-like waterfall, A bitter smile crept across her face. Such a technique was beyond her capacity to withstand, however. The inability to endure it did not preclude her from evading it. Wind Release, Great Wind Cutter. The C-rank Great Wind Cutter was not expected to block the Great Waterfall technique, but every A-rank technique has its weaknesses. Like a tsunami, the surface of the sea churned violently, while beneath it lay relative calm. Though the Great Wind Cutter could not slice through the waterfall, it could indeed part the water's surface. Thus, Izumi dove into the depths of the ocean, narrowly escaping disaster. Such a clever little one. Thinking to evade my ninjutsu in this manner. But do you believe it ends here? Water Release, Great Whirlpool. The once calm surface of the sea suddenly erupted into a massive whirlpool. Even in the ocean, there was no evasion from a whirlpool unless Izumi recklessly plunged into the depths, which would surely spell her demise. Izumi swam with all her might to escape the whirlpool, seeking refuge on the rocks. But her efforts were in vain as she neared being consumed. In this dire moment, she employed the body replacement technique, appearing in midair. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A significant breakthrough was not intended for assault, but rather to extricate Izumi from peril in midair. Harnessing the power of wind, a counterforce was created, allowing Izumi to narrowly evade the assault from Pai Pa Shirzong. However, before Izumi could catch her breath, Pai Pa Shirzong materialized behind her. The executioner's great sword descended with lethal intent, and Izumi, unable to evade in time, had no choice but to utilize the kunai in her grasp for defense. The kunai, a weapon of considerably lesser caliber, was ill-suited to counter the executioner's blade, and Izumi's strength paled in comparison to Pai Pa Shirzong's. Though the great sword encountered resistance, it ultimately cleaved Izumi in twain. Witnessing her own body split asunder, disbelief flooded Izumi's eyes, but that incredulity swiftly shifted to a gaze directed at Pai Pa Shirzong. The bisected Izumi suddenly transformed into a manifestation of lightning, and the unsuspecting Pai Pa Shirzong fell victim to the ruse. Ah, the lightning clone. The true architect behind this unfolding scene. The moment Izumi was cast into the sea by Pai Pa Shirzong, she had employed the lightning clone, seizing the opportunity to discreetly escape alongside Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter while Pai Pa Shirzong was distracted. As Pai Pa Shirzong regained his composure from the electric shock, Izumi had not ventured far. After all, as a lower-ranked ninja, how swiftly could she flee with two ordinary individuals in tow? Yet, for reasons unknown, Pai Pa Shirzong glanced in the direction of Izumi's concealment and chose not to pursue, departing instead. Izumi was momentarily taken aback by his retreat. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet this unexpected turn of events brought relief, sparing her from a desperate struggle. Unbeknownst to her, the encounter had precipitated Pai Pa Shirzong's defection, the precise motivations of which remained known only to him. Once assured that Pai Pa Shirzong had departed, Izumi led Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter back to their vessel. Despite the intensity of the earlier battle, they were fortunate that the ship remained unharmed. Had it been destroyed, returning to the land of fire with two burdens would have been exceedingly arduous. With sails unfurled, Izumi and her companions set forth once more towards Kanahagakure. At this juncture, Matsushita Chihiro no longer dared to underestimate Izumi, for she had saved both his and his daughter's lives. The recent clash had illuminated the depths of her strength. 3 days elapsed, and at last, Izumi, Matsushita Chihiro, and his daughter set foot on the soil of the land of fire. After a prolonged voyage, the sensation of solid ground beneath her feet was a welcome reprieve for Izumi. Having escorted Matsushita Chihiro and his daughter to their destination, she fulfilled her duty. Ding. System notification. Side quest completed, earning 100 points. Upon hearing the notification, Izumi felt no surprise and promptly made her way towards the nearest bounty association. Ding. System notification. Side quest initiated. Accept the mission in the Land of Demons, with rewards contingent upon successful completion. The mention of the new mission momentarily stunned Izumi. She was well aware of the Land of Demons, home to the priestess capable of sealing the malevolent spirits in the film Naruto, The Death of Naruto. However, Izumi could not comprehend what tasks the Land of Demons might entail at this time. Despite her confusion, she proceeded to the Bounty Association, where she submitted the heads of the 2 targets from her previous assignments. With the completion of these tasks, her earnings finally began to swell her purse. Although she had undertaken various missions in Kanahagakure, the remuneration had been far from satisfactory. After all, a portion of the rewards for the ninja tasks inevitably benefited the village itself. Upon arriving at the task reception area, Izumi meticulously scrutinized the available missions. Before long, she indeed discovered a task that had been posted for an astonishing 6 months. Upon observing the meager reward associated with it, the reason for its prolonged listing became abundantly clear. Task in the Land of Demons. Protect the new priestess, Cheyenne, and deliver the relic of the former priestess to her successor. Although the task seemed straightforward, the paltry reward of a mere 1,000 Rio rendered it unattractive. Few would consider such a pittance. After all, those who frequented the association were primarily driven by monetary gain, and traveling to the Land of Demons for such a trifling sum would scarcely cover the journey. Reluctant as she was to accept this task, Izumi felt compelled to do so, as it constituted a side quest. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she sensed that this mission was not as simple as it appeared. Under the astonished gaze of the personnel at the registration desk, she took on the task in the Land of Demons and departed the Bounty Association, immediately setting her course for the Land of Demons. The system, surely the task in the Land of Demons is not as uncomplicated as it seems? Otherwise, it would not have remained posted for over 6 months. Since I have accepted the mission, would you kindly enlighten me on the true nature of the assignment? In truth, there is nothing particularly alarming. You will only encounter a manifestation of the entity known as Morio. Having prepared herself for potential pitfalls from the system, Izumi was taken aback by the extent of the challenge presented. Morio, a creature of immense power, even a mere avatar of it was certainly beyond her current capabilities. Brother, you are my true brother. How can you find joy in leading me into such peril? Morio's avatar. Why not permit me to confront Morio directly? That creature is virtually indestructible. How could a mere Chunin like myself contend with even a fragment of its might? Have you finished your lamentations? Although unable to perceive the system's countenance, Izumi instinctively sensed something amiss. Ah, I was mistaken. I shall proceed with utmost diligence. I apologize, esteemed system. I shall not transgress again. Before adversaries, Izumi could exhibit unwavering resolve, yet she lacked the courage to confront the system. Very well, you seem to understand. This task is not intended to ensnare you. While it involves Morio's avatar, it is not beyond your capacity to overcome. Consider this mission a form of privilege. Should you excel in its completion, there will be special rewards. Special rewards? What might those entail? Classified information. Suffice it to say, young one, complete the task earnestly. Izumi regarded the system's words with a mixture of skepticism and hope, for she had been misled before. Nevertheless, as she reasoned, having accepted the task, she had no choice but to see it through. Of course, should her life be in grave danger, she would undoubtedly opt to withdraw. Thus, Izumi set forth alone into the Land of Demons, while tensions simmered between the Land of Wind and the Land of Water, due to the previous incident involving the Guardian of the Crane being attributed to the Water Nation by the Lus. The Wind Nation prepared to impose sanctions on the Water Nation. However, the vast distance separating the Wind and Water Nations, compounded by the existence of the Fire Nation in between, rendered any military action unrealistic, especially since the Fire Nation was unwilling to allow the Wind Nation passage. Naturally, the unfortunate Water Nation denied any connection to the Guardian of the Crane incident, leading to a complete severance of diplomatic relations and corresponding trade between the two nations. As the instigator of this turmoil, Izumi remained unaware of the developments between the two major nations. At that moment, she was en route to the Land of Demons. With no time constraints on her mission, Izumi chose to travel leisurely, adopting the guise of an ordinary person as she journeyed toward the Land of Demons. Although it was not her first departure from Konoha, such a relaxed journey was a novel experience. Despite the frequent turmoil in the world of shinobi, certain regions remained remarkably peaceful, Konoha being one of them, at least on the surface, and the Land of Demons was another. The Land of Demons lacked a hidden village. The samurai constituted their sole military force. However, since only the Shrine Maidens possessed the ability to seal malevolent spirits, no nation dared to attack the Land of Demons. More importantly, the 5 great nations had issued a joint declaration to safeguard the security of the Land of Demons, promising a united response against any aggressor. During the tenure of the second Hokage, there were those who coveted the lands of the Land of Demons, only to be utterly crushed by the ninjas of the 5 great nations. From that point onward, no one dared to question the legitimacy of the 5 nations declaration. Upon entering the Land of Demons, Izumi made her way directly to the residence of the daimyo. This mission had been commissioned by the daimyo, which puzzled Izumi, as she wondered why a daimyo would offer such a meager reward for a task. Unbeknownst to her, the daimyo of the Land of Demons placed great emphasis on the welfare of his people. Taxes within the realm were minimal. Yet the remuneration for the Shrine Maiden's guardians was substantial, rendering the daimyo somewhat impoverished. Ishida Mayu, the daimyo of the Land of Demons, hesitated as she beheld Izumi, whose appearance was somewhat difficult to believe. Raikatsu? Is that your code name? The task at hand involves escorting the newly appointed Shrine Maiden to the Seal of Malevolence to retrieve her relic. The previous Shrine Maiden perished while sealing the malevolent spirits, and her relic was left behind in the seal. Your mission is to protect the current Shrine Maiden as she retrieves this relic. Although skeptical, the daimyo had no grounds to refuse the presence of the visitor in the land of demons. I understand, but I have a question. Is it not possible for someone else to retrieve the relic? Izumi inquired. If the Shrine Maiden leaves this place, it may attract the remnants of malevolent spirits. And as far as I know, Your Excellency the daimyo has not commissioned any task to the 5 great nations. It was merely posted on the Bounty Association. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Ishida Mayu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was not that he did not wish to seek assistance from the 5 great nations, but rather that he lacked the financial means. A reward of 1,000 Ryo would only equate to a D or C rank mission among the 5 nations, while tasks involving hostile ninjas generally ranked at least B level, which was beyond the capabilities of this impoverished daimyo. Only the Shrine Maidens are permitted entry. Others are utterly incapable of gaining access. Observing Ishida Mayu's reluctance to speak, Izumi did not press further, but instead turned to follow the attendant in search of the Shrine Maiden. According to Izumi's recollection, the current Shrine Maiden was Cheyenne. Upon arriving at Cheyenne's chamber, Izumi found her seated sorrowfully beside her mother's portrait. Entering the room, Izumi paid no heed to Cheyenne, instead offering a simple homage to Miroku, Cheyenne's mother. Though your mother sealed the yokai at the behest of many, it was also her own wish. She longed for her daughter to have a joyous and tranquil childhood, and it was for this dream that she undertook the sealing. I understand your sorrow. Yet one must not dwell perpetually in the past. What do you know? You merely preach here, Cheyenne retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Initially, she felt that Izumi's act of honoring her mother set him apart from others, yet she was dismayed to discover he too was imparting lessons upon her. Why should I not understand? Our experiences are akin. Not long ago, my parents perished on a mission, and in a single night, I became an orphan. To be honest, I never anticipated their deaths would grieve me so deeply. I am but 5 years old, and the moments spent with them are few and far between. Yet the news of their departure fills me with profound sorrow. Cheyenne was taken aback by the revelation that this young ninja had lost his family. And so suddenly at that, I believe you are better off than I. At least your mother was often by your side when she was alive, was she not? Regardless, I am certain you would not wish for her to suffer, correct? Your current life is a gift bought with your mother's sacrifice. If I were in your position, I would strive to live fully and vibrantly, for only then would I honor my mother's memory. Rest well. We shall journey to the sealing grounds at dawn, Izumi stated, turning to leave. He understood that he had said enough. Cheyenne's choices were beyond his influence. The following morning, Cheyenne emerged from her chamber unprompted, and Izumi was already there, waiting. What is this? That is the place where your mother passed. Take some flowers to pay your respects. I shall protect you, and you shall safeguard the flowers, he said, handing her the blossoms he had just plucked from outside. Wait, it was not Cheyenne who spoke, but her attendant. What is it? I wish to accompany you. It is my duty to protect the Shrine Maiden. Uncle Taku, you should remain here. I did not sense death this time. There should be no danger. Cheyenne possessed the ability to perceive death, yet this time, she had seen nothing. However, bringing you along will only hinder our speed. If any ninja appear, you will become a liability to the Shrine Maiden. Stay here. I will return Cheyenne to you unharmed. Izumi asserted, taking Cheyenne's hand and dashing outside. Perhaps it is due to her prolonged confinement within the room, for after only a few strides, Ziyuin found herself breathless. However, one must consider the physical stamina of an ordinary 4-year-old. Ziyuin is no ninja, and thus cannot engage in daily training like Izumi. Come on. If we continue like this, night will soon fall. Izumi crouched down, allowing Ziyuin to rest her small frame upon her back as they journeyed towards the sealed land. Why are you not sad about your parents' departure? Ziyuin inquired, her voice cautious as she nestled against Izumi's back. Who told you I am not sad? Izumi replied, this mission is but a means to clear my mind. Who would venture all the way to the land of demons for a mere 1,000 Ryo? But I cannot see sadness on your face. Then let me ask you this. Does wearing sadness upon one's visage bring back the deceased? Does your mother rise from the dead? No, the dead cannot be resurrected. Since the departed cannot return, why should we wallow in sorrow? Those of us who remain ought to embrace joy and prolong the essence of life for those who have passed. We should relish each day, alleviating the worries of our loved ones in the afterlife. Ziyuin, though somewhat perplexed by Izumi's words, felt her own sadness begin to lift. As she gazed at Izumi, curiosity sparked within her. She pondered the nature of the person carrying her. Hey, you know my name is Ziyuan, but I do not know yours. Me? You may call me Reiki. Reiki? How did you come by such a name? Upon hearing Izumi's alias, Ziyuan assumed it to be her true name and was intrigued by its origin. This is merely my code name. Ninjas do not reveal their true identities during missions. We operate under aliases. When I registered with the Bounty Association, I used my code name from the Umbu, as I could not be bothered to think of another. That seems unfair. You know my real name. Why not share yours? If you refuse to tell me, I shall inform the daimyo that you are bullying me on the road, intending to kill me. Ziyuan regarded Izumi with a defiant expression, prompting Izumi to feel exasperated. Fine. Once I have escorted you to safety, I shall disclose it. But for now, there is no time. As she spoke, Izumi suddenly leaped backward. Two kunai imbued with explosive tags appearing precisely where she had just landed. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Just as she evaded the blast, a water dragon manifested, clearly indicating that someone intended to eliminate Ziyuan. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards the water dragon. Though water typically extinguishes fire, when the flames far exceed the water's might, they can indeed evaporate it. Izumi's assault was evidently more formidable than that of her opponent, who was clearly taken aback by the young girl's remarkable prowess. Hold on tight. The ensuing battle shall not be easy. With her Sharingan activated, Izumi urged. Upon hearing her words, Ziyuan clutched Izumi tightly, her legs wrapping around her waist as if fearing the slightest slip. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone emerged, and Izumi charged directly at the opponent. Water release, water blade. Upon witnessing Izumi's proactive assault, the ambushing ninja immediately launched a counterattack. Before Izumi could close the distance, a blade of water surged forth, aimed directly at both Izumi and Cheyenne. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fusion of fire and wind techniques manifested once more. A torrent of flames surged toward the adversary. Faced with such a formidable display of ninjutsu, the ambushing ninja was engulfed in panic. Evasion was futile, and the only option was to employ a defensive technique. Water release, water barrier. The B-rank technique, water barrier, served as an enhanced version of the water formation wall, continuously generating walls of water to repel incoming attacks. As fire and water collided, a dense cloud of steam enveloped the battlefield, providing Izumi with the perfect cover to perform a body flicker technique and appear behind the enemy. Although the water barrier hindered Izumi's advance, it was sufficient for her purpose. Lightning release, lightning ball. Lightning release, earth walk. The lightning techniques unleashed by both the original and the clone surged toward the enemy simultaneously. The wind and fire shields that had been barely sufficient to block Izumi's assault were now overwhelmed by the dual strikes of lightning. Survival was out of the question. Approaching the fallen foe, Izumi plunged a kunai into the heart of her adversary. Even after confirming the opponent's demise, Izumi remained skeptical, reluctant to accept the finality of death. Had she not feared that decapitating the body might leave a psychological scar on Cheyenne, she would have likely severed the enemy's head without hesitation. Lightning and fire. Was he here to kill me? Why did I not see it? Cheyenne inquired as the chaos subsided. How should I know? Perhaps he was too weak to pose a threat to you. I recall your ability allows you to perceive death. Thus, it is only natural you cannot see events unrelated to it. You know of my ability? Indeed, I do. What of it? Then you are not afraid of me? Cheyenne had assumed that Izumi's ignorance of her powers would foster a sense of camaraderie, yet she was taken aback by Izumi's awareness. Why should I fear you? Just because you can foresee the deaths of others? Everyone must face death. No one can escape it. As for your so-called death prophecy, I prefer to view it as merely one of countless possible futures. One must take control of their own destiny. Yet, neither my mother nor I have ever mispredicted our prophecies. And so what? Does knowing one's fate deter effort? One must strive. For it is through effort that fate may be altered. Without endeavor, change is impossible. Izumi held no faith in prophecies, believing the future to be replete with infinite possibilities. Viewing the notion of prophecy as merely one potential outcome among many. Hearing Izumi's words, Cheyenne fell into a contemplative silence. Her thoughts veiled in mystery as they continued on their path. Regarding this matter, Quan finds himself at a loss, as he is not particularly skilled in charming young ladies. Otherwise, he would not have remained single in his previous life. After a day of relentless travel, Quan and Zishuan failed to reach the sealed land, and they had no choice but to camp outdoors. Quan set up a tent for Zishuan while he himself sat outside. For a ninja, staying awake all night poses no challenge, but depriving Zishuan, the young child, of sleep would likely lead to dire consequences the following day. Once inside the tent, after finishing dinner, Zishuan lay beneath the covers. Although Quan had made every possible arrangement, sleeping outdoors still left Zishuan restless. And today's conversation had stirred deep reflections within the young boy. Rei Yuo, what is your true name? Did you not promise to tell me once we reached the sealed land? Since you must reveal it eventually, why not do so now? Get some rest. We must continue our journey tomorrow. The assailants from today may not have returned, and a second wave of attackers could already be on their way. Quan spoke softly by the fire. It had been nearly a month since they left Konoha, and he found himself unexpectedly yearning for his companions back home. Itachi, Shisui, Quan Mei, and Hinata, who had always trained alongside him. Say what you will. Frustrated by Quan's unwillingness to speak, Zishuan sulked back into the tent. System. Is there any way to prevent Shisui from perishing? Like Itachi, he sacrificed his life for his dreams. I cannot bear to witness such a scene unfold before my eyes. Feeling somewhat bored, Quan began conversing with the system. That is your concern. You could easily save Shisui. But even if you were to rescue him secretly, where could you possibly take him? Once Shisui was attacked by Danzo, he could no longer remain in Konoha. The system's words brought Quan to a halt. Indeed. If I save him, how would I provide for him? He pondered the reality that even if he were to rescue Shisui, there would be nowhere to accommodate him. It was not just Shisui, the same applied to Quan Mei. The Uchiha clan was gradually engulfed in tension, and in less than 2 years, the clan would face annihilation. What would become of him then? I must establish my own power. Only then can I protect myself and those dear to me. Quan's heart roared with determination. He had always contemplated survival, yet from the very beginning he had erred. In this tumultuous world, only by growing stronger could he ensure his own safety. Though Konoha appeared peaceful on the surface, it was rife with undercurrents. Danzo, the Elder Council, and the Third Hokage were all formidable figures. Furthermore, as a member of the Uchiha clan, even if he survived the Uchiha massacre, he would undoubtedly be branded a rebel. In the original narrative, after the collapse of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke defected, yet the pursuers were merely a group of lower-ranking ninjas. Though the official excuse was that Konoha lacked jonin available for pursuit, was that truly the case? In such a vast Konoha, could they not muster a handful of jonin to chase after a lone lower-ranking Uchiha Sasuke? How absurd. Although Sasuke's defection was largely instigated by Orochimaru, it was not without the tacit approval of the higher-ups in Konoha. The leaders of Konoha had assured Itachi Uchiha that they would not act against Sasuke. Yet this did not imply that they would refrain from utilizing others to achieve their ends. To them, Orochimaru was the most suitable instrument for eliminating Sasuke. Understanding this, Izumi began to contemplate the formation of her own faction, which necessitated the establishment of a territory. Reflecting upon all the narratives she had encountered, Izumi identified 2 locations that were particularly conducive to her ambitions. The first was the Land of Snow, perpetually shrouded in white, serving as an excellent natural barrier, and conveniently distanced from the 5 great ninja villages, facilitating Izumi's operations. The second was the Land of Demons, which lacked any ninja villages, and where the 5 great nations had declared that no forces were permitted to invade. Similar to the Land of Snow, it was also remote from the 5 great ninja villages. Faced with the choice between the Land of Snow and the Land of Demons, Izumi found herself in a moment of hesitation, as both locations appeared highly suitable. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from within the tent. Alarmed by Shine's cry, Izumi rushed inside, only to find Shine standing naked in the corner, while in the opposite corner, a small cockroach was scuttling about. You kill it quickly," Shine exclaimed. With a sigh of relief, Izumi had initially feared an enemy, only to discover it was merely a cockroach. With a sense of resignation, she dispatched the insect with a kunai and exited the tent, carrying its lifeless body away. Seeing the cockroach eliminated and removed, Cheyenne let out a breath of relief, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. However, at that moment, she suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. Did he just see everything? Upon realizing this, Cheyenne's face flushed crimson. Although only 4 years old, she was aware of the distinctions between genders, and her mother had instructed her that a girl's body should only be revealed to her future husband. Now it seemed she had been exposed. Cheyenne was engulfed in embarrassment and dismay. She had merely intended to change her clothes. Although she had been carried by Izumi throughout the day, she had sweated quite a bit while running in the morning, leaving her garments soaked. As a girl, how could she tolerate such discomfort? In the wilderness, Bathing was utterly impossible, so Cheyenne had planned to change out of her soiled clothes. Little did she anticipate that upon removing them, she would encounter the cockroach, prompting her terrified scream that summoned Izumi. Inside the tent, Cheyenne wrestled with her feelings, while outside, Izumi remained oblivious to the situation. After all, with Izumi's soul being that of an adult, she viewed Cheyenne merely as a child, unaware of any other implications. "Hey, Reiku," Cheyenne finally ventured, peeking her head out of the tent after donning her clothes. "What is it?" Izumi turned to face her, and upon catching Izumi's gaze, Cheyenne's previously flushed cheeks reddened once more. "You saw everything, didn't you?" Cheyenne asked, her body trembling slightly. Saw? Saw what?" Izumi responded, perplexed. Quan had not contemplated the sight of Cheyenne in her nakedness, which left him utterly befuddled when Cheyenne uttered those words, gazing at her in perplexity. "You scoundrel!" With that exclamation, Cheyenne promptly retreated into the tent. In her view, Quan was undoubtedly being deliberate. It was inconceivable that he could be oblivious to the implications of his words. He must have intended to provoke her into uttering something so embarrassing. He was undoubtedly a rogue. Quan stared speechlessly at the tent, privately musing about the erratic emotions of this priestess. Was it possible she was experiencing her monthly cycle? Had Cheyenne been privy to Quan's thoughts, she would have stormed out of the tent to confront him. Unfortunately, she remained unaware of his current musings. Inside the tent, Cheyenne, cocooned in her blanket, incessantly cursed Quan, yet for some inexplicable reason, his gallant figure during battle lingered in her mind. Gathering her courage once more, Cheyenne poked her head out of the tent. "Hey, what did you see when you just came in?" This time, she omitted his name, opting for a simple hey instead. "Just now?" Quan, hearing her words, nearly retorted that he had seen nothing, but upon noticing the unusual flush on Cheyenne's face, he recalled the earlier incident. "You mean that matter? Well, I did see something, but I only entered because I heard your scream and thought you were in danger. I had no intention of peeking, and I was unaware of your preference for sleeping in the nude." Quan spoke nonchalantly. Initially, when Cheyenne heard Quan mention the earlier incident, she felt a sense of relief. Had he truly been oblivious, she would have been at a loss for how to broach the subject. Surely, she could not simply ask, "Did you see me naked?" However, upon hearing Quan's subsequent words, her desire to throttle him intensified. "You scoundrel!" With that, she retreated into the tent once more. Observing her reaction, Quan remained puzzled. Did I say something wrong? It must be said that Quan's emotional intelligence was quite remarkable. Throughout the night, Cheyenne did not emerge from the tent, and Quan paid little heed to the situation, quietly standing guard outside. The following morning, Cheyenne emerged from the tent, her countenance far from pleasant. Such a state was to be expected, for she had scarcely slept a wink, her mind consumed by the memory of Quan witnessing her in such a vulnerable state. It was not until the early hours of the morning that she dozed off, but her slumber was short-lived. "Are you all right?" Quan inquired. "I'm fine." "Mind your own business," she retorted. Faced with this response, Quan could only shake his head in resignation. After they shared breakfast, the two continued on their journey. Quan initially intended to carry Cheyenne once more, but for reasons unknown, she adamantly refused. Thus, he acquiesced, allowing her to walk alongside him. "Hey, aren't you tired? Shall we take a break?" "My dear lady, just 5 minutes ago you had a moment of respite. Allow me to carry you, at this rate. We shall make no progress, even in a month." "No." Once again rejecting the offer, Cheyenne prepared to move forward, yet to her dismay, she found herself at the edge of a steep slope. In the blink of an eye, she lost her footing and tumbled down. Just as Cheyenne believed her fate was sealed, Izumi grasped her hand and pulled her back to safety. "You should carry me." Though reluctant, Cheyenne understood that if she persisted in her folly, the one to suffer would undoubtedly be herself. Thus, Izumi hoisted Cheyenne onto her back, and they continued onward. While Cheyenne lay there, lost in thought. "Reiku, what is your name? If you don't tell me, I shall reveal all about the things you've done to me." Upon hearing Cheyenne's words, Izumi nearly lost her footing again, contemplating the absurdity of Cheyenne's reasoning. Surely, it was not the male who would face misfortune should such secrets be disclosed. "Are you threatening me or yourself?" "You." Realizing her gaffe, Cheyenne's cheeks flushed once more. Yet she stubbornly retorted, "That's none of your business. Just tell me your name." "Izumi, Uchiha Izumi." "I am Uchiha Izumi." Reluctant to engage further with Cheyenne, Izumi divulged her name. "Uchiha? So you hail from the Hidden Leaf Village? I recall that the Uchiha clan are ninjas of that village." "Indeed. But wait. I remember that the feudal lord has not issued any missions to the 5 great nations. How did you accept the task?" Suddenly recalling that the feudal lord had not dispatched any missions, doubt crept into Shien's mind regarding Izumi's identity. I told you. I temporarily left the village for some fresh air and took on a few tasks at the Bounty Association. Oh, I see. Nodding thoughtfully, Shien fell silent. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she reached for Izumi's mask. Noticing Shien's movement, Izumi swiftly grasped her hand. What are you doing? Do you not find it odd to wear a mask all the time? Take it off. I want to see your face. If you refuse, I won't budge. With that, Shien began to squirm on Izumi's back. Izumi had not anticipated Shien's relentless pestering. In exasperation, she decided it was not worth the trouble to argue with a mere 4-year-old. Even if her appearance were revealed, it mattered little. The mask was not meant to conceal her identity, but to prevent others from underestimating her. As her youthful visage might appear overly naive, being on Izumi's back, even if Shien managed to remove the mask, she would only catch a glimpse of her profile. Nevertheless, even that sight sent Shien's heart racing. I shall keep this mask as compensation for your actions towards me. Izumi did not object, and without understanding her own reasoning, Shien placed the mask upon her own face. Sated curiosity and besieged by drowsiness, Ziyuan unexpectedly succumbed to slumber upon Quan's back. Realizing that Ziyuan had fallen asleep, Quan could only shake his head in resignation and retrieved a garment from his scroll, draping it gently over her shoulders. The world of Naruto possesses a certain charm. One can seal an array of items within scrolls, alleviating the burden of carrying excessive belongings when venturing outdoors. With no disturbances, Quan hastened his pace. As time gradually slipped away, Ziyuan slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon awakening, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and discovered she was still on Quan's back. Though she said nothing, the fabric draped over her elicited a sweet sensation within her heart. Awake? Would you care for something to eat? Quan inquired without turning his head. Ziyuan initially intended to assert her lack of hunger, yet her stomach betrayed her with an audible protest, resonating sharply amidst the tranquil forest, causing her cheeks to flush like ripe tomatoes as she buried her face deeper into Quan's back. Hearing the unmistakable sound, Quan sought a flat spot and gently set Ziyuan down to prepare lunch. Actually, I'm not very hungry, she murmured, a statement she herself found hard to believe. I haven't had lunch either. Join me, Quan responded, still focused on his task. Ziyuan offered no verbal reply, but nodded in agreement. Soon, the meal was ready, and both Quan and Ziyuan satisfied their appetites. However, the well-fed Ziyuan soon felt the weight of drowsiness once more. Yet the journey must continue. And so she once again nestled against Quan's back, drifting into sleep. Thus, they traveled for another 2 days, ultimately arriving at the site of the seal. Wait for me here, I shall return shortly, Ziyuan said, glancing apprehensively at the dark mouth of the cave. A deep-seated fear gripped her heart. For only priestesses could enter this place, no one else could accompany her, not even Quan. There's nothing to fear. Though this place seals malevolent spirits, it is also where your mother departed. She will surely watch over you here, Quan reassured her, noticing her trepidation. Oddly enough, Ziyuan felt her fear diminish upon hearing his words. Gathering her courage, she stepped into the cave, which revealed nothing but a small bell, the token of every priestess throughout generations. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the bell tightly and dashed back toward the entrance. In that fleeting moment, a figure appeared, gazing wistfully at the retreating Ziyuan. Had she turned around, Ziyuan would have recognized this figure as her mother, Myler. Alas, her fear caused her to miss the singular opportunity to reunite with her mother. Myler watched her daughter depart without calling out, for she was but a lingering wisp of a soul, destined to fade away soon. Having already parted from Ziyuan once, she wished to spare her daughter further heartache. Lifting her gaze to the outside world, Quan suddenly sensed an immensely powerful mental force. Before she could react, she found herself transported to another realm. Thank you for protecting my daughter. Your daughter? Are you referring to Ziyuan? You are her mother, the former priestess Mithrea? Quan gazed at the woman before her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Indeed, I am truly grateful that you brought Ziyuan here. I have always been deeply concerned for her well-being. Seeing her in this state brings me solace. As priestesses, we can perceive each other's thoughts. So I am aware of the events of these past few days. I genuinely appreciate your role in helping Ziyuan emerge from the shadow of my death. It was nothing. Even without me, Ziyuan would have found her way out. It was merely a question of time. People inevitably look forward. Yet, it was you who guided Ziyuan. I am truly thankful to you. Her power is overwhelming, and I feared she would be unable to control it. Therefore, I sealed her strength, with the key being the token of the priestess. If one day the wraith breaks free from its seal, I hope you will inform Ziyuan of this matter. Until then, I wish for her to grow up as an ordinary child. Is there truly no way to vanquish the wraith? If it breaks the seal again, Ziyuan will have to pay the price with her life, correct? As a mother, I believe you would not wish to witness such a fate. I too do not wish for Ziyuan to confront this reality. However, the wraith is not a creature of this world. The forces here cannot kill it. All we priestesses can do is continue to seal it. That is our destiny. Destiny, perhaps. When the wraith returns, there may be other methods available. Perhaps. And I hope that when that time comes, you will protect Ziyuan once more, for she is the only one capable of sealing the wraith. With that, Methraya's form gradually faded until she vanished completely, and Quan awakened from the special space, just in time to see Ziyuan rushing out. Perhaps out of sheer fear, Ziyuan ran straight into Quan's embrace, to which Quan said nothing. Time passed before Ziyuan finally released her hold. Quan once again hoisted Ziyuan onto her back and began to run towards the land of spirits. Hey, haven't I already told you my name? I prefer to call you Hey. Is that not permissible? Suit yourself. Quan found herself at a loss for words with Ziyuan. Hey, will we meet again in the future? I do not know. It is better if we do not. Why? Do you dislike me? Not at all. Generally, there are no missions issued in the land of spirits, so I will naturally not receive any tasks here. Therefore, the next time a mission is announced, it may well be due to the wraith breaking its seal, which would mean you must seal the wraith. At the mention of the wraith, Ziyuan's expression dimmed. Her mother had perished in the act of sealing the wraith, and she felt powerless to escape a similar fate, even if the wraith did not breach the seal during her lifetime. Her own child would inevitably bear the heavy burden of sealing the wraith. Uchiha Izumi, would you consider staying? Remain in the land of demons to protect me. I can arrange for the daimyo to negotiate on your behalf with the land of fire. Upon hearing Shien's words, Izumi paused, taken aback by her unexpected invitation. Frankly, her proposition was quite alluring. Remaining here could allow him to evade the impending Uchiha massacre. However, after a moment of contemplation, Izumi felt compelled to decline, as he still had individuals in Konoha whom he wished to save. Seeing Izumi shake his head, Shien felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had anticipated his refusal, understanding that they had only known each other for a mere few days. It seemed implausible that he would abandon the village he had called home for years for her sake. Is it truly impossible for you to stay? Shien inquired, her hope undeterred. I did not outright refuse. Why the glum expression? Izumi responded. Do you agree? Shien's eyes sparkled with newfound hope at his words. Not exactly. I have friends and family in Konoha, and should I decide to come here, I would certainly wish to bring them along. Can I trust you, Shien? As he spoke, Izumi gently set her down, turning to reveal his Sharingan, prepared to cast a genjutsu should she exhibit any signs of deception. Of course, what do you wish to discuss? Actually, I intend to leave Konoha and establish my own faction. For that purpose, I seek to acquire a territory. If you are willing, I would like to create a shinobi village in the land of demons. This would allow me to leave Konoha, and should the Morio break through the seal, I could devise some countermeasures. Shien was taken aback by Izumi's revelation. She had not anticipated such thoughts from him. After contemplating for a considerable time, she ultimately refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded vigorously. What do you require of me? Although I am a priestess, I cannot single-handedly dictate the establishment of a shinobi village. No assistance is needed from you. I merely require a piece of land. At present, I have no plans to establish a shinobi village, as my abilities are insufficient and I lack companions. However, I am confident that this will change in due time. With your support, very well, I shall aid you. Even Shien herself was puzzled by her unwavering trust in Izumi, perhaps due to his safe escort to the sealing site. With Shien's willingness to assist, Izumi began his preparations. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Since signing the contract, it was the first time Izumi invoked the summoning technique. As a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, the dragon's spirit appeared before him. Long time no see, Izumi. Have you found yourself in trouble? The dragon sensed the absence of battle nearby and adopted a relaxed demeanor. Indeed, it has been a while, I summoned you to inquire whether you could facilitate her signing of a contract, as I require a means to relay messages and cannot frequently traverse between two locations. That is feasible. However, I must clarify that I will not handle the message delivery myself. I will enlist the help of the younger members of my clan, as they have ample free time. Additionally, I wish to remain here for a while, as life in the clan has become rather dull. I want to explore the outside world. Agreed. Initially, it was presumed that persuading Zishuan to sign a contract would prove to be quite arduous. However, The process unfolded with unexpected ease. Thus, Zishuan successfully became the second contract holder of the Dragon Clan. Yet, due to Zishuan's identity as a priestess rather than a ninja, the only entity she could summon was the weakest among the dragons. Quan returned Zishuan to the land of demons, promising that if he found suitable companions, he would bring them to this place, with the covert signal being his code name, Thunderfire. Ding. System notification. Task in the land of demons completed. Reward. Character system Zishuan completion. 100. Points earned. 100. The bloodline limit system has been activated. Once this system is initiated, the host may independently develop their own bloodline limit system. Could it be that this bloodline limit system enables me to fuse two types of chakra? Certainly not. The bloodline limit system merely permits you to explore the development of a bloodline limit, but whether you succeed is entirely up to your own endeavors. This is what I previously referred to as a reward. What a bloodline limit entails is, I believe, self-evident. When two chakra nature transformations are simultaneously mixed, a new ninjutsu is created, known as a bloodline limit. Throughout the entire ninja world, those possessing a bloodline limit are undoubtedly formidable. The most renowned example is, of course, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, whose would release could even counter the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. The bloodline limit is an immensely powerful asset for ninjas. But under normal circumstances, it relies on bloodline inheritance. Thus, while Quan had contemplated obtaining a bloodline limit, it was merely a fleeting thought. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such a significant gift. System, I truly adore you. I shall no longer refer to you as a deceptive system. With exhilaration, Quan departed from the land of demons, oblivious to the fact that from the very moment he left, a small figure in the land of demons had developed a habit of gazing towards the direction of Konoha. Although the distance between the land of demons and Konoha cannot be described as vast, it is not one that is visible to the naked eye. Yet, this diminutive figure would quietly observe Konoha daily. Upon leaving the land of demons, Quan once again immersed himself in the Bounty Association, where the system's side quests and the tasks from the Bounty Association kept him thoroughly occupied, albeit at great personal cost. For instance, one task required him to urinate in the hero's water at the Takinan village, a rather absurd demand from the system. In pursuit of the Takinan village task, Quan nearly lost his life. Although he ultimately escaped, he spent a month recuperating from his injuries. Fortunately, he successfully acquired a fragment of a special ninjutsu scroll. Ding. System notification. Synthesis of special ninjutsu scroll successful. Obtain ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. True. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Quan encountered an awkward predicament. The manipulation of the technique proved exceedingly challenging. Even with a mark left on the target for instant transportation, the spatial shift caused a brief moment of hesitation, which was undeniably perilous. Consequently, although Quan had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he had never utilized it in actual combat, though escaping was still within his capabilities. As the renowned jutsu of the Fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique became the ultimate escape method in the hands of Izumi. One wonders if the Fourth Hokage would have fought desperately against the Shinigami seal upon learning of this. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year has passed since Izumi departed from Konoha. During this time, Izumi has made quite a name for herself in the ninja world. The Bounty Association's demon mask refers to her. After acquiring the Shinigami mask, Izumi discovered that she could wear it without utilizing its powers, thus opting to replace her ordinary mask with the Shinigami mask, as typical masks are prone to damage in battle. Finally, she has returned to Konoha, a place brimming with nostalgia. Standing at the entrance of the village, Izumi sighed with sentiment. Who goes there? Upon seeing the masked Izumi, the guards and Umbu quickly surrounded her. Do not misunderstand. I am one of you, an Umbu known as Reiku. Here is my identification. As the Konoha members prepared to take action against her, Izumi hastily presented her credentials. Izumi? You've returned. It has certainly been a while. One of the Umbu, revealing himself by removing his mask, was none other than Uchiha Shisui. Brother Shisui, it's been ages. You've been out there causing a ruckus without returning. Hurry and submit your mission report. Join us at the training grounds tonight. Itachi will be there too. It has been too long since the three of us gathered. Absolutely. With Shisui's recognition, the other ninjas ceased their scrutiny, returning Izumi's identification. She then made her way directly to the Hokage Tower. Lord Third. Oh, Izumi, you've come back. The Third Hokage was not overly surprised by Izumi's return, as news of the events at the village gate had already reached him. Indeed, I have completed my mission. With that, She handed over the scroll detailing the defeat of the bandits. Go and take a good rest. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Izumi removed her mask. Finally free from the need to conceal herself. Safeguarding the Shinigami mask, she proceeded to the Hyuga clan's residence. It was already afternoon, and under normal circumstances, Hinata would be training within her family compound. The guards of the Hyuga clan were taken aback upon seeing Izumi. They were surprised both by her year-long absence and her significant transformation. Although Izumi was just over 5 years old, she appeared rather mature. Standing at approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. After the guard announced her arrival, Izumi was promptly admitted into the Hyuga household, following a servant. She arrived at the training grounds, where a small figure was diligently practicing. Not wishing to interrupt, Izumi quietly stood by, observing Hinata's training. Though some might perceive Izumi's behavior as akin to eavesdropping, Hinata's father, Hayashi, who was already aware of Izumi's visit, said nothing. Take a break. Someone is here to see you. Once Hinata completed her current training session, Hayashi finally spoke. Hearing her father's words, Hinata turned to the entrance of the training grounds. And upon seeing Izumi standing there, she was momentarily taken aback. Although she understood that Izumi had temporarily left Konoha to find solace due to her parents' circumstances, Hinata was constantly worried about her well-being and missed her dearly. Izumi, you have returned. Hinata's face flushed as she gazed at Izumi, feeling utterly flustered, while Izumi, upon hearing Hinata's call, was momentarily taken aback. After a year apart, although Izumi occasionally missed those around her, she harbored no special feelings for Hinata. After all, Izumi was in her 20s and had never viewed Hinata as an equal. However, upon seeing Hinata again after a year, an unexpected and peculiar sentiment blossomed within Izumi's heart, leaving her hesitant to meet Hinata's gaze. Hinata, I am back, Izumi replied, equally at a loss. Let us conclude today's training here. With that, Hisashi departed from the training ground. Once Hisashi left, only Izumi and Hinata remained, and Izumi found herself increasingly flustered as Hinata's face grew ever redder. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Izumi mustered the courage to speak. Shall we take a walk? Hinata replied softly, and together they left the Hyuga household. Though a year had passed since her departure, Konoha had not changed significantly. At least on the surface, everything appeared the same. As Izumi and Hinata strolled through the market, they soon encountered familiar faces. Izumi, Itachi, and Izumi's elder sister, Izumi, were taken aback to see them. They were aware that Izumi had been away on a mission but hadn't anticipated encountering her here. Itachi and Izumi and Hinata exclaimed in unison. This situation puzzled Izumi. When she left, Hinata had always referred to Itachi as Itachi-kun, and initially addressed him by his full name. So it struck her as odd that Hinata now called him Itachi and Hinata, you? What is this? Is it strange? Hinata is now my sister. So it's not unusual to call him Itachi and is it? Upon hearing Izumi's explanation, Izumi understood, and she didn't comment further, as their relationships were quite amicable. Thus, the four of them, Izumi, Itachi, Hinata, and Izumi, wandered the streets together. With Itachi and Izumi accompanying them, the awkwardness between Izumi and Hinata dissipated. During the year of Izumi's absence, Hinata had channeled her longing into her training, dedicating her days to rigorous practice, mornings at training ground number 7 and afternoons at the Hyuga clan's training ground. Throughout the year, Hinata had not paused for even a moment. The group meandered through Konoha's marketplace for quite some time until, as evening fell, Shisui joined them. The five of them then purchased various foods and set up a bonfire at training ground number 7 for a delightful evening gathering. They reveled together until the late hours of the night. Concerned that Hinata might be reprimanded by Hisashi for returning home too late, Izumi decided to accompany her back to the Hyuga household. Upon seeing Hinata and Izumi return together, Hisashi said nothing, merely advising Hinata not to come home too late in the future before turning to leave. In light of the current circumstances, Izumi found herself perplexed. Could it be that Hinata had been neglected over the past year? Now 5 years old, Hinata would soon turn 6. And it was likely that Hanabi had already been born. Was it possible that such an event had led to Hinata's loss of favor? Izumi struggled to comprehend this. Even if Hinata exhibited a somewhat timid disposition, it seemed improbable that Hanabi's arrival would cause her to be cast aside. Little did Izumi know that Hisashi's apparent indifference toward Hinata stemmed not from a lack of concern, but rather from the rapid enhancement of Hinata's abilities since she had begun training with Izumi. At such a tender age, Hinata was already showing signs of being the clan's next prodigy, and to prevent the clan elders from becoming overly attentive to her, Hisashi chose not to disclose this development. Upon returning home, Izumi noticed that her abode was impeccably clean, suggesting that someone had been diligently tidying up. Yet, she was uncertain who that might be. After much contemplation, she surmised it could only be Kumiai. However, as she lay in bed, a small figure suddenly materialized in her mind. Could it be you, Hinata? For reasons unknown, Izumi felt an inexplicable certainty that the one who had come to clean her house was indeed Hinata, envisioning a petite figure meticulously tending to the space. You are being sentimental, echoed the voice of the system, abruptly jolting Izumi back to reality in the stillness of the night. Overwhelmed by a sense of resignation, she responded. Really, system? Are you sure that what I exchanged will not endanger the Hyuga clan's training? After a year's effort, Izumi had accumulated 30,000 points. A sum barely sufficient for a member of the Hyuga clan to train like an ordinary ninja. Rest assured, everything sold by this system is entirely safe, devoid of any harmful side effects, and guaranteed to be genuine, boasted the system. Faced with the system's self-aggrandizement, Izumi could only roll her eyes. However, she knew it was not the time for disdain. She accessed the system to exchange for the necessary items, and a crystalline pill promptly materialized in her hand. Gazing at the pill, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. System, after consuming this, Hinata won't end up with her clothes bursting. Will she? How did you know that? The system's voice was laced with surprise, as it had prepared to ensnare Izumi once more. I just knew. Izumi felt a sense of exasperation toward the system, which inexplicably took pleasure in her misfortunes. After securing the pill, she fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, she promptly made her way to Training Ground 7, where, as anticipated, Hinata was already waiting. Hinata, there is something I wish to ask you. Please, go ahead, Izumi-kun, Hinata replied, her gaze earnest and attentive. The members of the Hyuga clan find themselves unable to wield ninjutsu effectively. However, during my travels, I discovered a unique potion that enables you to cultivate ninjutsu like an ordinary ninja. Would you care to try it? Upon seeing Hinata, Izumi realized she had no valid reason to convince Hinata otherwise. After listening to Izumi's words, Hinata nodded vigorously. Aren't you afraid I might cause you harm? Aren't you concerned it could be poison? I have faith in you, Izumi-kun. I know you wouldn't do that, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushed. As Hinata accepted the pill from Izumi's hand, preparing to consume it, Izumi hastily attempted to stop her. Wait, you should take it by the lake inside. This potion seems to cause a dramatic surge in chakra, which may lead to your clothing. Although Izumi did not elaborate on the fate of her clothing, Hinata could guess from Izumi's awkward expression what might transpire. Instantly, her entire face, neck, and even her body turned crimson. Trembling, Hinata clutched the pill and slowly made her way toward the forest. Once inside, she suddenly turned around, mustering her courage to declare, "You must not come any closer." Having uttered those words, Hinata fled into the woods at the speed of light, leaving Izumi without a response. Izumi sighed softly and sat down. Aren't you going to sneak a peek? The system's lewd voice chimed in. Go away. Are you really not going? To hell with you. Am I that depraved? Hinata is just a child. Although my current body is merely 6 years old, I am, in essence, a person in my 20s. I do not wish to be condemned as a beast by the readers, Izumi lamented. Yet, you are Uchiha Izumi, and at 6 years old, you are comparable in age to Hinata. So what if the two of you became childhood sweethearts? But hasn't Mo Xuan from Earth already perished? You have been reincarnated, retaining only fragments of your memory. Presently, you are merely a 6-year-old child. Did you not say during your first mission that you are Uchiha Izumi? Upon hearing the system's words, Izumi fell silent. Indeed, he is Uchiha Izumi, not the high school student Mo Xuan from Earth. Although he carries memories of his previous life, Uchiha Izumi is simply Uchiha Izumi. Thank you, system. I understand now. As long as you comprehend, let us proceed to spy. Go away, to hell with you. Has come to the realization that this system is utterly unscrupulous, not only deceitful, but also disturbingly invasive, encouraging him to pry into the private moments of others. He finds himself at a loss for words to adequately express his disdain for the system, just as the system prepares to further entice. An overwhelming surge of chakra resonates through the air, accompanied by Hinata's anguished scream. System, are you certain that your methods bear no adverse effects? Rest assured. While the experience may be somewhat painful, it poses no real danger. If you remain skeptical, you are welcome to witness it for yourself. I surmise that at this moment, Hinata is too preoccupied to notice her surroundings, so your attempt at observation is likely to succeed. The system continues its unscrupulous persuasion. standing frozen in place. Hesitates repeatedly, but ultimately dashes into the woods. It is not that he harbors any genuine desire to spy on Hinata. Rather, his concern for her safety overwhelms him. The recent scream had sent his heart racing. Upon entering the woods, he finds Hinata suspended in the lake, surrounded by water that appears to be held at bay by an invisible barrier, rendering her inaccessible. Hinata floats in midair, and his gaze is fixated upon her, anxiety consuming him. In his mind, there is no room for any other emotion. Fear not, the recent surge of chakra merely impacted her meridians. The primary flaw within the Hyuga clan lies in the narrowness of these pathways. While expanding them may entail some discomfort, it is not perilous. In response to the system's explanation, seems oblivious, his focus unwavering on Hinata, as if the world around him has ceased to exist, only Hinata remains. As time passes, an hour slips away unnoticed. Gradually, the chakra barrier surrounding Hinata begins to weaken, and the water starts to converge towards her. Witnessing this, promptly performs a body flicker technique, appearing beside Hinata and enveloping her in his arms. My clothes. Hinata barely manages to utter before losing consciousness. Following her gesture, notices her garments neatly laid aside. He gently places Hinata beneath a tree and meticulously dresses her, as if any undue pressure might cause her to vanish. System. Why has Hinata fainted? She has merely exhausted her strength. She will recover shortly. By the way, aren't you going to take advantage of this moment? Faced with such a system, can only respond with silence. In a short while, Hinata awakens. As she lifts her gaze, her eyes meets, and both are instantly flushed with embarrassment. Is flustered from having glimpsed Hinata in her vulnerable state, while Hinata is mortified that has seen her in such a state of undress. The atmosphere becomes palpably awkward as neither Hinata nor takes any action, both ensnared in their mutual embarrassment. After a lengthy pause, Izumi finally spoke up. Though she had opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words to explain the recent events. She had clearly promised Hinata not to enter, yet she had ultimately done so. Although Izumi was not as indecent as the system might imply, her concern for Hinata's safety had compelled her to disregard her own vow. I do not blame you, Hinata unexpectedly uttered, summoning a courage she did not know she possessed. As soon as the words left her lips, she turned her head away, unable to meet Izumi's gaze. I understand that you are worried about me, which is why you came in. Hinata was at a loss for words. As a young lady, it was unfathomable to her to utter such a phrase when caught in a compromising situation. Nevertheless, the reality of the situation weighed heavily upon her. Thank you for understanding me, but I must apologize for not keeping my promise and entering anyway. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Hinata was flooded with memories of the earlier incident, leading her to faint once more. Seeing Hinata collapse again left Izumi uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a shadow clone to procure some food, recalling that the system had indicated Hinata had overexerted herself. When Hinata regained consciousness, Izumi's clone had already returned, and the two enjoyed a picnic together. However, the earlier incident lingered in their minds, casting an awkwardness over their meal as they avoided each other's eyes. Hinata, why don't you try testing your chakra attributes? Izumi suggested, producing a chakra testing paper. Hinata accepted the paper and infused it with her chakra. Soon, a portion of the paper ignited while another part crumpled. Izumi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Hinata's chakra would possess the highly aggressive attributes of lightning and fire. She had assumed it would be water. Hinata, your primary attribute is fire, and your secondary attribute is lightning. Let me teach you the great fireball technique, Izumi declared, producing a scroll that had been entrusted to her by Shisui. Thank you, Izumi-kun, Hinata responded, her gratitude evident. Izumi wished to say, is there a need for thanks between us? But refrained, fearing it might remind Hinata of earlier events. Instead, she simply replied, no need to thank me. Throughout the morning, Hinata practiced the great fireball technique while Izumi honed her flying thunder god technique. Since mastering the latter, Izumi had been striving to familiarize herself with this ninjutsu, though she found it difficult to attain the level of precision exhibited by the fourth Hokage. As the morning passed, Hinata prepared to return to the Hyuga household to continue her training. Izumi accompanied her to the entrance, notably holding Hinata's delicate hand throughout the journey. Hinata blushed but did not pull away. Perhaps it was because Izumi had come to terms with her feelings. Or perhaps it was the events of the morning that had finally allowed her to acknowledge that Hinata had already carved a place in her heart. After escorting Hinata back home, Izumi hurried to the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, I wish to challenge you once more. During this recent expedition, I believe I have made significant progress. Is that so? Well, it seems I could use a bit of rest. Come along with me. Izumi followed the third Hokage to his exclusive training grounds, where to her surprise, Kakashi was also present. Kakashi? Have you accidentally wandered here on your life's journey? Upon seeing Kakashi, Izumi promptly borrowed his catchphrase. Kakashi's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment at her words, while the third Hokage chuckled heartily at the scene. Due to the events surrounding White Fang and Obito, Kakashi had been emotionally troubled, further exacerbated by the recent Nine Tails incident. The third Hokage had long sought to uplift Kakashi's spirits, yet each attempt had ended in failure, until Izumi's arrival brought about a remarkable change in him. All right, Izumi. I invited Kakashi to observe. It will also be beneficial for him to offer you suggestions. Nodding in acknowledgement, Izumi and the third Hokage stepped onto the training field, where she immediately readied herself for combat. Begin. With Kakashi's announcement, Izumi swiftly activated her Sharingan, simultaneously opening the first and second gates of the 8 gates. After a year of training and completing missions, her body could now maintain the first 2 gates without suffering any adverse effects. Though the third Hokage was aware that Izumi had mastered the 8 gates, he was taken aback when she employed them right from the outset. Nevertheless, he chose not to initiate an attack. With both hands, she hurled 8 shuriken, showcasing her remarkable proficiency in shuriken jutsu, which had flourished over the past year. Instead of evading the onslaught, the third Hokage opted to counter with his own shuriken. As he parried the shuriken, Izumi executed a new maneuver, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared, and both Izumis began to form hand seals. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The combination of wind and fire techniques had become second nature to Izumi. However, she lamented her inability to successfully merge them into a bloodline limit. Fully aware that such mastery could not be achieved overnight. Faced with the surging flames, the third Hokage exhibited a measure of surprise, yet remained composed. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The Water Dragon Bullet, requiring 44 hand seals, was unleashed from the third Hokage's hands with near instantaneous speed, even with her Sharingan activated. Izumi could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. In response to Izumi's assault, the third Hokage chose to counterattack. As the massive water dragon surged forth to meet the flames, resulting in a spectacular clash where both fire and water canceled each other out. In the first round of their exchange, Izumi found no advantage. However, she was undeterred. Just as the water dragon and flames dissipated, her second wave of attack emerged. Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. Countless lightning orbs surged towards the third Hokage, and even he could not help but regard such rapid lightning techniques with utmost seriousness. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The Great Breakthrough unleashed by the third Hokage was of a caliber far beyond that which Izumi could hope to emulate. Yet, at the moment the third released his technique, a subtle smile graced Izumi's lips. Lightning Release, Lightning Chain. As Izumi completed the hand seals, the previously independent lightning orbs began to interconnect, forming an elaborate web of electricity under his command. Faced with the lightning chain, the simple Great Breakthrough proved futile, compelling the third Hokage to alter his strategy. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. This B-rank fire technique immediately engulfed Izumi's electric web. Observing this, Izumi and his shadow clone promptly began performing hand seals again. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Though the Dragon Fire Technique was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, it was nearly on par with B-rank techniques, with Izumi and his clone executing it simultaneously. Its power increased significantly, approaching that of a B-rank technique. The third Hokage's Great Dragon Fire Technique had already consumed considerable chakra to obliterate Izumi's lightning technique, and now, faced with an equally potent Dragon Fire Technique, neither side gained the upper hand. Kakashi, watching from a distance, felt a tumult of emotions. He reflected that at the age of 6, he could not have achieved such a feat, although Izumi's strength might still be somewhat inferior to his own at that age. His understanding of ninjutsu far surpassed Kakashi's. The clash between Izumi and the third Hokage's fire techniques reached a stalemate, yet what transpired next astonished the third. Izumi's clone executed a body flicker technique, appearing directly beside the third Hokage, and simultaneously began forming hand seals. Although the third Hokage lacked the Sharingan, he immediately recognized the technique as Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. While casting a B-rank ninjutsu at such close range would not be fatal for the third, it certainly had the potential to put him in a precarious position. However, this depended entirely on Izumi being able to execute the fireball jutsu. Sensing Izumi's intent, the third Hokage swiftly delivered a kick that struck Izumi. To his astonishment, Izumi did not vanish upon impact. Instead, he grit his teeth against the pain and continued forming the seals. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the third Hokage altered his approach, launching several shuriken aimed directly at Izumi's throat. The third Hokage's strategy was simple, to attack where it mattered most. Though the shuriken were not particularly powerful, a direct hit to the throat was no trifling matter. Moreover, he calculated that the shuriken would pierce Izumi's throat before he could complete his hand seals, leaving him no choice but to abandon his ninjutsu in order to survive. However, to the third Hokage's surprise, Izumi showed no inclination to evade. He continued to form the seals, seemingly oblivious to the shuriken. Thus, the shuriken successfully found their mark, embedding themselves in Izumi's throat. Yet, at that very moment, the Izumi before the third Hokage transformed directly into lightning. Upon witnessing such a situation, the esteemed third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu, immediately recognized the A-rank ninjutsu, the lightning clone technique. Although he understood the circumstances at hand, he found himself incapacitated by the paralyzing effects of the lightning. Rasengan, Izumi invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing directly behind the third Hokage, wielding a cerulean chakra sphere. Faced with the third Hokage's moment of hesitation, the Rasengan struck him directly. As the technique made contact, the third Hokage was sent spiraling away, and Izumi could hardly believe that such a formidable figure would be so easily bested. Indeed, as the dust settled, only a wooden stump remained in the corner of the training ground, clearly a substitution technique. The third Hokage had sustained no harm. Izumi, pause for a moment. You just employed the Flying Thunder God technique, didn't you? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage found himself momentarily dazed. The Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage, is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu classified as a teleportation technique. By utilizing the technique, the user can achieve instantaneous movement by marking a target with the Flying Thunder God formula, allowing them or objects in contact with their chakra to be teleported instantly. When energized, the user can transfer large targets multiple times. To date, only the second and fourth Hokage have truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique within the Hidden Leaf Village. Even the so-called ninjutsu scholar, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, does not possess this skill. Indeed, Lord Third, this is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique, though I cannot yet fully master it. There is a brief moment of pause upon activation, the duration of which depends on the distance of the teleportation. Izumi did not conceal her knowledge of the technique. In fact, her recent usage was a strategic move to justify her actions. It is well known that the only documented source of the Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha is the Book of Seals. Therefore, if someone mastered this technique, it would imply they had illicitly obtained the Book of Seals. Izumi needed this opportunity to explain herself to the third Hokage. For if Danzo were to learn of her abilities first, it would spell trouble. Where did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Lord Third, after leaving Konoha, I concealed my identity and infiltrated the Bounty Association, where I accepted a mission to eliminate the merchants of the Land of Water. It was there that I acquired the scrolls for the Flying Thunder God technique and other ninjutsu. As she spoke, Izumi produced the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage took the scroll and examined it closely. Although he could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique himself, he was familiar with it and thus capable of discerning its authenticity. Upon confirming the scroll's legitimacy, the third Hokage was both astonished and perplexed. How could a ninjutsu, especially one of S rank, belonging to Konoha, end up in the outside world? From the beginning to the end, the third Hokage never doubted that Izumi had stolen the Book of Seals. It was not that he trusted Izumi, but rather he believed that Izumi lacked the capability. The Umbu guarding the Book of Seals were the elite among elites. Even if Izumi were exceptionally strong, he was still merely a child. His abilities at the level of a nin at best, thus rendering it impossible for him to pilfer the Book of Seals. As for Naruto Uzumaki's theft of the book, one could only attribute it to the necessities of the plot. After all, it would be absurd to think that a mere genin could accomplish such a feat after much contemplation. The third Hokage concluded that Izumi, if anything, might not even be aware of the book's existence, which is why he did not delve deeper into the matter. Izumi, should anyone inquire about how you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, simply state that I was the one who instructed you. As for what we discussed today, do not divulge it to anyone. Lord Third, I have already informed others. Upon returning to Konoha, I taught Hinata the Flying Thunder God technique. as I find this ninjutsu immensely useful, hence. Of course, Izumi had not actually taught Hinata the technique, as time was far too limited. However, he felt that claiming he would later teach it to Hinata would inevitably lead to complications. Upon hearing Izumi's words, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Izumi, having returned for only a day, would already impart such an incredibly important technique to another. Fortunately, it was given to Hinata. The heiress of the Hyuga clan. Had it fallen into the hands of a spy, it would have amounted to handing over critical intelligence. Well, since it has been taught, so be it. However, Izumi, you must remember that such actions cannot be repeated. For you, S-rank ninjutsu remains a distant goal. Although the chakra required for the Flying Thunder God is not excessively demanding, most S-rank techniques require immense chakra. Attempting them indiscriminately could lead to dire consequences. I understand. Lord Third, I will not act recklessly in the future. Very well, we shall conclude today's match here. Your progress is indeed commendable, but do not allow yourself to become complacent. Yes, Lord Third. Izumi left the third Hokage's residence alone, and as he departed, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted from amiable to serious. Kakashi, keep a close watch on Uchiha Izumi. Understood. Despite Izumi's impeccable performance, the appearance of the Flying Thunder God technique had aroused the third Hokage's suspicions, prompting him to assign Kakashi to monitor Izumi. After leaving the third Hokage's home, Izumi returned directly to his own abode. Once home, he collapsed onto his bed to rest. Although he could not perceive where Kakashi was monitoring him, he was acutely aware that he was being watched, and that the observer was likely Kakashi. Since you are so eager to observe me, I shall give you a show. Regardless of how hard you ponder, you will never uncover the fact that I possess a system. Izumi settled in for rest, while Kakashi remained hidden in the shadows, feeling somewhat vexed by the task at hand. Monitoring Izumi did not pose a challenge, considering he was merely a CHNI. However, the situation was complicated by the fact that they were in the territory of the Uchiha clan, making it quite difficult to evade their scrutiny while keeping an eye on Izumi. The following morning, Izumi arrived early at training ground number 7, immediately commencing her physical training upon arrival. Before long, Hinata also made her way to the site. Hinata, please do not disclose your mastery of ninjutsu to anyone. Not even to your father, Lord Hayashi. Despite having cautioned Hinata yesterday, Izumi remained somewhat anxious. I won't, Hinata replied. Although unsure of the reason behind Izumi's request for secrecy, she chose to trust her. Aware that someone was watching, Izumi refrained from allowing Hinata to continue practicing ninjutsu and instead opted for physical training together. The Gentle Fist is a unique combat technique of the Hyuga clan, developed based on their Byakugan. While Izumi lacked the Byakugan, she was still able to incorporate some techniques into her physical training, a fact Hinata was more than willing to share. Although the Gentle Fist is exclusive to the Hyuga family, it was not classified as a forbidden technique. After all its attacks rely on the Byakugan, and without it, no amount of practice could yield the desired effect. 3 months swiftly passed, and Hinata celebrated her 6th birthday, marking the imminent arrival of the Uchiha clan massacre. Izumi typically paid little attention to the internal affairs of the Uchiha, yet she sensed an air of danger. Brother Shisui, you seem particularly busy lately. Is something amiss? Nothing much, he sighed softly, acknowledging the escalating tensions between the clan and the village. Though he endeavored to ease the discord, his efforts seemed futile, and he was reluctant to burden Izumi with this knowledge. Brother Shisui, have you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? At Izumi's inquiry, Shisui was taken aback. The fact that he had awakened the Manjiki was known only to Itachi, and he had entrusted Itachi with keeping it confidential. He found it hard to believe that Itachi would divulge this information to Izumi. How did you come to know? Shisui did not deny it, in his view. Izumi's relationship with the clan was tenuous compared to her better rapport with the village. Let us not delve into how I know. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Izumi clearly had no intention of revealing her status as a time traveler. This was a secret she wished to keep to herself. Very well. If you prefer not to share, I shall refrain from pressing. You didn't come to me merely to confirm the existence of the Sharingan, did you? Shisui was not inclined to pursue how Izumi knew of his Manjiki awakening, but sought to understand her purpose for visiting. Although I am not particularly invested in Uchiha matters, the conflict between the clan and the village has reached a critical point, hasn't it? With less than a year until the massacre. Both Hinata and I are about to enter the Ninja Academy. One can only imagine the current state of affairs in Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I never anticipated that even you would perceive it. The clan desires to rebel due to their dissatisfaction with the unjust treatment However, at this, Shisui shook his head in resignation. The Uchiha clan is steeped in arrogance, basking in the remnants of their former glory as the foremost family in the ninja world. Little do they realize that the Uchiha of today has long since faded from its past splendor. Aside from Fugaku Uchiha, there are scarcely any formidable warriors left in the clan. The new generation boasts only Shisui and Itachi as its strongholds. Has Shisui ever contemplated leaving? Departing? Indeed. The ninja world is vast. It is not confined to just Konoha. I understand that Shisui's heart is tied to Konoha. Yet I wish to inquire whether Konoha still embodies the will of fire as it once did. Are the deaths of Kakashi's father and the fourth Hokage truly unrelated to the village? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Shisui frowned, feeling for the first time that Izumi, who always addressed him as Shisui brother, appeared strangely unfamiliar. It seemed as though he had never truly understood her from the very beginning. Shisui brother hopes for the village to improve, and I share that desire. However, Konoha has long been infested with rot, and I do not wish to perish because of it. With that statement, Izumi turned to leave without awaiting any response from Shisui. Are you not afraid that I might reveal what you've said? If others were to hear Izumi's words, she would undoubtedly find herself taken to a dark room for an unpleasant conversation. Others might betray her trust, but Shisui would never do so, for she is my Izumi. And I am her Shisui brother. I merely hope that when the time comes, and we find ourselves in dire straits, Shisui brother might still hold out for a miracle. Shisui did not grasp the meaning behind Izumi's words, merely watching her depart in silence. As the time to enter the ninja academy drew near, Izumi ceased to accept any further missions, dedicating her days solely to training. Unbeknownst to her, the once full morning training sessions gradually diminished. Early in the mornings, Izumi and Hinata would arrive promptly, yet as noon approached, Izumi would often pull Hinata along to explore, occasionally sitting together to chat leisurely. Hinata noticed the changes in Izumi. Although Izumi treated her kindly, Hinata sensed an invisible barrier between them. However, since she began to practice ninjutsu, Izumi had undergone a profound transformation. Though Hinata could not pinpoint the exact nature of this change, she undeniably felt its presence. Izumi had indeed changed. The current Izumi is the true Uchiha Izumi. No longer the high school student from Earth. Apart from her memories of the Hokage world, everything else had been cast aside. Izumi-kun, tomorrow marks your official entry into the Ninja Academy. With your talent, you should be able to graduate early, right? Hinata spoke cautiously. Presently, Hinata cherished the moments spent with Izumi. Yet if Izumi graduated early, they would likely be separated for an extended period. The relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi serves as a prime example of this. The couple often found themselves apart, despite Izumi having already graduated. With one being a nin and the other a Jinin, their paths rarely crossed after their separate graduations. I have no desire to graduate early. I intend to focus on my studies while in school. Who knows, I might even end up at the bottom of the class. As for you, Hinata, you might be the one to graduate early. Had never contemplated graduating early. After all, even if he were to graduate now, it would hold little significance for him. It seemed far more prudent to remain at the Ninja Academy, where perhaps he could avoid being forgotten by Danzo. Since the last time Danzo had taken him to the root headquarters, there had been no further action from the man, which left feeling uneasy. After all, Danzo was no benevolent figure. I, too, shall not graduate early. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Observing this, chose not to comment. Despite spending every day together and their relationship growing increasingly intimate, Hinata's shyness remained unchanged. Very well, let us both graduate at the usual time. See you at school tomorrow. With that, and Hinata returned to their respective homes. However, Esabode felt particularly desolate, which was hardly surprising. His parents had passed away, and his ties with the Uchiha clan were tenuous at best, leaving him without visitors, save for the occasional visit from Izumi. The entire afternoon passed with endeavoring to unlock his bloodline limit, yet he made no progress. The fusion of two attributes was no simple feat. Though possessed the potential to develop his bloodline limit, it did not guarantee success. As the afternoon slipped away, night fell, and spent a quiet evening resting. The following morning, after preparing himself, he set off alone for the Ninja Academy. Good morning, Hayashi-sama. Good morning, Hinata. From a distance, spotted Hayashi Hyuga and his daughter standing together. The sight of the father-daughter duo stirred a pang of sadness within him. Today marked the first day of school, and all the other children were accompanied by their parents. While he stood solitary, "Good morning, Kuin," Hayashi acknowledged with a polite nod, while Hinata beamed with delight. Sensing the sorrow in his eyes, Hinata took the initiative to grasp his hand. Koen, you are not alone. You have Izumi-ne and Itachi and II with you. Hinata longed to add that she would be there for him as well, but the words faltered on her lips, unspoken. In truth, was not the only solitary figure. A small boy with golden hair was also present, none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Although had encountered Naruto numerous times, he had never approached him, as Naruto's identity was far too sensitive. As the school gates swung open, students filed in, many of whom would be seeing the third Hokage up close for the first time. Faced with the Hokage's lengthy speech, found himself at a loss for words and soon began to doze off, much to Hinata's amusement. The third's address lasted a full 2 hours, and at last, it drew to a close. You must remember that where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flame shall illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. This is the will of fire. May each of you inherit the legacy of your predecessors. Although the speech of the third Hokage had concluded, the students present were invigorated as if they had consumed a stimulant, while Izumi appeared rather disinterested. The students were escorted away by their respective teachers, and, as expected, Izumi, like Hinata, became one of Irika's pupils. This did not surprise her. Gazing at Konoha's future elite, she felt a sudden urge to tease them, yet she dismissed the thought, finding no amusement in bullying a group of children. On the first day of school, Izumi simply laid her head on her desk and fell into a deep slumber. This was unavoidable, as she had already mastered the theoretical knowledge Irika was imparting, and her proficiency in the body flicker technique and shuriken throwing was well established. Her primary reason for attending school was to await the familiar unfolding of events and to accompany Hinata. As the day's lessons concluded, Irika found himself overwhelmed, having encountered 3 troublesome students on the very first day. The first was the notorious Uzumaki Naruto, whose antics caused Irika considerable distress. Besides Naruto, the other 2 mischief makers were Uchiha Izumi and Nara Shikamaru. While neither Izumi nor Shikamaru caused chaos like Naruto, they spent most of the day dozing off. At least Shikamaru would stir when his name was called, while Izumi chose to ignore Irika entirely, even going so far as to hold up a sign that read, "This person is deceased, please burn offerings." Irika, how are you adjusting to your first experience as a homeroom teacher? Irika, busy organizing his materials, suddenly heard the voice of the third Hokage and promptly stood up. "Third Hokage-sama, carry on. I am merely here to observe. I hear your class contains quite a few problem students this year." Taken aback by the Hokage's comment, Irika quickly replied, "Not at all. They are all quite fine students. Some just need time to acclimate to school life, and I will assist them in adapting." The third Hokage nodded. "That is reassuring. But there is indeed one student who poses a challenge, Uchiha Izumi. Are you aware of her?" "Yes, she appears to be quite a remarkable student." Irika's impression of Izumi was profound, having never encountered such a bold student before. "Her situation is somewhat unique. You need not be overly strict with her." "Third Hokage-sama, what do you mean by that? Is it because Uchiha Izumi has yet to recover from the loss of her parents?" As a newly appointed homeroom teacher, Irika had reviewed each student's background. Thus he was aware of Izumi's circumstances, although her affiliation with the Umbu was not documented. "No, there are matters I cannot disclose. Simply follow my guidance. Rest assured, Uchiha Izumi is also a child of the will of fire." Irika clearly did not grasp the implications. But with the third Hokage having spoken, he refrained from further inquiries, though his curiosity about Izumi was piqued. The following day, early in the morning, Izumi arrived at the Hyuga household, driven by a simple reason: to accompany Hinata to school. Initially, Hinata would attend school alone, so the two of them walked hand in hand, side by side, on their way to class. Upon arriving at school, they fortuitously encountered Itachi, who was dropping off Sasuke. Izumi was puzzled. Itachi had recently joined the Umbu, serving under Kakashi, and given the escalating tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he should be exceedingly busy. How could he find time to escort Sasuke to school? Little did she know that Itachi, the devoted elder brother, always made it a point to spend time with Sasuke whenever possible. "Itachi, you're out this early as well," Izumi remarked. "Yes. Sasuke has also enrolled in the Ninja Academy. I hope you will look after him," Itachi replied. "It's nothing. We should support each other," Izumi insisted. Though she didn't harbor much fondness for Sasuke, he was somewhat endearing in their childhood days, but after the massacre, he had transformed into a brooding figure, making it hard for her to praise him. As they entered the school, Itachi had to attend to his Umbu duties, while Sasuke cast a disgruntled glance at Izumi. His discontent stemmed from the fact that Itachi often mentioned Izumi, and as a brother obsessed with his sibling, Sasuke found it intolerable. Izumi, I challenge you to a duel. Sasuke proclaimed suddenly in the classroom. Startled from her nap, Izumi lifted her head to glance at Sasuke and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you've already won, I concede." After uttering this, she turned her head back towards Hinata, initially hoping to bask in the sun, but now, with Sasuke as presence, she found it more appealing to watch Hinata instead. Sasuke, frustrated by Izumi's dismissive attitude, contemplated challenging her again, but was interrupted by Irika's entrance. Upon seeing the teacher, Sasuke reluctantly abandoned his intentions. "All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Today, we will discuss the fundamental techniques of ninjutsu known as the body technique. This encompasses 3 forms: the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Today, we will focus on the clone technique, which you must master in the coming days to graduate from the Ninja Academy." Irika began his lecture. He emphasized that today's lesson was merely theoretical, as most 6-year-olds were unable to harness chakra, making it impossible to execute the body technique without it. "Uchiha Izumi, would you demonstrate the clone technique?" Irika, noticing the rising sounds of snoring from behind, could no longer contain himself, even forgetting what the third Hokage had instructed him. Irika's voice failed to rouse the slumbering Izumi, prompting Hinata to gently nudge her awake. Hinata, what is going on? Is it already time to go home?" Izumi mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Uchiha Izumi utilized the shadow clone technique. Irika had scarcely begun to articulate the nature of the impending punishment when, in a puff of white smoke, 6 shadow clones materialized behind Izumi. "Irika-sensei, is this sufficient?" "Yes, that will suffice." At that moment, Irika comprehended why the third Hokage had advised him to refrain from intervening with Izumi. She was far more complex than she appeared. The shadow clone technique, being more advanced than the basic clone technique, was a testament to her prowess. Irika could only manage 4 or 5 shadow clones at most, while Izumi effortlessly summoned 6, showcasing a chakra reserve that far surpassed his own. The students in the class were taken aback by Izumi's ability to employ the shadow clone technique with such ease. Ino and Sakura, enamored as they were, gazed at Izumi with hearts in their eyes, only to feel a tinge of disappointment when they noticed she was too preoccupied with her slumber to acknowledge them. Shikamaru, the second most fond of napping in class, was roused from his slumber by the cacophony, his expression betraying his annoyance. Irika, who was trying to teach, felt a headache coming on. He pondered the nature of the students he was tasked with instructing. For Izumi, school was merely a time for sleep. Having already mastered the material, listening to it again was a surefire way to induce drowsiness. Irika felt exasperated by her demeanor. He wished to impart some wisdom, but found no suitable excuse, as Izumi consistently answered every question with remarkable ease, driving him to the brink of frustration. "Classmates, today we shall engage in practical combat training. Please follow me outside for one-on-one battles," Irika announced as he entered the classroom. The mention of such an engaging course elicited excitement among the students, as practical lessons were far more enjoyable than tedious theoretical ones. Naturally, while most students relished the prospect of practical training, there were exceptions, namely Izumi and Shikamaru. The two of them adopted a languid, cat-like disposition during class, alternating between sunbathing and napping. "Irika-sensei, might I abstain from participation? I have been afflicted with a peculiar ailment that renders me lifeless upon leaving the classroom," Izumi declared with an air of seriousness. It was a ruse she had employed before, and though the students had heard it numerous times, their laughter echoed throughout the room. "You cannot evade this. Should you refuse to participate, I will convert all your classes this semester into practical sessions." While such an arrangement would delight any other student, for Izumi, a constant regimen of combat training would indeed be a punishment. With no other choice, she begrudgingly stood up and trudged out of the classroom, followed reluctantly by Shikamaru, who felt compelled to follow her lead. All the students gathered outside, and the practical lesson officially commenced. The first match was Hinata Hyuga versus Ino Yamanaka. Hinata was taken aback to find herself in the inaugural bout, but quickly regained her composure and stepped forward, as did Ino. The current Hinata was no longer the timid girl from the original narrative. She had the capability to defeat Ino in an instant. However, she harbored concerns that displaying her strength might attract undue attention, potentially leading to premature graduation. Just as Izumi desired to accompany Hinata, Hinata herself did not wish to graduate prematurely. Thus, her duel with Ino extended for quite some time, ultimately culminating in a narrow victory over Ino. There was no need for such concealment. Even if discovered, one would not graduate early against their will. Sitting beside Izumi, Hinata heard her softly say, "I understand." Upon hearing Izumi's voice, Hinata's shyness resurfaced, her delicate hands fidgeting in front of her chest. Izumi observed the duel with a sense of resignation. This was hardly a battle, but rather a playful scuffle between children. After all, were they not merely 6 years old? Soon, it was Izumi's turn to compete, and her opponent turned out to be Sasuke, a true nemesis. Sasuke had long sought to face Izumi in battle, yet each time, she had opted to forfeit. Unwilling to engage with him. Izumi, this time you cannot forfeit. Otherwise, your future classes will be conducted outdoors, Iruka threatened, having discerned the only leverage he had over Izumi. Fine, fine, I shall fight seriously, she replied. You finally agree to spar with me. I intend to prove that I am the superior one. You have been misjudged by your brother. Izumi was taken aback that Sasuke, so attached to his brother, still remembered Itachi's remark that he was inferior to her. It seemed that had occurred quite some time ago. With a soft sigh, Izumi steeled herself for battle. Begin. With Iruka's command, the duel commenced. But it was over almost as soon as it started. Just as Iruka uttered the word begin, Sasuke was sent flying, and Izumi, having procured a branch from somewhere, pressed it against Sasuke's throat. You have lost. With that statement, Izumi disregarded Sasuke and returned to her previous seat. All the students present were utterly astonished. None had witnessed how Sasuke had been propelled away, nor had they seen how Izumi had appeared before him, poised with a branch against his throat. As a chunin, Iruka could only vaguely grasp the situation. At the moment he called for the duel to start, Izumi had seemingly teleported behind Sasuke. She then kicked him away. And the ensuing events left Iruka perplexed. Sasuke was sent soaring, and in an instant, Izumi stood before him. Iruka had not seen even a trace of Izumi in between their positions. What Iruka remained oblivious to was that during their brief encounter, Izumi had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. She first kicked Sasuke away while simultaneously inscribing the technique's seal onto his clothing, allowing her to appear directly before him afterward. The duration of the battle between Sasuke and Izumi was the briefest, and disbelief was etched across Sasuke's face. Clearly, he had not comprehended what had transpired before being defeated by Izumi. During class, feeling provoked by Izumi, Sasuke sought to cling to Itachi for guidance, but unfortunately, Itachi was far too occupied at that moment. I'm sorry, Sasuke, perhaps I can teach you next time. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi, who was about to leave, gently tapped Sasuke's forehead with his middle and index fingers, his gaze filled with affection. Brother, you mustn't lie. As Itachi prepared to depart once more, Sasuke felt a wave of frustration. He desperately wished to defeat Izumi, yet the path to victory seemed fraught with challenges. In the blink of an eye, Izumi had been attending the Ninja Academy for half a year. On this particular evening, while out shopping with Hinata, Izumi heard the long-awaited sound of a system notification. Ding. System alert. Side quest. Save Uchiha Shisui. Upon receiving this task, Izumi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, causing him to furrow his brow. Izumi-kun, what's wrong? Hinata inquired, noticing Izumi's sudden halt. It's nothing, Hinata. I have some matters to attend to. Can you head back on your own? Sure. If you have something to do, then go ahead. With Hinata's words, Izumi promptly made his way to Training Ground 7. Although the original story did not specify where Shisui last met Itachi, Izumi was convinced it had to be Training Ground 7, as it was, in fact, a secret base for both Itachi and Shisui. He hurried along the path, anxious that he might be too late to save Shisui. Upon arriving at Training Ground 7, he witnessed Shisui and Itachi bidding farewell. The Uchiha coup d'etat is now unavoidable. Should Konoha descend into civil war, other nations will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and war will be inevitable. I intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to thwart the coup, but Danzo seized my right eye. He does not trust me and is adamant about employing his own methods to protect the village. I fear he will not spare my left eye either. Before that happens, I entrust this eye to you. Shisui, I can only rely on you, my dear friend. Please protect the village and the reputation of the Uchiha. I will accept it. What do you intend to do? If I perish, the situation should change somewhat. I have already left behind a farewell letter. Wait, Shisui. Don't stop me, Itachi. If you are still my friend. Shisui. As Shisui was about to plummet from the cliff, Izumi swiftly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, catching Shisui and bringing him back to safety atop the precipice. In that moment, Izumi felt grateful for having previously practiced the Flying Thunder God technique with Shisui, leaving a mark on him. Brother Shisui, you said Itachi must not save you, but you never mentioned that I could not. Izumi, how did you end up here? Both Itachi and Shisui were taken aback. They had not disclosed their presence at this location to anyone. That is of little consequence. Brother Shisui, I understand your desire to protect the village and the Uchiha clan. But even if you were to die, it would not prevent the Uchiha's rebellion. Your death would be utterly meaningless. Why not pursue a course of action that carries greater significance? However, my death could directly undermine the morale of the younger generation of Uchiha, affecting their combat capabilities. Perhaps this would stifle the seeds of rebellion. The words of Brother Shisui are indeed not without merit. However, there is no necessity for you to truly perish. The mere presence of your farewell letter, coupled with a witness, could sufficiently corroborate your demise. Even if Danzo harbors doubts, as long as you remain elusive, there would be no cause for concern. Moreover, have you contemplated the implications if the Uchiha were to discover your remains and find you bereft of your eyes? They might hastily conclude that the village had excised your sight to orchestrate Jishui's suicide. It is imperative to instill in him the understanding that such an act would only exacerbate conflict. This is the only way to ensure his survival. Jishui, Izumi speaks wisely. If your clansmen were to see you devoid of your eyes, their first suspicion would undoubtedly be directed at the village. You cannot simply allow yourself to perish. Itachi, standing nearby, also discerned that Izumi was attempting to dissuade Jishui from genuinely taking his own life. As a longtime friend, Itachi shared the same desire to see Jishui continue to live. Yet, even if I do not take my own life, the news of my death could spread without a trace of my body. Danzo would never easily accept such a narrative. Furthermore, even if Danzo were to believe it, I would have nowhere to conceal myself. Rest assured, Brother Jishui, I anticipated a scenario akin to today's developments. Hence I have long been prepared. Prepared? This revelation even left Itachi somewhat perplexed. Indeed, do you recall that I had left Konoha for a year? During that time, I ventured to the land of demons and formed a close bond with the priestess Shine. Brother Jishui, if you take refuge in the land of demons, Danzo would never suspect such a hideaway. Jishui, Izumi's suggestion is quite astute. You should indeed seek refuge in the land of demons for the time being. However, if Brother Jishui refuses to go, I shall promptly disclose your plans. I believe that is not the outcome you desire. Seeing Jishui still hesitating, Izumi felt compelled to resort to threats. In response, Jishui could only nod in agreement. Very well, Itachi, we must devise a means for Brother Jishui to depart Konoha. My Flying Thunder God technique can only transport myself or my shadow clones. I am unable to convey others. Izumi, I am capable of leaving Konoha. Do not perceive my blindness as a sign of my ineptitude. In that case, I shall send a shadow clone to a location 1 kilometer outside the eastern gate of the village. This is my token. Take it to seek out the priestess Shine in the land of demons. She will ensure your safety. Prior to that, my clone will guide you. Brother Jishui, should my clone fail to rendezvous with you before dawn, I will immediately disseminate all information. Fearing that Jishui might contemplate suicide after our departure, Izumi resorted to such threats. Fear not, having pledged to you, I shall not choose death. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Jishui grasped her intent, a faintly awkward smile gracing his features. Jishui took the initiative to leave, preparing to stealthily exit Konoha, while Itachi and Izumi remained behind. Thank you, Izumi. Jishui is my elder brother. If he were to perish, I, as his younger sibling, would be unable to assert myself. Thus, I am determined to save Brother Jishui. It seems that Brother Itachi, your eyes have transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on her face, as if she had already anticipated the awakening of his eyes at this very moment. An indescribable sensation enveloped Itachi, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, he swiftly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under the intense scrutiny of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Izumi felt a sense of discomfort, yet fortunately, Itachi retracted his eyes almost instantly. Brother Itachi is truly remarkable. He has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I too have just opened my eyes, yet I did not expect your perception to be so astute as to discern this detail. I was merely speculating. Brother Itachi, I entrust the ensuing matters to you, for I must return home to rest. With that, Izumi executed the body flicker technique and vanished from the cliff. Ding. System notification. Side quest completed. Successfully rescued Uchiha Shisui. Gained 1 instance of body enhancement. And acquired the A-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunder Dragon Dance. As the system's notification echoed in her ears, Izumi exhaled a sigh of relief. For this ensured that Shisui would likely refrain from any further attempts at self-harm. Upon returning to her room, Izumi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. With Shisui's eyes taken from him, it signified that the Uchiha clan massacre was merely 3 to 4 months away, and she must survive this impending tragedy. Back at home, Izumi's emotions were tumultuous. While she had successfully saved Shisui, the situation had been perilously close to disaster, and most crucially, Shisui had still lost his sight. System, is there any possibility of restoring Shisui's eyes? Izumi inquired. If it were his original eyes, I could do nothing as it pertains to ocular techniques. However, providing him with a pair of ordinary Sharingan is feasible, albeit at a significant cost in points. And how many points would that require? She asked. Not much. Merely 100,000 points. Hearing this staggering figure, Izumi felt a sense of helplessness. After a year of relentless missions, she had only accumulated 30,000 points, and now, the prospect of needing 100,000 seemed insurmountable. System, with the Uchiha clan massacre approaching, can't other Sharingan be transplanted to Shisui? She queried. Are you foolish? Do you not understand the concept of rejection reactions on Earth? Transplanting someone else's eyes would be tantamount to a death sentence. The system's words reminded Izumi of the reality of rejection. Shisui had no siblings, and she believed he would never accept a transplanted eye, regardless. Thus, the only hope for Shisui's recovery lay in the system's assistance. 100,000 points appeared as an astronomical sum, especially for Izumi, who could no longer roam freely. Yet, the presence of hope was far better than despair. The following morning, within the Uchiha compound, Izumi heard the tragic news of Shisui's suicide, with some claiming that Itachi had killed him. Upon hearing such rumors, Izumi could only scoff. Would Itachi truly harm Shisui? Their bond surpassed that of mere brothers. Such a connection could never lead Itachi to take Shisui's life. As usual, Izumi arrived at the Hyuga household to accompany Hinata to school. Along the way, Hinata, burdened with unspoken thoughts, gazed at Izumi, hesitating to voice her concerns. The tragic news of Shisui's demise reached her ears. It had occurred just the previous night. Yet, Izumi reassured her, urging her not to worry excessively, for everything was under control. Izumi-kun? Hinata was momentarily taken aback by Izumi's contradictory words, but soon grasped the underlying meaning. Shisui had not truly perished. Over the past 2 years, Hinata had frequently visited Training Ground Number 7, fostering a strong bond with both Itachi and Shisui, allowing her to feel a sense of relief knowing that Shisui was safe. Upon their arrival at the gates of the Ninja Academy, a member of the Umbu appeared before Izumi. The third Hokage seeks you. With a nod, Izumi watched Hinata enter the academy before turning to follow Kakashi. Kakashi, has something happened? Shisui Uchiha has committed suicide. You must be aware of this, Kakashi replied. Of course. I was present during the incident. Regrettably, I could only watch as Shisui succumbed. Itachi instructed me not to speak of my presence. But your visit suggests that the third Hokage is already informed. Am I correct? Indeed. Izumi and Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office, where only the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, awaited them. This solitary presence caught Izumi off guard, as he had anticipated a gathering with Danzo and the Elder Council. Third Hokage, you summoned me? Izumi. Has Shisui truly perished? The third Hokage stood with his back to Izumi, gazing into the distance, his expression inscrutable, leaving Izumi unsettled. He should be dead. I witnessed Shisui leap from the cliff and be swept away by the river. I attempted to rescue him, but I was too late. Yet, no body has been recovered thus far. What? Does this imply that there remains a glimmer of hope for Shisui's survival? Third Hokage, please allow me to participate in the search effort. I believe I can persuade Shisui to choose life. At that moment, Izumi's performance was captivating, his eyes radiating genuine astonishment. Shisui did not genuinely wish to end his life. Rather, he sought to thwart the Uchiha clan's ambitions. Thwarting the Uchiha? Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Izumi was enveloped in confusion, not due to the information itself, but because he could not fathom why the third Hokage would confide such matters to him, especially since concrete evidence of the Uchiha's intent to rebel had yet to surface. Izumi, while you are of the Uchiha clan, your limited interaction with the clan may leave you unaware. The Uchiha, discontented with the village's actions, are contemplating a coup. However, this is merely a nascent idea at present. I share this with you to dissuade you from becoming entangled in this affair. Listening to the third Hokage's words, Izumi was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the third would confide such matters to him. If he were to divulge the information shared by the third, it could provoke the Uchiha clan into an immediate coup d'etat, which would spell catastrophic consequences for Konoha. Third Hokage, why have you entrusted this information to me? If this matter were to leak, the Uchiha would either abandon their coup intentions or instigate it immediately, with the latter being far more likely. The reason I disclose this to you is that I wish for you to monitor the Uchiha. Should they exhibit any suspicious behavior, report it to me at once. Upon hearing the third's words, Izumi was taken aback. Was it not Itachi's responsibility to surveil the Uchiha? Why had this task fallen upon him? A wave of confusion washed over him, yet he could not inquire further. For the truth of Itachi being a double agent was known only to the upper echelons of Konoha. After a prolonged silence, Izumi finally spoke. Third Hokage. I am willing to accept this task, but I have one condition. A condition? Indeed. Should the worst come to pass, I implore you to spare the life of Uchiha Izumi. She is like a sister to me, and I wish for her to remain unharmed. I can grant you that. Not only Uchiha Izumi, but even in the direst of circumstances, I assure you that the village will not act against the innocent. Thank you, Third Hokage. With that, Izumi departed from the Hokage Tower, making his way directly towards the Ninja Academy. The day's events had a profound impact on him. He could not fathom why the third would assign such a weighty task to him, a mere chunin tasked with overseeing the Uchiha clan, a ridiculous notion. Upon returning to school, Iruka did not question him, as Hinata had already informed him that Izumi had been summoned by the Umbu. However, he was somewhat curious as to why the Umbu would seek out someone as young as Izumi. Reflecting on Izumi's previous display of strength, Iruka surmised that perhaps the third wished for Izumi to graduate early. Before long, the day's lessons concluded, and for the first time, Izumi did not walk with Hinata but instead headed straight for Training Ground 7. Itachi was indeed waiting there. Today, the third Hokage summoned me and inquired about Shisui, instructing me to monitor the Uchiha. Izumi spoke directly upon seeing Itachi. It was I who requested the third Hokage to have you surveil the Uchiha. Itachi, you. The discord within the clan had reached an irreconcilable state. A coup could erupt at any moment. The village merely lacked sufficient evidence, and once found, they would undoubtedly strike with relentless force. By doing this, I am pushing you toward the village. I hope that this way, the third Hokage will refrain from taking action against you. Izumi was taken aback by Itachi's selflessness, filled with profound emotion. Has your contact with Uchiha Madara already begun? After a moment of hesitation, Izumi chose to confront Itachi directly. How did you know? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Izumi would possess knowledge of Uchiha Madara's existence. How I know is something I cannot disclose to you, brother, he began. However, I must clarify that the individual you encountered is not the true Uchiha Madara. The genuine Madara should have perished several years ago. What you witnessed was merely a puppet of his. Nevertheless, its prowess is formidable, and that peculiar spatial ability it wields is nearly insurmountable. I am surprised that you are aware of so much. Pray tell, what are your intentions? Itachi could hardly believe that Izumi would divulge such information without a purpose. Madara must have confided in you about his desire for vengeance against the Uchiha. In truth, however, his true objective is the Sharingan. As you know, I have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, which should allow me to glean more from the tablet. Yet, I must warn you, the contents of that tablet have been tampered with, and Uchiha Madara is among the deceived. Itachi's expression grew grave as he regarded Izumi, astonished that Izumi was privy to such secrets, even the mysteries of the tablet. Itachi himself had only learned of the tablet's significance upon awakening his Manjiki. Up to this point, Izumi's eyes had merely manifested the double tomo, far from the Manjiki. Izumi, how did you come to know all this? If you do not reveal it, I may be compelled to resort to unconventional methods. It must be Tsukuyami, then. Perfect. It will facilitate our conversation within its realm. Itachi was increasingly astonished, unable to fathom how Izumi could know of his ocular abilities, considering he had yet to employ the power of his eyes. Tsukuyami. After a moment's hesitation, Itachi activated Tsukuyami, and thus, he and Izumi entered its world. The reason I am aware of so many matters is quite simple. I merely feared that revealing them would attract too much attention. However, if it is you, Brother Itachi, I harbor no such reservations. Although I have not awakened the Manjiki, my Sharingan possesses a unique ability. It allows me to glimpse certain future events. The future? It was indeed. For instance, I foresaw the imminent demise of Shisui yesterday, which prompted my sudden arrival. Otherwise, how do you think I knew something was amiss with Shisui? However, this ability of mine activates randomly. At times, I can witness events that are about to transpire, while at other moments, I catch glimpses of occurrences far in the future. The most crucial point is that I cannot consciously trigger this ability. All that surrounded Izumi was inevitably directed towards the Sharingan, leading even Itachi, despite his uncertainties, to never suspect that Izumi possessed knowledge of this world, let alone that he did not belong to it. What have you witnessed? I observed Itachi, burdened with the heinous accusation of annihilating his entire clan, vigilantly monitoring the Akatsuki, safeguarding Konoha from the shadows. Izumi chose not to conceal the massacre of the Uchiha clan. In his view, even if he were to foresee the future, Itachi would still embrace such a fate. I understand. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi refrained from further inquiries and prepared to depart. I intend to send Sister Izumi away, surely. Itachi has a plan, right? Hearing this, Itachi hesitated, taken aback that Izumi could still think of Izumi-Mei in such dire circumstances. In Itachi's heart, the most significant individuals were Sasuke and Izumi-Mei, and how to protect them became an arduous dilemma, especially now. The third Hokage might permit some Uchiha to remain in the village, but Itachi was convinced that Danzo would never allow it. Otherwise, he would not have acted against Shisui. Now is not the time. I will inform you at an appropriate moment. Please take care of Izumi-Mei. Izumi nodded, watching him depart. Since both had been in the realm of Tsukuyomi, the events transpired in an instant. Nonetheless, Izumi gleaned some insights regarding Tsukuyomi. Upon returning home, everything seemed ordinary, however. From that day forth, Izumi began attending school as a shadow clone, while he himself remained within the Uchiha clan. As he diligently monitored the Uchiha, he sensed an overwhelming aura of impending conflict, a sensation that deeply unsettled him. I cannot fathom where the Uchiha derive such audacity to instigate a coup. System, enlighten me as to why the Uchiha exhibit such arrogance? I do not know. It seems you are quite restless. Are you perhaps lacking tasks? It appears so. Grant me a simpler task, but let me be clear, do not deceive me this time. The previous mission to the Land of Grass nearly cost me my life. If you continue in this manner, after much contemplation, I could not devise a strategy to counter the system. For Izumi's abilities were insufficient to contend with this troublesome system. Ding. System notification. Special mission. Gather evidence of the Uchiha clan's rebellion and present it to the third Hokage. Task reward. A-level task marker X3. Upon hearing the system's task, Izumi sighed in relief. This mission seemed manageable, as he was already here to monitor the Uchiha. Thus completing such a task was quite reasonable. See, this time, I did not deceive you, did I? This system is exceedingly benevolent and would never mislead you. Upon hearing this, Izumi felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate but wisely chose to suppress it. Throughout the day, Izumi covertly surveilled the Uchiha's movements, yet unearthed no significant findings. However, he reflected that it was entirely logical. If evidence were so easily found, the third Hokage would not have summoned him. Kept a vigilant watch over the Uchiha clan. Yet to avoid detection, she maintained a considerable distance, which resulted in her meager findings. Each report to the third Hokage was scant, and he refrained from any remarks on the matter. In truth, understood that the third Hokage had assigned her this task out of respect for Itachi, and it served to associate her with his stature, allowing her to survive the Uchiha massacre and avoiding persecution thereafter. As 2 months swiftly passed, employed shadow clones at school. A secret known only to Hinata. Curiously, while the Byakugan could not discern the difference between the clones and the original, Hinata was always able to identify which was which. Is your business with still unfinished? Hinata inquired after school. The original is still occupied with the mission. However, in your presence, this clone feels utterly inconsequential. It's as if we are two distinct individuals in your eyes. Because. Hinata struggled to articulate her thoughts, and soon she arrived home, causing Shadow Clone to dissipate. With the clone's disappearance, received the day's insights, realizing that Hinata seemed to miss her. Consequently, she resolved to grant herself a brief respite the following day, given the lack of valuable intelligence after such a long period of surveillance. As night fell, arrived at the cliff's edge of Training Ground 7, where Itachi awaited her. Observers could only assume that the two were reminiscing about the late Shisui. How is Shisui faring? Itachi inquired with concern. Quite well. With assistance, he has become one of her guards. By the way, when do you plan to take away from here? Tomorrow. I will find a way to remove from Konoha, at the same location Shisui departed. Your Flying Thunder God technique is still usable, correct? Of course. The mark of the Flying Thunder God remains once inscribed. But how do you intend to extract? If you rely on Uchiha Madara, I advise you to abandon that notion. He is not a benevolent individual. No need for that. I can breach Konoha's barriers. I will ensure safety. That's reassuring. The clan has already resolved to rebel. We merely lack decisive evidence. How do you plan to handle this? Have you not seen through your eyes? The only way to protect Konoha is to eliminate everyone. thereby preventing the clan from being tarnished with the label of betrayal. I have decided to collaborate with Uchiha Madara. Alone, I lack the strength to eradicate everyone, and I require his power. As they contemplated the impending events, a profound sorrow enveloped them. Who could remain unscathed in the face of such calamity? When do you intend to act? After sending away Izumi, I shall act. At present, I lack decisive evidence. In 3 days, the clan will convene, and there may be valuable information during the assembly. If I can ascertain the truth, I will take action. What about Sasuke? Do you still intend to keep him in Konoha? Wouldn't relocating him to the land of demons be safer? No, I have plans for Sasuke, but I hope you will look after him in the future. Starting tomorrow, we shall not meet. It seems that Uchiha Madara has sensed something, so you must exercise caution. With that, Itachi departed. As Izumi gazed at Itachi's forlorn silhouette, a torrent of emotions surged within him. He felt a pang of regret for his inability to prevent the Uchiha clan's tragic demise. Izumi had no intention of saving the Uchiha. A lineage as arrogant as theirs meeting its end could be seen as a blessing. His remorse stemmed solely from his inability to absolve Itachi of the infamy associated with the massacre of his kin. With Itachi having departed, Izumi stood rooted in place, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He was merely a lowly chunin, yet he had dared to dream of altering the course of history. The Uchiha clan's downfall was entangled in a web far too intricate for him to untangle. Third Hokage, Danzo, Uchiha, Obito, Kagaya, each party involved was beyond his reach. Suddenly recalling Itachi's request for him to look after Sasuke, Izumi felt a headache brewing. That overly dramatic youth was undeniably troubled, and Izumi had no desire to intervene. However, for Itachi's sake, he resolved to ensure that the boy would not starve. The following morning, Izumi arrived early at the gate of the Hyuga clan and soon spotted Hinata emerging from within. "Is that you, Izumi-kun? Have you completed your mission?" Hinata exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of him. Is my shadow clone technique truly that lacking? How could you discern me at a glance?" Izumi replied, slightly disheartened that his attempt at surprise had been so easily foiled. Because Izumi-kun is simply Izumi-kun. No shadow clone, no matter how similar, can be you," Hinata said. Her cheeks flushed. The April weather still bore a hint of chill, especially in the morning, so Izumi wrapped the scarf around Hinata's neck. "At least you are the only one who can tell the difference. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits during battle. I won't be taking on any missions for the next few days. It's time to relish the joys of school." Hinata smiled sweetly at his words, offering no resistance as he took her hand. Thus, the two made their way to school together. Upon entering the classroom, Izumi was met with a cacophony of noise. It was only natural for a group of 6 or 7-year-olds to be rowdy. "Uchiha Izumi, I challenge you." The voice proclaiming this was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Izumi was baffled as to how he had provoked Naruto. Ever since the day he had sparred with Sasuke in class, Naruto had incessantly sought to disrupt him, much to Izumi's annoyance. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the higher-ups of Konoha, he might have entertained the notion of obliterating Naruto entirely. "Go challenge Sasuke instead. If you manage to defeat him, I will fight you. Moreover, if you truly win, I will hand over the most embarrassing evidence against him." Izumi replied, exasperated by Naruto's antics. "What evidence do you possess?" Sasuke, having overheard, approached with a scowl. "I won't tell you. It's something Itachi entrusted to me. Sufficient to leave you humiliated for a lifetime." Sasuke's expression darkened, and he contemplated knocking Izumi down to uncover the truth. However, after careful consideration, he realized he was no match for Izumi. Since their first encounter, he had faced Izumi in 2 subsequent battles, each ending in his utter defeat, not even managing to graze the hem of Izumi's attire. If you wish to keep your secrets concealed, it would be wise not to lose. After all, should you falter, I shall reveal your secrets, and at that moment, even Itachi would surely disdain you. Other threats may not bother Sasuke, but this particular remark from Izumi clearly unsettled him, for as a brotherly devotee, the loss of Itachi's affection would be utterly intolerable. "You are quite something," declared Naruto. "Let us engage in a match during today's practical class." "Very well. Today I shall certainly defeat you." As the 2 lively characters departed, Izumi let out a sigh. School life can be delightful, yet the presence of these 2 individuals leaves much to be desired. With a giggle, Hinata, observing Izumi's dejection, could not help but laugh. "Is it truly that amusing?" Izumi queried. "My apologies, Izumi-kun, but your current demeanor resembles that of our peers. Otherwise, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Irika-sensei." Hinata. How can you say such a thing? I am still a blossoming flower of our nation, while Irika is, quite frankly, aging." Upon hearing Hinata's comparison, Izumi feigned a sulky demeanor while subtly disparaging Irika, unaware that Irika had just entered the classroom at that moment. Uchiha, Izumi. Upon entering, Irika caught wind of Izumi's comment, particularly the part about aging, which irked him greatly. Though not conventionally handsome, Irika considered himself rather youthful. "Oh, Irika-sensei, you were here early. What do you require of me?" "What did you just say?" "Nothing significant. I merely remarked that Irika-sensei is quite old." Izumi unabashedly voiced her thoughts in the face of Irika's indignation. "What did you say? Is it not true? The oldest among us is merely 7, while the youngest is 5. Irika-sensei is at least in his 20s, so surely it is appropriate to describe him as old, is it not? Or perhaps Irika-sensei has merely aged physically while retaining the spirit of a 7-year-old. Having spent considerable time with the system, Izumi's sharp tongue had begun to emerge, leaving Irika momentarily speechless. Class is in session. Observing Irika's flustered state amused Izumi. Yet she refrained from further teasing him, for he was, after all, her teacher, and she a student. Respect for authority is paramount, and while light-hearted jokes are permissible, one must not overstep boundaries. Throughout the day, Izumi found herself in the classroom, glancing at Hinata, who was attentively listening, then gazing out the window at the clouds above. Clearly, she had no intention of engaging in the lesson. This disinterest left Irika exasperated, yet he had no effective recourse, as Izumi answered every question flawlessly, leaving him speechless. "Izumi-kun, please refrain from bullying Irika-sensei in the future." "I am not bullying him. I am merely jesting." "Hinata, I shall be attending school regularly for the next few days. But should I be absent, do not seek me out at Uchiha, not even at Training Ground 7. The Uchiha massacre event is imminent, and Izumi is determined to ensure that Hinata does not inadvertently become entangled in it." "I understand. I will not go," Hinata replied, nodding in agreement. Despite being perplexed by Izumi's sudden declaration, in truth, Hinata would always obediently comply with whatever Izumi said. After escorting Hinata back to the Hyuga clan, Izumi began preparing to rendezvous with Izumi Mei. This time, Izumi opted not to transfer her shadow clone directly, but instead manifested her true self at the designated location. It was a considerable time before Izumi arrived at the location, where she encountered Itachi, clad in umbu attire, along with Izumi Mei approaching. "Izumi, what is happening?" Izumi Mei inquired, utterly bewildered, as Itachi instructed her not to ask anything and to follow him, leading her to misinterpret his intentions and nearly cause a major misunderstanding. It would be best to wait until Izumi Mei reached their destination to discuss the specifics. "For now, you must leave the land of fire with my shadow clone. My flying thunder god technique will guide you near your destination, and with my token, you will be able to meet the others. There will be further surprises awaiting you there." As she spoke, Izumi released her shadow clone. "Itachi, what is going on? If I leave the village like this, I will surely be deemed a rogue ninja." Izumi Mei expressed her confusion. "Do not worry, once you arrive, someone will explain everything to you. Right now, you must depart." To Izumi's astonishment, Itachi leaned in and kissed Izumi Mei right before her eyes. Stunned, Izumi stood frozen in place. Was this truly Itachi? Was this the same Itachi she knew? Could it be that he was an imposter? Yet, her sensory abilities confirmed it was indeed Itachi, and the flying thunder god mark she had placed on him remained intact. "Itachi, what are you doing?" "I am still here," Izumi exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Although this was not their first kiss, having another person present, especially someone like Izumi, who she regarded as a younger brother, made it all the more embarrassing. "Take care of yourself over there," Itachi said, disregarding Izumi Mei's embarrassment. His thoughts were far from such trivialities. "I understand. You must be careful too." Although uncertain of what lay ahead, Izumi Mei nodded, sensing that this parting with Itachi might last a long time. Itachi nodded as he watched Izumi Mei depart, only sighing in relief once her figure had completely vanished. "Thank you," he said sincerely, turning to Izumi. "Do not thank me. Izumi Mei is my sister. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then live well. I do not want Izumi Mei to be saddened." "I understand." While Izumi was skeptical of Itachi's words, she believed that with nearly a decade until his fateful demise, she would have ample time to grow strong enough to influence the outcome of events. With Izumi Mei now safely away from Konoha, Izumi returned home, where everything had been meticulously arranged. The only task remaining was to survive the impending massacre. Izumi knew Itachi would not turn against her, but she was certain that Obito would pose a significant threat. Though Fei Lei Shen Quan wished to conceal her abilities before the tranquil waters, the fewer adversaries revealed, the better it was for her. Furthermore, she did not desire to attract Obito's attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and on the 4th day, as school ended, Kakashi once again appeared before Quan. The third Hokage seeks your presence. Upon seeing Kakashi, Quan realized that the time had come. And casting a glance at the exuberant Sasuke, who was eager to return home, she let out a silent sigh. She created a shadow clone to ensure Hinata's safe journey home, and followed Kakashi to meet the third Hokage. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Quan was taken aback. For in addition to the third Hokage, there were numerous Umbu present. This situation left her perplexed, even leading her to suspect that her clandestine act of sending away Quan may have been discovered. Otherwise, why would there be so many Umbu? You may leave for now. Yes. With the third's command, all the Umbu vanished in an instant, including Kakashi, leaving only Quan and the third Hokage. Quan, the Uchiha have ultimately chosen the last path. Are you suggesting that the Uchiha are planning a coup? Though she had surmised as much, the revelation still took Quan by surprise. Indeed, you shall remain here for today. Lord Third, I wish to partake in this mission. As she spoke, Quan donned the mask she had carried with her, assuming the identity of Thunderfire. Do not forget, I am also a member of your Umbu, but the opposing faction is the Uchiha. The third Hokage had not anticipated Quan's desire to actively participate in this operation, considering the Uchiha were, after all, her kin. At this moment, I am Thunderfire, not Uchiha Quan, and my motives are not solely altruistic. I seek to protect Quan Mei personally, and I hope you will acquiesce to my request. Stay by my side. After a moment of hesitation, the third Hokage ultimately agreed to Quan's wish. Thank you, Lord Third. Hearing his words, Quan exhaled in relief. From their earlier discussion, it was evident that the third was still unaware that Quan Mei had departed from Konoha, which brought her some solace. Soon, the third, along with Quan, Kakashi, and a contingent of Umbu, advanced towards the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of devastation, bodies strewn across the ground. Even though Quan had anticipated such a grim sight, witnessing the carnage stirred her emotions profoundly. It was indeed Itachi who had taken these lives. Yet the true architect of this tragedy was Konoha, specifically Danzo, were it not for his incessant machinations. The rift between the Uchiha and Konoha would not have escalated to such a perilous extent. Search for survivors. The third Hokage commanded upon surveying the grim landscape. A survivor has been located. The search for survivors did not take long, and soon, Yuzuki Yugao discovered a survivor. Hearing her call, Quan and the third hurried to her side, where they found Uchiha Sasuke, unconscious. Take him to the medical team. Lord Third, allow me to accompany Sasuke to the medical unit, Izumi suggested. Very well, replied the third Hokage without turning around. With that, Izumi hurriedly led Sasuke towards the hospital in Konoha. Given that Itachi had already acted and succeeded, her presence was no longer necessary. However, Izumi was astonished to find that the vast Uchiha clan had vanished overnight, leaving no survivors, with only Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi responsible for this calamity. Reflecting on this, Izumi could not help but lament the decline of the Uchiha. Although Uchiha Fugaka's inaction during the massacre allowed Itachi to carry out his grim task, what of the others? The remaining feeble forces still foolishly aspired to instigate a coup, which was nothing short of absurd. Initially, she had thought the Uchiha were merely arrogant, but upon further contemplation, their actions seemed utterly foolish. Izumi never anticipated that she would emerge from the Uchiha massacre so unscathed, yet it was a blessing in disguise. For there had been no battles, and all those she wished to save had been rescued. The only concern now was Itachi's ailment. Despite her faith in the system to heal him, thoughts of its troublesome point system compelled her to seek alternative solutions. After delivering Sasuke to the medical unit and following his examination, it was determined that he had only suffered mental distress, with no physical injuries. Observing the still unconscious Sasuke, Izumi felt a pang of helplessness. What had he endured? Itachi had sacrificed so much for this young boy. 2 hours later, the third Hokage visited the hospital. Finding that Sasuke was stable, he prepared to leave, accompanied by Izumi. Izumi, do not mention Itachi's situation to Sasuke. That is also Itachi's wish. I am aware that you are privy to the details, so I must caution you. If Sasuke learns of everything, he might act recklessly against Konoha, he instructed. Although Sasuke posed no real threat in his current state, the third Hokage could not afford to let him grow up as though he were an ordinary child. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will not speak of this to Sasuke. Itachi has already advised me on this matter, Izumi assured him. What are your thoughts on the recent Uchiha incident? The third Hokage inquired calmly. I hold no significant opinions. The Uchiha brought about their own demise. Your directive to monitor them revealed their arrogance, which was entirely disproportionate to their actual strength. Had they instigated a rebellion during their prime, it might have been comprehensible. Those in power often seek greater authority, but now, the Uchiha have long lost the strength of Konoha's foremost clan. Their name has obscured their judgment, Izumi responded candidly. In addressing the third's inquiry, Izumi felt no need for subterfuge. Her disdain for the Uchiha was genuine. Were it not for her ties to the clan, she would have preferred to avoid them entirely, except for Itachi, Shisui, and her beloved Izumi Mei, of course. Is that so? So you hold such a perspective? With only 3 of you remaining from the Uchiha clan, and Itachi now designated as an S-rank rogue ninja, what are your plans? Is there a need for you to graduate early? With your capabilities, you could have left the Ninja Academy long ago. No, I intend to remain at the Ninja Academy. On one hand, it is quite leisurely there, and on the other, I can keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha. Although he is unaware of the entire situation, I fear there may be those who seek to undermine it. While I do not harbor fondness for Sasuke, I also wish to ensure that Itachi's efforts do not go to waste. Itachi, do you still regard him as your elder brother? Of course. Just as you still consider Itachi a member of Konoha, he will forever be my elder brother. You are correct. He is indeed a part of Konoha and a hero who has protected it. Gazing at the starry sky, the third Hokage turned his back to Izumi, his mind filled with doubt about whether he had erred in his decisions over the years. If he had been a bit more resolute, perhaps the Uchiha massacre could have been prevented. Lord Third, may I request something of you? What is it? If one day Itachi returns to Konoha, could you grant him a new identity? No matter what, Itachi Uchiha indeed killed his clan, and that truth cannot be concealed. Even if everything were to conclude, Itachi would not be able to return, and if he did, he would not be treated as a hero. Thus, he requires a new identity, in other words. The Itachi who returns should not be labeled as the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Izumi, do you comprehend the implications of what you were suggesting? The third turned to fixate his gaze intensely on Izumi, who, this time, did not flinch away. In truth, Izumi's inquiry was not born from a genuine desire for Itachi's return to Konoha, but rather to provide herself with a rationale for remaining in the village. Although the primary cause of the Uchiha massacre was Danzo's instigation of conflict, how could the third Hokage's tacit approval be overlooked? For this reason, Izumi had long been planning her departure from Konoha. Now, she was presenting herself with a final opportunity for choice. If the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could undergo a transformation due to the Uchiha massacre, Izumi would choose to stay. However, if he remained unchanged, she would have no choice but to leave. Because if the third did not alter his stance, then when Danzo persecuted Izumi, no one would rise to her defense. She did not wish to place her life in the hands of others. Hence, she must have her own plans. Izumi and the third locked eyes for an extended moment before she finally lowered her head. I apologize, Lord Third. It was thoughtless of me not to consider the matter thoroughly. With her head bowed, disappointment briefly flickered across Izumi's face, a fleeting expression that even the third Hokage failed to notice. If such a day were to come, once everything is settled, I will contemplate allowing Itachi to return. Hearing Izumi's words, the third modified his stance, yet the already disheartened Izumi found it hard to believe him. Izumi departed from the Hokage building. Due to the massacre, the entire Uchiha compound had been sealed off by the Umbu. Now, Izumi found herself without a home to return to, so she made her way to Training Ground 7. Perched on the edge of a precipice, Izumi gazed vacantly into the abyss, lost in thought. Are you leaving? She suddenly spoke, just as Itachi Uchiha appeared behind her. Indeed. I must entrust you with Sasuke's care. Also, be wary of Danzo and the Elder Council. They are formidable adversaries. Itachi was somewhat taken aback by Izumi's perceptiveness but chose not to inquire further. I just met with the third Hokage. I asked him if, when all is said and done, he could grant you a new identity to return to Konoha. He did not respond. This is the Konoha you must protect, Itachi. Upon hearing these words, Itachi remained silent, and Izumi continued to stare quietly at the cliff's edge, creating an oddly tense atmosphere between them. Look after Sasuke, and also ensure your own safety. With that, Izumi tossed a specially crafted kunai towards Itachi. This is my unique Flying Thunder God kunai. As long as you infuse your chakra into it, you can send messages to me. However, the scale of transmission is limited to mere information. Keep it with you, and we shall rely on this for communication. Accepting the kunai, Itachi nodded and turned to vanish from Izumi's sight. With Itachi gone, Izumi suddenly realized that there was little left in Konoha that she truly cherished. As this thought crossed her mind, a petite figure suddenly surfaced in her memory. Hey, it seems you are starting to feel nostalgic. Should you not rush to the Hyuga household for some comfort? The system's voice chimed in. However, for once, Izumi did not retort, and as silence enveloped them, the system, sensing the lack of engagement, chose not to continue. The entire night passed with Izumi lingering at Training Ground 7. As dawn broke, she washed her face simply and made her way toward the Hyuga residence. Along the way, she overheard many whispers, likely regarding the massacre of the Uchiha clan, but she paid little attention to the gossip. Izumi-kun. Before she even reached the entrance of the Hyuga home, she spotted Hinata, who, upon seeing her, rushed toward her. How wonderful! Izumi-kun, you are safe. In an unexpected display of affection, the usually shy Hinata embraced Izumi, leaving her momentarily astonished. Hinata, what has gotten into you? They say the Uchiha clan has been annihilated and that everyone is dead. I went to their compound and found it sealed off. I thought you might have perished as well. As she spoke, tears streamed down Hinata's face. And it was then that Izumi noticed her eyes were already swollen from crying. Seeing this, Izumi felt a pang of sorrow. I am fine. The third Hokage summoned me yesterday, and I was not at the clan, so I was spared. I apologize. I should have come to assure you sooner. I underestimated how quickly the news would spread. And no, it's nothing. Confirming Izumi's safety gradually restored Hinata's composure. As her rationality returned, so did her shyness. And upon recalling her impulsive hug, Hinata once again found herself at a loss for words. As I gazed upon the unconscious Hinata in my arms, a smile crept onto Izumi's face, for he realized he was not alone. At least Hinata genuinely cared for him. And there were others in the land of demons who remembered him. He carried Hinata back to the Hyuga household, where the family had grown accustomed to seeing him with a comatose Hinata. Thus no one approached to inquire about the situation. After placing Hinata gently on her bed in her room, he quietly sat beside her. After a considerable time, Hinata finally stirred awake, though the rosy hue on her cheeks remained unaltered. Upon realizing she was in her own room and that Izumi was nearby, her face flushed even deeper. If you don't get up soon, we'll be late for school, Izumi remarked, finding her bashful demeanor utterly delightful. Ah, Izumi-kun, I'm sorry, She stammered. All right, let us head to school. With that, he helped her to her feet, and they left the Hyuga residence hand in hand. Unbeknownst to Izumi, he had been under surveillance since entering the Hyuga household, and the observer was none other than Hyuga Hayashi. Although Hayashi had previously held a favorable impression of Izumi, the recent massacre of the Uchiha clan had instilled concern in him regarding Izumi's emotional state, fearing that he might harm Hinata. Thus, he had been closely monitoring his daughter's every move. However, witnessing Izumi's behavior allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at school, as time was of the essence, they hurriedly dashed to their classroom, managing to enter just before Irika stepped inside. Seeing them nearly late, Irika felt compelled to reprimand Izumi, admonishing him not to neglect his studies and adversely affect Hinata. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the news of the Uchiha clan massacre from that morning flooded his mind. Looking at Izumi, an overwhelming sense of worry filled Irika. He believed that losing all his kin overnight would be a significant blow to the 7-year-old Izumi. Thus, he resolved to find a suitable time to have a serious conversation with him. On this day, the only student absent from class was Uchiha Sasuke, who remained unconscious from the effects of Tsukuyomi, as he would awaken only every few days. In class, for the first time, Izumi did not doze off or gaze out the window, but rather attentively listened to the lesson, which surprised Irika, as he saw no trace of sorrow in Izumi. Izumi-kun, the Uchiha compound has been sealed off. Where did you rest yesterday? Hinata, ever the diligent student, engaged Izumi during class for the first time. I was at Training Ground 7. I'll probably be there for the next few days. The Uchiha compound will likely remain off limits for a while, Izumi replied candidly, warned by Hinata's concern. Why don't you come stay at my house tonight? I can speak to father, and he should allow you to stay temporarily. Blushing at the thought of Izumi lacking a place to stay, Hinata suggested he come to her home, as the expansive Hyuga residence could certainly accommodate him. That might not be very convenient, though, Izumi hesitated. Had not considered much else, he merely pondered his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. With the Uchiha clan recently annihilated, he found himself residing with the Hyuga family, worried that he might inadvertently bring unnecessary trouble upon them. No, it's nothing. My father won't mind. Hinata's voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible, her small hands fidgeting in front of her. Well then, thank you, Hinata. In response to Hinata's kindness, ultimately chose to accept her offer, largely because he had nowhere else to go. Aside from Training Ground 7. His only other option was to remain at the hospital with the unconscious Sasuke, whom he did not particularly wish to see. Thus, he acquiesced to Hinata's suggestion. Throughout the day, dutifully attended classes, which only heightened Irika's concerns. He intended to speak with after school, but upon the bells ringing, he discovered that it already vanished. Consequently, he resolved to wait for another opportunity. And Hinata arrived at the Hyuga residence, where Hinata intended to explain their situation to her father. However, as they approached the house, they unexpectedly encountered the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon seeing him, both and Hinata halted and bowed respectfully. "Ah, Hinata, and just in time. Come along with me." The Third Hokage beckoned. Confused, both and Hinata exchanged glances, unsure of why they were being summoned when they had come to see Hiashi Hyuga. "Hiashi, no need for formalities. We are not in the Hokage's office. I am here in a personal capacity," the Third Hokage assured. "Today, I wish to discuss the possibility of the Hyuga clan providing refuge for Uchiha. As you are aware, the Uchiha have faced dire circumstances, with the clan now isolated. Finds himself without a home. I hope you can extend your hospitality to him." Taken aback, and Hinata were astonished by the Third Hokage's request. "This is not an issue at all. We are all part of the same village. Given the Uchiha's plight, I am more than willing to assist," Hiashi replied decisively. "Would it be acceptable for you to temporarily reside with the Hyuga family?" The Third Hokage turned to, noticing his astonishment. "Yes, Lord Third. I would be delighted to be taken in. My intention in coming to the Hyuga residence was indeed to seek temporary shelter from Lord Hiashi, and I am surprised that you would take the trouble to advocate on my behalf. Since Hiashi had already consented, it would be unwise for to decline, as doing so might offend him. Moreover, the Hyuga household was not a perilous place. At worst, he might attract a few curious glances. In that case, you shall stay with the Hyuga family for the time being. We shall reconsider your situation once Uchiha Sasuke has recovered." With those words, the Third Hokage rose to leave. The Uchiha clan's demise involved numerous matters requiring attention. Today's visit to the Hyuga residence was merely a brief respite amidst his pressing duties. Upon witnessing the departure of the Third Hokage, Hisashi finally spoke. "Hinata, please arrange a room for Izumi." "Izumi, come with me." "Yes, father," Hinata replied, promptly exiting to prepare a room for Izumi, who followed Hisashi away. Izumi accompanied Hisashi to his chamber, where Hisashi, after a lengthy silence, inquired, "Izumi, is it because of you that Hinata can utilize ninjutsu?" Startled by Hisashi's words, Izumi was left to ponder how Hisashi had come to know that Hinata possessed the ability to perform basic ninjutsu. After all, during their training at the 7th training ground, Izumi had always set up sensory barriers around them, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect. Moreover, Izumi had repeatedly cautioned Hinata not to disclose this to anyone. "The Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique are indeed techniques I taught her, as I believed they would enhance her abilities. If there is any impropriety, I beg for your forgiveness." Izumi confessed, refraining from outright denial, for he had indeed imparted these two techniques to her. To deny it would be to draw further attention. "I'm not referencing those two techniques, but rather others," Hisashi responded, taken aback by Izumi's caution. "I mean no harm. I merely wish for you to keep this matter confidential. If others were to learn that Hinata can perform ninjutsu, the clan elders would not easily overlook either you or her." Izumi was astonished that Hisashi was acting to protect both him and Hinata. In light of the Uchiha massacre, he had lost his sanctuary. Should the clan discover that he possessed the means for members of the Hyuga clan to practice ninjutsu, the consequences would likely be dire. "You must also advise Hinata, particularly within the confines of the clan, to refrain from using ninjutsu, even the Shadow Clone technique and Rasengan." Having articulated his point so clearly, Izumi realized that denial would be futile. If Hisashi were to believe this matter had no connection to Izumi, Hinata would surely face misfortune. Considering how many generations of the Hyuga clan had struggled to wield ninjutsu effectively. "I understand, Lord Hisashi. Thank you for your warning. Very well. You shall reside here from now on. Returning to the Uchiha compound may hinder your development due to emotional ties." "Thank you, Lord Hisashi." After departing Hisashi's chamber, Izumi stepped into the courtyard, where he encountered Hinata rushing towards him. "Izumi-kun, did father trouble you?" "Not at all. Lord Hisashi simply informed me that I would be living here from now on." "Hinata, you might have to feed me now, so don't disdain my presence," he said half-jokingly. "No, I would never disdain you, Izumi-kun. Besides, you want to be eating for free, because..." At that moment, Hinata fell victim to her old habit. unable to articulate her thoughts despite Izumi's attentive listening. Seasons changed, and years passed. In the blink of an eye, Izumi had turned 12. And today marked the graduation day for him, Hinata, and their peers. In the course of these past few years, tranquility has reigned supreme. And Izumi has dutifully remained at the Ninja Academy. Seated in the classroom, she found herself momentarily entranced by the sight of Naruto Uzumaki in the distance. Perhaps he was the only one in the entire shinobi world who could pilfer the Book of Seals without fear of being apprehended by the Umbu. Firstly, congratulations on successfully graduating from the Ninja Academy. Henceforth, you shall form teams of 3 and accompany your leading jonin on missions. Team 1. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Izumi Uchiha. Upon hearing that she and Hinata had been assigned to Team 7, Izumi was taken aback. After all, Hinata was supposed to be a member of Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi. How had she ended up in Team 7? Moreover, what was the reason that Team 7 comprised 4 members? Not only was Izumi puzzled by this matter, but the other students present, including Irika himself, shared her bewilderment. However, this arrangement had been personally orchestrated by the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose authority as an instructor was singular in its power to declare such assignments. Team 8, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka. Team 10, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Once the assignments for Konoha's 12 young ninjas were announced, the only notable change was the swap between Hinata and Sakura. Otherwise, the rest remained unchanged. With that, Irika declared the groupings complete, stating that shortly, your leading jonin would commence training with each of you. After speaking, Irika turned and departed. Observing his exit, Izumi grasped Hinata's hand and said, Hinata, let us take a stroll outside. But, isn't our teacher supposed to arrive? Hinata inquired. Do not worry, that habitual latecomer will not arrive so soon. As for Kakashi, it would be easier for a pig to climb a tree than for him to show up on time. Before Hinata could retort, Izumi impulsively pulled her through the classroom window. Ah, how bothersome, Shikamaru muttered, watching Izumi and Hinata leave. Their bond was undeniably strong. They were always together, regardless of the circumstances. Ino observed them, her mind drifting to fantasies of sharing a life with Sasuke. Over the years, the affection between Izumi and Hinata had blossomed, evident to all but the blind. Yet, neither had expressed their true feelings, the reasons for which were perhaps known only to them. Asuma and Kurenai subsequently took their respective teams away, leaving poor Sasuke and Naruto to exchange bewildered glances while waiting for Kakashi. Sasuke, who typically exuded coolness, found himself yearning for Izumi to whisk him away for the first time. Following the Uchiha clan massacre, Sasuke had harbored resentment towards Izumi due to her previous camaraderie with Itachi, yet Izumi said nothing and chose to ignore Sasuke, treating him as if he were invisible. After enjoying a leisurely lunch with Hinata, Izumi strolled back to the academy, where they encountered a sullen Kakashi, flanked by Naruto and Sasuke. Izumi Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga. Where have you two been? Kakashi inquired. Oh, Hinata and I simply lost our way on the path of life, Izumi replied. Upon hearing Izumi's words, both Sasuke and Naruto adopted a demeanor that suggested they were prepared to fight alongside her, while Kakashi wore a look of deep frustration, as he had only recently evaded a similar predicament himself. Very well, follow me, Kakashi instructed, leading the 4 of them to the rooftop. Now, please introduce yourselves. Why isn't Kakashi-sensei introducing himself first? One queried. All right, my name is Kakashi Itachi. As for my likes and dislikes, I prefer not to disclose them. My aspirations for the future? They are quite varied. Although Izumi had anticipated such a response from Kakashi, hearing it in person left her with an overwhelming urge to physically reprimand him. My name is Izumi Uchiha. As for the person I like, I don't seem to have any dislikes in my future dreams. I have yet to determine them. Interests? Who knows? As the second to introduce herself, Izumi's response was decidedly nonchalant. However, Kakashi, with his keen perception, noticed that when she mentioned the person she liked, her gaze fleetingly shifted towards Hinata. I am Hinata Hyuga. My passion lies in flower pressing, and my dream is to become a ninja capable of aiding others. At this point, Hinata discreetly glanced at Izumi, her cheeks flushing with warmth. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I enjoy instant noodles, particularly the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I loathe is the 3-minute wait for my noodles to cook. My interest revolves around sampling and comparing various instant noodles. And my ultimate dream is to surpass the Hokage and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I have an abundance of dislikes and very few things I care for. Moreover, I harbor an ambition that transcends mere dreams, to restore the Uchiha clan and to eliminate that man. Observing the trio of troubled youths before him, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Naruto and Sasuke had endured enough, and now he had to contend with Izumi as well. Kakashi's spirit was nearing its breaking point. After announcing that they were to gather at the first training ground at 5 o'clock the following morning, Kakashi made a hasty retreat, prompting a chuckle from Izumi as she watched him depart. Ding. System notification. Side quest. The long-awaited system prompt resonated, evoking a sense of nostalgia within Izumi. The last quest had involved monitoring the Uchiha, and although it ultimately ended in failure, it was still a task issued by the system, as she had done previously. Izumi accessed the system to review the assignment. Upon seeing the current task, she felt somewhat speechless. System, this task is rather lacking. What's wrong? I find this task quite commendable. Are you not satisfied? Not at all. I am quite pleased. I would appreciate more tasks like this in the future. Kakashi. Haha. Suddenly, the just-escaped Kakashi was gripped by an inexplicable chill, an ominous premonition washing over him. Why do I feel this way? Could it truly be due to the burden of having to lead those 3 troublesome students? Kakashi pondered, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish as he contemplated his fate. And Hinata returned to the Hyuga household. Over the years, had resided there, and initially, some members of the Hyuga clan were somewhat averse to her presence, believing that the Uchiha were not virtuous individuals. However, as time passed, the clan gradually accepted its existence. Have you met Kakashi-sensei before? Of course, I have. In fact, you have as well. Do you recall the times during school when a few Umbu came to find me? That Umbu was Kakashi. During my time with the Umbu, he was the one who guided me, so I am quite familiar with him. Is that so? After returning to their respective rooms and tidying up, and Hinata resumed their daily training, although could not learn the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, she could still draw inspiration from certain techniques, leading to significant improvement in her physical skills. The night passed without incident. At 5:10 the next morning, while still in slumber, felt someone nudging him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Hinata. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he asked, Hinata, is something the matter? Don't you remember? Kakashi-sensei asked me to bring you to the first training ground by 5 o'clock. Hinata had awoken early and came to check on as the hour approached. Ah, is that it? Why don't you go back to sleep? We can leave at 9 o'clock. Kakashi is notorious for being late. If he's not 4 or 5 hours behind schedule, he wouldn't be Kakashi. All right, Hinata, get some rest. With that, flopped back down to continue sleeping. Hinata, unsure of what to do, felt conflicted. With the teachings of the Hyuga household, she knew she could never be late. However, leaving behind was not an option. And seeing him so unbothered by the time, she decided to wait for him to wake up, convinced that he would not sleep until 9. Just then, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Soon drifted back into slumber. Sensing something beside him, he turned towards it, instinctively placing his hand on this thing. Beside him lay Hinata. And as turned, his hand inadvertently rested on her shoulder. Taken by surprise, Hinata was momentarily caught off guard, resulting in her lying beside. As she turned to get up, she found herself face to face with sleeping visage, leading her to lose her composure once more. Thus, while one was asleep and the other momentarily stunned, they maintained their positions until just past 8 o'clock. When finally awoke, he was startled to see Hinata lying next to him. Reacting instinctively, he jumped up, bewildered as to why Hinata was beside him. System, what is happening? Chien appeared utterly bewildered, although he understood that nothing had transpired between him and Hinata. An air of nervousness still enveloped him. It's nothing, you merely slept together. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chien instantly regretted his decision to inquire about this unprincipled system, realizing that it was a futile endeavor. Consequently, he endeavored to recall his memories and suddenly remembered that in the depths of sleep, he had indeed felt something upon turning. Reflecting on it now, it must have been the moment he inadvertently pushed Hinata. Understanding what had transpired, Chien mentally chastised himself for not behaving properly in his slumber. Hinata, wake up. Noticing that it was nearly 9 o'clock, he had no choice but to rouse her. Good morning, Chien-kun. Hinata, still oblivious to what had happened, assumed Chien had come to her room to wake her up. Chien-kun? Suddenly recalling the events of the morning, she sprang up. Her cheeks that had returned to normal during sleep now flushed with a vivid hue. Hinata, this truly was an accident. It's entirely my fault for not being more composed while sleeping. I sincerely apologize. Whatever the consequences, I accept them. With his head bowed, Chien knelt before Hinata. Chien-kun, I think we should gather first. Hinata did not intend to blame Chien, yet found it difficult to voice her thoughts, as the morning's events were all too easily misinterpreted. Thus, aware that time was of the essence, she hastily shifted the topic, remembering that they needed to assemble. Chien also refrained from dwelling on the earlier incident. Thus, Chien and Hinata hurriedly made their way to the meeting point. And although Chien had anticipated what would unfold that day, he ensured that Hinata had a hearty meal before arriving at the training ground. Upon reaching the assembly point, they discovered that Kakashi had yet to arrive, leaving Chien at a loss for words. Just as he contemplated making a remark, he noticed Kakashi's arrival. "Kakashi-sensei, you are quite late." Upon seeing Kakashi, Naruto began to voice his complaints, but was swiftly ignored, as Kakashi promptly announced the day's task. "Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? It's because out of the 4 of you, only 2 can remain. The other 2 must return to the Ninja Academy to continue their studies." Hearing that the task was to compete for the bells sent both Sasuke and Naruto into a state of anxiety, while Chien and Hinata maintained a relaxed demeanor. On the way there, Chien had already informed Hinata about the bell-snatching challenge. Let the timer begin. With Kakashi's declaration, Sasuke and Hinata swiftly concealed themselves, while Naruto boldly stood his ground, directly challenging Kakashi, and Chien took his position atop a tree, prepared to observe the unfolding drama. Kakashi glanced at Chien and noted that he had no intention of intervening, letting out a sigh of relief. Although Kakashi was not intimidated by Chien, it was well known that years ago, Chien had demonstrated the strength of a Nin. No one could ascertain his current capabilities. If Chien had attained the strength of a Nin, Kakashi would indeed find it challenging to defeat him without risking harm to others. Upon confirming that Izumi would not intervene, Kakashi regarded Naruto with a deadpan expression. As a ninja, engaging in direct combat with the enemy was perhaps a trait unique to Naruto Uzumaki. In a flash, Naruto charged forward at his utmost speed, launching a punch aimed squarely at Kakashi's head. However, Kakashi deftly caught Naruto's attack with one hand while retrieving his beloved tool, the Intimate Heaven, with the other. Undeterred by the unsuccessful punch, Naruto lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Kakashi, who effortlessly sidestepped without even glancing at him. Naruto's kick met only air, and Kakashi swiftly pushed him away, causing Naruto to tumble to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, quickly regaining his footing and attempting another kick at Kakashi. In response to Naruto's second assault, Kakashi merely extended his hand, capturing Naruto's ankle and sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the impact rendered Naruto momentarily unconscious. At that moment, Kakashi formed the Tiger Hand seal, signaling the onset of a classic scene, Konoha's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. Naruto found himself on the receiving end of a full-force 1,000 years of pain, propelling him into the water, causing cold sweat to bead on the brows of all present, including Izumi. Though they had witnessed Naruto endure the 1,000 years of pain before, experiencing it live was an entirely different sensation. Just as Kakashi prepared to rise after attacking Naruto, he sensed an ominous chill. Before he could react, Izumi appeared behind him, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. "Izumi, you." Kakashi was taken aback by her sudden presence, but the next moment left his face pale. Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu. Utilizing his Sharingan, Kakashi fell victim to the illusion, while a sinister smile crept across Izumi's face. Konoha's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. Izumi formed the Tiger Hand seal and unleashed her own 1,000 years of pain upon Kakashi. Initially surprised by her sudden assault and subsequently ensnared by the Genjutsu, Kakashi, despite his formidable strength, experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation, just enough to forfeit his chance to evade. The 1,000 years of pain struck true, and as Kakashi narrowly escaped the Genjutsu, he felt a searing pain in a certain region, followed by his own body being flung backward, landing in the water alongside Naruto. Ding! System notification. Side quest to successfully strike Kakashi Hitaki with 1,000 years of pain completed. Reward, 1 point. Though the task yielded but a single point, why not execute it? Poor Kakashi was thus unwittingly ensnared by the system, likely leaving him baffled even in death. "Izumi, how could you?" Hinata began, about to question why Izumi employed such a technique against Kakashi-sensei, but she hesitated, recalling that it was Kakashi who had originally used the move. "Nothing much. I simply returned the favor. After all, who asked Kakashi to be so lecherous?" Just as Kakashi emerged from the water, he overheard Izumi's remark, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap her into oblivion. As the leader of the team, I, as Izumi, find it rather disheartening that I am not afforded the respect I deserve. After all, I was the one who initially guided Izumi during her time in the Umbu. Is it too much to expect some acknowledgement? Izumi, what brings you into this fray? Kakashi was taken aback by Izumi's sudden intervention. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I am now a member of Team 7. Isn't it only natural for me to engage in battle with you? Moreover, you never explicitly forbade me from doing so at the outset. Izumi, indifferent to Kakashi's sentiments, prioritized her own enjoyment. Never mind, since you are willing to participate. I shall not object. Izumi expressed herself vigorously. She is now a member of Team 7, not the Umbu's rakeage of yore. Thus her actions were entirely justified. I hope, Kakashi-sensei, that you do not fall to my hand, she declared before swiftly grasping Hinata and employing the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from Kakashi's sight. Hidden in the shadows, Sasuke witnessed the entire exchange unfold, incredulous that Izumi, of a similar age, had successfully ambushed Kakashi, a seasoned genin, while she was merely a freshly graduated student. Although it was a sneak attack, is not the nature of a ninja's combat often characterized by such tactics? Izumi and Hinata concealed themselves, while Naruto emerged from the water, clutching his backside. Although he had not witnessed the preceding events, he did see Kakashi fall into the water. Haha, Kakashi-sensei, you've turned into a drenched chicken. Serves you right for employing such a sneaky technique. Naruto began to mock, unaware that his words struck a nerve with Kakashi. Per Naruto, caught unawares, soon found Kakashi before him, who retaliated with a punch, sending Naruto back into the lake, becoming the target of Kakashi's frustration. Having dealt with Naruto, Kakashi immediately turned his attention to Sasuke. In the presence of a genin, Sasuke's meager hidden abilities seemed utterly inadequate. Realizing Kakashi's approach, Sasuke launched shurikens while retreating, understanding that engaging a genin in close combat was a foolhardy endeavor. Kakashi effortlessly dodged the shurikens, though they did momentarily impede his advance. As the distance between them widened, Sasuke quickly began to weave hand seals. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi was genuinely astonished. After all, a freshly graduated genin wielding a C-rank jutsu was a remarkable feat. Truly indicative of a prodigy. Most genin at this age would struggle not only to master C-rank techniques but even to muster sufficient chakra. Notably, Kakashi excluded Izumi from this norm, for she had demonstrated the ability to execute the great fireball technique at the tender age of 4, and not merely once. The immense fireball swiftly engulfed Kakashi, leaving Sasuke in a state of disbelief. Previously, Kakashi had appeared nonchalant, yet how could a genin be so easily dispatched? As Sasuke pondered in confusion, a voice suddenly resonated beneath him. Earth release, decapitation technique. Before Sasuke could react, he was swiftly pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. With a look of exasperation, he gazed at Kakashi. Although he was aware of the considerable gap between him and the jonin, he never anticipated such a disparity. At that moment, Sasuke recalled Itachi's words. He truly was too weak. Having dealt with Sasuke, Kakashi shifted his focus to his next targets, Izumi and Hinata. After years of absence, Kakashi was uncertain of Izumi's current abilities, yet her prior status as a chunin was indisputable. Kakashi turned towards the initial rendezvous point. Realizing that as a non-sensory ninja, locating the concealed Izumi would not be a trivial task. Not long after Kakashi's departure, Sasuke suddenly sensed a shadow blocking the sunlight. Is that you? Ah, isn't this our prodigious Uchiha Sasuke? How did you end up buried in the earth? I wonder what will sprout if you don't water it. As she spoke, Izumi produced a watering can and began to pour water onto Sasuke's head. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Sasuke struggled relentlessly. But being buried meant he could hardly move, and it was impossible to evade the deluge cascading upon him. Of course, I'm watering you. How could our genius Sasuke not know that? You. Stop this at once. Ah, still unable to remain composed? With your strengths? You stand no chance of seizing the bells from Kakashi. The notion of grabbing the bells is not the true essence of this test. Think it through. I'm off to play with Kakashi now. With that, Izumi placed the watering can atop Sasuke's head and departed. Sasuke was no fool, despite his usual antics. He quickly comprehended Izumi's intent after reflecting on her words. Realizing the true purpose of this test, he began to struggle anew. Izumi and Hinata approached Kakashi, who was not far away. While ambushing could be a viable strategy, Izumi doubted her chances of successfully catching Kakashi off guard. Is this a suitable spot? She inquired, glancing at Naruto, who was bound due to his plan to sneak a meal. Well, it should be fine, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Izumi sprang into action. utilizing the body flicker technique to appear before him, activating her Sharingan in an instant. Having previously suffered at her hands, Kakashi also activated his Sharingan to counter her genjutsu. With both possessing the power of the Sharingan, they could effortlessly discern each other's attacks. However, Izumi, still young, found her strength and speed insufficient against the adult Kakashi. Thus, it wasn't long before she found herself at a disadvantage. Recognizing that continuing would only lead to her defeat, Izumi feigned a move and created distance between herself and Kakashi. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Hinata unleashed the Great Fireball technique, while Izumi executed the pressure damage technique. Their two ninjutsu harmoniously complementing one another as the towering flames surged directly toward Kakashi. Hey, do you really need to be that serious? Kakashi thought he would never witness Hinata wielding ninjutsu, and the potency of her fire release rivaled that of a seasoned ninja, perhaps even surpassing the Great Fireball that Sasuke had just performed. Water release, multiple water wall. Kakashi leaped into the lake to defend himself, aware that a fire technique of such magnitude would reduce him to ashes if it struck him. The combined ninjutsu of Izumi and Hinata dissipated against the barrier of the multiple water walls, yet before Kakashi could exhale in relief, Izumi and Hinata reappeared behind him using the Flying Thunder God technique. Lightning release, lightning net binding. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Izumi immediately ensnared Kakashi with lightning release, while Hinata unleashed her newly learned most formidable attack, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Hinata's strikes rained down upon Kakashi, and only then did Izumi release the lightning net binding. Although the full force of the 8 trigrams 64 palms would incapacitate even Kakashi, Izumi doubted he would fall prey so easily. As anticipated, Izumi's Sharingan detected Kakashi's unusual behavior, prompting no hesitation from her and Hinata. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Together, they executed the Great Breakthrough, and just as they unleashed their technique, the previously assaulted Kakashi transformed into lightning. Had Izumi and Hinata hesitated even a moment longer, they would have surely been caught in the ensuing electrical surge. Realizing Kakashi had utilized the A-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, lightning clone, Izumi couldn't help but smile. After all, Kakashi was a ninja severely low on chakra. A single lightning clone could deplete a significant portion of his reserves. A Jonin devoid of chakra would see their combat effectiveness drastically diminished. Back to back, Izumi and Hinata braced themselves against potential incoming attacks. The consecutive use of 2 C-rank ninjutsu, coupled with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, had left Hinata with scant chakra. Though she maintained her stance, it was evident to all that she was nearing her limit. Hinata, what's wrong? Can you still hold on? Izumi-kun, I'm fine, but I can only perform 1 more jutsu at most. Despite Hinata's utmost efforts, her age remained the primary constraint on her chakra reserves. Her youthful physique simply could not harness an abundance of chakra. Moreover, she did not wish for Izumi, who possessed formidable mental fortitude, to perceive her chakra as insufficient. Though, in comparison to Izumi, she had ample reserves, especially when measured against an ordinary genin. Understanding that Hinata could not endure for long, Izumi decided against prolonging the battle, for the fundamental objective of this trial was not to defeat Kakashi, but to foster a sense of teamwork. Just as Izumi was preparing to concede, Kakashi launched a surprise attack. Earth release, decapitating palm. Kakashi's target was none other than Hinata. He discerned her dwindling chakra and recognized Izumi's protective instincts towards Hinata, making her Izumi's vulnerability. Witnessing Hinata being ensnared in the earth like Sasuke, Izumi's anxiety surged, and the idea of surrender evaporated in an instant. 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. In a heartbeat, Izumi activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, experiencing a profound enhancement in both strength and speed. Kakashi, caught off guard by Izumi's unexpected reserve, could not afford to underestimate him now that he had opened 3 gates. With speed reaching its zenith, Izumi charged towards Kakashi, delivering a powerful punch. Kakashi could only muster a feeble defense, yet the force behind Izumi's strike was formidable. Although Kakashi managed to block the blow, the sheer power sent him hurtling backward. After propelling Kakashi away, Izumi did not pursue, but instead rushed to Hinata's side to rescue her. Once he freed Hinata, Izumi urged, "Hinata, use that technique." Hearing his words, Hinata flushed slightly but nodded before replying, "Izumi, I can only use my chakra once. Thereafter, I will have no strength left to fight. I understand. In truth, regardless of whether the technique succeeded or not, Izumi had no intention of continuing the battle. He had never meant to prolong it, however. Kakashi's sudden aggression towards Hinata had compelled him to act. From a distance, Kakashi sensed that Izumi and Hinata were preparing to unleash a formidable technique, thus remaining vigilant. In the next moment, Izumi and Hinata vanished from sight, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear behind Kakashi. Realizing someone was behind him, Kakashi swiftly turned to counterattack. However, his strike only met two shadow clones. Not good. At the moment he struck the clones, Kakashi recognized he had been deceived. Suddenly, he heard Izumi and Hinata's voices above him. Rairange. 8 trigrams. Return heaven. With that, Izumi, cradling Hinata, spiraled downward at high speed. The fusion of Rairange and Return Heaven. Both techniques revolving at such velocity promised immense power. Witnessing this onslaught, even Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. Had Izumi and Hinata been his adversaries, Kakashi might have devised a countermeasure. However, as they were his students, he was unable to resort to lethal force and was left with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Earth Release. Multiple Earth-style wall. A multitude of earthen barriers encircled Kakashi, providing him with protection. However, under the relentless onslaught of Suiren and Hinata, these barriers were swiftly dismantled. By the time they shattered the final layer, Kakashi had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, Hinata found her chakra reserves dwindling, rendering her incapable of continuing the fight. Thus, the ensuing battle would rest solely upon Suiren's shoulders. Kakashi-sensei, isn't it rather unbecoming to hide like this? This mission is about seizing the bells, and if you remain concealed, the game cannot proceed, Suiren remarked, gripping her kunai and scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Hakugen. Seeing that Suiren was unable to locate Kakashi, Hinata activated her Byakugan, instantly identifying his concealed position. Suiren-kun, he is at your 2 o'clock. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Suiren launched her attack. Years of companionship had forged an unspoken bond between them, allowing for seamless cooperation without the need for signals. The B-rank ninjutsu surged towards Kakashi, who, recognizing the gravity of the situation, leapt back and began executing his own hand seals with utmost urgency. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Suiren had encountered the Water Dragon Bullet before, but never had she seen it executed with such speed as by Kakashi. She couldn't help but marvel at Kakashi's prowess as Konoha's foremost technician. His mastery of ninjutsu was complemented by his rapid seal formation. Although both techniques were B-rank, water naturally extinguished fire, and with Kakashi's superior skill, Suiren's Great Dragon Fire technique was successfully extinguished. Just as Suiren prepared to unleash another jutsu, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared behind her, a kunai poised threateningly against her neck. It's over, Suiren. You've lost. In Kakashi's eyes, Suiren's involvement had been nothing short of a farce. After all, according to the Third Hokage's arrangements, her stay with Team 7 was merely temporary, and she would soon be promoted, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata in the team. Kakashi, you've underestimated me, Suiren retorted, and before Kakashi could react, she lowered her head and positioned his kunai against her own throat. Suiren had no intention of taking her own life. Instead, she had activated her A-rank ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Thunder Clone. With the clone's demise, a surge of lightning erupted, catching Kakashi off guard. The ground was slick with conductive water, making evasion far from simple. In a moment of carelessness, Kakashi fell into her trap, and the paralysis from the lightning clone rendered him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Suiren swiftly snatched the bells from Kakashi's waist, distributing one to Hinata. As midday approached, Naruto remained bound to a tree stump, but now he was accompanied by Sasuke. Your performance has been lacking. However, I am willing to offer you a chance. After lunch, the test will continue. But Naruto and Sasuke, you shall not partake in the meal. If either of you dares to share food with them, you will be sent straight back to the Ninja Academy. After speaking, Kakashi vanished without a trace. Ignoring Kakashi's words, Izumi took out her lunch, ready to indulge, while the kind-hearted Hinata, glancing at the two individuals bound to the post, felt a pang of sympathy. However, as she had always discussed matters with Izumi, Hinata refrained from directly sharing her food with them. Izumi, Naruto, and Sasuke seemed quite pitiful. Should we share our lunch with them? Upon hearing Hinata's intention to share her food, Naruto's eyes nearly fell into the bento box, while Sasuke, though wearing an expression of disdain, felt his stomach protest loudly, causing his face to flush. Well, they do seem unfortunate. You two can have my bento. Hinata. Let's share one portion. Izumi, not wanting Hinata's lunch to be consumed by Naruto or Sasuke, reluctantly decided to divide her meal. When Hinata heard Izumi's arrangement, she nodded with a blush, and thus, Izumi and Hinata shared a portion. Hey, Izumi, we're tied up and can't eat, Naruto exclaimed. Staring hopelessly at the bento within reach, both he and Sasuke were bound and unable to partake in the meal. Here, you two can feed each other slowly, Izumi replied, handing them 2 pairs of exceptionally long chopsticks, clearly indicating that they should fend for themselves. After giving the chopsticks to them, Izumi and Hinata moved to a nearby tree. Not wanting to risk being poked, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged reluctant glances, both unwilling to feed the other. Yet, if they didn't feed one another, neither would be able to eat. Ultimately, Naruto chose to relent and began to feed Sasuke. Thus, the two successfully commenced their lunch. Just then, Kakashi appeared before them like a specter. Hey, you have passed. Initially presenting a terrifying demeanor, his expression softened in the next moment, leading Naruto and Sasuke to wonder if their teacher might be unwell. Why? Didn't Kakashi-sensei say that sharing lunch would result in elimination? Because. Kakashi was about to explain when Izumi interrupted him. Allow me to clarify. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. But those who fail to cherish their comrades are the scum of the scum. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Naruto and Sasuke appeared contemplative, while Kakashi looked quite vexed, frustrated that his intended message had been usurped by Izumi. Today's exercise had been thoroughly disrupted by her, yet as the leading instructor, Kakashi could say nothing. For Izumi's past had been entirely erased by the Third Hokage, and discussing it was forbidden. That's the essence. You four are now comrades who help one another. So regardless of the circumstances, never abandon your companions. Alright, today's task concludes here, and we will commence the next mission tomorrow morning. With that, Kakashi departed in a huff, while Izumi and Hinata took each other's hands and left together. Bound to a wooden stake, Naruto and Sasuke stared wide-eyed at each other, only then realizing their own predicament. Hey, Hinata, Izumi, hurry up. Let us down. The freshly graduated genin could only engage in D-rank missions, which predominantly involved menial tasks such as weeding for villagers or searching for lost cats, trivial undertakings indeed. For an entire week, Kakashi's Team 7 had been relegated to these tedious D-rank missions, and Naruto could no longer contain his mounting boredom. One day, they arrived at the Hokage's office, where Naruto clamored for more challenging tasks. After much insistence, the Third Hokage finally conceded and assigned a C-rank mission, which, as it turned out, was related to the Land of Waves. Izumi, well-versed in the narrative, understood that this so-called C-rank mission was, in reality, of B-rank difficulty, if not A-rank. Considering that Zabuza was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Despite her knowledge of the unfolding events, Izumi had no intention of warning Kakashi, especially since she had eagerly awaited this mission. Ding. System notification. Main quest. Defeat Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Reward. Sealing techniques. Evil sealing method. Ding. System notification. Side quest. Ensure Zabuza's survival. Ding. System notification. Character quest. Haku. A series of system notifications chimed, prompting a subtle smile from Izumi, as these tasks resonated with her aspirations. Under Kakashi's guidance, the 4 members of Team 7 set off for the Land of Waves, accompanied by the inebriated Tazuna. The group quickly departed from Konoha, and upon crossing the borders of the Land of Fire, they encountered 2 conspicuous puddles. Izumi, perceiving the oddity of the puddles even without foreknowledge of the impending events, found herself at a loss for words. Any individual with a modicum of awareness would surely sense something amiss. Izumi. Hinata noticed the peculiar nature of the puddles and attempted to voice her concern, but just as she opened her mouth, she caught Izumi shaking her head slightly. Pretending to be nonchalant, Izumi, Kakashi, and Hinata walked past, while Kakashi deliberately lagged behind. As the group distanced themselves from the puddles, the hidden demon brothers finally made their move. The first one, with an eerie swiftness, a bizarre iron chain ensnared Kakashi, choking him. The scene left Naruto and Sasuke utterly petrified, and even Hinata turned pale. Only Izumi remained unfazed. After all, while the demon brothers may have been nin, they were merely slightly stronger than genin and posed little threat. The second one. After killing Kakashi, the demon brothers set their sights on Naruto. Paralyzed by sheer terror, Naruto found himself unable to move. In a critical moment, Sasuke hurled a shuriken, severing the chain that bound them, thus freeing their movements. As the chains were anchored to a tree, the demon brothers promptly abandoned them, with one charging towards Sasuke while the other lunged at Hinata and Izumi. In the face of the Ghost Brothers' assault, Izumi deftly sidestepped, a maneuver that left the brothers astonished. However, their focus remained on Tazuna. Thus they did not dwell on Izumi's actions and charged towards Hinata. Although Hinata's prowess was nearing that of a Chunin, even surpassing the Ghost Brothers. This was her first real battle, and having just witnessed Kakashi being gruesomely torn apart, she stood frozen, forgetting to defend herself. As the Ghost Brothers' attack loomed, Izumi furrowed his brow, surprised by Hinata's lack of combat readiness. In a moment of urgency, he utilized the body flicker technique to position himself before her. With a swift motion, he struck simultaneously at both Ghost Brothers. Caught off guard by Izumi's sudden emergence, the brothers attempted to block his assault with their iron claws. Regrettably, they had gravely miscalculated Izumi's strength. His seemingly feeble fists propelled both adversaries into the air. Yet, Izumi did not relent. Daring to lay a hand on Hinata was a grave mistake that warranted no mercy. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Without holding back, he unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu, incinerating the hapless Ghost Brothers into mere ashes. The scene left the onlookers in sheer disbelief, particularly Tazuna, who could hardly fathom that such a young boy possessed such formidable power. At that moment, Sasuke pondered over Izumi's true strength. As he had not witnessed the previous battle between Izumi and Kakashi, remaining unaware of Izumi's extraordinary capabilities. Kakashi-sensei, you've got to pull yourself together. After all, you are a jonin. Must you leave everything to your student? Izumi expressed his frustration, increasingly exasperated with Kakashi, who had been rather negligent since the formation of Team 7, delegating most responsibilities to him. Do not concern yourself with such matters, Kakashi replied. Are you unharmed? Naruto exclaimed, startled to see Kakashi alive, having just witnessed his dismemberment. He is a jonin. It is not so easy for him to perish, he thought. The earlier incident had dual purposes, to test your abilities and to ascertain the targets of those two mist ninjas, correct, Kakashi-sensei? Indeed, Kakashi confirmed. Mr. Tazuna, might you elucidate the current circumstances? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Tazuna. Explain. What is there to explain? Tazuna, harboring ulterior motives, hoped to evade the discussion. Yet neither Izumi nor Kakashi intended to let him off the hook. Mr. Tazuna, your commission is for our protection against thieves and bandits, however. The assailants we just faced were Chunin from the mist, and their target was you. Thus, the mission's rank should be B, not C. Kakashi regarded Tazuna with dissatisfaction, fully aware that misreporting mission ranks could lead to dire consequences for the ninjas involved. Kakashi-sensei spoke wisely. The difficulty of a B-rank mission necessitates at least a CH nin, not a genin. Tazuna, your actions can be construed as deliberate, and we reserve the right to refuse such employers. In severe circumstances, we might even resort to lethal measures. As she spoke, Izumi's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, her Sharingan, adorned with two tomo, fixated intently on Tazuna. In the face of such an intense gaze, not only Tazuna but even Naruto and Sasuke felt an unsettling discomfort. How is this possible? The Sharingan. He has awakened it, and to the second tomo at that. How can this be? Sasuke, who had previously doubted Izumi's strength, found his beliefs thoroughly challenged by the events unfolding before him. Wait, I did not intend any harm. Realizing Izumi was genuinely prepared to take drastic action, Tazuna could no longer conceal the truth. He divulged everything regarding Kato and the intricacies of the bridge project, omitting nothing, and did not resort to melodrama even under Izumi's threat. Mr. Tazuna, I apologize. While I sympathize with your plight, this mission exceeds the capabilities of my team. Therefore, we shall conclude our involvement here, though we can escort you back to Konoha. With that, Kakashi prepared to turn away. To him, encountering a CH nin so soon after departing the Land of Fire was already a concern. Kato, a wealthy magnate, could attract the attention of Jonin-level assailants. Although Izumi was at least a CH nin and Hinata possessed nearly equivalent strength, Kakashi was reluctant to take any risks. Wait, Kakashi-sensei. Izumi, what is it? I believe our team possesses the capability to complete this mission. Upon hearing her words, Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Izumi's intentions. Typically, B-rank escort missions are entrusted to either one Jonin or 2 to 3 CH nin, with one Jonin already in our ranks and both Hinata and I being CH nin. Such a configuration should suffice unless the adversary is of significant caliber. Moreover, I am averse to the prospect of failure. Kakashi fell silent. Recognizing that while the team's composition could indeed protect Tazuna, he must not overlook the presence of Sasuke and Naruto, both Jonin. Against a Jonin, Jonin would be little more than fodder. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. Additionally, having already departed from the Land of Fire, Kakashi could not allow Sasuke and Naruto to return to Konoha prematurely. Very well, but should circumstances prove dire, I will terminate the mission immediately. After much deliberation, Kakashi acquiesced. For Izumi had demonstrated prowess that transcended mere Nin capabilities. With the emergence of this butterfly, Naruto did not, as in the original narrative, pierce his palm with a kunai. However, whether Naruto was resolute in his determination to grow stronger was of no concern to Izumi. Dezina was taken aback to discover that Quan and the others were aware of the impending danger yet still chose to proceed. A profound sense of guilt washed over him. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, but the chilling gaze from Quan stifled his words, leaving them to rot in his stomach. What exactly do you intend to do? Quan and Kakashi lingered at the rear of the group, and Kakashi, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired. It's nothing significant. Recently, funds have been tight. As you know, my income relies solely on the relief funds from Konoha, which are barely sufficient. Now that an opportunity for a lucrative mission has arisen, why not seize it? Lucrative? Dezina has only compensated for a C-rank mission. Even if we return to the village and the mission rank elevates to B, the remuneration will not increase, Kakashi remarked, still perplexed by Quan's explanation. I have no interest in the mission's meager rewards. Did you not hear Dezina mention that this Cardo is a heartless tycoon? Since we've already embarked on this venture, you are forbidden from competing with me or leaking information. Once this is over, I shall share a portion with you. Quan did not conceal her intentions of robbing Cardo from Kakashi, as it was evident that such an endeavor would require her to be away from the team for a while. Quan, what exactly are you scheming? Kakashi suspected that her motives extended beyond mere financial gain from Cardo. Have I not made myself clear? I am in dire need of funds. I've known for a while that Cardo is no good. I've longed to confront him, and now this opportunity presents itself perfectly. You would engage in such activities? Pray tell, what are your plans? Otherwise, as your supervising teacher, I reserve the right to terminate this mission. Kakashi could hardly believe that Quan had suddenly developed an interest in the merchant Cardo. Kakashi, has your mind become addled? For years, I have resided with the Hyuga clan, living off their hospitality. Even if they don't mind my presence, I feel it is humiliating. Now that I finally have a chance to earn some extra money, why should I not pursue it? I warn you, if you dare refuse this mission, I will expose the incident from our contest of releasing the floodgates. Kakashi felt a sense of resignation upon hearing Quan's words. He had not anticipated that after all these years, she would still remember that event. However, the more pressing concern was that if the truth were to be revealed, Kakashi would indeed have no face left to show. Although Kakashi still harbored doubts regarding Quan's motives, he chose not to delve deeper. After all, Cardo was merely a wealthy merchant, and Kakashi did not wish to overly concern himself. As the group continued onward, Quan soon sensed an unusual tension in the air. Just as she was about to alert the others, a sudden wave of danger surged, prompting her to push Hinata to the ground. Simultaneously, Kakashi urged the others to take cover, and they narrowly evaded the deadly blade that came hurtling towards them. I find it curious that the Ghost Brothers have vanished without a trace. It seems your presence, Kakashi Hitaki, is the reason. Hey, you eyebrowless uncle. How do you know Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, step back. This is not an enemy you can confront. The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. It is no disgrace for the Ghost Brothers to fall at your hands. Although I am aware it is improbable, I still wish to inquire whether I might obtain the old man behind you. Zabuza, however, paid little heed to Naruto's words, perceiving the child as unworthy of his ire. This is unacceptable. Mr. Dazna is the individual we are escorting, and relinquishing him would not bode well. Thus, it seems we must resort to force. With that, Zabuza leaped directly onto the water's surface. Water release, hidden mist technique. The land of waves is intrinsically an island amidst the sea, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. And the emergence of the hidden mist technique further diminished the already scant visibility. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata formed a protective formation around Mr. Dazna. Aware of the enemy's intentions, Kakashi promptly began issuing commands. Upon hearing Kakashi's instructions, Hinata and the others positioned themselves close to Dazna, while Izumi stood beside Hinata to safeguard her. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I target? The voice of the demon Zabuza echoed ominously from all directions, filling Naruto and Sasuke with unease. Hinata wished to activate her Byakugan to locate Zabuza, but was unexpectedly halted by Izumi. Izumi? Hinata queried, her expression one of confusion. Unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Izumi's intervention, Zabuza, a master of silent assassination techniques, poses a significant threat should anyone detect his whereabouts. The efficacy of his stealth would be severely compromised. Therefore, to avert such a scenario, Zabuza would likely prioritize neutralizing perceptive ninjas. Neither Kakashi nor I possess absolute certainty in our ability to protect you. Hence, in this critical moment, it is prudent to refrain from sensing. Izumi did not lower her voice. Her words were directed not only at Hinata but also served as a reminder to Kakashi to safeguard her. To think that even the young ones of Konoha are aware of my name. It is indeed an honor. The voice of Zabuza re-emerged, and this time he materialized at the center of the complex formation. Sensing Zabuza's presence, Izumi first hurled Hinata out of harm's way, immediately activating her Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu. Izumi's mental prowess was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Thus, even the demon Zabuza found himself ensnared in her illusion. Seizing the opportunity while Zabuza was trapped, Izumi thrust a kunai into his heart. Quite impressive, little one. You managed to defeat my clone. Zabuza's voice echoed behind Izumi. And simultaneously, the Zabuza she had pierced transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone, is it? Hasn't Pakin warned you that a ninja should never turn their back on the enemy? Izumi was unfazed by Zabuza's appearance behind her. It would have been strange if he had been so easily vanquished. What are you? Before Zabuza could finish his sentence, a kunai was already poised at his throat, and the Izumi in front of him dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. A shadow clone? When did that happen? Although Zabuza anticipated Kakashi's appearance behind him, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that this young girl would employ shadow clones against him. Zabuza, it is over. You have failed. Kakashi was evidently confident that the battle had reached its conclusion, as Zabuza was in no position to escape. Is it? Perhaps not. Just as the words left his lips, another Zabuza surged from the mist, catching Kakashi completely off guard. The water clone Zabuza kicked him away, sending Kakashi crashing into a nearby lake. Upon entering the water, Kakashi sensed something was amiss. Water style, water prison jutsu. This was bad. Kakashi realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to break free. But he was ultimately a step too late. The water prison jutsu had successfully ensnared him. Watching Kakashi trapped in the water prison, Izumi felt a pang of helplessness. Is this truly Kakashi? The Kakashi who stood alone in the umbu, falling so easily? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you might consider watching less of those romantic dramas. Your skills have declined significantly. With Kakashi ensnared, Izumi was left as the sole challenger against Zabuza. In the original tale, Naruto and Sasuke faced Zabuza's water clone. But perhaps due to the butterfly effect, this time it was Zabuza's clone casting the water prison instead of his true self. Izumi, take them away. You are no match for him. Kakashi mistakenly believed that the one who had trapped him was Zabuza's true form, thus he did not overly concern himself with Izumi's safety. It's not that I don't wish to leave, Kakashi-sensei. It's just that escaping from the true demon Zabuza is no simple task. What? The true form. Understanding this, Kakashi grew anxious. Although Izumi was formidable, he believed she could not possibly confront Zabuza directly. At that moment, Zabuza appeared behind Izumi, wielding his executioner's blade. Anticipating his move, Izumi sprang into action. 8th gate of the heavenly way, 1st gate, open. With the opening of the 8 gates, Izumi swiftly evaded the deadly swing of Zabuza's blade, prompting Sasuke to hurl Shuriken and charge at Zabuza, eager to join the fray. Get lost if you don't want to die. I have no time to babysit you. A body flicker technique materialized beside Sasuke, sending him flying. Izumi was baffled by Sasuke's audacity. How could a mere Genin dare to engage an elite Genin, particularly one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Was this not akin to courting death? Not to mention, even Izumi could only hope to defend herself. Fire release, great fireball technique. After kicking Sasuke aside, Izumi ignored his reaction and launched herself at Zabuza with a colossal fireball. Zabuza, surprised that a Genin could execute such a technique, did not falter in his hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A shark surged forth toward the fireball, causing Izumi to pause in astonishment. Wasn't this technique unique to Kisame? Why could Zabuza employ it as well? She recalled that, while Kisame was the only one in the original work to use the water shark bullet technique, it was merely a standard water release technique, not a bloodline limit. The collision of water and fire resulted in a vaporous explosion, thickening the surrounding mist. Wind release, thousand faces of wind. Izumi unleashed a wind technique to disperse the mist that had previously eluded her against Pakken. As the fog dissipated, Zabuza's water technique swiftly emerged. Unfazed, Izumi quickly formed seals with her hands. Wind release, pressure damage. The B-rank technique surged towards Zabuza, overwhelming the water currents that could not withstand its force. Witnessing a mere Genin wield such a powerful B-rank technique left Zabuza incredulous, prompting him to hastily form seals to counter Izumi's assault. Just as he began, a youthful voice rang out. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Hinata, standing not far behind Izumi, unleashed the dragon fire technique in tandem with her attack. The flames, bolstered by the wind, intensified, making it nearly impossible for Zabuza to counter with a single elemental technique. He had no choice but to abandon his hand seals and escape using the body flicker technique. Having forced Zabuza back, Izumi approached Hinata and whispered, "Do not use ninjutsu in front of outsiders in the future." Previously, Izumi had cautioned Hinata against the indiscriminate use of ninjutsu. However, in her eagerness to assist Izumi, Hinata momentarily forgot this admonition and resorted to her techniques. "Izumi-kun, I am truly sorry. I recognize my mistake," Hinata murmured, her gaze lowered in response to Izumi's soft reprimand. Witnessing Hinata's dejection, Izumi's heart ached, and he found it hard to continue his scolding. After all, she had acted out of a desire to help him. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely worry for your safety, considering your unique circumstances." The sight of Hinata's pitiful demeanor nearly shattered Izumi's heart, prompting him to explain himself. "I understand that you are protecting me, Izumi-kun. This time, I acted impulsively," Hinata replied, noticing Izumi's concerned expression. On another front, Zabuza had evaded the combined assault of Izumi and Hinata, yet he sustained burns from the flames that licked at him, leaving his left arm marred. Fortunately, his combat capabilities remained unscathed. "Curse brat!" Zabuza seethed, his anger boiling over. To be so thoroughly outmatched by a mere chunin was utterly humiliating. "Zabuza, it seems you remain somewhat slow on the uptake," Izumi remarked, gesturing towards Zabuza's rear. It was only then that Zabuza recalled that Izumi's attack had targeted not just him, but also his shadow clone and Kakashi, who was ensnared within the water prison technique. Lightning release, move. Just as Zabuza realized Kakashi had escaped his confinement, Kakashi's offensive strike reached its destination. Faced with Kakashi's onslaught, Zabuza was compelled to employ the body flicker technique once more to evade the attack. When Zabuza reappeared, he landed squarely upon the surface of the lake. Kakashi followed suit, both warriors locking eyes in a tense standoff before simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The 44 seals for the water dragon bullet technique manifested almost simultaneously in the hands of Kakashi and Zabuza. Two colossal water dragons surged forth, crashing into one another, each fiercely clawing at the other. In tandem, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in a fierce battle. Thanks to the formidable perceptiveness of the Sharingan, Kakashi anticipated every one of Zabuza's attacks. "Damn it, he has seen through all my moves. Is this the power of the Sharingan?" Zabuza seethed with frustration, realizing that every maneuver he attempted was perfectly mirrored by Kakashi in both amplitude and timing. "What an insufferable opponent you are. Is that what you wish to convey?" Upon hearing Kakashi articulate his thoughts, Zabuza's anger intensified, leading him to resolve to eliminate Kakashi. To Zabuza, Kakashi was exceedingly vexatious. The ability to foresee all his techniques was intolerable. Once again, Kakashi and Zabuza began to form hand seals simultaneously. This time, despite Kakashi's technique being a replication of Zabuza's ninjutsu, he executed it first. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. The A-rank ninjutsu, the Great Waterfall Technique, was unleashed, sending forth a tremendous deluge akin to a breach dam towards Zabuza. No matter how formidable Zabuza was, it was inconceivable for him to withstand such a torrent, and thus he was swept away by the relentless flow. Nearby, Ino observed Zabuza's defeat, reminiscent of the original narrative, and began to contemplate how to assist his escape. It is worth noting that in the original story, Kakashi had been on the brink of unconsciousness, which had led him to overlook Haku's deception. However, Ino did not believe that Kakashi would make the same mistake this time. Was this the essence of a battle between Jonin? Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha was utterly astonished by the fierce confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza. Although he was aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the Jonin level, he had not anticipated such an overwhelming disparity. Zabuza was propelled far by the water's force, ultimately colliding with a large tree before coming to a halt. The impact of the Great Waterfall technique had greatly diminished Zabuza's combat capabilities. Kakashi and Ino approached the incapacitated Zabuza, and at that moment, Ino sensed the presence of another individual nearby, instantly recognizing it to be Haku. Despite having lost most of his strength, Zabuza struggled to rise, intent on continuing the fight. While Kakashi prepared to deliver the final blow, just then, two Senbon struck Zabuza's vital points, causing him to collapse instantly. That mask. You must be from the Mist Pursuit Unit, Kakashi remarked gravely, gazing at Haku perched atop a tree. As expected of Kakashi, you are well informed. Indeed. I am from the Mist Pursuit Unit, here to ensure Zabuza's demise. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in this matter, and I hope to take Zabuza's body for proper handling. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Haku's words and approached Zabuza to personally confirm his life or death. After verifying that Zabuza had indeed perished, he nodded and replied, "Since you are from the Mist Pursuit Unit, it is unavoidable to relinquish Zabuza to you." Ino was perplexed upon hearing Kakashi's statement. He found it hard to believe that Kakashi had not noticed Haku's oddities. Yet why had he chosen to speak in such a manner? "Thank you very much," Haku said, moving swiftly to Zabuza's side to lift his lifeless body before vanishing from sight. Once it was confirmed that both Zabuza and Haku had departed, Ino felt a twinge of confusion. After all, even he had detected something amiss. Why had Kakashi not noticed it? Well then, this matter has been resolved smoothly. And everyone seems quite fatigued. We should hasten to find A. Kakashi's words were abruptly cut short as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was filled with astonishment. Ino rushed to Kakashi's side to examine him closely. It appears he has merely exhausted himself and fainted. However, it seems unlikely that Kakashi-sensei will regain his fighting capacity anytime soon. "Mr. Tazuna, we are not far from your home, correct? We need to rest." Ino's tone, though phrased as a question, was imbued with an authoritative command. Yes, my home is quite nearby." Upon hearing Quan's words, Dezina quickly interjected. Previously, Quan's displayed prowess had rendered Dezina hesitant to regard her as merely a child. "All right, Sasuke, Naruto, you two carry Kakashi-sensei. We must leave this place." With that, Quan rose, preparing to depart. "Why must I carry him?" Sasuke replied, his expression one of displeasure. Given his nature, he detested being commanded, especially by someone of his own age. "You can either choose to carry Kakashi-sensei now, or I can give you a thorough beating, leaving you injured while you carry him." Without another word, Quan strode forward, not looking back. Sasuke was not the only one left speechless by Quan's declaration. The others shared his incredulity. Yet, Sasuke found himself unable to counter Quan's assertion, as he recognized her superiority. Thus, Sasuke and Naruto hoisted Kakashi on their backs while Quan and Hinata brought up the rear. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." "You noticed something amiss earlier, did you not?" Quan whispered to Hinata. The subtle techniques might deceive others, but they could not elude Hinata. After all, the Hyuga clan were true masters of the gentle fist, well versed in the knowledge of vital points, those that could lead to death or induce a state of false death. Quan was confident Hinata was fully aware of this. Chapter 165, Quan's intentions that Mist Ninja was clearly there to rescue Zabuza. "Why did you let him go?" Hinata cautiously inquired, seemingly apprehensive about uttering anything that might displease Quan. The Mist Ninja is named Mizuki Bai, and her strength should be on par with a Chunin. Although she possesses a bloodline limit, I believe we could easily handle her together. However, I wish to recruit Zabuza and Mizuki Bai into my ranks. Quan, do you really intend to take Zabuza and Mizuki Bai under your wing? They are both from the Mist Village. The village would never accept them back. At this juncture, I must confide in you. Long before I left the village for the first time, I had already planned my departure from Konoha. Though the village appears peaceful on the surface, dark currents run beneath. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have been fortunate to survive this long. Thus, I have established some influence outside, and what I need most now are strong allies. In fact, Sister Mei and Brother Shisui are already there. I refrained from mentioning it earlier due to the lack of opportunity, but now that this situation has arisen, I felt it was the right moment to tell you. I wish for Zabuza and Mizuki Bai to assist me in my endeavors. Quan, are you truly leaving? Hinata absorbed little else from the conversation, only comprehending Quan's intent to depart from Konoha. Indeed, if I remain in Konoha, I fear that before long, Danzo will take action against me. Moreover, I wish to grow stronger. Staying here would attract too much attention, and thus, I must leave. At this point, Quan longed to ask Hinata if she would accompany him. Yet after much hesitation, she found herself unable to voice the question. Quan understood that posing such a question would place Hinata in a difficult position. In truth, revealing this plan to her was already a burden. Hinata is not like Izumi, who is all alone. Whether she stays in Konoha or departs, she remains solitary. In contrast, Hinata is surrounded by family, her parents and a younger sister, enveloped in the warmth of familial bonds. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Hinata found herself at a loss for words. She yearned for Izumi to remain, yet was acutely aware that staying could potentially expose them to peril. Let us not dwell on this. I have not declared my departure just yet. Even if I were to leave, I would strive to maintain a cordial relationship with Konoha. Though I may be labeled a rogue ninja, I would not face relentless pursuit, and our connection would endure. At that moment, Izumi's heart was already aware of her feelings for Hinata, yet she feared to articulate them, for expressing such sentiments would only bring harm to Hinata. I understand, Izumi. No matter where you go, please ensure your safety. Hinata fought back tears, her heart igniting with a bold notion. The group arrived at Dazuna's residence. Kakashi, severely drained, could only recuperate through rest. After personally examining Kakashi, Izumi comprehended why, in the original narrative, Kakashi had succumbed to unconsciousness. Under normal circumstances, even if Kakashi were significantly depleted, he would not easily fall. The true culprit behind Kakashi's fainting was his Sharingan. Not just any Sharingan, but the Manjiki Sharingan's Kimui, which had led to his extreme exhaustion. Yet, Izumi was puzzled as to why Kakashi, having not employed Kimui to escape the water prison technique, had still succumbed to unconsciousness. It is evident that a significant reason for Kakashi's unconsciousness this time lies with Izumi. Previously, in an attempt to rescue Kakashi, Izumi employed a technique that caused harm. Compounded by Hinata's Dragon Fire technique, the combined force of which was extraordinarily potent. At that moment, what was destroyed was merely a water clone of Zabuza, while Kakashi's true self remained present. Consequently, faced with Izumi's onslaught, Kakashi was left with no choice but to utilize Kimui to transfer the flames into the realm of Kimui. After a prolonged period, Kakashi finally regained consciousness. I said, Kakashi-sensei, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in those romantic tales so frequently. Such a battle has left you utterly drained. Is that not rather disappointing? Kakashi shot a glance at Izumi. Inwardly lamenting, isn't it a result of your combined assault with Hinata? In the coming days, I would be unable to engage in battle, requiring approximately 7 days for recovery. During this time, you must dedicate yourselves to training, as it is highly probable that Zabuza has not perished. Upon awakening, Kakashi also reflected on the peculiarities of the earlier confrontation, thus preparing to arrange training endeavors. You, a patient, should focus on resting. I will take care of your training arrangements, Izumi remarked, genuinely concerned that Kakashi might collapse if he pushed himself too hard. Very well, I shall rest assuredly, Kakashi replied, knowing Izumi's capabilities, thus deciding not to interfere with the training matters. Izumi and Hinata led Sasuke and Naruto into the nearby woods. Observing the towering trees, Izumi began. To enhance your abilities in the coming days, you must focus on mastering your chakra. Both Naruto and Sasuke, your control over chakra is exceedingly poor. To illustrate, she stated, if the standard consumption of a jutsu is 10, both of you exceed 15, and the power of your techniques is below the acceptable standard. Thus, your training in chakra control will commence with tree climbing. Tree climbing? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Izumi's words. Indeed. First, you must gather chakra at the soles of your feet to adhere to the tree. This will train your chakra control. As she spoke, Izumi effortlessly ascended the trunk, reaching the treetop with remarkable ease. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto and Sasuke were utterly astonished, for what Izumi accomplished seemed to defy conventional attempts. In summary, this will be your training for the next few days. Initially, you may utilize a running start and mark your path with shuriken. Now, begin. Hinata and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall not supervise you. Remember not to be lazy. Wait. Naruto interjected as Izumi and Hinata prepared to depart. Izumi, you can climb the tree, but can Hinata do the same? Given that Hinata had only demonstrated her abilities once. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke believed she could scale the tree like Izumi, feeling that she was receiving preferential treatment. Izumi, show these two fools how it's done, she instructed, without providing further explanation, directly prompting Hinata to demonstrate. Very well, Izumi-kun, Hinata acquiesced. Hinata nodded lightly and gracefully ascended the tree trunk. Witnessing this scene, Naruto and Sasuke were overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. It was one thing to be outdone by Ino, but now they found themselves unable to match a mere girl, which left them both despondent, particularly Sasuke, who began to feel his own weakness in comparison to Itachi. All right. You two fools, hurry up and practice, Ino urged. I'm not a fool, Naruto retorted. Just watch, I can reach the top of the tree directly. With that, he gathered his chakra and charged toward the great tree, only to tumble down rather spectacularly, landing with a painful bump on his head. Enough of your antics. For you two, mastering this skill won't happen in just a day or two. Even if you manage to climb the tree now, there's nothing to be proud of. Hinata and I had already reached the top at the age of 4, and this year, we are both 12, just like you. Upon hearing Ino's words, Naruto and Sasuke felt their sense of defeat intensify, while Ino and Hinata made their way out of the forest. Ino, where are we going? Hinata inquired. We're going to try and find Haku. Zabuza, even if he has not perished, will need medicinal herbs for his recovery. And the only place nearby to find those herbs is beyond the mountains. If we're lucky, we might encounter them, making my plan significantly easier. Hinata did not ask further questions, simply trailing quietly behind Ino. For the entire day, Ino and Hinata searched for any sign of Haku. Yet he seemed absent from the vicinity. As dusk approached, Ino prepared to return with Hinata, only to spot Haku on their way back. Water Moon Haku, Ino called out. And upon hearing her name, Haku was taken aback, particularly upon realizing that the callers were Ino and Hinata, leaving her utterly bewildered as to how her identity had been revealed. Don't be so tense. I come bearing a proposal for a deal. A deal? Haku echoed, skeptical. Indeed. A transaction. You and Zabuza have been relentlessly pursued by the Mist Shinobi, and even here, you remain unsafe. I can offer you both a secure refuge, but in return, I hope you will join my village. Your village? How could Konoha possibly harbor rogue ninjas from other villages? Moreover, Zabuza and I are traders from the Mist Village of the Water Country. If we were taken in, it would undoubtedly incite conflict between our nations. Haku shook her head slightly, unconvinced by Ino's words. That is of no concern to you. What I wish to know is whether you and Zabuza would pledge loyalty to me if I could provide a safe environment. Of course, I won't issue arbitrary commands. You would simply become a part of my faction, holding an equal status to mine. Zabuza would likely refuse, Haku replied. Uchiha Ino, I believe further discussion is unnecessary. In response to Haku's words, Ino did not waver but pressed on. For you, Zabuza holds greater importance than anything else, so let us propose an alternative deal. I know you and Zabuza intend to continue your assault on Dazna, which means there will inevitably be a confrontation between us. If Zabuza is defeated, I can guarantee his life. Would you then be willing to join my organization? Hearing the words of Izumi, Bai was momentarily taken aback. Although she understood that their chances of success against Zabuza were slim, given Kakashi's notorious reputation combined with Izumi's peculiar abilities as a lower-ranked shinobi, Bai did not believe that she and Zabuza could emerge unscathed. If the situation you described truly arises, and you can ensure Mr. Zabuza's survival, I can agree to your terms. In Bai's heart, Zabuza was of paramount importance. She would willingly sacrifice herself to save him. Very well, our deal is struck. I hope you will remember what you just said when the time comes. Additionally, I am not only seeking to win you over, but also Zabuza. Should you return, you can convey my words to him. Being hunted is far from a favorable circumstance. With that, Izumi departed alongside Hinata, leaving Bai deep in thought, pondering her next steps. Days passed, with Naruto and Sasuke diligently practicing tree climbing, neither willing to concede to the other, both eager to succeed first. Consequently, Izumi found no need to monitor them closely, instead focusing on sparring with Hinata to enhance their combat skills. Finally, the 7th day arrived, and Kakashi had fully recovered. Izumi sensed that today might be the day Zabuza would strike, especially with the bridge nearing completion. Izumi, if Zabuza is still alive, he should initiate his attack today, Kakashi remarked lazily while observing the busy workers by the bridge. Izumi remained silent, as the fog over the bridge thickened, an unusual occurrence for midday. Alert! Kakashi swiftly raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and issued a warning. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke positioned themselves protectively around Tazuna, while Izumi stood her ground. Who would have thought we would meet again? Zabuza's voice echoed. True to your reputation as the demon of the mist, you managed to survive under such circumstances. That little companion of yours is quite impressive, but do you really believe bringing her along will guarantee your victory? How can one know without trying? Water style, hidden mist technique. The fog thickened even further as Zabuza located Kakashi once again, while Bai directly confronted Izumi, Hinata, and the others. Secret technique. Ice mirror. A multitude of ice shards encircled the four, and Izumi, witnessing the ice shield for the first time, felt a strange novelty, completely oblivious to the fact of being trapped. If you do not wish to kill, why engage in battle at all? The crux of this conflict lay with Kakashi and Zabuza. Whoever triumphed would claim total victory, while the vanquished would face utter defeat. Understanding Bai's aversion to combat, Izumi felt no inclination to fight despite the presence of the ice mirrors. No, this time I must fight for Mr. Zabuza. We need to witness the truth of your words with our own eyes. As Bai spoke, she seamlessly merged into the ice. Upon hearing Bai's words, Quan was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that Zabuza was genuinely considering joining. Otherwise, he would not have sent Bai to verify his strength. After all, how could a faction, if too feeble, evade the relentless pursuit of the Mist Village's hunting forces? Unbeknownst to Quan, Bai relayed his words to Zabuza, who, upon hearing that he could potentially avoid being hunted, felt a surge of temptation. Indeed, the Mist Village is unlike any other ninja village. Although it is no longer the blood-soaked haven it once was, it remains under the shadow of its past. Consequently, the hunting forces of the Mist Village are exceedingly ruthless. If Quan could truly provide Zabuza with a safe haven, then joining Quan's organization might not be out of reach. Realizing this, Quan resolved to present his true power. Hinata, please escort Mr. Dazuna away from here, he instructed. Understanding Bai's intent, Quan felt a newfound determination. Hinata led Dazuna away from the mirror ice crystal, and Bai did not intervene. At that moment, only Quan, Naruto, and Sasuke remained within the mirror ice crystal. Quan swiftly activated his Sharingan, and as soon as Hinata and Dazuna departed, Bai launched his assault. Countless Senbon flew towards Quan. Facing Bai's onslaught, Quan utilized the formidable insight of his Sharingan to evade with agility. Only a few Senbon were unavoidable, which he countered with Kunai. Bai was astonished. Although his secret technique was not invincible, it was the first time someone had countered it in such a manner. Not a single Senbon managed to harm Quan. Naruto and Sasuke, standing aside, watched Quan's evasive maneuvers in awe, both pondering whether they could evade like Quan, yet they knew the answer was a resounding no. Water style, 1,000 killing water flight. Realizing that Senbon alone could not defeat Quan, Bai immediately resorted to ninjutsu to press his attack. Sensing Bai's offensive, Quan quickly retaliated. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The searing flames surged toward Bai's 1,000 killing water flight. In terms of ninjutsu mastery, Quan vastly surpassed Bai, and thus, despite the elemental disadvantage, his flames devoured Bai's attack. Ice style, ice spike break. A massive ice sphere hurtled toward Quan. Witnessing this, he furrowed his brow. This technique was evidently a B-rank jutsu. Bai's effortless use of such a technique led Quan to question whether Bai was indeed a J-nin. Regardless of his suspicions, the battle was ongoing, and Quan had no choice but to remain silent. Shadow clone technique. As shadow clones manifested, both Quan simultaneously formed hand seals. Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, thunder touch. The combination of lightning and wind, both possessing formidable offensive properties, though not as synergistic as fire and wind, exhibited destructive power far exceeding that of the dual elemental techniques. The attacks of Quan and Bai collided instantly, both their strikes dissipating into nothingness. On the surface, it appeared as though they were evenly matched, however. Only Quan was aware that he had narrowly fallen behind in their recent exchange. Previously, Bai had merely employed a B-rank ninjutsu, whereas Izumi utilized two. The initial intention was to confine Bai with the dual techniques, yet the outcome merely resulted in a stalemate, which indeed exceeded Izumi's expectations. Fire release, scorching heat. Wind release, crushing harm. Before Bai could mount another assault, Izumi executed a combination ninjutsu once more. This time, the target of the combined wind and fire was not Bai, but rather Bai's secret technique, the ice crystal of the magic mirror. Bai discerned Izumi's intent, yet found himself powerless to thwart it. Although the ice shield was formidable, even a bloodline limit has its limitations. Utilizing the ice shield to withstand flames was already disadvantageous, and now facing Izumi's dual elemental assault proved to be quite overwhelming. With no other recourse, Bai resolved to abandon the magic mirror ice crystal. Ice shield, magic mirror explosion. As Bai's voice echoed, all the ice shards in the vicinity detonated instantaneously, a development that caught Izumi completely off guard. Witnessing the explosion, Izumi hastily employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the epicenter of the blast. While Izumi successfully escaped, Naruto and Sasuke, trapped within the magic mirror ice crystal, were unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God and tragically succumbed to the violent explosion before they could even react. Casting a glance at the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto, Izumi silently expressed her apologies in her heart. However, in the next moment, she charged forward. 8 gates, first gate, open. The 8 gates technique activated, and Izumi almost instantaneously appeared before Bai. Caught off guard, Bai hesitated for a fleeting moment before launching a counterattack. Ice release, Ice Shuriken. A multitude of shurikens materialized from behind Izumi, hurtling toward her. Not far away, Hinata, witnessing this scene, instinctively clenched her delicate fists. She yearned to assist Izumi. Yet her current mission was to protect Dazuna. Should Dazuna perish, their endeavor would be in vain, rendering all their efforts futile. Go help them. Suddenly hearing Dazuna's words, Hinata paused, turning back with a perplexed expression. Go assist your comrade. I am aware of your desire to do so. Rest assured, I will not perish so easily. I shall remain alive until you conclude your battle. As the one who commissioned this task, consider it my order. Thank you, Mr. Dazuna. After absorbing Dazuna's words, Hinata briefly hesitated before bowing deeply and responding. As Hinata rushed to provide support, Izumi also began to take action, ignoring the kunai approaching from behind. Izumi delivered a powerful punch directly to Bai, and before Bai could react, she utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to her shadow clone's side. Izumi evaded the kunai, while Bai was struck by his own weapon. Fortunately, Bai's reflexes were swift, allowing him to deflect the attack with his shuriken, ultimately sustaining only a tear in his clothing, without any significant injury. Water release, annihilating water surge. Bai unleashed his ninjutsu once more, and this time the attack was far more formidable than before. Observing this scene, Quan's expression grew grave. Just as she prepared to form seals to counter Bai's assault, a youthful voice rang out. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, returning heaven. Hinata dashed in front of Quan, utilizing returning heaven for protection. Upon seeing Hinata's arrival, Quan felt a pang of anxiety. The technique Annihilation Water Surge was a B-rank ninjutsu, and Hinata, in her current state, could not possibly defend against it solely with returning heaven. Realizing this, Quan quickly moved to support Hinata. Wind Release, Gusting Currents. Wind Release, Breakthrough. 2 relatively low-level C-rank ninjutsu were unleashed. Quan had no intention of directly unleashing a powerful ninjutsu to counter Bai's attack, as that might inadvertently harm Hinata. Instead, she aimed to hasten the speed of returning heaven, utilizing Wind Release to enhance its velocity, thereby bolstering their defense. Ultimately, with Quan's assistance, Hinata successfully blocked the Annihilation Water Surge. However, despite averting Bai's onslaught, Hinata sustained several injuries. Seeing the scars on Hinata's arm, Quan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He would rather endure severe injuries himself than see Hinata harmed in any way. Yet, in her effort to protect him, Hinata had been injured. I'm sorry, Quan-kun, it's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. We must focus on securing victory in this battle, Hinata reassured him. Hearing her words, Quan nodded. Their best plan was to defeat Bai and subsequently rescue Zabuza. Meanwhile, Bai, noticing that Hinata had only sustained minor injuries, sighed in relief. From the outset, she had never intended to kill either Quan or Hinata. The moment Hinata charged forward, she had contemplated dispelling her ninjutsu. It was only upon seeing Quan's response that she refrained, remaining ready to assist at any moment. Hinata assumed a combat stance, prepared to support Quan, while he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Bai. Initially, Quan had disregarded everything to strike Bai, intending to mark her with the Flying Thunder God seal. With the seal, he could appear behind her at will. Sensing someone behind her, Bai swiftly formed a single-handed seal. Ice Release, Ice Rock Fortress. An ice wall materialized between Quan and Bai. Observing this, Quan did not cease his assault. He delivered a powerful kick against the ice wall. While his attack did not breach the Ice Rock Fortress defenses, the immense force caused the entire wall to shift, forcing Bai to move as well. At that moment, Hinata surged forward. From the instant Quan initiated his action, Hinata understood his intent and was thus prepared. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. As Hinata unleashed her most formidable attack upon Haku, her Byakugan revealed that all of Haku's chakra pathways had been sealed, prompting a sigh of relief from her. However, at that moment, the Haku before Hinata transformed into an ice sculpture. Hinata's caution arose. This was an ice clone. Realizing the peril, Izumi instinctively thought to herself that this was akin to the lightning release, lightning clone. A unique technique that not only could withstand substantial damage, but also had the potential to explode. Understanding the gravity of the ice clone's capabilities, Izumi disregarded her own safety and immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique, tackling Hinata to the ground and shielding her with her own body. Yet, after a long wait, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Confused, Izumi turned to find that the ice statue showed no signs of detonating. "Did you not detonate the clone?" she queried, casting a perplexed glance at Haku, unable to fathom the situation. Had Haku triggered the explosion, Izumi would have likely sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Haku replied, "Indeed. Zabuza's mission is not to eliminate you. Our agreement still stands, provided Kakashi can defeat Zabuza." Upon hearing Haku's words, Izumi nodded and helped Hinata to her feet. The recent urgency of battle had left Hinata largely unresponsive, but now, as tranquility returned, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Gazing at the red apple beside her, Izumi was suddenly overcome with a sense of reluctance to part from Konoha, as departing would imply separation, and parting from Hinata was not something she desired. Yet, remaining in Konoha filled her with trepidation of becoming a casualty. The confrontation between Izumi and Haku reached a temporary conclusion, as neither had gained a definitive advantage. Both retained their trump cards. Meanwhile, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi raged on. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Water style, Water Shark Bullet technique. Kakashi unleashed his fire technique with an intensity rivaling that of Izumi's. Although his jutsu was technically less potent than hers, Kakashi's mastery of ninjutsu surpassed Izumi's, resulting in considerable power. As Kakashi's and Zabuza's techniques clashed, a thick fog enveloped the area, allowing Zabuza to launch himself toward Kakashi, his executioner's blade aimed directly at him. In response, Kakashi swiftly countered with a kunai to block Zabuza's assault. Water style, Water Surge Wave. In the midst of their stalemate, Zabuza abruptly released his grip, forming seals with remarkable speed, and unleashed a water ninjutsu directly at Kakashi. Despite Zabuza's swift movements, he remained visible beneath Kakashi's Sharingan. Water style, Water Surge Wave. The same technique was employed, resulting in mutual cancellation. Following the nullification of their jutsu, Kakashi seized the initiative, delivering a kick to Zabuza's arm, disarming him of his executioner's blade. Concurrently, several shuriken flew forth as Kakashi immediately began to form seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release, Water Barrier. As the multitude of shurikens filled the air, Kakashi found himself compelled to employ ninjutsu for defense against Zabuza. Seizing the opportunity, he countered with Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The terrifying flames surged towards Zabuza's water barrier, effortlessly shattering it. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, the flames ultimately extinguished only a water clone. The real Zabuza had vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing Zabuza's disappearance, Kakashi sensed imminent danger, but before he could react, Zabuza launched an attack, kicking him away. As Kakashi was sent flying, Zabuza regained control of his executioner's blade, though this came at a cost. Kakashi's kunai had left a gash on Zabuza's left arm, blood trickling down and pooling on the ground. At that moment, Ino and Sai arrived at a short distance, their presence immediately capturing the attention of both Zabuza and Kakashi. Recognizing the two's arrival, Zabuza understood Sai's assessment, while Kakashi felt a twinge of confusion, as it appeared not as though one had bested the other, but rather as if they had reached an understanding. Despite his inner turmoil, Kakashi's assault remained unrelenting. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Including Pakin, the ninja hounds materialized instantly. Having previously wounded Zabuza, the scent of his blood hung in the air, making it impossible for him to evade the hound's pursuit. Upon noticing Kakashi's summoned hounds, Zabuza quickly grasped Kakashi's intention. However, this time he had no intention of hiding. Instead, he began to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Cursed be it. Observing Zabuza's hand seals, Kakashi swiftly activated his Sharingan to replicate and counter. Faced with Zabuza, Kakashi found himself in a vexing predicament. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Water Release. Great Waterfall Stopping Technique. The ninjutsu that Zabuza had previously withheld now emerged, creating a fierce clash of techniques, with Ino and Sai caught in the tumult. As the remnants of the Great Waterfall Technique dissipated, Izumi and Bai found themselves once again standing upon the surface of the water. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza clashed once more. Zabuza's executioner's blade struck towards Kakashi, who attempted to defend himself with a kunai. However, this time, Zabuza's blade appeared to possess an unprecedented sharpness, effortlessly severing the kunai that Kakashi held. This turn of events forced Kakashi into a defensive stance. Izumi observed the scene with intrigue. How could Zabuza's blade, seemingly dull, slice through the kunai with such ease? In truth, despite Zabuza's rough exterior, he was not a clumsy fighter. While the blade alone lacked the sharpness to sever the kunai in one strike, repeated assaults on the same spot could yield such results. As the battle progressed, each of Zabuza's strikes landed upon the same location. With the kunai abruptly broken, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, while Zabuza mercilessly pressed the attack, forcing Kakashi to evade without the opportunity to counterattack. As Kakashi retreated, a critical moment arose when he unexpectedly stepped into empty air and fell backward. Zabuza seized this opportunity, bringing his executioner's blade down with the intent to cleave Kakashi in two. "Will you not assist him?" I questioned, perplexed by Izumi's lack of action as Kakashi appeared to be facing imminent death. He is the renowned Leaf Village's elite, Hatake Kakashi. It cannot be that simple for him to perish. Izumi held firm in her belief that Kakashi would not meet his end so easily. Sure enough, as Izumi's words echoed, Zabuza's blade descended, and Kakashi was instantly bisected. Yet, contrary to Zabuza's expectations, there was no eruption of blood. Instead, a surge of lightning erupted forth. Indeed, Kakashi had employed the lightning release, shadow clone technique. Even a formidable opponent like Zabuza found himself momentarily paralyzed by the electric discharge. In that instant, the real Kakashi seized the opportunity. Summoning technique, earth release, tracking Fong. Taking advantage of Zabuza's momentary incapacitation, Kakashi commanded his ninja hounds to completely restrain Zabuza, binding all of his joints and rendering him unable to continue the fight. Now, witness my unique ninjutsu, lightning release, lightning cutter. Izumi, not far off, had already activated her Sharingan, eager to replicate the formidable lightning cutter. Alas, her Tutomo Sharingan proved inadequate for the task, as Zabuza's life hung in the balance. I prepared to intervene, only to be grasped by Izumi. "Teach it to me. I promised I would save Zabuza, and I will," Izumi insisted as she held back. With Kakashi charging forward with the lightning cutter aimed at Zabuza, it seemed that death was imminent for him. At last, Izumi resolved to act. Reverse, Flying Thunder God Technique. The Flying Thunder God Technique allows the practitioner to teleport to a designated location, whereas the Reverse Flying Thunder God Technique enables the user to bring an object or individual before them. This ability was not originally possessed by the Flying Thunder God. However, Izumi, having learned it through the system, has mastered the true Flying Thunder God Technique, which encompasses this capability. Kakashi was on the verge of eliminating Zabuza when, unexpectedly, Zabuza vanished, leaving Kakashi astonished. Soon, he beheld Zabuza reappear beside Izumi and Haku, prompting Kakashi to regard Izumi with a grave expression. "Izumi, what on earth is happening?" "Apologies, Kakashi-sensei. During my travels, I was granted mercy by Haku's benefactor, Tenzo. He had the opportunity to eliminate me, but chose to spare my life. Thus I felt compelled to honor his request to let Zabuza go this once. Kakashi-sensei, our mission does not involve killing Zabuza, and he is unlikely to pose a threat to Dazuna any longer. Can we let him go?" Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi hesitated. If what Izumi said was true, then sparing Zabuza could be deemed reasonable. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Izumi was withholding something. Despite his reservations, after careful contemplation, he sighed and spoke. "In that case, I shall act as though I have seen nothing. However, should Zabuza reappear, even if you attempt to hinder me, I shall take action." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." As the battle concluded, an exceedingly bothersome figure appeared, none other than Kato. Observing Kato, who appeared even more rotund than in the original narrative, Izumi felt a renewed wave of irritation. Kato, accompanied by a cadre of samurai, emerged at the opposite end of the bridge. Although they possessed numerical superiority, in this world, ninjas far surpassed samurai, with the exception of anomalies like Mitsuhide. Could the ragtag band of exiled samurai that Kato brought truly compete with Mitsuhide? Something seemed amiss. How could the rabid dogs I hired be found standing alongside the enemy? Kato exuded confidence, as if he were the undisputed victor. Izumi, perplexed by Kato's demeanor, turned to Haku and inquired, "Is your employer a fool? Or did he simply forget to take his medication today?" It seems to be the former," Haku replied, momentarily taken aback. "Hey, brat, what are you saying? Do you dare threaten to dismember me?" Kato retorted, visibly irked by Izumi's comment. "To think you could dismember me would be far from an easy task. No sooner had the words left Izumi's lips than two copies of him materialized beside Kato, seizing his collar before hurling him towards Zabuza and Haku without a backward glance. Though they may be a group of miscreants, their numbers were still considerable, and it would require some effort to deal with them. What did you just say, brat? The foremost samurai, evidently incensed by Izumi's contempt, charged toward him in a fit of rage. As the sight of approaching figures caught her attention, Izumi let out a soft sigh before commencing her hand seals. Fire release, head hardening, wind release, pressure damage. The formidable combination of these two B-rank ninjutsu rivaled even A-rank techniques in power. Although the number of warriors before her was substantial, they were merely samurai. Lacking the prowess of true ninjas, their only defense against the onslaught of ninjutsu was their flesh and blood. Confronted with the torrents of flames, the samurai stood in stunned disbelief. By the time they realized the necessity of fleeing, the inferno had already engulfed them. In a matter of moments, under Izumi's devastating attack, nearly all the warriors on the bridge were reduced to charred remains, crumbling to dust with a mere gust of wind. A few samurai, positioned further back, leaped into the water, barely clinging to life. However, these survivors likely found no courage to face Izumi, for the spectacle of her ninjutsu had been overwhelmingly magnificent. Not far away, Kakashi observed Izumi with his signature deadpan gaze, a hint of envy flickering within him, stemming from the sheer volume of her chakra. Based on Kakashi's rough estimation, Izumi's chakra reserves now surpassed his own by a significant margin. Meanwhile, Kato sat slumped on the ground, utterly astonished that a mere teenager could possess such formidable combat prowess. At that moment, Izumi sensed numerous individuals approaching from the rear of the bridge. Turning to look, she was surprised to see Inari arriving with the villagers from their village. This scene felt familiar to her, for in the original narrative, Inari had also rushed to provide support. While Izumi was not surprised by Inari's appearance, she was intrigued by how Naruto had managed to persuade him. Considering that for the past few days, she and Sasuke had been engrossed in training. Kakashi-sensei, I must take my leave for now. Please explain the situation to Lord Third for me. Also, Naruto and Sasuke are unconscious but not seriously injured. Izumi refrained from mentioning Hinata, confident that she had left the Flying Thunder God technique on her, ensuring she could arrive at her side without delay if danger arose. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Kakashi sighed in resignation, choosing to let her be. Izumi, along with Zabuza and Haku, led the bewildered Kato toward his company. Uchiha Izumi, what exactly do you intend to do? Zabuza inquired, curious if he was considering joining her organization. I only mentioned an interest in avoiding persecution. However, with your current strength, you may not be able to protect me and Haku. Zabuza had indeed begun to believe Izumi's claims, yet he sought further confirmation. Indeed, I lack the capacity to safeguard you, especially since you are being hunted by the Hidden Mist Village. However, there exists a sanctuary where you can evade such threats, the Land of Demons. There, ninjas are forbidden. Even the Hidden Mist Village cannot pursue you. Thus, once you arrive, you will be safe. The Land of Demons, you say? How intriguing to base an organization in such a place. Very well, I shall temporarily accompany you. But let it be known that I do not intend to follow you indefinitely. Do as you wish. Now, it is a time for mutual assessment. If you believe you can formally join us, that would be commendable. As for Zai Bujan and Bai, I trust that if we provide them with a stable environment, they would not depart lightly. The group arrived at Cardo's base. Although there were some warriors present, they were swiftly dealt with by Bai and Quan. As for Zai Bujan, due to his injuries, he could only restrain Cardo to prevent his escape. Cardo, you now face two choices. First, I could seize all your wealth, eliminate you, and obliterate all that you have built. Or second, you may become my puppet and earn money for me. Now, hasten to make your decision. Not long ago, Ji Shui had sent word to Quan, stating that Zixin had begun preparations to covertly establish a hidden village, but was sorely lacking in funds. Thus, Quan turned his attention to Cardo. Initially, Quan intended to kill Cardo and utilize his wealth for constructing the hidden village of the demon country. However, upon reflection, he dismissed this notion. Although Cardo possessed considerable wealth, it was finite. Should Cardo be eliminated, it would yield a one-time gain. But if he were kept alive, a continuous stream of wealth could flow into the demon country. I refuse to relinquish my wealth. No, it is impossible. You shall gain nothing. Upon hearing Quan's words, Cardo attempted to resist, adopting a demeanor that suggested he valued his money more than his life. Witnessing this scene, Quan drew forth a kunai, preparing to take action against Cardo. Wait, just as Quan was about to strike, a voice halted him. The speaker was none other than Cardo's secretary, Shirakawa Nanako, who, upon hearing Quan's intentions, stood up. Ninja Master, please do not kill him. If Cardo were to perish, his assets would be inherited by his brother. If you could compel him to sign over the company to you, I would willingly manage the entire Cardo group on your behalf. This would yield greater benefits than simply eliminating Cardo. You scoundrel! Shirakawa Nanako, how dare you betray me? I shall kill you. Upon hearing Nanako's words, Cardo's fury surged. But alas, that was not to be. Quan swiftly utilized his Sharingan to control him. Shirakawa Nanako, your proposal is indeed commendable. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Additionally, I require a substantial amount of cash. Prepare it at once. Yes. Upon hearing Quan's command, Shirakawa Nanako's face was instantly alight with excitement. You are still but a child. Are you not afraid he might turn against you? That so-called contract holds little significance. Observing Quan's arrangements, Zaibujan could no longer contain his discontent. I am well aware, which is precisely why I have never placed my trust in Shirakawa Nanako. I have ensnared his mind with illusion. Should he harbor any treacherous thoughts, he will be subjected to torment. The moment he contemplates betrayal, he shall endure unimaginable agony. As he spoke, Quan revealed his Sharingan. The Sharingan, is it? Truly a convenient ability. Acknowledging Quan's foresight, Zaibujan chose to remain silent thereafter. In truth, the Sharingan lacked such capabilities. The circumstances were entirely the result of the system's influence. During her time at the Ninja Academy, Izumi also undertook a number of rather mundane tasks, among which was the peculiar sealing technique just performed, designed solely for ordinary individuals. Shirakawa Nanako presented a substantial sum of cash, which Izumi promptly sealed within a scroll. As for Cardo, he was swiftly eliminated once all affairs of the company were transferred into Izumi's name. Shirakawa Nanako, I shall not waste words with you. I have inscribed a special seal upon you. Should you dare to betray me, you will meet a most unfortunate end. If you think I speak in hyperbole, feel free to test me. However, should you fail, the price will be your very life. I would not dare. I shall diligently manage Cardo's company for you. With no desire to attract undue attention, Izumi chose not to rename the Cardo group, deeming it unnecessary to alter a mere name. After a day of preparation with Zabuza and Bai, the trio set forth towards the land of demons. They soon arrived, having disguised themselves to conceal their identities. With Zabuza's executioner's blade sealed within a scroll, upon reaching the shrine, they encountered a considerable number of worshippers. Izumi made her way directly to the residence of Cheyenne. Not far into her approach, they were stopped, and Izumi presented Cheyenne's token. The guard, recognizing the token, escorted them to the threshold of Cheyenne's abode. Lady Cheyenne, there are 3 individuals outside wishing to see you, one bearing your token. Upon hearing of visitors, Cheyenne initially hesitated to admit Izumi, but upon learning of the token, her surprise was palpable. Rising, she almost rushed out, but realizing such a display would be unbecoming, she composed herself and said, "Let them enter. They are my friends. You need not remain outside." "Yes, Lady Cheyenne." Izumi, Zabuza, and Bai entered, and upon seeing Izumi, Cheyenne's eyes glistened with emotion. Although they had maintained contact, this was their first meeting in nearly a decade since Izumi had escorted her to the sealing grounds. "You rogue, why have you taken so long to visit? You only send others my way. Are these 2 also destined to stay with me?" Cheyenne expressed her grievances, which were quite understandable given the time that had elapsed since their last encounter. "Dear Cheyenne, as a kunoichi of Konoha, how could I possibly leave without a mission? I had to concoct another excuse to sneak away, and upon my return, I shall undoubtedly face an interrogation. If I were to sneak out more frequently, I might have already been eliminated by the Umbu." Upon hearing Izumi's explanation, Cheyenne recognized the burden she carried. Although some resentment lingered, she refrained from further complaints. "Humph. You may have a point. How long can you remain this time?" "Just a day. I must depart the morning after tomorrow." "How are brother Shisui and sister Izumi?" "They are well. I expect they will arrive shortly, as I have already discreetly notified them." As soon as Ji Yuan's words fell, the voices of Ji Shui and Quan Mei resonated from outside. "Lady Miko, we have arrived." With the door opening, Quan Mei and Ji Shui caught sight of Quan. And Quan Mei rushed over, embracing Quan tightly. "Quan, it has been too long. I cannot believe how much you have grown." Observing the intimate exchange between Quan Mei and Quan, Ji Yuan felt a pang of jealousy. Had it not been for the fear that her impulsive embrace might be misconstrued as frivolity, she would have already rushed to hold Quan. Enduring nearly a decade of yearning had been a true torment. "Quan Mei, could you please release me? I cannot linger for long this time. It would surely lead to trouble." However, I will be leaving Konoha soon. The mention of Konoha brought a touch of sadness to Quan Mei, as memories of the Uchiha clan flooded her mind. Quan, did Itachi truly slay everyone? Indeed. Itachi and that masked man are responsible for the demise of the entire Uchiha clan. Your parents fell victim to that masked man's hand. Upon hearing Quan's words, Quan Mei froze, as a heavy question had tormented her for years. The Uchiha clan had perished at Itachi's hands, and her parents were no exception, making Itachi the murderer of her father and mother. Yet, she harbored deep affection for Itachi, a situation that caused her profound anguish. Quan, is this true? Yes. Brother Itachi had no choice but to act as he did. The only thing he could have done was refrain from taking action himself. Quan Mei and Itachi were undoubtedly star-crossed lovers, two individuals in love now unable to be together, and she had also been affected by the massacre. Quan, thank you. In my heart, I had already known the answer. I simply could not provide myself with a convincing rationale. Hearing Quan's words, Quan Mei smiled faintly. Brother Itachi had no other option but to do this. He wished to protect both the village and the Uchiha, which meant sacrificing himself. However, Konoha has been profoundly disappointing. I once asked the Third Hokage if, one day, everything could be resolved. Could Itachi be granted a new identity? Yet, the Third Hokage said nothing. Initially, Quan held a slight fondness for the Third Hokage, believing he was different from Danzo. However, upon closer interaction, she realized that both were alike, merely operating in different spheres of light and shadow. Quan, what do you intend to do? Surely, you do not wish to seek revenge against Konoha? Upon hearing Quan's words, Shisui felt a sense of disappointment towards Konoha and discerned the dissatisfaction in Quan's tone regarding the Third Hokage and the village. Fearing she might reveal her fangs against Konoha, rest assured, Brother Shisui, I still harbor some affection for Konoha. As long as they do not trouble me, I do not intend to take any action against them. This is partly due to Brother Itachi's sacrifice to protect the village, and also because of Hinata. Hinata belongs to the Hyuga clan. Should I truly attack Konoha, the Hyuga would undoubtedly intervene. Given Hinata's nature, she would absolutely abhor any loss of life. Quan did not find Jishui's suspicion surprising, as her stance had been quite evident. Wow, Quan, you have finally noticed Hinata, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Every time you appear, her gaze toward you is distinctly different. She has long been enamored with you. But when did you start to hold feelings for Hinata as well? Could it be that when Hinata developed feelings for you, you reciprocated? Upon hearing Chuanmei's words, Quan's cheeks flushed instantly. Although he had long since set aside concerns about age in his heart, discussing matters of affection still made him feel quite bashful. Quan, you are blushing. It seems to be true. At that time, you were merely 4 years old, weren't you? Though you share a childhood bond, you were indeed quite young. I believe that Itachi and I were early bloomers in this regard, but it appears I must concede to you. I can only express my admiration. As Quan's face grew even redder from Chuanmei's teasing, no one noticed the look of disappointment on Zishuan's face, left to the sidelines. So he has long had someone in his heart. What about me? What do I mean to him? Are we destined to remain unfulfilled? Quan had not realized that since that initial small task, Zishuan's heart had already been captured by him. Over the years, her feelings for Quan had not waned with time. On the contrary, they had only intensified. Hey, could you at least consider my feelings? After all, I am the host here. As Quan and Quan Mei continued to engage in lively conversation, Zishuan could no longer contain herself. I'm sorry, it's been so many years since we've seen each other. I couldn't help but get carried away. Brother Shisui, this is Quan and Quan Mei. They are temporarily joining us. Upon hearing Zishuan's voice, Quan finally remembered there were others present, and that they had important matters to attend to. Hello, I am Uchiha Shisui. This is Uchiha Quan Mei. Uchiha Shisui? Weren't you reported dead a few years ago? How is it possible for you to be here? Upon hearing Jishui's full name, Zai Bujan was taken aback. Jishui was a genuine powerhouse. His name had once even surpassed that of the copy ninja Kakashi. Brother Jishui is feigning death. In any case, despite the fade of prosperity in Konoha, it is not much different from Kirigakure. Quan informed Zishuan and the others about the situation with the Kato Corporation. The cash they brought could now formally establish a ninja village in the land of ghosts. As for the transition with the Kato Corporation, they decided to entrust it to Bai and Quan Mei. Although Quan Mei belonged to the Uchiha clan, she would not draw too much attention, and Bai was similarly inconspicuous. Jishui and Zai Bujan, however, were far too noticeable. After deliberation, the group decided that Zishuan would serve as the leader of the ninja village. Although Zishuan was not a ninja and her strength was akin to that of an ordinary person, the title of priestess in the land of ghosts held symbolic significance. Establishing the ninja village under the name of the priestess would surely garner the people's willingness. Quan, I am concerned that the 5 great ninja villages may interfere with the establishment of our ninja village. Jisue expressed his long-standing concerns. For the land of demons had never previously housed a hidden village, and the sudden establishment of one aroused suspicion. Moreover, the identities of Jisue and Zabuza were exceedingly sensitive. This notion had long crossed my mind. Hence, to prevent any potential leaks, the ninjas of the hidden village must originate from the land of demons and undergo stringent scrutiny. Naturally, when you appear in public, it is imperative to don masks. If we remain concealed for 3 years, I am confident we will have ample time to grow. Jisue's apprehensions are not without merit, yet Izumi had no choice but to take risks. Otherwise, lingering in Konohagakure would inevitably attract Danzo's attention. After deliberating on matters concerning the hidden village, they decided on a rather straightforward name, simply incorporating the character for demon. Izumi was escorted to rest, while Zabuza and Haku were relocated to the future site of the hidden village. As night fell, Izumi organized the details regarding the hidden village and began to devise a plan to recruit formidable individuals, or rather, the potential strong. The strength of a hidden village is paramount. Once power is established, even should Jisue and Zabuza be discovered, what consequence would it bear? After finalizing the documents, Izumi prepared to rest, only to suddenly hear footsteps approaching the door. Who is it? Although he did not believe anyone from the land of demons would take notice of him, it was prudent to exercise caution. It is I, Zishuan. Zishuan, what brings you here at such a late hour? Izumi opened the door to allow Zishuan entry, puzzled. As the discussions regarding the hidden village had seemingly concluded earlier in the day, leaving little room for further matters. What? Am I not allowed to come if there is nothing to discuss? Upon hearing Izumi's tone, Zishuan felt a twinge of resentment. After years apart, could they not even share a moment of conversation? That is not the case. I simply assumed your late visit signified an urgent matter. Izumi remained oblivious to Zishuan's feelings, as he was rather dull in matters of the heart. Otherwise, he would not have been so late to realize Hinata's affections for him. Humph. Come with me for a walk. No refusals. If you dare to decline, I shall withdraw my assistance in establishing the hidden village. Rest assured, I shall not refuse. And stepped outside, with insisting on going to the rooftop. Reluctantly, carried her up. After several years, being lifted once more by left momentarily bewildered. For a ninja to carry someone to the rooftop was but a fleeting moment. Before could express her musings further, had set her down. Sitting atop the roof, remained silent. Gazing at the stars above. Over the years, a daily ritual for had been to reminisce about every moment had escorted her, reflecting on all that had transpired. Do you think we'll resurrect? Suddenly, broached the topic of a subject that had initially drawn them together. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, replied. Fully aware of the narrative that foretold survival in the coming years. However, he refrained from sharing this knowledge, knowing it would only trouble, and he could not explain how he knew. I truly hope does not return. If it does, I would perish as well. I am not ready to leave this world, confessed earnestly. In the past, when had not been present, she had wished for its early revival, believing that would allow her to seal it and reunite with her mother. Yet, since meeting, her heart had shifted. She genuinely wished for it to remain dormant, desiring instead to share a lifetime with. Even if it does resurrect, we can simply eliminate it. Nothing is truly invincible. So-called invincibility is merely a lack of strength. With sufficient power, even can be vanquished. Felt little concern about, knowing the system provided a significant advantage, what could not be accomplished with enough points. In fact, had previously inquired of the system whether it could be eradicated, receiving confirmation that it could be destroyed, suggesting that strength alone would suffice. But I fear that one day will indeed rise again, and then no one will be able to defeat it. What will I do? As contemplated her own words, her body trembled slightly, regardless of whether she was a shrine maiden or something else. She was merely a young girl of around 10 years old. Discussing death at such an age felt overwhelmingly heavy. It won't happen. I will definitely be able to kill. Trust me, declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback. To her ears, it sounded almost like a confession. Yet, when she looked into his eyes, she realized there was no deeper sentiment there. In his heart, she was merely a friend, perhaps even less significant than or. Are you leaving the day after tomorrow? Shifted her focus away from the topic of, recognizing that it was not an immediate concern. I fear I must depart tomorrow. I just received word from that Kakashi-sensei. My guiding J-nin is waiting nearby for me. If I can return to the village with them, it would spare me much trouble. Hearing that would leave the following day, longed to persuade him to stay, yet she found herself lacking a valid reason to do so. Gazing at the starry sky, Ziyuan yearned to confess her feelings to Quan. In truth, she was aware that Quan had harbored such intentions since her arrival in the land of spirits. However, she never anticipated that Quan had already found someone she cherished. On the rooftop, Quan and Ziyuan sat quietly gazing at the stars. Unbeknownst to them, Ziyuan had fallen asleep, resting her head gently against Quan's shoulder. Observing this, Quan shook his head slightly and tenderly lifted Ziyuan in his arms. Unsure of her exact room, he decided to place her in his own. As he looked at the peacefully slumbering Ziyuan, he hesitated for a moment before penning a note and turning to leave the room. At the moment Quan vanished, Ziyuan, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was already glistening with tears as she sat up, unable to contain her sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to yearn to inhale the lingering scent that Quan had left behind. Why did you leave without a word? Didn't you say you would depart tomorrow? Am I truly that significant to you? With a heavy heart, she gazed in the direction of Quan's departure. Indeed, Quan had left, immediately activating the Flying Thunder God technique. He had marked Hinata with a kunai, allowing him to traverse vast distances to be by her side. However, upon arriving near Hinata, he was met with a slight embarrassment. The immense chakra consumption from such a long-distance teleportation caused him to stumble and fall directly onto her. In her dreams, Hinata instinctively sensed a weight pressing down on her and kicked Quan away. Only upon realizing it was him did she find it too late to mitigate her strength, resulting in poor Quan being flung from the tent and colliding with a tree. Kakashi, keeping watch, regarded the scene with his signature deadpan expression, clearly exasperated. What are you two doing? Why yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you, Quan-kun. Hinata blushed and hurriedly helped him up. It's my fault. I didn't anticipate that using the Flying Thunder God from such a distance would drain so much chakra. If it had been any farther, I might have been completely depleted, Quan admitted, equally embarrassed. Well, it's up to you two now. Hurry and get some rest. We need to return to the village at dawn. This mission has already taken too much time, Kakashi said with a hint of resignation. After escorting Hinata back to the tent, Quan stepped outside alone. Have you completed your task? Yes, I managed to secure a considerable sum from Kato. But just so we're clear, I'll only be giving you 30%, and you mustn't disclose this to Lord Third, or he'll certainly demand that I turn it in, Quan stated as he settled next to Kakashi. No need for that. Keep it for yourself. You've been gone for days, and Hinata has been utterly distracted. Were it not for her, I would have returned with the others long ago. You young ones are surprisingly mature. You're on watch tonight. I'm going to rest. No refusal, otherwise, I'll report you, Kakashi said, rising to take his leave. After hearing Kakashi's words, Quan paused. Although he had not expected Kakashi to keep this matter from the Third, he still hoped the Third would remain unaware. It seemed that Kakashi intended not to report the incident. Kakashi initially intended to report the matter, considering that Izumi had departed alongside the rogue ninja Zabuza from the Hidden Mist Village. However, upon observing Hinata's distracted demeanor throughout the journey, and reflecting on how his mentor, the fourth Hokage, had discerned his own troubles yet continued to place faith in him, Kakashi resolved to trust Izumi. The following morning, Kakashi led the entire Team 7 back to submit their mission report. In an effort to conceal Zabuza's appearance, he refrained from requesting an elevation in the mission's rank, yet still detailed the emergence of the Ghost Brothers. Consequently, the mission ultimately retained its classification as a B-rank task. Due to this B-rank assignment, the members of Team 7 were granted a brief respite, although this break did not equate to genuine relaxation. Inspired by Izumi's actions, Naruto and Sasuke became increasingly determined. While Izumi began preparations for her departure from Konoha, and Hinata continued her training alone, Izumi quietly made her way to the Mizukage Villa. Her intent straightforward, she sought Kuruma Yakumo. Well-versed in the narrative, Izumi recognized the formidable Jinjutsu abilities possessed by Kuruma, believing her illusions to surpass even those of Itachi Uchiha. In the realm of Naruto, only Shirsui's Koto Tsukumi might rival Yakumo's Jinjutsu, as its capabilities were notoriously overpowered. Upon her arrival at the villa, Izumi sensed the presence of Umbu nearby. However, these Umbu posed little threat to her current self. It wasn't that the Umbu were weak, rather, the ones dispatched here were insufficiently powerful, as their sole task was to oversee Kuruma Yakumo, negating the need for elite operatives. Izumi stealthily infiltrated the Mizukage villa and smoothly reached Kuruma Yakumo's chamber. "Who are you?" exclaimed Kuruma, startled from her painting by the unexpected intrusion. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will. In fact, I wish to assist you," Izumi replied. "Yes, assist you. Have you not always yearned to uncover the truth behind your parents' demise? And some matters concerning the third Hokage? You know of these things?" Yakumo questioned, bewildered, for Izumi appeared to be of similar age and hardly seemed to possess such knowledge. "It is not that I know. Rather, you have always been aware, yet have forgotten. My aim is solely to help you remember," Izumi said, activating her Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Narukami no Jutsu. Narukami no Jutsu compels one to confront their deepest fears, and for Kuruma Yakumo, the haunting memory of her parents' deaths loomed large. Under the influence of the technique, she began to recollect the events of that fateful day. No, this cannot be. You are deceiving me. It was the third Hokage who sent you to trick me." Yakumo cried in disbelief, overwhelmed by terror at the thought that she could have caused her parents' deaths. "Of course, you did not kill your parents," Izumi replied calmly. "Are you not going to reveal yourself? How long do you intend to continue spectating Ito?" Upon hearing that name, Yakumo was momentarily taken aback, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a splitting headache. Subsequently, Ito appeared before Izumi, who was instantaneously drawn into the realm of illusion. "You seem to know me quite well," Ito remarked, observing the surroundings transform without a hint of reaction. "Ito, your abilities are merely illusions, being an illusion. They're inherently false. Although you can directly manipulate the human mind to misperceive the unreal as reality, the essence of your power remains illusory and deceptive." Indeed, Ito's abilities are formidable. However, no matter how powerful they may be, they stem from the influence of Arima Yakumo. As long as one can reclaim their sense of self, Ito will inevitably vanish. "Ha ha ha, merely an illusion? I thought you had the audacity to confront me with some understanding of my being. You possess certain skills. Yet it appears you are no different from those fools." Ito regarded Izumi as no threat, believing he lacked any real understanding of Ito's nature in its eyes. It was invincible. "Yakumo, every individual harbors a monster within their heart, varying in strength. What you perceive is not the true reality. The third Hokage indeed spoke of eradication, but it was not you he sought to eliminate. Rather, it is Ito, the manifestation of your inner demons." No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill them." Yakumo remained enmeshed in the anguish of her parents' demise, entirely oblivious to Izumi's words. In light of this, Izumi attempted to utilize the body flicker technique to reach Yakumo's side, only to discover that he was unable to perform any ninjutsu. This realization prompted him to remember that the sovereign of this space was Yakumo. Without her consent, nothing could transpire. Acknowledging this, Izumi reluctantly approached Yakumo, while Ito, witnessing Izumi's disregard, was consumed by rage and charged forward. As Ito lunged, Izumi swiftly retaliated. Though he could not employ ninjutsu, a ninja's prowess extends beyond mere techniques. Ito was indeed strong, yet in the realm of taijutsu, it was still no match for Izumi. Seizing an opportunity, Izumi swiftly reached Yakumo's side and, before Ito could pursue, delivered a resounding slap to Yakumo's face. Frustration brewed within Izumi, and thus he did not hold back in his strike. Yakumo was sent sprawling, struggling to sit up, her face visibly swollen from the force of the blow, a testament to Izumi's strength. However, this act also served to awaken Yakumo from her stupor. What good does this do? Will lamenting over your parents' fate bring them back to life? I concede that their deaths were indeed a consequence of your existence. But the true killer is Ito, the monster before you, not you. Now, I ask you, do you genuinely wish to kill your parents? Izumi gripped Yakumo's collar tightly, his gaze piercing, instilling a sense of dread in both Yakumo and Ito, who were taken aback by his words. No, I do not wish to kill them. I never intended to harm them. Isn't that all that matters? Deep within your heart, you never truly wished to end their lives. Otherwise, upon discovering the truth, you would not be in such agony. Your resentment lies solely against your parents for denying you the path of a ninja, merely seeking an outlet for your grievances. It is Ito, this monstrous entity, who has distorted your intentions and brought about the demise of your parents. The true perpetrator is Ito, not you. The words of Izumi resonate with Yakumo, who had never contemplated this perspective before. Previously, she had forgotten this segment of her memory, but now, as it floods back, Yakumo believes herself to be the one responsible for her parents' deaths. Even if she did not strike the fatal blow, Ito acted in accordance with her wishes. No. I was born to fulfill your desires. All that I have done is for your sake." Noticing Yakumo's distress, Ito felt a twinge of panic. Do not embellish your own role. If your every action was indeed for Yakumo, why did you not inform her that the third Hokage sought to eliminate you, not her? If your intentions were solely for Yakumo's benefit, why not recount the events of that fateful day? If your actions were truly for her, how could you fail to comprehend her genuine thoughts? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Yakumo turned to her, seemingly awaiting something. You are aware that Yakumo's desire to harm her parents was but a fleeting complaint. With time, all would heal. Even had she possessed the ability at that moment, she would not have raised a hand against them. Yet, you emerged, not for Yakumo's sake, but for your own, to ensnare her in darkness so that you might flourish. Rendered speechless by Izumi's assertions, Ito instinctively retreated a step. Yakumo, if your parents could be revived, they would harbor no resentment towards you. Every parent desires their child to thrive. I have reviewed your records. Indeed, your condition was ill-suited for the life of a ninja. Yet, your parents beseeched the third Hokage to seek out one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, to heal you, all in hopes of enabling your dream. Tears streamed down Yakumo's face upon hearing Izumi's words. She had always believed her parents were the ones denying her dream of becoming a Genjutsu ninja, unaware that they had been striving for her well-being all along. "Thank you for sharing this with me," she said. "There is no need for gratitude. I have my own motives for finding you. I am establishing an organization, and I require your strength." A skilled Genjutsu ninja is an invaluable asset, Izumi admitted candidly. For to claim she was there solely to rescue her would be disingenuous. "But my body is simply not capable of becoming a ninja," Yakumo protested, realizing her own frailty. "I am merely asking if you wish to become a Genjutsu ninja. As for the other matters, solutions will present themselves. Kuruma Yakumo, I formally invite you to join us." With that, Izumi extended her hand, adorned with a warm and genuine smile. Gazing at Izumi's sincere and radiant smile, Yakumo felt an unexpected brightness, illuminating the darkness within her heart. Thus, she reached out and clasped Izumi's hand. "Since I choose to join, I shall give you your first task, eliminate Ito. However, can I truly do it?" Yakumo gazed at Ito, her heart suddenly gripped by fear. It was understandable, for Ito's appearance was indeed somewhat terrifying. It seemed quite impossible for a frail girl to confront such a monstrous entity. Ito's power derives entirely from you. Within this illusionary realm, you are the true sovereign, while it merely plays the role of a treacherous usurper. Here, you are invincible, not it. If you so desire, you can obliterate it. Yet every individual harbors a shadowy facet within, thus there is no need for excessive concern. It was born of you, and can just as easily perish by your hand. Ultimately, it is your responsibility to resolve this. I shall not intervene." With that, Izumi boldly seated herself, seemingly indifferent to Ito's presence. Seeing Izumi dismiss her with such disdain, Ito charged towards her. Observing this scenario, Yakumo remained utterly unmoved, prompting Izumi to sigh softly. As Ito approached, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged, decisively restraining her. "Yakumo, do you see? This is the darkness within my heart. Not only you, but everyone possesses a shadowy side. Where there is light, shadows must inevitably exist. However, one should not dwell on the shadows, for they are but manifestations born of you, representing the past. Instead, one ought to look forward." The enormous bony claw cast Ito at Yakumo's feet before vanishing as if it had never existed. At this moment, Yakumo finally believed Izumi's words. She picked up a shuriken from the ground and plunged it directly into Ito's forehead. Ito was formidable, yet in the presence of her true form, Yakumo, all of Ito's abilities were rendered futile, leaving her without any means to resist. Why? Why is it that all I do is what you wish to do? Why? Because that is not what I truly desire. Faced with Ito, Yakumo finally shed her fear, her gaze resolutely unwavering. Ito vanished, not due to the attack of the shuriken, but because Yakumo had untangled her heart's knots. As a manifestation of inner demons, Ito could not possibly endure in existence any longer. "Thank you." Yakumo wished to express her gratitude, but as she began to speak, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her, causing her to stumble forward. Observing this, Izumi quickly caught Yakumo, gently placing her upon a nearby bed to rest. Ding! System notification. Character quest initiated. Arima Yakumo. Ding! System notification. Character quest completed. Gaining the loyalty of Arima Yakumo. Surprised by the system's announcement, Izumi did not expect to have completed the quest for Arima Yakumo so swiftly. This revelation left her quite astonished. "System, what is the meaning of this? How could the quest be completed at its inception? Although the majority of tasks are issued by me, certain assignments must be triggered. In simpler terms, these are concealed missions. Under normal circumstances, Kurama Yayan would not intersect with you, which indicates that you have actively initiated the task. Furthermore, the character system allows for the triggering of events not only through task issuance but also by gaining favor from the target. Are you suggesting that Kurama Yayan holds a high level of affection for me? Not just high, it is at its maximum, which is the only way to access the character system. Speaking of which, even actions of a more intimate nature towards her would be permissible now. What do you think? Care to give it a try? In less than a minute, the system has resumed its shamelessness. Leave me be. Who behaves as unscrupulously as you do? Wait a moment. If my favorability is delayed, could it be that she might genuinely develop feelings for me? And what about Izumi? Is she also part of the character system? Does that mean she too? The thought sent a chill down Izumi's spine. If that were true, Itachi would likely torment himself with Tsukuyumi for 7 days and 7 nights. After all, that is the anguish of a husband deprived of his wife. But it's merely favorability, not intimacy. Of course, if they truly harbor affection for you, that favorability could indeed transform into intimacy. However, with someone like Izumi, it is merely a sibling bond or friendship at best. You claim not to be lewd, yet you entertain such thoughts. Should I create a harem system for you? Leave. Disappear at once. I wish to have no further conversation with you. Faced with the system's shamelessness, Izumi found herself at a loss for words, as she harbored no sordid thoughts. Yet this system continuously led her astray. Remained quietly in Yakumo's room, not out of a genuine desire to heed the system's suggestions, but rather out of concern for any unforeseen mishaps that might befall Yakumo. Furthermore, there were matters regarding their impending departure that required thorough discussion. After a considerable duration, Kurama Yakumo awakened, gazing at the familiar ceiling, as if emerging from a dream. You are awake, remarked. Ah, you didn't leave? Was everything that just transpired real? Yakumo, startled by his voice, inquired. Indeed, it was real. I stayed because I was worried about you. I also need to inform you that I plan to leave Konoha soon, and you must accompany me. This matter must remain strictly confidential, not even to Yuhi Kurenai. At the mention of Kurenai, Yakumo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. With the restoration of her memories and the obliteration of Edo, she recalled every little detail concerning Kurenai. May I meet teacher Kurenai? Hesitated, initially inclined to refuse. Yet the hopeful glimmer in Yakumo's eyes compelled her to relent. You may meet her. I will arrange a meeting before we leave Konoha. However, you must not see her until then. If she learns that you have vanquished Edo, it could jeopardize my plans and potentially hinder our departure from Konoha. All right. But will leaving Konoha mean I might have to confront teacher Kurenai in the future? Yakumo's worry surfaced at the thought of possibly facing Kurenai as an adversary. Rest assured, I have no intention of easily becoming enemies with Kurenai. Even if a confrontation arises, I will not harm anyone from Konoha lightly. Thank you. You can count on my commitment to join your organization. However, I fear my physical condition may become a burden. Do not fret. While I currently lack a solution for your condition, I assure you I will devise a way. For now, remain here, and when it is time to depart, I will come for you. This kunai bears a special mark. Simply infuse it with chakra to send me messages. With arrangements made for Kurama Yakumo, departed from the Sakamachi mountain villa. Although this endeavor to recruit Yakumo did not involve an overt battle, it was approached with utmost caution. Should Yakumo falter against Edo, would find herself in considerable trouble. Despite her outward composure, she harbored significant uncertainties. Upon returning to the Hyuga residence, she found Hinata engaged in rigorous training. Ever since the mission in the Land of Waves concluded, Hinata had been exceedingly diligent, a fact that puzzled. She contemplated persuading Hinata to take a break. Yet Hinata stubbornly resisted, displaying a newfound tenacity. Kuin, you're back. How did everything go? Hinata rushed over upon seeing her return. Shared the day's events with Hinata, albeit only mentioning the ongoing search for companions. It went relatively smoothly. The first companion has agreed to join. The next steps will likely keep me occupied over the next few days. It is of no consequence. I understand that Izumi is preoccupied with her own matters. Hinata has never contemplated blaming Izumi. Perhaps in the kind-hearted Hinata's world, the notion of blame does not exist. Observing Hinata, Izumi's heart is a tempest of emotions. She has long since comprehended her true feelings. However, the impending separation weighs heavily upon her. Izumi is genuinely reluctant to part ways. Yet she feels utterly unprepared to confront Danzo. This parting is merely a prelude to our eventual reunion, Izumi muses. The first required member has been secured, and the next, whom Izumi is loath to leave behind, is none other than the young Uzumaki Aoi. From the moment Izumi extracted her from the Uzumaki clan, she had intended to take Aoi with her. However, during the initial years, Aoi was under the watchful gaze of Konoha, as she hailed from outside the village, thus limiting Izumi's interactions with her. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Izumi finds Aoi, who, despite being of a similar age, had to wait an additional year to enroll due to scrutiny. Consequently, Aoi remains within the academy. Izumi and you're here. Aoi exclaims as she rushes towards her. Having lost all her family, Aoi regards Izumi as an older brother, not to mention that it provides her a legitimate excuse to visit the Hyuga household for meals. Indeed. How have you been? Have you been listening to your teachers? Have you bullied any classmates? Aoi's class lacks particularly outstanding students. And since Aoi has yet to awaken the talents of the Uzumaki clan, she has unwittingly become the leader of her class. Why do you say such things about me? Izumi and I haven't bullied anyone. By the way, I haven't seen Hinata-san today. Ever since learning of the mutual affection between Izumi and Hinata, Aoi has taken to referring to Hinata as sister-in-law. Of course, she dares not use such a title in Hinata's presence, as her first attempt had caused Hinata to faint from embarrassment. You, always lost in your thoughts. Come, let us take a stroll. Without waiting for Aoi's consent, Izumi heads toward the schoolyard. The two arrive at a secluded spot, whereupon Izumi ensures they are not being observed before speaking. I intend to leave soon. Do you wish to remain in Konoha, or will you accompany me? Izumi's genuine desire is to take Aoi with her, for as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Danzo will undoubtedly seek to exploit her abilities. The fact that he has yet to act suggests that the Third Hokage is still providing protection. However, the old adage holds true. It is better to prevent than to cure. If Aoi remains in Konoha, Izumi fears she will inevitably become a test subject. Leave Konoha? Where will we go for this mission? Will it take a long time? Aoi misunderstands Izumi's intentions, assuming she refers to a prolonged task. It is not a mission. I mean to depart from Konoha. Did I not mention before? Danzo is coveting the Sharingan, and I refuse to be his guinea pig, thus I must leave. I will go with you. Before the fountain could finish speaking, Kue had already devised a plan. In Konoha, I have no relatives. If you were to leave, my presence here would hold little significance. In any case, I am resolutely attached to you, for you are my brother. I have never claimed you as my sister. That notion is merely your own self-delusion. Since you are willing to depart, I shall inform you when the time comes, but until then, do not speak of this matter to anyone.